Chapter 614. The ever-changing forms of the five mornings. What constitutes the elemental demon clan? Demons encompass more than mere beastly entities. The term demon clan serves as an expansive designation. Fish transformed within the waters belong to the river demon lineage. Terrestrial creatures that undergo metamorphosis are classified as walking beast demons, while avian beings that ascend to demonhood are termed bird demons. The denizens of the sea are referred to as sea demons. Among all demon clans, certain varieties are exceedingly rare, yet upon transformation, they exhibit remarkable innate abilities. The elemental demon clan. A metallic stone gaining sentience and evolving into a demon is considered part of the elemental demon clan. Likewise, a grand tree or flowering plant that evolves is also classified within this clan, often referred to as spirits. A peculiar flame that transforms into a demon. A river that acquires consciousness, and even this strange mist all fall under the elemental demon clan. These elemental beings possess an extraordinary sensitivity to the cosmos, particularly in relation to the five elements, and their cultivation surpasses ordinary comprehension, rendering them quite rare. Upon their transformation, they wield immense powers. Before us lies a mist demon, undeniably a member of the elemental demon clan. The moon-devouring wolf had not anticipated encountering such an elemental being, particularly one born from mist, within the mist mountain range. While the moon enchantment could also transform into ghostly mist, it belonged to the realm of soul energy, not classified among the five elements. Thus falling under the category of ghostly cultivation, lacking vitality, it possessed only spiritual potency. The moon-devouring wolf gazed at the mist demon, recognizing the formidable energy it harbored, which astonishingly reached the first level of the soul moon realm. "What is your name?" inquired the moon-devouring wolf. Boom. The black mist offered no response. Instead, it coalesced into a black mist dragon, a formidable entity over 10 meters in length. The mist dragon roared and lunged at the moon-devouring wolf, its condensed claws radiating a threatening aura. "Huh, a darkness attribute. How delightful," the moon-devouring wolf bellowed, unleashing a terrifying force with a single paw strike aimed at the mist dragon. Boom. As energies clashed, the surging true essence of the moon burst forth, colliding with the opposing dark energy. A ferocious energy tempest erupted along the mountain path, annihilating hundreds of trees in the vicinity. The mist dragon was driven back by the moon-devouring wolf's overwhelming strike. The mist demon emitted waves of astonished spiritual resonance. How could a mere demon wolf at the fifth level of the Yuan-Yang realm possess such terrifying power? Although the conjured mist dragon did not rival an actual dragon in might, its strength was not something an ordinary great being of the Yuan-Yang realm could match. As the mist dragon retreated, it suddenly dissipated into black mist, only to reform into a colossal fist, several meters in size, that descended with the force to shatter mountains, aiming to strike the moon-devouring wolf. The moon-devouring wolf transformed into a beam of light, evading the blow. When the fist smashed into the ground, it created a massive crater, sending dust swirling into the air. At that moment, the mist demon emitted a piercing howl and reformed into a gigantic black sword that slashed downwards, surprisingly unleashing a wave of sword energy. What a marvelously versatile attack. "I am eager to see what other tricks you possess," the moon-devouring wolf sneered, releasing a beam of moonlight energy to counter the incoming blade. With a resounding boom, the black sword was obliterated by a beam of lunar light. The radiant beam surged towards the mist demon, yet the creature effortlessly opened a large hole, evading the lethal force of the attack. In that moment, the mist demon transformed into countless black blades, launching a ferocious assault against the moon-swallowing wolf, whose wings trembled, unleashing a formidable surge of demonic energy. Two torrents of white demonic light erupted, crashing into the oncoming blades, shattering them in a cacophony of destruction. The moon-swallowing wolf, undeterred, launched its own offensive, but its claws merely tore through the mist demon's form, inflicting no significant damage. The mist demon then coalesced into a spear, hurling itself towards the wolf. As the wolf deftly dodged, it contemplated that the most effective strategy against elemental demons was to employ attacks that countered their attributes. With this thought, the wolf exhaled a stream of lunar fire, which surged forth. The explosion of pale flames struck the mist demon, eliciting a genderless, haunting scream. Elemental demons typically possess no distinct gender, capable of manifesting as either male or female at will. The tactic proved effective. The moon-swallowing wolf continued to unleash its true lunar fire. At that moment, the mist began to dissipate, becoming exceedingly thin, before suddenly enveloping the wolf and coalescing into a massive serpent that swiftly coiled around it. The mist serpent roared and constricted, exerting immense power that caused the wolf's bones to creak ominously. "You have chosen your own demise," the wolf scoffed. And then an eruption of yellow spring energy surged within it, the nigh nether cold abyss. In an instant, the chilling aura of the yellow spring enveloped the mist serpent, which cracked and transformed into a black ice serpent, rendered immobile. This frigid energy could freeze mist, and in this case, it was the chilling essence of the yellow spring. The moon-swallowing wolf's massive form shrank, allowing it to escape from the frozen serpent. Gazing at the immobilized creature, a swirling energy of eerie azure filled its lantern-like eyes. This was the essence of the mist demon's soul. Such unique beings must manifest a soul to attain demonic status, and this soul also represented a significant vulnerability. Fixating on the mist serpent, the wolf's eyes glimmered with demonic light, coalescing into two runic beams that surged into the demon's eye sockets. It aimed to forcibly cast the demon conqueror spell. However, the mist demon's soul was potent enough to withstand the wolf's mental assault. Within the wolf, 5 sources of yellow spring energy erupted simultaneously. In an instant, the mist serpent's eyes dulled, its soul becoming frozen. The chilling essence of the yellow spring could freeze souls and corrode flesh. Bereft of its soul's resistance, the mist serpent was swiftly ensnared by the wolf's mental attack. The spell transformed into golden runic symbols, merging with the dark azure essence of the soul. The imperious, uncontested demon conqueror spell successfully seized control of the mist demon's essence. After binding the demon with the spell, the moon-swallowing wolf absorbed the residual yellow spring energy, causing the icy prison enveloping the mist serpent to dissipate, freeing it from its frigid confinement. The misty python gazed at Xiang Chun with a gaze both peculiar and intricate, ultimately lowering its head in a slow, deliberate manner, emitting an enigmatic sound devoid of discernible gender. The fog demon, Wang Wu, surrendered, transforming into a misty python that lay upon the ground. The mysterious ancient cauldron released information. The dark fog demon, born from the condensed essence of darkness, had acquired sentience after 3 decades of cultivation. Its characteristic was an ability to execute a myriad of transformations in its attacks, each imbued with mutable traits, showcasing formidable powers. However, it bore a critical weakness, an aversion to the chill of ice, the force of the sun, and the essence of light. The moon-eating wolf regarded the fog demon and inquired, "Show me your transformation." The fog demon's aura surged, ultimately coalescing into the form of a pitch-black celestial wolf. "Thank you for unsealing me, leader." Recently, the website allowed for unrestricted updates, enabling me to produce an abundance of content. Now, however, I have donned the tightening constraints once more, returning to the normal pace of 5 updates. Chapter 615. Ecological Coexistence. The moon-eating wolf observed this shadowy reflection of itself. Aside from its color, it bore no other differences. "Indeed, what do you call yourself?" it asked again. In response, "I have no name, yet some refer to me as the Black Wind Old Demon." The fog demon spoke in human tongue, transforming back into a swirling mass of dark mist. "The name Black Wind Old Demon suits you well. Allow me to bestow upon you a name. From this day forth, you shall be known as Qianlan." The moon-eating wolf named it, with Lan signifying the ethereal essence of mist, embodying the ever-shifting nature of fog. "Thank you, my king, for the bestowed name," the demon mist conveyed. "Follow me, for you shall no longer reside in this place. I will impart to you a set of divine arts aligned with your dark attributes, as well as illusions to elevate your mastery of the arcane." The moon-eating wolf soared into the air, with the demon mist coalescing into the form of a black eagle, following closely behind. The moon-eating wolf intended to transfer the eternal night divine canon, the same divine arts practiced by Manha, to the Black Wind Old Demon, Qianlan. Additionally, with the 7-colored illusion, Qianlan would be able to alter its own hue, rendering its transformed shapes all the more lifelike. Xiang Chun had not anticipated acquiring such a rare and extraordinary subordinate from the Misty Mountain range. If Qianlan's abilities were harnessed effectively, it would prove to be a natural phantom assassin, a lethal entity. Subsequently, within the Misty Mountain range, the moon-eating wolf discovered colossal pangolins, venomous pythons, and beasts of the Yuan-Yang realm, subduing each in turn. Its subordinates aided in the taming of various creatures residing within the misty mountain range. However, the demon beasts of this natural barrier served as a formidable line of defense. Xiangchun did not intend to remove them all, but only a portion back to the human society of the Great Chu Kingdom. 3 days later, on the periphery of the misty mountain range, no less than 10,000 assorted demon beasts, ranging from the divine concealment realm to the Yuanyang realm, had gathered. Among them, over 150 were of the Yuanyang realm, with some remaining within the misty mountain range. Tiger demons, wolf demons, demon leopards, avian demons, and snake demons congregated, their amassed aura swirling ominously. The moon-eating wolf, towering over 10 meters in length, surveyed the throng of beasts from the air, letting out a roar that echoed throughout the forest. My king, under the weight of this sacred beast's presence, all the demons prostrated themselves, displaying their submission. Let us depart. The moon-eating wolf articulated, turning to soar towards the capital of the Great Chu Kingdom. The ground trembled beneath their might. Subsequently, the earth trembled, and various monstrous beasts surged forth, creating a cacophony of chaos. In the sky, no fewer than 1,000 grotesque birds soared above, trailing behind the moon-swallowing wolf, painting a terrifying tableau of a stampede of creatures. Wang Ziyage Chicken, Tianhua, Qingming, and others followed in their beastly forms. In the Lanzhai, adventurers, as was their custom, prepared to venture into the misty mountain range for herbal gathering. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. The inhabitants of Lanzhai initially thought it was an earthquake, rushing outside to behold a ghastly sight. Heavens, what is happening? A tide of monsters. So many beasts. Run, flee. How could there be a surge of monstrous creatures? The people of Lanzhai were taken aback as they beheld a colossal silver-white wolf soaring through the air, with countless beasts trailing behind it. The sheer ferocity of their charge was nothing short of terrifying. Panic ensued as the townsfolk desperately fled. However, their speed paled in comparison to that of the beasts. And soon the enormous silver wolf soared over Lanzhai, followed by thousands of monstrous birds, sweeping past the heads of the populace. Strangely, the tide of beasts divided neatly, circumventing the modest settlement of Lanzhai. The fleeing populace, witnessing the spectacle, was left dumbfounded as they observed the massive horde galloping toward the distance. What on earth has transpired? Where are these beasts headed? A migration, perhaps? That silver wolf looks so familiar. Is it not the totemic divine beast of Dechu? The people gazed in astonishment as the monstrous tide receded from Lanzhai. This time, Xiangchun had led away approximately 1/3 of the beasts from the misty mountain range. After a night of relentless pursuit, they bypassed numerous towns, each home to tens of thousands of inhabitants. The following day, just as the sun began its ascent over the mountains, the horde finally reached the outskirts of Chuwang City. To their surprise, a considerable assembly of soldiers and civilians had already gathered outside the city. In the preceding 3 days, a prophetic vision of the divine wolf totem had emerged, foretelling that 3 days hence, the divine wolf would arrive with a host of beasts to aid the people of Dechu in their endeavors. Due to the construction of the sacred wolf temple and Xiangchun occasionally donning the guise of a divine wolf emissary to alleviate the people's suffering, many in Dechu had come to revere the sacred wolf. Look, they have truly arrived. Good heavens, so many beasts. Indeed, it is the totemic Lord Wolf who has brought them. Unbelievable. With such a multitude of creatures, could there be danger? The townsfolk, both inside and outside the city, stared in shock, with some beginning to panic. Do not be alarmed. The Lord Wolf is our sacred protector and will not harm us. Wang Tian bellowed from the forefront of the army, soothing the crowd. The people beheld the immense moon-swallowing wolf leading the multitude of beasts, halting at the city gates. Wang Tian rode forth on his dragon steed, dismounted, and bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Lord Wolf." Many followers, suppressing their awe and trepidation, joined in reverence, proclaiming their devotion to the sacred wolf. The moon-swallowing wolf stepped forward, striking a grandiose pose, and spoke in human tongue. "People of Dechu, please rise. We are grateful to the Lord Wolf." As the crowd rose to their feet, their gazes fell upon the majestic moon-swallowing wolf, a living embodiment far more imposing and graceful than the statue that once represented it. The moon-swallowing wolf proclaimed, "I have come accompanied by a host of beasts to assist the people of Dechu in their quest for prosperity and strength." Turning to the throng of creatures behind him, he continued, "These beasts have pledged their allegiance to me. Some possess the strength to carve mountains. Others can cultivate spiritual valleys and medicinal herbs, while some command the elements to quell disasters. There are those among them who can heal the sick and protect our homeland. Henceforth, these creatures shall be our companions, and the people of Dechu must coexist harmoniously with them to collectively build our home. A voice arose from the assembly. Lord Sacred Wolf, since ancient times, humans and beasts have not coexisted peacefully. Will these creatures not pose a threat to us? This sentiment echoed through the crowd, as many shared the same concern regarding the potential for rebellion among the beasts and the safety of their own lives. Gazing at the formidable creatures, some as large as buildings with fearsome claws, it was difficult to feel secure. The moon-swallowing wolf responded with a calm smile. If this is your concern, then who among you dares to step forward and test whether these beasts will harm you? I shall reward the first brave soul with 1,000 gold coins. The crowd erupted in excitement at the prospect of such wealth, a fortune indeed for the people of Dechu. With the promise of a grand reward, a young boy, merely 13 years of age, stepped forward and declared, Lord Sacred Wolf, I shall be the one to try. Shall I know? Cried a woman leaning on a cane. Who was the boy's mother? Mother, it's all right. I need this money to treat your illness, the boy replied resolutely, moving towards the imposing moon-swallowing wolf. Lord Sacred Wolf, I am willing to take the risk. May I proceed? The moon-swallowing wolf extended a massive paw, causing the boy to take a step back in fear. Yet, he steadied himself and stood firm. The wolf gently ruffled the boy's hair and asked, Child, what is your name? I am called Zheng Xiaohai, Lord Sacred Wolf, the boy replied. Why do you require such a large sum of money? Are you not afraid the beasts might harm you? Inquired the moon-swallowing wolf. I am afraid, yet I trust in you, Lord Sacred Wolf. I need this money to heal my mother, Xiaohai responded. Upon hearing this, the moon-swallowing wolf addressed the crowd. Who among you is this child's mother? It is I, Lord Sacred Wolf. Please, do not let my child proceed. I implore you. The woman cried as she approached, leaning heavily on her cane. The moon-swallowing wolf observed the woman, noting her leg, which had been broken for many years, with muscles atrophied and meridians withered. He extended his paw, a surge of greenish-blue light emanating from it. Heavenly restoration. The energy flowed into the woman, and miraculously, her leg began to heal before their eyes. The shattered bones rejoined, and her meridians revitalized in an instant. The woman gazed in astonishment at her now smooth ankle. Try discarding your cane, the moon-swallowing wolf encouraged gently. Upon his words, the woman cast aside her cane and took a few steps, discovering to her amazement that her leg had fully recovered. Mother, your leg has healed. The young man was so moved that tears streamed down his face. The woman came to her senses, her countenance filled with astonishment, and immediately knelt down, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, great Saint Wolf, for your immense grace. It was indeed astonishing. Lu's leg had been broken for several years, yet it had miraculously recovered. The great Saint Wolf is truly the totemic divine beast of our great Chu, watching over us. The crowd of believers and the populace gazed at the moon-eating sky wolf with even greater reverence upon witnessing this scene. Child, you need not take risks anymore, the moon-eating sky wolf said with a smile. The youth looked up at the moon-eating sky wolf, his eyes filled with admiration. He knelt and kissed the wolf's paw, saying, No, I wish to try. Even without money, I will attempt it. I believe in the great Saint Wolf. Very well, go ahead. I assure you they will not harm you. The moon-eating sky wolf nodded. Gathering his courage, the boy approached the enormous beasts, such as the gigantic python and eagle. These creatures remained calm, observing the boy's approach. Concern was etched on the faces of the onlookers, especially his mother. You may touch them, the moon-eating sky wolf encouraged. Upon hearing this, the boy bravely extended his hand to stroke a massive azure wolf. The wolf lowered its head and opened its mouth, startling the boy and causing the crowd to gasp. To his surprise, the wolf merely extended its tongue, giving him a gentle lick, leaving the boy covered in saliva. Gaining confidence, he began to pet the creature, even seizing its fur and climbing onto its back, while the wolf exhibited not a hint of aggression. It truly won't harm me. The crowd erupted in excitement. Great Saint Wolf, I wish to try as well, cried another. In an instant, numerous daring youths rushed forward. The moon-eating sky wolf nodded in agreement, and these bold children began to touch and embrace the beasts, some even climbing atop their backs. It really won't harm us. In a flash, the crowd was abuzz with enthusiasm, and many adults could not resist joining in to pet the creatures. The trend of petting cats, dogs, and little birds had become obsolete. Now, They were directly engaging with the magical beasts. My word, what a massive bull! It could plow dozens of acres in a single breath, exclaimed a farmer, joyfully caressing a 3 to 4 meter tall armored bull. Such a large pangolin. Its claws are perfect for clearing paths and breaking stones, remarked another, stroking a 5 to 6 meter long pangolin with blade-like claws. The common folk, drawn by novelty, flocked to the beasts, something they had never even dared to imagine before. A mischievous child attempted to pull the whiskers of a black flame tiger, only to be met with a sneeze that sent him tumbling to the ground, drenched in drool, to the amusement of the onlookers. The moon-eating sky wolf observed the initial acceptance of the magical creatures by humanity with ease and then declared, from now on, these magical beasts shall reside in our great chew. They will not harm you, so please do not harm them. They will assist our people in cultivating the land and bringing rain. We must treat these creatures as friends. In return, they will not pose a threat. However, anyone who maliciously harms them deserves to be devoured. Of course, should any beast attack with ill intent, the city guards will capture and eliminate them. Great Saint Wolf, may I adopt a magical bull? I promise to provide for it and treat it as a friend. I perceive that you wish for assistance in tilling the land. Oh, Lord Saint Wolf, I too yearn to nurture this grand bear, so clumsy yet irresistibly adorable. Who would have thought that many would even aspire to raise these mystical beasts? The moon-eating wolf remarked, as for the matter of rearing these creatures, the great Chu shall address it comprehensively in due course. For now, let them enter the city and be provided with proper identification tokens. Should anyone wish to befriend a beast, and if the beast reciprocates, then they may keep it. Alas, dear bear, come home with me. My abode is affluent, filled with delectable treats, and I have honey. Would you care for some? Oh, bovine friend, let us go, and I shall guide you to the most luscious pastures. All I ask is for your assistance in tilling the land, and I shall find you the most beautiful heifer in the village. However, the moon-eating wolf was taken aback. These individuals had begun to entice and bewitch the mystical beasts. The previous fears had been cast aside without a second thought. The demon race shall never be subjugated, unless they are promised sustenance and shelter. This is not what I had envisioned, murmured Xiang Chun. These people possess an extraordinary capacity for acceptance. Master, what shall we do? It became apparent to Wang Tian as well. It was no longer a matter of fear towards the mystical beasts, but rather a competition to raise them. The moon-eating wolf pondered deeply. Select those beasts with exceptional combat prowess, those above the innate realm, to form the demon god core. Qingmeng, you shall lead them. As for those with outstanding abilities in industry and welfare, plan for the demon beasts of the divine concealment realm. We shall allow the people to register for adoption and verify their identities. Very well, I concur. If the combat strength of these demon races can be unified, they shall wield great power on the battlefield, Wang Tian exclaimed with a laugh. Thus began the trend of nurturing mystical creatures within the Great Chu, where no one could claim to be a true citizen of Chu without a mystical companion. This marked the dawn of a harmonious coexistence between the people of Great Chu and the demon race, collaboratively establishing a robust ecological nation. In Chapter 617, a request from Shimeng, a systematic management law for the demon race was established in Great Chu. Once a demon beast transcended to the innate realm, it could officially register as a resident of Great Chu, enjoying equal rights with the human race. Registered demon beasts were required to adhere to legal regulations, forbidding the slaying of civilians, while cultivators of Great Chu were likewise prohibited from harming registered demon beasts. Yet, within a mere fortnight, the capital of Great Chu witnessed demon races strolling the streets with ease, and the populace remained unperturbed. How curious. Should both parties consent, residents could adopt demon beasts of the divine concealment realm. One could even observe scenes in the fields where powerful demon oxen assisted humans in agriculture, and demon birds summoned fowl to hunt locusts, combating pestilence. The lake-dwelling demons and water beasts summoned rain to alleviate drought-stricken fields. Children frolicked with the young of the demon beasts, forming bonds of companionship. At the outset of the demon management law, the demon race became a rarity. Many desired to adopt, yet found none available. Initially, the privilege of rearing these creatures was largely held by the wealthy nobility of Great Chu, before it later became widespread among the populace. As Xiang Chun wandered through the streets, witnessing the harmonious interactions between humans and demon beasts, a sense of solace enveloped his heart. Now, with the distribution and promotion of Chu Ling rice, imbued with abundant spiritual energy, This rice had begun to supplant the flesh of both mystical beasts and humans. Moreover, this spiritual rice can be harvested twice a year. Currently, within and around the capital of the Great Chu, the abundance of spiritual energy rivals that of the Sacred Academy in the wasteland, resulting in an exceptionally high yield of spiritual rice. The Heavenly Scriptures contains a technique for accelerating the ripening of spiritual herbs, which Xiang Chun imparted to the alchemists of the Tianshan Alchemy Pavilion. These alchemists, in addition to healing the sick, can also assist in the bountiful and early harvest of spiritual rice. The Chu spiritual rice, which typically yields twice a year, can even achieve a harvest 4 times annually. Standing atop the city walls, one gazes down at the extensive fields of spiritual rice beyond the city. In the boundless fields, golden ears of rice gleam brilliantly, radiating spiritual light. As the wind blows, the rice stalks rustle melodiously, creating waves of golden ripples. The first batch of Chu spiritual rice was distributed at the establishment of the nation, and now, after more than 3 months, it has matured. In the fields, numerous farmers are harvesting the spiritual rice, their laughter and joy echoing throughout. There are also towering green mantises of the demon race, wielding colossal green sickles. With a swift motion, they release 2 arcs of blade energy, swiftly cutting down vast swathes of rice stalks. The farmers gather the rice ears, processing them into spiritual grains. The rice stalks of these spiritual grains, when watered, can continue to produce rice ears, and the longer they grow, the stronger their spiritual energy becomes. Your Highness, this is the first batch of Chu spiritual rice. The people request you to taste it, said Wang Tian, approaching Xiang Chun and the little princess with a bowl of freshly steamed Chu spiritual rice. The golden grains in the bowl were plump and fragrant, emanating a rich spiritual energy. Xiang Chun took the bowl and chopsticks, savoring a mouthful. The texture was elastic and non-sticky, with a sweetness that warmed his belly, releasing a powerful yet gentle wave of spiritual energy. Delicious. The spiritual energy in this bowl of rice rivals that of a 9th-grade treasure fruit. Xiang Chun exclaimed in delight. Indeed, Wang Tian marveled. Just one bite of this spiritual rice can refine such an abundance of spiritual energy. In less than 2 years, our great Chu might see an era of universal cultivation among mortals. Her eyes sparkled with hope as she glanced at the little princess, filled with admiration for her extraordinary abilities. This is all thanks to our little princess, Xiang Chun said, lifting the little princess and planting a kiss on her chubby cheek. Brother Chun, give me time, and I can cultivate even better spiritual rice, the little princess giggled, hugging Xiang Chun's neck. Haha, I believe in you, Brother Chun, he replied, but then his expression turned serious. This spiritual rice must be prohibited from foreign export, and the cultivation methods must not be shared. We must take every precaution to prevent anyone from smuggling Chu spiritual rice. Why is that? Wang Tian asked, perplexed. Without the special spiritual liquid that Princess Tuan provides, others can't cultivate it either. Wouldn't exporting it strengthen our national power? Xiang Chun shook his head. Currently, the strength of our great Chu cannot adequately protect such a precious resource. While exports could amass immense wealth, they would also attract the covetous eyes of other nations and the peril of calamity. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian understood, exclaiming, No wonder you ordered the borders of Great Chu to be sealed during the ripening of the spiritual grains, prohibiting all trade. Precisely, Xiang Chun affirmed. Xiang Chun nodded and said, First, we must satisfy the internal demands of our Great Chu. The court has amassed a substantial reserve, serving as resources for future military preparedness. It is essential for the common people to have ample grain stored. Once our national strength is fortified, we can then engage in foreign trade. Strengthen internally before expanding externally. Understanding this, Wang Tian acknowledged, remarking that while he excelled in warfare, he was utterly oblivious when it came to development, livelihood, and the economy. Let us not disturb the people as they harvest their crops. After finishing his meal, Xiang Chun requested Wang Tian to return the bowl, cradling the small bundle as he departed. After the Lantern Festival, Xiang Chun and Qing Cheng set off once more to the desolate capital. However, upon returning to the Academy of the Wild Prefecture, the often truant Lu Shimeng sought out Xiang Chun. Xiang Chun, I have missed you dearly. Upon their reunion, she lunged toward him. Xiang Chun swiftly embraced her, chuckling, Lu girl, you've gained some weight. You feel heavier than last time. Not at all. I'm quite slender. Thank you very much. The graceful maiden, donned in a pale yellow dress, glanced at herself. Yet, she noticed Xiang Chun's gaze lingering on her. With a playful glint in his eyes, he teased, "I meant you filled out in all the right places." Lu Shiming's cheeks flushed, and with a light-hearted huff, she playfully stomped on Xiang Chen's foot, causing him to hop in surprise. This girl had been indulging herself at home, and her cultivation had now reached the 3rd level of Yuan Yang. "By the way, why have you stayed at the Lu household for so long?" Xiang Chen inquired. "Having not seen her since returning from the spirit realm, you wouldn't believe it. The old geezers at home sealed me in the wine cellar, forcing me to refine a jar of spirit wine aged for 500 years. How else could I have progressed so quickly?" Lu Shiming lamented, her tone filled with frustration. Xiang Chen chuckled, gently ruffling her hair, knowing her unique spirit allowed her to enhance her cultivation through the consumption of alcohol, a trait intrinsic to the Lu family's techniques. "Actually, I came to ask for your help. Something has happened at home. Could you accompany me back to the Lu residence?" Lu Shiming's eyes pleaded with Xiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen playfully smacked her on the rear, saying, "Do you really need to ask me? What has happened at the Lu household? My father has succumbed to madness, having killed many people, and no one can save him. Your medical skills are extraordinary. Can you help my father?" "What? Succumb to madness? What occurred?" Xiang Chen's expression shifted, concern etched on his face. "I don't know the details. It happened yesterday. My father suddenly fell into madness during his cultivation and slaughtered numerous clansmen. He has been restrained by several elders. I was interrupted during my seclusion and rushed to find you immediately. Xiang Chen, please help me." Tears welled in Lu Shiming's eyes, her demeanor turning frantic. "Let us go. Take me to see him. Where is your home? Lead the way." Xiang Chen promptly summoned the little white tiger, revealing its true form, and mounted its back, urging Lu Shiming to join him. "Head north from the academy," Lu Shiming instructed without hesitation. As they took off, the little white tiger, unmatched in speed, soared at twice the speed of sound, even before reaching the Soul Moon realm. A truly remarkable feat. Exiting the academy, we soared through the northern gate, guided by Lu Shiming as we made our way directly to the Tianlu family. The Tianlu family, distinguished by the auspicious character Tian, is renowned for its inheritance of celestial-level martial arts and wields immense influence, ranking among the foremost noble families in Huangzhou. The Tianlu family primarily engages in the production of wine, particularly spiritual brews, with their commerce extending across Huangzhou, boasting even a branch in the lower-tier nation of Dazhong, known as the Tianxiang Winery, which stands as a premier establishment within Dazhong, underscoring their vast power. Situated to the north of Huangdu City, the Tianlu estate sprawls over nearly 100 miles. In just a matter of minutes, the little white tiger landed gracefully before the grand entrance of the Tianlu residence. The entrance itself was remarkably imposing, its archway constructed to rival the grand city gates of the Dazhong capital, guarded by a contingent of individuals clad in azure attire, all of whom were formidable practitioners of the Yuan Yang realm, ranging from the 1st to the 3rd tier. Such prowess was merely stationed at the entrance. Lu Shiming swiftly pulled Xiang Chen inside, prompting the gatekeepers to promptly bow in respect, addressing her as Miss. "Who is that? How could she be accompanied by the Miss?" The guards exchanged astonished glances as the two figures disappeared from sight. Upon entering the Lu residence, they were met with deference from the servants and guards along the way. The Lu family estate was nothing short of magnificent, with jade towers and lofty edifices, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, and vast gardens sprawling across the grounds. It was likely that, including the family members, servants, and guards, the Lu family housed no fewer than 100,000 individuals. The might of such a family, when mobilized, could rival that of a small nation, and at its pinnacle, it could surpass even greater powers. Xiang Chen also observed some dilapidated structures, remnants of a fierce battle that had left lingering traces of energy. "Cousin, where have you been? I've been searching for you." At that moment, a handsome young man, dressed in pristine white, approached swiftly, flanked by two guards, his demeanor polished and his complexion fair as jade, expressing his concern. "Cousin Mu, step aside. I have urgent matters to attend to," Lu Shiming replied, her impatience palpable. The young man cast a glance at Xiang Chen, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Cousin, who is he? I don't believe I've seen him before." Xiang Chen returned the gaze. The young man was indeed quite handsome, appearing to be in his 20s, but he bore an overly refined demeanor reminiscent of a dandy. "What business is it of yours? Stand aside. I must see my father," Lu Shiming retorted with rising anger. "I apologize, cousin, but given the current situation, my uncle is in a delicate period. Elder Lu Du has decreed that you cannot enter, and certainly not with an outsider. The young man replied, positioning himself and his companions before the grand hall. Mu Longfu, is this your house or mine? I command you to step aside. Lu Shiming shouted vehemently. Unmoved, the young man's gaze turned icy as he directed his attention toward Xiang Chun, stating, You, young man, are not a member of the Tianlu family, are you? Release your filthy hands and depart from the Tianlu estate, or I shall have you forcibly removed. How dare you? Lu Shiming exclaimed in fury. Xiang Chun, maintaining his composure, inquired, Shiming, who is he? Lu Shiming shot a glare at the young man and replied, He is the son of one of my uncles, named Mu Longfu. Mu Longfu, you had better step aside. I must save my father. Mu Longfu shook his head and said, I apologize, cousin. Elder Lu Du specifically instructed me to find you and prevent you from approaching the head of the family. The head is in grave danger. We are on our way to rescue him, Xiang Chun remarked. Upon hearing this, Mu Longfu looked at Xiang Chun in astonishment and then smirked derisively, saying, Rescue the head of the family, based on your capabilities? Young man, it seems you haven't even grown your first hairs yet. He also harbored feelings for Lu Shiming, and seeing her holding the hand of a stranger only fueled his irritation, leading to his unfriendly demeanor towards Xiang Chun. Shiming wishes to see her father, and none of you have the authority to obstruct her. To save a life is akin to extinguishing a fire. Step aside. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Xiang Chun's eyes turned icy as he stepped forward with a cold smile, releasing the energy aura of the 5th level of the Yuan Yang realm. Impolite. Mu Longfu laughed heartily, scoffing, What more can you do to be impolite? With your mere 5th level of Yuan Yang, go ahead and try. Strike me. As he spoke, he took a step forward, unleashing the energy of the 8th level of the Yuan Yang realm. This cultivation level would be considered exceptional even within the academy. Xiang Chun remained silent, and then suddenly stepped forward. Bang! The hardened azure bricks of the ground cracked underfoot as Xiang Chun erupted forth like a cannonball, astonishingly dashing to Mu Longfu's side in an instant. Subsequently, he unleashed a punch, a devastating blow. Mu Longfu had no time to react before Xiang Chun's fist struck him in the abdomen. Uffed! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with fury as he was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing into a wall, which crumbled upon impact. Xiang Chun retracted his fist, exhaling lightly and remarked indifferently, How pathetic. You willingly invited me to strike you, fulfilling your masochistic desires. Young master, Mu Longfu's 2 guards exclaimed in shock, their expressions changing dramatically as they rushed to support him. Mu Longfu, pale and clutching his abdomen, curled up like a shrimp, wincing in pain as he shouted at his guards, Break his legs and expel him from the Lu family. Understood. The 2 guards, upon receiving his command, turned back and charged towards Xiang Chun. Both were formidable warriors at the great heaven position of the Yuan Yang realm. Kid, daring to harm our young master is tantamount to courting death. They shouted in unison, unleashing their Yuan power, which surged forth to strike Xiang Chun. Xiang Chun sneered, his internal dragon elephant energy and tying true essence erupting. Boom! As he stamped his foot, it was as if a colossal elephant was trampling down, refining his physique and nearly doubling the power of his dragon elephant energy, unleashing a terrifying force of 800,000 pounds, complemented by the eruption of his true essence. With a mighty roar from the rampaging elephant, he delivered a punch imbued with over 1,000,000 pounds of force, striking out with a moon-white, several zhong-sized dragon elephant fist. Bang! Bang! The 9th level true essence of the 2 guards was violently torn apart by the rampaging dragon elephant, the punch crashing into them. The guards screamed in agony, blood spewing from their mouths as they were hurled away, their bones undoubtedly crushed beyond reckoning. 2 9th level Yuan Yang warriors were defeated and sent flying by a single punch. Chapter 619. The Affliction of Madness. 5 changes. Lu Shiming stood in stunned silence, observing the transformation of this individual. He was growing increasingly powerful. How could it be? How could this boy possess such strength, truly just at the 5th level of Yuan Yang? Struggling to rise, Mu Longfu's face was filled with shock, disbelief coursing through him. What is happening? The commotion of the battle attracted numerous guards from the surroundings, who hurried over to assess the situation. Quickly apprehend him. This audacious fellow dares to intrude upon our Lu family. Mu Longfu furiously pointed at Xiang Chun. The guards glared at Xiang Chun, advancing towards him with fierce intent. Impudence! I dare you to approach. Lu Shiming stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Xiang Chun. Miss, the guards promptly bowed in respect. He is my guest, invited here to treat my father. Who dares to be disrespectful? Lu Shiming reprimanded sternly. The guards exchanged glances, uncertain of whom to heed. What is going on? What is all this noise? At that moment, a cold voice rang out as several figures emerged from the grand hall. These individuals exuded an aura of immense power. Their cultivation levels astonishing. Elders, the Lu family's guards quickly bowed in deference. Father, Elder Lu Du, Mu Longfu immediately approached to pay his respects. Xiang Chun surveyed the group. Noting the leader clad in a lavish purple robe, intricately adorned with mystical patterns, possessing a dignified countenance marked by thick brows and a square jaw. This was Lu Du, the current chief elder of the Lu family. Trailing behind him were three others, a beautiful middle-aged woman, an elderly man with graying hair, and a portly middle-aged man. All esteemed elders of the Lu family, Lu Ying, Lu Tsong, and the external elder Mu Tianyu. Elder Lu Du, why won't you allow me to see my father? Lu Shiming demanded, stepping forward. A faint smile graced Elder Lu Du's lips as he replied, Shiming, the family head has succumbed to madness. The situation is perilous. Allowing you to enter may put you in danger. Lu Shiming insisted, I must see my father today. I have brought a friend whose medical skills are exceptional. He may be able to save my father. Hearing this, Lu Du turned his gaze towards the young man beside Lu Shiming, his brow furrowing as he questioned. Is he the one you speak of? Indeed, it is I. The family head's affliction is one I may be able to remedy. Xiang Chun stepped forward, clasping his fists in a respectful gesture. Utter nonsense. A mere youth dares to claim he can provide a cure? Our chief alchemist has been unable to assist. Mu Tianyu rebuked sharply. Elder Lu Du, father, this boy has never been seen before. He intrudes upon our Lu family and has even resorted to violence. Mu Longfu added an accusation. It was you who attempted to obstruct us, Lu Shiming retorted coldly. You deserve to be struck. Shiming, how can you behave in such a manner? Lu Ying admonished. With the family head in distress, do not create further chaos. Elder Mu's voice turned icy as he stated. Young man, given your connection to my niece, I shall overlook your violent conduct. Depart from the Lu family at once, and do not cause any more trouble. Clearly, Xiang Chin's youth rendered him untrustworthy in their eyes. What could a boy, barely past adolescence, possibly know of medicine? Guards, expel this person. Elder Lu Du ordered indifferently. Yes. A group of guards advanced, compelling Xiang Chun to leave, among them several formidable warriors of the Soul Moon realm. Xiang Chin's expression remained calm as he pointed at Mu Tianyu, stating coolly, Elder, I presume you have not engaged in normal relations for quite some time, have you? Your yang meridian has been blocked and withered for at least a decade. Mu Tianyu's expression shifted dramatically, shock etched on his face as he instinctively tightened his grip. How is this possible? The secret he had buried for years had been laid bare by a single utterance. Others looked at Mu Tianyu in astonishment, questioning whether this man had issues in that regard. Elder Mu remained silent, his expression grim. However, the others present quickly discerned that Xiang Chin's words were likely accurate. The elder seemed to be suffering from intense monthly pains, akin to being cut by knives, a torment that had persisted for no less than 6 years. Xiang Chun then gestured towards the beautiful woman, Lu Ying. Lu Ying's countenance shifted, her shock evident as she turned to Xiang Chun. Elder Lu Du also regarded her with astonishment. Do you still believe that I lack medical knowledge? Xiang Chun said with a detached demeanor. The two exchanged glances. An elder Mu stepped forward, excitement evident in his voice. Young brother, since you possess this knowledge, do you have a remedy for my ailment? His affliction was a profound embarrassment for any man, a source of humiliation that had led to countless moments of disdain from his wife, ultimately making him hesitant to share a bed with her. Xiang Chun smiled faintly, responding, since I am aware of your condition, I certainly possess a remedy that will cure you, and the same applies to this esteemed elder. My ailment can also be treated? Elder Lu Ying inquired, her surprise palpable. Xiang Chun nodded. However, Elder Lu Du's eyes gleamed with skepticism, and he cautioned, Lu Ying, Tianyu, do not be deceived by this young man. His information may have been acquired through dubious means. Indeed, father, I too sense that this young man cannot be trusted, Mu Longfu chimed in hastily. Xiang Chun remained unfazed, stating, Elder Lu Du, the toxins of alcohol within your body are substantial and uncontrollable. They will inevitably erupt in 30 years. The internal heat and pain you endure on the 12th of each month must be intolerable. Elder Lu Du was taken aback, for Xiang Chun had accurately pinpointed his affliction. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and retorted, "Nonsense. That is untrue. Guards, expel him." "No. Xiang Chun is here at my behest to assist my father. None of you can drive him away." Lu Shiming interjected firmly, blocking the guards. "Young lady, you are being unreasonable. Take her away and confine her to the wine cellar until she breaks through to the middle heaven rank," Elder Lu Du said coldly. "Understood." Several guards moved to escort Lu Shiming away. "As for this young man, expel him," Elder Lu Du ordered with a disdainful glance at Xiang Chun. Xiang Chun sensed something amiss. It seemed evident that Elder Lu Du was deliberately preventing him from helping. "You boy, leave at once." A powerful figure from the Soul Moon realm approached, speaking icily. Xiang Chun watched as Lu Shiming was pulled away, her gaze lingering on him. "Xiang Chun is here by my request. Who dares to act recklessly?" she shouted. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed, "Enough!" With a thunderous noise. A figure descended upon the Lu family at an astonishing speed. The newcomer, clad in a long green robe and appearing middle-aged, was none other than Lu Yin, the esteemed dean. Xiang Chun was taken aback. It was Lu Ming. Elder Lu Du narrowed his eyes. "Second master." The surrounding guards quickly bowed in respect. "Lu Ming, why are you back at the family instead of diligently instructing your students at the academy?" Elder Lu Du remarked coolly. "Must I report to you for returning home?" Dean Lu replied with a cold smile. He turned to Xiang Chun, stating, "This young man is here at my request to treat my elder brother. Who among you dares to obstruct him? You invited him." Lu Du sneered. "In your youth, you showed little interest in family matters. You never regarded yourself as a member of the Lu clan. Now, you profess concern for the family? The head of the family is in peril. Just yesterday, numerous lives were taken. If I were to allow you entry and something were to happen to the family head, who would bear the responsibility?" Chapter 620. A sudden turn of events. "If anything were to occur, I would naturally take responsibility. Lu Du, your refusal to let me see my elder brother suggests there may be undisclosed motives at play. Surely, this matter doesn't concern you?" Dean Lu's cold laughter resonated, his eyes igniting with a frigid light. Lu Du's grandfather and his own were full-blooded brothers, while he himself, along with his elder brother, merely shared a cousinly bond with Lu Du. As the saying goes, blood ties weaken over 3 generations. While they are indeed kin, the bond is tenuous at best. In their youth, Lu Du and the family head had contended for leadership, but Lu Du's defeat had fostered a lingering rift between them. "Nonsense. The family head's misfortune is of no concern to me. He has brought this upon himself through reckless practice. I have dedicated myself tirelessly to the family's prosperity. Who are you, a mere idler, to cast judgment?" Lu Du retorted vehemently. "I have no desire to engage in this petty squabble." "Xiang, come with me," Dean Lu declared, forcefully pushing past Lu Du and ushering Xiang Chun and Lu Shiming into the grand hall. "Lu Ming." Lu Du's expression turned icy as he watched Dean Lu's retreating figure. "Lu Du, perhaps Lu Ming truly possesses a solution," Lu Ying suggested cautiously. Lu Du remained silent, exchanging a glance with Mu Tianyu, their eyes conveying an unspoken understanding. After traversing the grand hall, the trio arrived before a concealed chamber door, guarded by several formidable Soul Moon realm warriors. "Second master, miss." The guards greeted respectfully upon their arrival. "Open the door. I wish to enter," Dean Lu stated coolly. The Soul Moon experts exchanged hesitant glances. "Second master, Elder Lu has ordered that no one may enter without his command," one of them replied awkwardly. "Open the door at once." Has the Lu family now become Lu Du's personal domain? Dean Lu's voice dripped with disdain, a menacing energy radiating from him. The guard's expression shifted, and he quickly responded, "Please, second master, do not be angry. We shall open it immediately." With urgency, he produced a jade key and inserted it into the chamber door. The intricate patterns glimmered, and the door swung open instantly. The 3 entered the secret chamber together. "Immediately contact Master Zhu. Instruct him to activate the heart-turning goo." Lu Du transmitted to Elder Mu outside the grand hall. Elder Mu's expression darkened as he replied, "But Shiming is still inside. She is the young lord's fiancée. If anything were to happen, it would be difficult to explain." Lu Du's gaze turned icy as he replied, "You have witnessed the boy's abilities. He may discern something of importance. If Lu Hao is saved, our plans will have been for naught. As for Lu Shiming, she is a casualty of her father's actions. If the young lord seeks to blame anyone, It can only be Lu Hao. Lu Du chuckled darkly. Understood. I shall inform Master Zhu at once, Mu Tianyu nodded, a quiet sigh escaping him. Alas, dear niece, it is no wonder your uncle's heart is hardened. You have willingly ventured into the gates of peril. Elder Lu Ying, let us return, for since Lu Ming has faith in that young man, we must also choose to trust him, remarked Lu Du very well. I hope the family head is unharmed. Elder Lu Ying sighed, clearly an outsider unaware of the intricacies involved. This secret chamber, though termed a secret, was merely a spacious underground hall. Several grand iron pillars stood at the center and around, entwined with chains inscribed with intricate symbols, binding a man within their grasp. His pectoral bones were pierced, and his limbs were ensnared by these symbolic chains. His long hair was disheveled, and his eyes were tightly shut, presenting the visage of a strikingly handsome man, albeit in a state of utter disarray. Father, upon witnessing this scene, Lu Shiming's eyes reddened, and tears cascaded down her cheeks as she rushed forward, enveloping Lu Hao in her arms. Brother, Lu Ming also hastened to the scene, producing an exceptionally sharp spiritual sword, which he wielded to sever the chains with decisive strikes, the sound of breaking metal resonating through the air. Xiang Chun observed that although this man appeared to be in a pitiful state, he harbored an immensely potent energy within, a formidable presence at the Lingxiao realm. Moreover, his cultivation was remarkably profound. As the chains shattered, Lu Hao crumpled to the ground, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. Father, please awaken. Lu Shiming cried as she shook her father. Director Lu, the essence of true energy, surged into Lu Hao's body. Only then did Lu Hao gradually open his eyes, meeting the gaze of his daughter. Shiming, the man spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. It's me. Father, please drink some water. Lu Shiming retrieved a water pouch and offered it to Lu Hao. Brother, what has happened to you? Director Lu inquired with concern. I am uncertain. While practicing yesterday, I suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of agitation, followed by an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent and brutality infiltrating my mind, after which I lost my sanity. I must have succumbed to the perils of my own cultivation, Lu Hao replied, shaking his head as he stood up from his daughter's embrace. Noticing Xiang Chun, he queried, Who is this young lad? Xiang Chun stepped forward, clasping his hands together and bowing respectfully. Uncle Lu, I am Xiang Chun, a friend of Shiming. Father, he is the Xiang Chun I mentioned, the one capable of alleviating the poison afflicting our Lu family, Lu Shiming hurriedly introduced. Brother, his medical skills are indeed astonishing. Director Lu added, I remember now. You are indeed Xiang Chun. I have heard my daughter speak of you. Haha, you are certainly quite the handsome young man. Lu Hao smiled as he appraised Xiang Chun, who possessed an extraordinary level of attractiveness, nearly transcending the ordinary. It is natural for one to feel an affinity towards beauty. Those who are strikingly handsome or appealing often find greater ease in social interactions and career pursuits, as good looks can be a form of innate talent. Xiang Chun replied with a gentle smile, Uncle Lu, you flatter me. I have come because Shiming mentioned your illness, and I wish to examine your condition. May I proceed to investigate your health? Lu Hao patted his clothes, removed the hook from his shoulder, and, remaining silent, exhibited the demeanor of a resolute man, stating, Please take a look. Since Shiming and my younger brother requested your assistance, I trust you completely. I apologize for any offense. Xiang Chun nodded and prepared to take Lu Hao's pulse. However, suddenly, a pained cry escaped Lu Hao's lips as he clutched his head in agony, his face contorted in torment. Father, what is wrong? Lu Shiming's expression shifted in alarm as she hurried forward to support him. A similar shock crossed Xiang Chen's face as he sensed a violent aura emanating from Lu Hao. Elder brother, Lu Yuanchang also rushed forward to assist. We must leave. Quickly. I can barely maintain control. I am on the verge of losing my sanity. Lu Hao roared in anguish, his eyes turning a terrifying shade of blood red, veins coursing with crimson. He pushed Lu Shiming and Lu Yuanchang away with a forceful shove. With a primal roar reminiscent of a beast, he descended into madness. Chapter 6:21. Sinister Conspiracy. Lu Hao's eyes were bloodshot, the whites now a dreadful scarlet, filled with a savage, murderous intent. This is bad. We must distance ourselves from him. Xiang Chun decisively awakened his moonlit eyes and beheld Lu Hao's soul, which had been corroded by a malevolent aura. Within his essence lay a grotesque, energy-congealed insect, spiny and menacing. The bewildering heart bug. Xiang Chen's expression changed dramatically. The bewildering heart bug, a creature capable of stripping away reason, inciting violent rage. If his cultivation were sufficient, he too could concoct such a soul-afflicting insect. "Father, what has happened? Father!" Lu Ximing cried out, retreating under Lu Yuanchang's guidance. "Elder brother." Lu Yuanchang gazed at his brother in shock. "He has been afflicted by a soul-controlling curse. The murderous aura has eroded him. We must subdue him." "I can dispel the curse," Xiangqun shouted urgently. "What? My elder brother has been cursed?" Lu Yuanchang inquired, astonished and furious. At that moment, Lu Hao unleashed an overwhelming, terrifying force capable of shattering mountains, his crimson gaze fixed upon Xiangqun and the others. "Kill!" Lu Hao bellowed, his foot striking the ground as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, claws extended, aiming a lethal strike at Lu Yuanchang. "Elder brother, awaken!" Lu Yuanchang shouted, also erupting forth with the prowess of the celestial realm to confront his sibling. A hand, imbued with azure light, coalesced into a massive palm imprint that thundered forward. Boom! As their energies clashed, a formidable surge of true essence reverberated across the vast underground hall, producing a cacophony of sound. Lu Ximing was violently thrown back by the overwhelming energy, blood spilling from her lips. "Ximing!" Xiangqun's countenance shifted in alarm as he instantly transformed into a celestial being. Rushing to catch the injured Lu Ximing, she had been rendered unconscious by the force. "Xiaochun, quickly seek the elders of our clan to assist in sealing my elder brother." Lu Yuanchang roared, unleashing his celestial true essence to contend with Lu Hao's might. However, Lu Yuanchang's cultivation was at the 7th level of the celestial realm, still inferior to his brother's, causing him to be forced backward. "Understood, Director. Hold your ground." Xiangqun clutched Lu Ximing and hastened toward the door. To his dismay, the entrance was firmly shut. His attempts to push it open proved futile. The door had been sealed. "Damn it, open the door!" Xiangqun yelled, striking the barrier with a clenched fist. Yet, the door glimmered with protective runes, impervious to his assault. It was evident that the sealing was orchestrated by someone within the Lu family itself. Xiangqun's expression grew cold as his mind raced with thoughts. He cast a glance at Lu Ximing, directly drawing her into the spatial realm of his Qinkuan ring, before turning his attention to the clash between Dean Lu and Lu Hao. "Kill!" Lu Hao roared, unleashing a torrent of profound true essence that surged forth like a tempest, relentlessly assaulting Dean Lu. Dean Lu, wary of harming his elder brother, refrained from employing spiritual artifacts, opting instead to defend passively with his true essence. "Devour the heavens, evil vine!" Xiangqun uttered softly, and from his palm, 3 tendrils of the devouring heaven evil vine sprang forth, coiling around Lu Hao with alarming speed, growing as thick as several meters. However, the violent true essence erupting from within Lu Hao shattered the tendrils with ease. In his hand, he brandished a sword imbued with extraordinary spiritual energy. "Kill!" Lu Hao swung the sword, a radiant arc of light extending dozens of meters towards Xiangqun. "Bloodline sword." Dean Lu hastily summoned his own spiritual sword, enveloping it in sword energy that transformed into a roaring crimson lion, charging forth to meet Lu Hao's strike. The clash erupted with a thunderous explosion, rending the air asunder. "Ah!" Xiangqun cried out in agony, as the unleashed sword energy inflicted numerous lacerations upon the body of the werewolf. The protective array within the chamber was also marred with shallow scars. Retreating to a corner, Xiangqun bellowed, "Dean, we have been set up. The entrance is sealed. Someone seeks to eliminate us through Uncle Lu's hand." Dean Lu wielded his sword, fiercely parrying his brother's onslaught and the explosive sword energy, his voice filled with fury. "It must be Lu Du. Those outside heed his commands. That despicable wretch seems unwilling to relinquish his treacherous ambitions to usurp my brother's position as head of the family. Xiangqun, think of a solution." The chamber reverberated with chaos, while outside, the entrance to the grand hall was firmly guarded and closed off by Lu Du's men. On a nearby pavilion, an elderly man dressed in a white alchemist's robe, his skin resembling crinkled chicken skin, sat cross-legged on the ground. In his hands, he held a circular array plate, its intricate symbols intertwining to manifest a shadowy, ethereal form, a motherworm of the heart-bewitching goo, a small azure-hued insect. Through the motherworm, he could control the offspring. Lu Du stood before him, gazing towards the direction of the chamber with a chilling smile. "Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, and hell has no door you willingly enter. Lu Ming, I was contemplating how to eliminate you as a threat, and now you have come to seek your own demise." Lu Du chuckled coldly. "Congratulations, Elder Lu Du," Elder Mu said with a grin. "With Lu Ming's death, their lineage will no longer have the strength to contend with the Elder's faction. From now on, the Lu family's power will rest solely in your hands." Elder Lu Du laughed heartily, then turned to the old alchemist and inquired, "Old Zhu, how goes the situation?" The elderly alchemist, eyes closed, replied, "The offspring's fluctuations are intense. Lu Ming has not yet been slain." Elder Lu Du remarked, "Lu Ming is also a master at the celestial level of the 7th layer. He won't be easily eliminated. However, with the chamber sealed, there is but one outcome for him. Either he must kill his brother or be killed by him. Whichever fate befalls them will be immensely beneficial to us. Lu Ming's demise will ensure that Lu Hao can no longer assume the role of patriarch." Upon the demise of Lu Hao, a sinister laughter erupted, for Lu Ming had become a fratricide, according to the Lu family's code. The only path to atonement lay in death itself. Any outcome would be one I eagerly anticipated. Congratulations to the elder. Congratulations to the elder. No. Congratulations to the family head. Elder Mu hastily corrected his address. Within the confines of the secret chamber, the battle between the brothers, Lu Hao and Lu Ming, raged on. Xiang Chun found himself cornered, evading the onslaught of exploding sword energy. He surveyed his surroundings. The chamber's entrance was sealed tight, with only a small ventilation hole in the upper wall. While he possessed the capability to traverse through space, he remained trapped. Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted as Lu Hao struck his elder brother on the shoulder with a sword, nearly severing his arm. The bone shattered. "Elder brother," Lu Ming exclaimed, clutching his arm as he staggered backward. Yet, Lu Hao, consumed by madness, lunged forward, aiming a sword at Lu Yuan's head. Celestial Moon Divine Seal. At that moment, Xiang Chun transformed into the moon-eating wolf, releasing a deafening roar and unleashing a moonlit aura. The halo enveloped the divine runes and instantly ensnared Lu Hao. Merging with his being, Lu Hao's power was abruptly suppressed to the 7th level of the Lingxiao realm. His speed and might significantly diminished. "Elder, if you do not strike now, we shall all perish." The moon-eating wolf swiftly reverted to Xiang Chen's human form. Lu Yuan, taken aback by Xiang Chen's transformation, sensed his brother's waning strength and, despite the pain, prepared to strike. Chapter 622. Turning the tables. Just then, the Devourer's evil vines coiled around Lu Hao once more. Even a moment's restraint would suffice. "Brother, I am sorry." Lu Yuan decisively thrust his sword, piercing through Lu Hao's protective true essence, driving the blade into his lower abdomen, severing the vital meridians connected to the divine storage space and other body parts. With a sickening sound, the sword penetrated, disrupting the flow of true essence, leading to an immediate collapse of Lu Hao's power. The dissipating energy of Lu Hao rendered him no match for Xiang Chun and the Devourer's evil vines. The vines tightly ensnared Lu Hao, who continued to roar and thrash, blood oozing from his abdomen. Lu Yuan swiftly retracted his sword and embraced the bound Lu Hao. "Elder brother." Lu Yuan attempted to rouse his sibling, but to no avail. It was futile, unless the heart-confounding goo was dispelled or the puppeteers ceased their control. The Lu family head could not regain consciousness. At that moment, a battered Xiang Chun approached. "Elder, please rid me of the sword energy from my wounds." Xiang Chun weakly implored, for the residual sword energy from their clash was beyond his ability to dispel. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan hastily summoned his true essence and unleashed it upon Xiang Chun, dissipating the sword energy from the wounds. As Xiang Chun resumed his true essence flow, the injuries healed at an astonishing rate, leaving Lu Yuan astounded. "What shall we do now?" Lu Yuan glared at his elder brother, fuming. This matter surely implicates Lu Du. Xiang Chun furrowed his brow, knowing is futile without evidence. His gaze fell upon a toppled incense burner nearby. He approached and opened it, revealing half a plate of tranquil incense within. He pinched the calming incense, inhaled deeply, and coldly remarked, "The potency of the heart-confounding poison originates from this very substance. It appears that the subtle, long-lasting effects have silently eroded the soul of the Lu clan's patriarch, forming the heart-confounding poison within him. Furthermore, I detect the essence of blood, the blood of the spellcaster. What shall we do now? Xiang Chun, do you possess any means to resolve the affliction plaguing my elder brother? The Lu family will undoubtedly regard you as a benefactor. If you can save him, you shall forever be hailed as a great benefactor of Lu Ming." The esteemed Director Lu declared solemnly. Director, you overestimate my capabilities. Rest assured, I am able to dispel this poison, but once it is undone, the spellcaster will be alerted and will surely flee. We must devise a strategy to unearth the caster and the conspirators behind this plot, Xiang Chun responded gravely. Upon hearing that Xiang Chun could provide a solution, Director Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Although we lack concrete evidence, I am confident that Lu Du cannot be disentangled from this matter. Knowing that he is involved is of no use unless your clan believes it. Xiang Chun shrugged helplessly. Do you have any plans? Director Lu inquired. Xiang Chun's eyes flickered with determination as his mind raced. After a brief moment, he said, I can seal the poison temporarily, preventing control over him. If any complications arise, the adversary will inevitably come to investigate, thus revealing their identity. Director, I have a strategy. Xiang Chun shared his idea with Director Lu, who gazed at him in astonishment. Xiang Chun, you possess such abilities? If you can depart quietly. This indeed is an excellent plan. Director Lu nodded approvingly. Then please set up the mother-son mirror technique, Xiang Chun instructed. He produced a set of silver needles and inserted them into Lu Hao's meridian at the crown of his head. Subsequently, his true essence surged into Lu Hao's mind. Utilizing the needle technique to envelop the heart-confounding poison with a stream of true essence. Meanwhile, Lu Ming retreated to a distant secret chamber, employing his true essence as ink to inscribe intricate symbols, thereby forming a unique magical array. He then retrieved a spiritual mirror, placing it within the array where it vanished, merging seamlessly into the formation. The array subsequently concealed its luster. Unless one examined closely, the inscribed true essence array upon the wall would remain undetected. The array draws upon the powers of heaven and earth, forming a cohesive formation through its might. This formation is distinctly different when crafted by the strength of an individual. Xiang Chun proclaimed. From his cosmos ring, he extracted the frozen corpse of a deceased beast, which he had accumulated due to its insatiable appetite. He took the beast's body, and both he and Lu Ming bled, staining the carcass with their blood. Soon after, Xiang Chun dismembered the beast's body, shattering it into fragments, with flesh flying in disarray, making it indistinguishable whether the remnants were human or beast. They also discarded their garments, tearing them and allowing them to soak in blood on the ground, creating a scene of utter chaos. Director Lu cast aside his storage ring, spiritual sword, and other belongings, leaving the area in disarray. By the way, where is Shiming? Director Lu inquired, donning a fresh set of clothes. She is within my storage ring, Xiang Chun replied. Dean Lu's expression changed dramatically as he sorrowfully remarked. Could it be that dream she has fallen into the storage ring? Xiang Chun reassured him, fear not, all is well. My ring is special. It can temporarily hold living beings. She has merely succumbed to unconsciousness. Let her enjoy a peaceful slumber, for it is perhaps for the best that she remains unaware of these events. As he spoke, Xiang Chun was healing the sword wound on the unconscious Lu Hao. At that moment, Lu Hao gradually regained consciousness and looked towards the two, his expression shifting as he said, Did I succumb to darkness again? Brother, you have been ensnared by a curse. Listen to me, we have a plan. Dean Lu proceeded to share the strategy he had discussed with Xiang Chun with Lu Hao. Meanwhile, outside the secret chamber, atop the loft, the alchemist Zhu suddenly exclaimed in surprise, his brows furrowed. Zhu Lao, what troubles you? Lu Du inquired. Has Lu Ming been slain? Zhu Lao replied. I cannot say for certain, but my heart confusion bug has suddenly quieted. Perhaps Lu Ming has indeed been killed. Without a target, the bug remains still. Haha, splendid. Let us go and investigate, Lu Du exclaimed with delight, making his way towards the staircase. The three hastened towards the secret chamber, which had been sealed by Lu Du's men. Upon seeing Lu Du approach, they immediately bowed in respect. Has there been any commotion inside? Lu Du asked the guards. Elder, there was a powerful energy fluctuation earlier, and someone was attempting to break in. However, as per your instructions, we did not let anyone out. It has grown quiet now, the guard respectfully reported. Very well, once I am in power, you shall all be promoted and richly rewarded. Open the door, Lu Du smiled. The guard used a sigil key to unlock the door, and as it swung open, a wave of bloody stench surged forth. Upon entering, they were met with a gruesome scene in the chamber's hall, where remnants of flesh, shattered bones, and a pervasive scent of blood filled the air, alongside fallen spiritual swords and torn garments. Lu Hao, bloodied, lay amidst a pool of crimson. Lu Du, surveying the carnage of flesh and clothing, along with Lu Ming's spiritual sword, burst into a loud laugh. Lu Hao, to slay your own brother and daughter, such heinous crimes. Your position as head of the family has come to an end. Chapter 623. Do not be a lotus several hundred meters away from the secret chamber, within a residence. A woman appearing to be in her 30s was bathing in a tub filled with flower petals. Suddenly, she was startled as a spark materialized in front of her, erupting into a circular black hole. With a thud, two figures emerged and landed directly in the bath. Chun, your abilities are truly astonishing. As Lu's Dean was about to speak, he felt a chilling aura of murder. The three then exchanged astonished glances. Elder Lu Ying widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief at the sudden appearance of these two in her bath. Meanwhile, Dean Lu and Xiang Chun stared wide-eyed at Elder Lu Ying. Cough. Dean Lu cleared his throat and said, Sister Ying, do you believe me when I say this is an accident? Lu Ying suddenly let out a piercing scream. Dean Lu's expression shifted, and he quickly moved to cover Lu Ying's mouth. However, Lu Ying bit down fiercely on Dean Lu's hand. Director Lu let out a hoarse and anguished cry, hastily exclaiming, Yingmei, allow me to explain. At that moment, Xiang Chun unexpectedly drew the dragon-quelling demon blade and struck Elder Lu Ying fiercely on the head. Bang! Elder Lu Ying's vision darkened, stars danced before her eyes, and she soon succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing in Director Lu's embrace. What are you doing, Chen? Director Lu shouted. I am merely saving you. Her cries would have attracted everyone. Xiang Chun replied with a wry smile, sheathing his sword. What shall we do now? Director Lu wiped the blood from his nose, gazing at the delicate figure in his arms. Director, seizing the moment is paramount, Xiang Chun replied with a mischievous grin. Get lost. Am I that kind of person? I, Lu Ming, am, as my name suggests, pure and upright, Director Lu chastised, although his eyes betrayed him, lingering on the enchanting figure. Xiang Chun turned away, saying, Director, quickly dress your sister Ying. Remember to bind her securely. Chun, you seem quite familiar with such matters. Have you not engaged in this sort of behavior before? Director Lu retorted, retrieving a garment from his spatial ring to drape over Elder Lu Ying. Nonsense. I am a person of integrity, unyielding in virtue, as pure as water, untouched by worldly affairs. How could I possibly engage in such actions? Xiang Chun scoffed. Well, it seems both of you are quite shameless. What's the matter, Elder? A maid inquired from outside. Xiang Chun raised his voice, mimicking a woman's tone. Nothing to worry about. Just a mouse startled me. A mouse? Elder, why does your voice sound so strange? Are you unwell? Indeed, I've caught a chill recently, and my throat is a bit hoarse. Do not concern yourself with me. Very well, Elder, please take care of yourself. The maid did not press further, though she found it curious that such a powerful elder would be frightened by a mouse. Director Lu dressed Lu Ying appropriately and bound her with spiritual restraints. Xiang Chun stuffed her own socks into her mouth to prevent any more outbursts. Soon, Elder Lu Ying awakened, her forehead throbbing, and upon realizing her predicament, her beautiful eyes glared angrily at Xiang Chun and Director Lu. You two brutes, release me at once. She seethed through a soul transmission. Cough. Yingmei, allow me to explain. Director Lu coughed, his face slightly flushed. You had better provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I shall slay you both, Elder Lu Ying threatened, her tone laced with fury. Director, can we trust this person? Xiang Chun inquired. Rest assured, she is absolutely trustworthy. My elder brother, Yingmei, and I all grew up together in our youth, Director Lu affirmed. Get lost. Who grew up with you? Remove what you've stuffed in my mouth. Elder Lu Ying angrily transmitted. Indeed, you have a point. Xiang Chun is truly not human. I am giving you this under the condition that you remain silent. Listen carefully. This concerns the life of brother Lu Hao and the future of our Lu family, Director Lu said with newfound seriousness. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying furrowed her brows and nodded. Director Lu removed the socks from her mouth, and Lu Ying coughed several times, retching incessantly. Director Lu's expression darkened as he stated, Brother has fallen into madness. He has been framed. Subsequently, he articulated all their conjectures, leaving Lu Ying both astonished and enraged, struggling to believe the revelations. I had mentioned that Lu Hao's sudden descent into madness was peculiar, and it turned out that there was indeed a hidden truth. Lu Du, you ambitious wretch. Lu Ying's eyes blazed with fury, clearly incensed. Xiang Chun observed the emotional turmoil and the soul's fluctuations. Her anger was genuine, not feigned. and this individual was indeed untroubled. Now, we had formulated a strategy to confront this situation. After deliberation, Lu Hao finally released Lu Ying. Lu Ying stretched her limbs, rubbed the large bump on her head, and suddenly asked, "Who stuffed socks into my mouth?" "It was him. He is the one who knocked you out." The director Lu immediately pointed at Xiang Chun, retreating to the side without a hint of hesitation, betraying Xiang Chun without remorse. Elder Lu Ying's beautiful visage twisted into a grimace as she advanced towards Xiang Chun. "You treacherous old fool, betraying me." Startled, Xiang Chun hastily retreated, infuriated and hurling curses. "You little brat, I shall spank you until you are in pieces." Elder Lu Ying cackled menacingly, her formidable cultivation allowing her to swiftly subdue Xiang Chun. In the soundproofed room, the anguished cries of Xiang Ergo echoed as Elder Lu Ying ruthlessly struck him with the sole of her shoe. In the Lu family, the night was ablaze with light, as numerous prominent clan members gathered in the hall. Bound by a magical chain, Lu Hao knelt in the center, surrounded by a pile of tattered garments, spirit swords, and bloodied remnants, including bits of flesh. Above, two exceedingly elderly figures sat in the hall, exuding a faint aura of death, suggesting their lifespans were nearing their end. The two venerable elders of the Lu family, who had lived for centuries, were Lu Mu and Lu Qi typically. These elders spent their twilight years in repose, refraining from intervening in clan affairs. Yet their esteemed status rendered them the highest authority in the Lu family. Even the clan leader could not defy their wishes. Lu Hao has succumbed to madness, slaughtering numerous clan members, and now he has even killed his own brother, Elder Lu Ming, and his daughter, Shi Ming. We beseech the esteemed elders to guide us on how to proceed, Lu Du implored with a bow. Unfilial child. Unfilial child. Elder Lu Qi gasped in anger, coughing repeatedly as he reproached Lu Hao. Esteemed elders, please take charge of our family. The clan leader has gone mad, killing my husband and now his own brother and daughter. How can such a person still be worthy of leading the Lu family? We request the elders to deliver justice. This is far too dangerous and monstrous. He has even slain his own daughter and brother. Esteemed elders, Lu Hao is no longer deserving of being the patriarch of the Lu family. We implore you to revoke his position and impose severe punishment according to our clan's laws. Chapter 624. Surprising revelations at dawn. Esteemed elders, Lu Hao has completely fallen into the path of madness. Not only is he unworthy of being our clan leader, but he must also face punishment according to our clan's rules. We beseech the elders to take action. Among the Lu family, those from Lu Du's lineage fervently sought to suppress Lu Hao, eager to see him ousted from power. Humanity is, after all, often consumed by internal strife, relishing in their discord. Esteemed elders, although the clan leader has committed grave errors, he has diligently served the family for many years, and his contributions cannot be erased. His descent into madness was not of his own volition. We implore the elders to show mercy. Indeed, the head of the family did not act with malice. I beseech the ancients for mercy. The lineage of Lu Hao knelt in supplication. The two elders wore grim expressions, nearly incensed to the point of departing this world. Lu Hao, how could you have succumbed to the path of darkness? Elder Lu Qi was filled with frustration at the disappointing turn of events. He had once exerted immense effort to elevate Lu Hao to prominence, for Lu Hao was his own nephew. Yet, Lu Hao still addressed him as elder, a title bestowed upon the highest in the Lu family hierarchy. Lu Hao, with a visage of sorrow, remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at Elder Lu Du. Elder Lu Du stepped forward and remarked, "Esteemed elders, my brother Lu Hao has indeed committed a grave error. Although he has rendered services to our clan, it appears that the position of head of the family is no longer suited for him. Otherwise, the wrath of our kin shall remain unappeased." Upon hearing this, Lu Hao scoffed and retorted, "Lu Du, do you dare assert that this matter bears no relation to you?" Lu Du replied indifferently, "What connection could it possibly have to me? You have strayed from your cultivation path. Can you blame me for that?" "Indeed, Lu Hao, it is your own grave mistake. Who else can you hold responsible? Elder Lu Du is equally capable and perhaps more suited for the position of head of the family. As for Lu Hao, given the peril he poses, I suggest he be sealed within his residence, never to emerge again." An elder in support of Lu Du voiced his agreement. Elder Lu Du shook his head, saying, "Elder Lu Yi, your praise is unwarranted. The selection of the family head must be a collective decision. However, it is clear that my brother Lu Hao is no longer fit for this role. I too advocate for his sealing, for his own good and the safety of our kin. Seal Lu Hao, Seal Lu Hao, chanted the supporters of Lu Du. The two elders exchanged glances, then sighed in unison. Elder Lu Qi lamented, Lu Hao, do you have any final words? Kneeling, Lu Hao replied, Elders, I have wronged you through my actions, yet I was ensnared by treachery, and that treachery comes from Lu Du. Preposterous. You have erred, and now you seek to shift the blame onto another? Elder Lu Mu rebuked. To slay your own brother and daughter, such a heinous misdeed. Were I in your position, I would have long since paid the ultimate price for my transgressions. Elder Lu Du sneered. Lu Hao retorted coldly, was it not your machinations that led to my corruption? I ask you, my brother Lu Ming, whose cultivation is merely 2 tiers beneath mine, if I were to strike him, would he not have the means to escape and summon the elders to restrain me? Yet, why did they perish within the secret chamber? Was it not because your followers sealed the chamber, preventing any escape? What treachery do you harbor? Nonsense. You have slain them, and still, you wish to tarnish my name? Elder Lu Du exclaimed in indignation. Indeed, how can this matter possibly concern Elder Lu Du? Lu Hao, we have misjudged your character. How can a scoundrel such as you be worthy of the headship? I implore the ancients to impose the clan's laws upon Lu Hao. Elder Lu Yi echoed Lu Du's sentiment with fervor. Elder Lu Mu spoke coldly. Lu Hao, you have committed a grievous error and now wish to blame your kin? We have all erred in our judgment of you. Guards, take Lu Hao away, suppress his cultivation, and seal him for eternity. Upon hearing this, Lu Du's lips curled into a smile. Lu Hao, your fate is sealed. A powerful member of the Lu clan stepped forward, intent on seizing someone. Hold on, Lu Hao exclaimed. He continued, Elder Ancestor, what if I can prove that this is all a conspiracy orchestrated by Lu Du? Elder Lu Qi responded, if you are indeed wronged and can provide evidence, we shall ensure justice is served. Upon hearing this, Lu Du felt a sudden pang of unease. Could it be that this fellow had uncovered something? No, that is impossible. Very few are privy to this scheme, and they would not divulge it. Lu Du steeled himself. He stepped forward, proclaiming with righteous indignation, I, Lu Du, act with utmost integrity. This matter has nothing to do with me. Lu Hao, if you cannot present evidence and choose to blame me, I shall demand an explanation from you. Oh, integrity, came a mocking voice from outside. Everyone turned, their faces reflecting disbelief. 2 figures approached, a middle-aged man and a young girl. As they drew near, astonishment washed over the crowd, including Lu Du himself. Miss, Elder Lu Ming, how is this possible? Weren't you both killed by the clan leader? The Lu family members were dumbfounded, staring at the seemingly deceased Lu Shiming and Lu Ming. Lu Du's expression shifted dramatically as he fixated on the two. How could this be? What was happening? He sent a furious telepathic message to Mu Tianyu and the Elder Zhu outside the hall. Mu Tianyu, equally astonished, gazed incredulously at the two. The elder ancestors widened their eyes in disbelief as they beheld the newcomers. As Lu Ming passed Lu Du, he paused, sneering. Lu Du, are you surprised? Disappointed, perhaps? I should have been there, right? He gestured at the bloodied clothes, the spiritual sword, and the remnants of flesh scattered on the ground. You despicable scoundrel, Lu Shiming rebuked. In that moment, Lu Du was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend how the two had survived. Lu Ming and Lu Shiming approached the elder ancestors, bowing respectfully. Greetings, elder ancestor. Greetings, great-grandfather. The 2 elder ancestors regained their composure, with Lu Qi exclaiming excitedly, Little Mingyu, you are alive? Come, let great-grandfather see you. Lu Shiming approached, and Lu Qi affectionately ruffled his granddaughter's hair, both elated and perplexed. What is this? You have bewildered your great-grandfather. Lu Shiming, with tears in her eyes, implored, Great-grandfather, you must help me. Your beloved Shiming was nearly harmed. Do not cry, speak slowly. And great-grandfather will assist you. Lu Qi reassured her, gently patting her hand. Lu Ming, what is the meaning of this? How are you both alive? And what is happening? Elder Lu Mu inquired, equally flabbergasted. Lu Ming turned to address the elder ancestors, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Du. Hear me, esteemed elders. My elder brother has succumbed to darkness, and Lu Shiming and I were betrayed and nearly killed. This entire affair is the machination of Lu Du. Chapter 625, A Grand Performance. You speak nonsense. Lu Du, resolute and defiant, argued vehemently. Even if I am unaware of how these two have escaped death, Elder Lu Ming, your survival is a fortunate occurrence. Why then do you slander me? Is it merely because Lu Hao is your elder brother? Lu Du's voice dripped with indignation. The bewildered members of the Lu clan, unacquainted with the unfolding drama, exchanged confused glances, pondering what farce was at play. Slander? Let us hear what your people have to say, Lu Ming interjected, clapping his hands. At that moment, several formidable individuals summoned from the Huangzhou Academy entered, escorting 4 Lu clan members, bound and kneeling in the hall. Lu Wu, Lu Chao, Lu Wu, Lu Qing. Recognizing them as the guardians of the secret chamber, the Lu clan's powerful soul moon protectors, murmurs of recognition rippled through the assembly. Lu Du's countenance darkened as Lu Ming continued, Ancestor. I entered the chamber with Xi Meng to visit my elder brother and to assist him with his demonic affliction. Unexpectedly, he fell into madness, nearly taking my life. I sought to call for help, only to find the chamber's entrance sealed by these 4, preventing Xi Meng and me from escaping. They conspired against us. Yet this was all orchestrated by another. Lu Ming's voice was icy. The 4 kneeling figures, Lu Wu, Lu Chao, Lu Wu, and Lu Qing, appeared ashen-faced. Speak. Who directed you? Lu Ming demanded coldly, all eyes now fixated on the 4. You dare utter a word, and your entire family shall face annihilation, Lu Du transmitted ominously. The 4 remained silent, fear gripping their hearts. Remain silent, do you? Lu Ming's voice was devoid of warmth as he drew his sword and swiftly severed Lu Wu's head. Blood gushed forth, and the remaining 3 trembled in terror, bowing their heads in supplication. Ancestor, Elder, there was no mastermind behind this. We simply closed the chamber door and intended to dine together. We never anticipated such calamity would ensue. Lu Du, with a faint smile, responded coldly, Lu Ming. Are you resorting to murder and coercion, seeking to frame me? To leave individuals confined in a chamber while you dine? Such a preposterous excuse. Do you believe everyone here is a fool? Or perhaps someone threatens you in the shadows, compelling your silence? Lu Ming's mocking laughter echoed. The crowd murmured, acknowledging the implausibility of the excuse. Guarding the secret chamber was a grave responsibility, and sealing the entrance while individuals remained inside was unfathomable. It is our grave error. We beseech the Ancestor for clemency, the 3 pleaded, still too fearful to confess the truth, dreading repercussions for their families. You have derelict your duties, nearly bringing ruin to Elder Lu Ming and the young lady. Your crimes are egregious and warrant execution. Take them away and behead them. Lu Du commanded fiercely. Who dares? Lu Ming retorted sharply, his guards shielding the 3. Lu Ming sneered. Lu Du, you seek to silence them, do you not? Lu Shimeng accused Lu Du with fervor. This entire scheme is yours. They acted under your orders. Lu Du replied with indifference, My lady, Elder Lu Ming, do not cast baseless accusations. Do you believe 4 family stewards possess the power to frame me? Lu Ming chuckled heartily. Fear not. We possess evidence. From his spatial ring, he produced a golden octagonal mirror, its gleam reflecting the tension in the hall. The essence of true energy surged into the mystical mirror, which resonated with a hum and expanded, becoming several feet in size as it floated above. The mirror of echoes. Many knowledgeable individuals immediately recognized this treasure. Upon seeing it, Lu Du's heart inexplicably sank. Lu Ming, what do you intend to do with this? Inquired Elder Lu Mu. Do not rush, esteemed elder, just observe. Lu Ming replied as he infused the mirror with his true energy. With a resonant hum, the mirror emanated brilliance, intricate symbols intertwining to reveal a vivid scene. Within the image appeared Lu Du, the Mutiango Valley, and the figure of Master Zhu. How is this possible? Lu Du exclaimed, his pupils constricting in disbelief. An echo. How could there be an echo of himself in the secret chamber? Could it be that they had set up a submirror within? This treasure is also utilized in the Academy's great competition to supervise and observe the students. By establishing a submirror, the primary mirror can relay and capture the sights and sounds of the submirror's observations. A monitoring device for cultivators. Everyone watched the unfolding scene, which even transmitted sound. In the image, Lu Du entered, laughing heartily. Lu Hao, committing fratricide and patricide, such heinous crimes. Your position as head of the family is at an end. The observing Lu Du's expression darkened. They had indeed installed a submirror inside. Yuan He scrutinized the secret chamber more thoroughly. He had been too caught up in his own joy. Within the mirror, Elder Mu chuckled. Congratulations, Elder Lu Du. This time, the position of family head is yours. With Lu Ming and Lu Shiming dead, Lu Hao not only loses his claim, but may also face the family's disciplinary measures from the elder. It was finished. Elder Mu's legs felt weak as he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, nearly collapsing. In the mirror, Lu Du smirked coldly as he approached the unconscious Lu Hao. Delivering a kick to him. Lu Hao, your time is up. I will ensure everyone knows I am more suited to be the head of the family. Bring Lu Hao, bind him, and summon the clansmen. Lu Du commanded, and the previous figures, Lu Hua, Lu Chao, and Lu Qing, entered to apprehend him. Weren't you three supposed to be dining? Lu Ming coldly questioned the three guards. Lu Chao, Lu Wu, and Lu Qing, upon witnessing the scene, collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen. The image in the mirror continued, and the crowd's gaze shifted with growing ire towards Lu Du. His arrogant words had already revealed much. Thank you, Master Zhu. Without you, I wouldn't have known how many years it would take to bring Lu Hao down. Lu Du spoke to an elderly figure in the mirror. I merely lent a slight hand. It was the elder's plan all along, the elder replied with a smile. The two then directed others to clean up the remnants within the secret chamber before exiting. The subsequent scenes depicted servants clearing the debris in the chamber. Oblivious to the concealed submirror on the wall, the crowd glared at Lu Du with mounting fury, while he paled, hastily sending a soul transmission to Master Zhu, urging him to incite chaos in Lu Hao's mind. Outside, in the high sky, Xiang Chen soared, his gaze fixed upon a towering building. Inside, Master Zhu received the soul transmission and promptly retrieved a mystical disc, preparing to cast a spell to lead Lu Hao into madness. Proceed, Xiang Chen commanded sharply. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resounded as a beautiful figure burst through the building, descending with astonishing speed. In the realm of the soul moon, Master Zhu Yao was caught off guard when a woman, filled with murderous intent, suddenly seized him by the throat and snatched the magical disc from his grasp. His face turned crimson as he stared in horror at the fierce countenance of the woman before him. Elder Lu Luing, you, a revered alchemist of the Lu family, dare to employ sorcery against our family head. You deserve to perish. The terrifying energy of Lu Ying, an ascendant realm practitioner, surged forth, delivering a crushing blow to Zhu Yao. Zhu Yao let out a wretched scream as his internal meridians were shattered by the force of the strike. Elder Lu, release me. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend. He gasped in distress. At that moment, Xiang Chen descended from the rooftop through a gaping hole, landing before Zhu Yao and taking possession of the magical disc. He gazed at the mother worm within the disc and sneered, "Old man, the heart-bewitching worm is right here. Do you still wish to deny it? This is crafted from your own blood." Zhu Yao looked at the young man, utterly dismayed. He realized that this youth was familiar with the rare secret technique known as the heart-bewitching worm. Aunt Luing, take him away, Xiang Chen commanded. Luing nodded and whisked him away through the air. In the main hall, all eyes were filled with fury as they glared at Lu Du. The truth had become painfully evident. Lu Du's heart raced in turmoil, yet Zhu Yao remained unresponsive. I shall ask again, who instructed you? Speak the truth, and you may yet live. Otherwise, your families will suffer the consequences. We will uncover the true culprit and spare your lives. Lu Ming demanded of the three guards stationed at the secret chamber. I will speak. I cannot endure this any longer. Lu Qing cried out, pointing an accusing finger at Lu Du. It was him. We were all coerced by Elder Lu Du, who threatened us with death should we reveal the truth. Shutting the chamber door and plotting against the young lady was all at Lu Du's behest. We had no choice. Please, ancestor, esteemed elders, spare us. Lu Wu added, joining in the condemnation. Lu Du, you wretched fiend. What more can you say? Lu Qi and Lu Mu bellowed in rage, shattering the armrests of their chairs. Is it truly Elder Lu Du who has caused our family head to fall into darkness? Lu Du, you are unworthy to be an elder of the Lu family. How could you commit such heinous acts, Elder Lu Du? You have brought us great disappointment. In an instant, the tide had turned, and all began to denounce Lu Du. His face turned ashen. It was over for him. At that moment, Lu Ying and Xiang Chen entered, with Lu Ying declaring, it is this wretched alchemist who has ensnared our family head in darkness, having concocted the sinister heart-bewitching worm to manipulate his mind, leading him to madness. Lu Ying cast aside the incapacitated Zhu Yao, who lay on the ground like a discarded puppet. Xiang Chen raised the magical disc in his hand, sneering. This is the very worm that has seized control of the family head's mind, driving him to insanity and murder. Lu Hao, our family head, was led astray by this man, entirely innocent, While he conspired with elder Lu Du with this evidence laid bare, every accusation against Lu Du became irrefutable. Elder Lu Du, what further words do you have? How could you be so malicious? The Lu clansmen seethed with indignation, demanding answers from Lu Du in that moment. Even those loyal to Lu Du dared not speak, distancing themselves from him and joining in the censure. The rebellious offspring. Oh, the rebellious offspring. Cough, cough. The venerable ancestor Lu Mu, who had high hopes for Lu Du, was so enraged that he spat blood. Lu Du gazed at the assembly, who cast blame upon him. In but a fleeting moment, the tide turned, and what had once been a favorable situation for him crumbled into chaos. Who was responsible? Was it Lu Ming? How could this unfold? A profound sorrow and resentment welled up within Lu Du suddenly. He erupted into a maniacal laughter, his demeanor bordering on madness. Silence. Lu Du bellowed in fury, his eyes a fierce crimson. With a twisted countenance, he declared, "Indeed, all of this was my design. It was I who led Lu Hao astray, and I who sought to harm Lu Ming and Lu Shiming. You beast! Did you commit all of this for the position of the family head?" Lu Hao shouted in outrage. "Precisely. I refuse to bow to you. I covet the position of family head." Lu Du sneered malevolently. "Years ago, I was defeated by you in the struggle for leadership, and I could not accept it. I bested you in martial combat. Why should you still lead? Just because your father was the previous family head? My capabilities, cultivation, and contributions are on par with yours. Why must I remain beneath you?" Lu Du, tearing apart the fabric of truth, coldly admitted, "Today I have fallen. But I never imagined I would be vanquished by your brother, someone I have always looked down upon." His gaze fell upon Lu Ming. Lu Ming, instinctively glancing at Xiang Chun, realized that this entire scheme had been orchestrated by him. This fellow possessed a terrifying intellect, surpassing many ancient beings. His thoughts were unorthodox, consistently yielding unexpected ideas, defying conventional strategies. "You ungrateful wretch. The reason you were not chosen as family head was because it was evident you harbored malice and lacked benevolence. I never anticipated you would sink to such depths of depravity." Lu Qi exclaimed in fury. "Ha, benevolence? A laughable concept. In this world, where the strong devour the weak, there is no need for such ideals," Lu Du retorted mockingly. "Seize him," Lu Hao commanded. The guards in the hall rushed forward to subdue Lu Du. Kill. Lu Du roared, unleashing a terrifying surge of true essence that obliterated the advancing guards. The 4 guards screamed in agony as they were hurled away, their innards shattered. With a sudden burst, Lu Du charged towards Lu Mu, unleashing the terrifying power of his peak Lingxiao realm cultivation. "You dare!" Lu Hao, Lu Ming. And Lu Ying instantly moved to intercept him. Yet, the proximity was too close. The speed of someone in the Lingxiao realm was formidable. In an instant, Lu Mu found himself grasped by the throat, thrust against the wall of the hall. Boom! A hole was smashed into the wall as Lu Du escaped with his allies. After him, the 3 immediately pursued into the void. Ancestor. The others, regaining their senses, hurriedly followed suit. Meanwhile, Elder Mu, seizing the opportunity, noticed that no one was attending to him, save for a solitary youth by his side. The rest had all pursued the errant Lu Du, stealthily preparing to depart. However, at that moment, whoosh! A vine transformed into a spear and unexpectedly struck from behind, piercing through his back and body. He had been utterly unprepared for such an ambush. "Elder Mu, where are you headed?" Xiang Chun appeared behind him with a cold chuckle. Unbeknownst to anyone, Xiang Chun had approached Elder Mu while the crowd's attention was focused solely on Lu Du. Suddenly, he unleashed a vicious strike. Elder Mu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his chest, pierced by a vine spear. With a sickening sound, 2 more vine spears thrust through his lungs and kidneys, penetrating his very being. "Ah!" Elder Mu screamed in agony. His vital essence unable to surge forth due to the critical injuries to his internal organs and meridian pathways. A formidable master of the Lingxiao realm, he had fallen victim to the treachery of a mere Yuanyang cultivator. Had he exercised even a modicum of caution and released just a fraction of his true essence in defense, Xiang Chun would not have been able to harm him. Within the hall, only Xiang Chun and Elder Mu remained, as nearly all the prominent figures of the Lu family had rushed out. Chapter 627. A journey to the afterlife above the Lu family estate. Dozens of powerful Soul Moon realm cultivators surrounded Lu Du, accompanied by 6 masters of the Lingxiao realm. "Lu Du, you heartless beast, release our ancestor at once," Lu Hao bellowed. Although the Lu family ancestor was indeed a formidable figure, his age had rendered him weak. making him an easy target for Lu Du's ambush. Lu Du, will you continue to err? Lu Mu shouted, his heart heavy. For he had once placed great hope in Lu Du. There is no turning back now. I have taken that fateful step, and I must see it through to the end. Stand aside, or I will end this old man's life. Lu Du roared, his visage twisted with rage, fingers tightening around Lu Mu. You beast, release our ancestor. Lu Du, do not go further down this path, urged those from Lu Du's faction. Step aside, Lu Du commanded, his fury palpable. Do not blame me for severing ties. I will unleash a massacre. Lu Mu shouted back, do not concern yourself with me. This abomination must not escape. Family disgrace must remain hidden. My time is short, and I have little left to live. Lu Hao's face darkened. Lu Du, from this day forth, you are no longer a member of the Lu clan. I allow you to depart, but should you ever wrong the family again, your lineage will bear the consequences. Do not harm our ancestor, and we will let you go. Stand aside, Lu Hao commanded. The Lu family's powerful cultivators exchanged glances, but ultimately stepped back, parting to create a path. Ha ha ha, Lu Hao, this is your fatal flaw, your compassion. For the sake of a dying old man, you allow your greatest enemy to escape. Your kindness will lead to the Lu family's destruction. Lu Du laughed mockingly, grasping Lu Mu by the throat. He transformed into a streak of light and soared into the sky. How can we let him go just like that? Lu Ming, the dean, thought bitterly. In the void, Lu Mu closed his eyes, tears streaming down his wrinkled cheeks as he sighed. You were indeed unjustly defeated by Lu Hao. You have the potential to strengthen the family, yet your character will lead to its disintegration. Come, let us seek atonement from our ancestors. Within the venerable body of the elder Lu Mu, a true elixir brimming with astonishing energy suddenly reversed the meridians, unleashing a terrifying force. A searing halo of dread radiated from his being, transforming him momentarily into a miniature sun. No, Lu Du, in a state of panic, swiftly snapped the elder's neck with a single strike, hurling him away. Yet, it was too late. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, tenfold in its ferocity. Lu Mu disintegrated into a conflagration of energy, obliterating everything in its vicinity and enveloping Lu Du. No. Lu Du screamed in agony as his protective energies were shattered by this overwhelming force, his corporeal form disintegrating amidst the chaos. The explosive energy surged across a radius of over 10 kilometers, wreaking havoc and stirring up a tempestuous wind, culminating in a colossal mushroom cloud that ascended into the sky. Elder, many of the Lu clan's warriors cried out in despair. Grandfather, Lu Shiming wept. You traitor, Lu Du. Lu Hao's face flushed with rage. The sky churned with energy, the searing heat of the explosion reaching temperatures exceeding 100,000 degrees, accompanied by a devastating shockwave, rivaling that of a small nuclear warhead. Lu Du was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. The elder Lu Mu had also perished in the self-detonation. Alas, the old fool, Lu Qi lamented, closing his eyes. Farewell, elder. Lu Hao knelt in reverence. Farewell, elder. The entire Lu clan followed suit, kneeling in homage. The ambitions and schemes of Lu Du were consumed entirely in this explosion, dissipating into the ether. In the hall of the Lu family, Elder Mu lay convulsing on the ground, his body riddled with wounds from Xiang Chen's assault. Elder Mu, shall we strike a bargain? Xiang Chen inquired, crouching beside him with indifference. You insolent wretch, I never anticipated falling to a mere child of the Yuan Yang. Elder Mu gritted his teeth. Such is the consequence of your own misdeeds. Those who engage in wickedness shall ultimately perish, Xiang Chen replied coolly. When the Lu family returns, they will not spare you. Your path is one of death, yet I can offer you salvation. Elder Mu's eyes darted with intrigue. You attack me yet propose to save me. What are your intentions? I have taken an interest in you. Is that so difficult to comprehend? Xiang Chen stated nonchalantly. Elder Mu's face contorted with rage. You insolent brat. Do you seek to tarnish my reputation? Do not even think about it. Xiang Chen paused, realizing the misunderstanding, and stomped on Elder Mu's face, exclaiming, Old man, with your age and appearance, what do you even fantasize about? What I meant was your cultivation. Elder Mu felt as though he had been struck 1,000 blows, mistakenly believing Xiang Chen desired him in a more intimate manner. Acknowledge me as your master, and I assure you, no harm will come to you. The Lu family will not hold you accountable. Xiang Chen released his foot, standing with arms crossed, gazing down upon his adversary. In your dreams, how could I, an elder, Recognize a mere youth such as you as my master? Elder Mu flatly rejected. Boom. Farewell, Elder. At that moment, Lu Mu's self-detonation occurred, and the Lu family cried out in grief, the very building vibrating with the force of the explosion. Old man, I am the only one capable of saving you. Aligning with me will not be a loss. I can cure your ailment, restore your confidence, and transform you into a paragon of vitality. Should you refuse my offer, you shall meet your demise, and your wife and child may very well fall victim to the Lu family. Time is of the essence. I shall ask you one last time. Will you submit to me? Xiangchen spoke coldly. Mu Tianyu's eyes darted as he contemplated internally. It is prudent to agree to this young man for now and navigate this crisis before devising a plan against him later. Very well, I accept your terms and shall serve you henceforth. Mu Tianyu nodded. A smirk graced Xiangchen's lips as he remarked, now that is more like it. Without hesitation, he plunged a dagger into Mu Tianyu's heart, extracting his vital essence amidst Mu Tianyu's anguished cries. Control the heartworm, refine it. Shortly thereafter, members of the Lu family returned, their faces etched with sorrow. I shall send you to reincarnation, 1,000 miles away. Your demise is deserved. The conspiracy has failed. Perhaps it should not have, for I am the most handsome of them all. In the grand hall, Xiang Chun reclined in a seat, casually munching on sunflower seeds while humming a cheerful tune. Remarkably, Mu Tianyu's wounds had already healed, and he stood obediently to the side, rolling his eyes at the absurdity of Xiang Chen's song, though the melody was rather pleasant. As the Lu family entered, they beheld the two. Xiang Chen spat out a seed shell, set down the fruit platter, and rose to his feet. Mu Tianyu, you treacherous scoundrel, seize him. Lu Hao bellowed. At once, a group of formidable Lu family warriors surged toward Mu Tianyu, having witnessed his complicity in the earlier events through the magical mirror. Wait. Xiang Chun quickly positioned himself in front of them, exclaiming, You cannot take him. Who are you, boy? This is not your place to speak. Step aside. One guard, a formidable figure of the Soul Moon realm, shouted. How dare you? He is my esteemed guest. Lu Hao retorted angrily, advancing and surprisingly bowing to Xiang Chun. Xiao Chun, I am grateful for your assistance. Otherwise, I would have fallen victim to that villain Lu. The Lu family members stared in disbelief at this scene. The family head is bowing to such a young man. Who is this lad? Lu Yuan, the elder, approached with solemnity, also bowing to Xiang Chun. Young Chun, we owe you a great debt of gratitude. You have rendered immense service to the Lu family. The onlookers were astounded at the sight. What had this young man accomplished to earn such respect from both the family head and the elder? Thank you, Xiang Chun. Lu Shiming stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his, displaying a close camaraderie. This moment left many of the younger Lu family members bewildered. What was the nature of their relationship? In an instant, Xiang Chen's stature rose to enigmatic heights in the eyes of the Lu family. Uncle Lu, elder, there is no need for such formality. I have merely done what was right, Xiang Chen humbly replied, returning the gesture. Haha, regardless, you have bestowed great favor upon me and the Lu family. From this day forth, you shall be honored as a distinguished guest of the Lu family. Here is a token of appreciation, the elder's emblem. You are now an honorary elder, entitled to the resources and patronage of the Lu family. Lu Hao smiled, harboring a deep affection for the unassuming youth. Amidst the astonished and envious gazes of many, he presented Xiang Chun with a golden jade token. Xiang Chun, equally astonished, gazed at the token meant for honoring elders. Master of the house, is this appropriate? The Lu family has never bestowed such tokens upon anyone below the Lingxiao realm. Indeed, the master replied, this young man, or rather, this esteemed friend, is merely at the Yuanyang realm. Is this not somewhat excessive? Other elders of the Lu family voiced their discontent, oblivious to who Xiang Chun was or what he had accomplished. The Lu family was a prominent clan in the wilderness, with wineries scattered across the region and even branches in other states. The honor of an elder was a status not easily rivaled by outsiders. I believe he is deserving of this honor, Elder Lu Ying interjected. Lu Hao, observing the discontent among the uninformed, declared, It was this Xiang Chun who unveiled Lu Du's treachery and saved my life. Were it not for him, I would have fallen victim to Lu Du's schemes. And my daughter, along with Lu Ming, would have perished at his hands. Do you not think this worthy of recognition? What? This young man unraveled everything? The crowd was taken aback, staring incredulously at the youth who appeared no older than 20. How could he have accomplished such a feat? Mu Tianyu too. gazed at Xiang Chun in disbelief. Their conspiracy had been dismantled by this lad? How could it be? A youth so young had effortlessly thwarted their years of plotting. With Lu Hao's assertion, the crowd found little ground to contest. For Lu Hao's lineage, Xiang Chun had indeed rendered a life-saving grace. Thank you for your kindness, uncle. But I am too young to bear such a position, Xiang Chun replied with a wry smile, realizing that his role as an elder might invite dissent among many. Lu Hao laughed heartily, saying, "You are indeed worthy. Not only did you save my life, but you also alleviated my second brother's affliction from poison wine. Your ability to resolve the wine poison that plagues our Lu family is a merit that justifies your position." It seemed Lu Hao was well aware of Xiang Chun's talents. Recognizing that this role of elder was not merely a gift, with such a position, how could Xiang Chun not assist the Lu family, especially in alleviating the poison that came from their cultivation through wine? What? He can resolve our wine poison? Upon hearing this, the eyes of nearly everyone in attendance turned fervently towards Xiang Chun, as though he were a treasure. The Lu family's unique cultivation method involved brewing medicinal and spiritual wines for rapid advancement. However, excessive consumption led to toxicity. Consequently, the lifespans of the stronger members were notably shorter, typically 1/3 less than their peers, and in severe cases, even half. Lu Ming proclaimed, "His name is Xiang Chun, a genius from the academy, destined to ascend the dragon and phoenix steel, a prodigy of unparalleled potential, and a formidable alchemist. He was the one who dispelled the Master's heart-confounding bug, and he possesses the ability to remedy the shortcomings of our family's cultivation method, the wine poison." With this declaration, Xiang Chun's status soared, now regarded as a genius destined to surpass the renowned figures of the 9 states. His capability to resolve the Lu family's wine poison alone elevated him to a position of immense value among them. A fervent gaze fixated on Xiang Chun, as the head of the family displayed remarkable insight and strategic thinking. Such an individual, integrated into the clan, could significantly enhance its overall strength. Young friend, can you truly alleviate the effects of alcohol? The venerable ancestor Lu Qi looked at Xiang Chun with palpable excitement. Indeed, it was he who liberated me from my inebriation. Lu Ming interjected. As you can see, there is no trace of alcohol left in my system, and I feel rejuvenated. Xiang Chun nodded, sensing that he had been cleverly ensnared by the 2 brothers, who sought to bind him to the Lu family with a token of devotion in exchange for his healing prowess. Ah, the wisdom of age is indeed profound. He mused silently. Turning to Lu Qi, he remarked, "Indeed, esteemed elder, your cultivation suggests you could reasonably expect to live for another century. However, the poison of alcohol has infiltrated your organs, leading to premature aging and a depletion of your lifespan. The onset of your affliction likely occurs between the 3rd and 5th of each month, causing you considerable distress." This elder possessed formidable power, yet his body had grown frail with age. Precisely, it is during those days that my insides feel as if they are ablaze. Young friend, your medical acumen is truly impressive. You discerned it at a glance. Lu Qi inquired eagerly, "Can you remedy it?" "Indeed, I can remedy it immediately. Bring me the needles." Xiang Chun responded with a hearty laugh. "Quickly, fetch our finest set of top-tier spiritual needles." Lu Qi commanded with enthusiasm. In short order, a formidable member of the Lu family presented a tray bearing a collection of golden spiritual needles, meticulously arranged in varying sizes, numbering well over 100. These are high-grade spiritual needles. The cost of such a set is immeasurable, Xiang Chun thought, acknowledging the family's wealth. "Esteemed elder, are you ready? I can commence the treatment right away," he inquired with a smile. Yes, I am more than ready," Lu Qi replied impatiently, as others looked on with eager anticipation. Moderate drinking and quitting smoking lead to a long life, surpassing even that of deities. Chapter 629, An Exhilarating Experience. Dawn, what exquisite needles. Xiang Chun marveled at the array before him, his eyes gleaming. This collection was composed entirely of high-quality spiritual needles, numbering in the hundreds. This set of spiritual needles was crafted at great expense for the Lu family. "If you desire them, young friend, they are yours," Lu Qi offered generously. The Lu family often relied on medicinal remedies to counteract alcohol's effects, and they had numerous skilled pharmacists. Thus possessing such spiritual needles was not uncommon. "That is most kind of you," Xiang Chun replied with a smile, though he felt no shame as he willingly drew a drop of his own blood to merge with the needles, thereby establishing his bond with them. "Yet, I humbly accept your generous gift, esteemed elder." Witnessing Xiang Chen's swift and seamless connection with the spiritual needles left everyone astounded. Could his audacity be any greater? Esteemed elder, please make yourself comfortable while I attend to you with the needles. With a flick of his wrist, hundreds of spiritual needles levitated, radiating a luminous aura. Excellent, excellent. I appreciate your assistance, young friend. In a moment of fervent excitement, the venerable Lu Qi took a seat and inquired, "Is it necessary to remove your garments?" Xiang Chen shook his head in refusal, stating, "There is no need. My abilities now allow me to utilize needles through clothing." The reason behind the need to undress when treating a beautiful woman with needles is a matter best left to the whims of Xiang Ergo's intentions. Lu Qi settled himself, while the onlookers held their breath, fearful of disturbing Xiang Chen. With a flick of his fingers, a floating spiritual needle swiftly pierced the acupuncture point at the center of Lu Qi's brow, delving in by a fraction. Subsequently, Xiang Chen continued to launch a series of needles of various sizes and lengths into Lu Qi's body, each targeting different acupuncture points and meridians. The finesse of his technique left many of the Lu family members, who possessed a modicum of medical knowledge, in awe. Before long, 72 spiritual needles were embedded within Lu Qi's body at distinct points. Xiang Chen then extended his palm, channeling his true essence through the needles into Lu Qi's physique. Without the mediation of the needles, the intensity of his cultivation would not have been able to penetrate the depths of such a formidable being. Lu Qi's intoxication was exceedingly severe, with the poison having corroded his liver, heart, kidneys, lungs, and stomach, rendering even a trace of the alcoholic toxin lethal to an ordinary person. "Return to heaven, dispel the poison," Xiang Chen exclaimed with a commanding tone, deliberately adopting an air of grandeur, reminiscent of a transcendent healer. The true essence surged into Lu Qi's body under the influence of the acupuncture, infiltrating the corroded meridians and internal organs, penetrating down to the cellular level. Lu Qi's countenance flushed as he felt a tumultuous heat rising within him, his blood surging with vigor, albeit with a hint of discomfort. Suddenly, he expelled a stream of black blood. With a hiss, the black blood transformed into a menacing flame of toxic alcohol upon striking the ground, corroding the tiles beneath. The expelled poisonous blood and gas from the 72 acupuncture points ignited Lu Qi's garments, his splendid spiritual robe unable to withstand the burning potency of the toxins. Threatening to be consumed by the flames, Xiang Chen swiftly absorbed the returning true essence. The toxic alcohol was immediately devoured and assimilated, amplifying the true essence to an extraordinary degree. This alcohol poison, steeped in the essence of Lu Qi's life force, was a boon in disguise for Xiang Chen. However, the potency of the toxin was overwhelming. He could only consume a mere fifth of it. Even so, the strength of the returning true essence surged tremendously, advancing through the realms of cultivation, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and finally reaching the 9th level. Upon retracting the returning true essence, Xiang Chen emitted a satisfied groan, his spiritual body rejuvenated and vitality soaring. Simultaneously, Lu Qi found himself overwhelmed with exhilaration. The scorching agony within him transformed into a refreshing coolness, reminiscent of a duality of ice and fire, invigorating both his soul and body. Remarkably, the poison within him had been expelled by a significant portion, solely through the art of acupuncture. Upon hearing the simultaneous exclamations from the two individuals, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Could it be that the poison had been entirely eradicated? "Look, ancestor!" one voice cried out. Before their eyes, the venerable Lu Qi's skin, once wrinkled, became taut and smooth, the creases vanishing in an instant. His once gray hair, now interspersed with strands of black, transformed his appearance, making him seem as if he had rejuvenated from a frail nonagenarian to a robust 60-year-old. Had the poison truly been expelled? It was inconceivable. The toxins that the family apothecary could barely suppress had been eliminated. There was indeed hope. The Lu family erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable as they gazed at Xiang Chen with fervent admiration, treating him as a precious gem. The poison was a deadly sword hanging over the heads of all Lu family members. Feeling the changes within him, Lu Qi sensed his vitality gradually restoring with the aid of the returning true essence. He opened his eyes, looked at Xiang Chen, and stood up in exhilaration. "Thank you, young friend, for your life-saving grace." Lu Qi bowed deeply. "Thank you, Elder Xiang Chen." In that moment, the Lu family members rose in unison. their expressions brimming with excitement as they suppressed their urge to implore Xiang Chun for further assistance in dispelling the poison. Xiang Chun retracted the true essence and hastily supported Lu Qi, who was likely older than his deceased grandfather. "You are too courteous, esteemed elder," Xiang Chun replied with a smile. "The poison has been reduced by 80%. The remaining 20% will have little impact. It may take many years for the toxins to return to their previous levels, and by then, I can assist with acupuncture again. For now, it will not endanger your life. Simply supplementing with longevity elixirs will restore your lifespan." Though Xiang Chun could have completely eradicated the poison, he deliberately left a small portion. Understanding the intricacies of human relationships, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, discerning Xiang Chun's intentions, but chose not to voice them. The fact remained that Lu Qi's poison had been healed. He knew Xiang Chun possessed the capability to fully cure him. One must not be overly generous. If everything were resolved completely, there would be no need for Xiang Chun's assistance in the future. Sustained goodwill was more valuable, as most individuals tended to harbor grudges rather than gratitude. It would be too formal to address you as esteemed elder. Though you appear youthful, your talents are extraordinary. If you do not mind, would you consider taking me as an adoptive brother? Lu Qi proposed with a smile. What? Xiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. No, I mind. Lu Shiming interrupted hastily. Grandfather, what are you thinking? If Xiang Chun becomes your adoptive brother, then I would have to call him little grandfather? Absolutely not. Lu Hao was equally dumbfounded at the thought of suddenly having an additional uncle. Xiang Chun quickly declined politely, stating, Esteemed elder, your enthusiasm is overwhelming. I, Xiang Chun, cannot bear such a lofty title. Internally, Xiang Chun was reluctant, as he still harbored intentions toward your granddaughter. Suddenly being dubbed her grandfather would mean that her father would have to call him uncle, a familial hierarchy more bewildering than that of Yang Gua and Zilong Nu. Indeed, ancestor. In that case, wouldn't I have to call little Chen little uncle as well? Lu Hao mused, perplexed. What was his standing, suddenly being assigned a younger uncle? How would he navigate the circles of prestigious families? He could only imagine the laughter that would ensue. Lao Zhu Lu Qi, caught in a moment of excitement, suddenly realized his oversight and smacked his forehead in embarrassment, admitting, this indeed lacks propriety. He addressed the assembly. From this day forth, Xiang Chun shall be regarded as my adopted grandson. When you encounter Xiang Chun, treat him as you would Miss Xi Ming. Apart from receiving the resources befitting the position of a venerable elder, he remains a young master of the Lu family, and none shall dare to slight him, understand? Otherwise, I shall personally ensure his demise. Yes, esteemed elder, the crowd responded promptly. Subsequently, they all bowed in unison to Xiang Chun, exclaiming, Greetings, young master. Salutations, dear uncle. Some of the younger generation expressed their respect. Lu Shiming held a high standing among her peers, as her father had only fathered her at an advanced age. Xiang Chun was taken aback, for this old man had thrust him into this position without so much as consulting his consent. This is more like it. Lu Shiming chuckled, as they now stood on equal footing. Xiang Chun gazed at Lu Shiming and sighed. Alas, I have missed the chance to be your grandfather. Humph, dream on. Lu Shiming retorted, stamping her foot firmly on Xiang Chun's. Young Master Chun, might you assist me in examining my condition and perhaps provide a remedy? An elder from the Lu family eagerly approached. Xiao Chun, my affliction from the wine poison is rather severe. I fear I must trouble you as well. Young Master Chun, I implore you to help me with the antidote. At that moment, a throng of Lu family members surrounded him, eager for Xiang Chun's assistance in alleviating their ailments. Esteemed ones, Xiang Chun began, the previous antidote I administered took a considerable toll on my abilities, and I cannot endure such constant exertion. Henceforth, I shall offer my aid 3 times a month. Those in critical condition shall take precedence, and I will endeavor to resolve everyone's afflictions. In truth, this young man had recently made a tremendous leap in his powers and sought to stabilize his realm by absorbing and refining the lingering effects of others' wine. Thank you. Young Master Chun, the crowd expressed their gratitude, bowing deeply. They were in no hurry. This ailment was not immediately life-threatening, but would gradually erode their lifespans. With Xiang Chun's assurance, everyone felt a sense of relief, treating him with the utmost reverence henceforth. As for Xiang Chun's position as a venerable elder, there were no objections among them. The very lifeblood of the Lu family had, in an unspoken manner, fallen into Xiang Chun's hands. He subsequently aided 2 more seriously afflicted members of the Lu family, deliberately feigning exhaustion, and the others hesitated to press him for further assistance, fearing his displeasure, which might result in their lives being forfeit. By the way, Xiaochen, why did you not allow us to apprehend that treacherous scoundrel? At that moment, Lu Hao turned his attention to Mu Tianyu. Previously, Mu Tianyu had been rendered speechless. Witnessing Xiang Chun transform from an overlooked youth into a revered elder of the Lu family, a young master now cherished by all, his status surpassing everyone else. Once under Xiang Chun's control of life and death, Mu Tianyu now felt a genuine admiration for him. This young man's abilities, methods, and intellect far exceeded those of his peers, even in navigating the complexities of human relationships. Such a person was destined to ascend like a divine dragon in the heavens, shining brightly in the future. The crowd's gaze shifted back to Mu Tianyu, growing cold. Particularly, those from Lu Hao's faction harbored a desire for his demise. After all, the collusion between him and Lu Du was crystal clear to everyone through the reflection of the law mirror. Xiang Chun, maintaining his composure, remarked, in truth, everyone has misunderstood Elder Mu. He has already forsaken the shadows for the light. Elder Mu was afflicted with an ailment, which I have successfully treated. In gratitude, he divulged to me the information that the head of the Lu family, Lu Hao, was framed. This enabled me to turn the tables and capture Lu Du, the mastermind behind it all. Ah, so that is how it is. Elder Mu was able to abandon the dark for the light ahead of time. It seems we have wronged him. Elder Mu remains loyal to our Lu family. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the crowd towards Elder Mu softened, and even the most skeptical among them dared not express their doubts. To question Xiang Chun now would be to invite his wrath, which would not bode well. Oh, haha. Though I am an outsider, my loyalty to the Lu family is unwavering. I naturally cannot allow the conspiracy to succeed. Elder Mu regained his composure and immediately responded, aligning himself with Xiang Chun. His eyes were filled with gratitude as he looked at Xiang Chun. Admiration filled the air. It was indeed brilliant. Now, not only would the Lu family not blame him, but they would also express their gratitude. What was once a dead end, with a mere exchange of words from Xiang Chun, had transformed into a pathway of hope and opportunity. He felt a profound respect for Xiang Chun, mixed with a hint of fear. With such cunning intellect, coupled with the control he had over him, it was likely that he would not even comprehend how he might meet his demise. Elder Mu's early departure from darkness was truly commendable. Regarding Lu Du's previous actions, it would be settled thus. The head of the Lu family, Lu Hao, felt within that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Yet he refrained from casting suspicion on Xiang Chun. He understood Elder Mu's character well. It was unlikely that he would express gratitude merely for having his illness cured by Xiang Chun, and the crux of the matter likely lay with Xiang Chun himself. However, he did not mind letting Elder Mu off the hook, provided that he would not engage in any actions detrimental to the Lu family. After all, he was a formidable figure, a strong warrior of Lingxiao, and the cousin of his wife, holding significant value. With the recent passing of Lu Mu, it was not an appropriate time for festivities. In respect of the deceased, the Lu family would observe a period of mourning for 7 days, after which they would hold a banquet to celebrate the addition of Elder Xiang Chun to the Lu family. Thus decrees the elder. The crowd responded in unison. Xiao Chun, do you mind? Elder Lu Qi asked with a smile. I do not mind. The deceased deserve utmost respect. Whether or not a banquet is held is of little consequence to me, as I am not one to be bound by formality or societal conventions. Xiang Chun replied with a nod. Very well, since you prefer not to be in the spotlight, we shall arrange a private family gathering for the Lu family. Elder Lu Qi remarked, appreciating Xiang Chun's modest disposition. Listening to the elder, Xiang Chun nodded in agreement. At that moment, a chilling aura emanated from Elder Lu Qi. Attention! The crowd bowed in response. Arrest Lu Du's son and his entire family. They are to be dealt with according to clan regulations. Elder Lu Qi pronounced coldly. Lu Du may have perished, but his family would inevitably be implicated in his misdeeds. Such was the unavoidable truth. Elder, might we spare them a chance at survival? Lu Hao hastily stepped forward to plead. The crime of treason against the clan leader entails the execution of the entire family of the traitor, as dictated by the rules of the Lu family. The esteemed ancestor Lu Qi remarked. However, Lu Du's words bear truth. Your compassion is excessive. If family law is not enforced with rigor, who will take it seriously? There are national laws and family regulations. Those who err must face the consequences. This is the order of the world. If one disregards the safety of their family to commit such heinous acts, Can you still afford to be merciful? Upon hearing this, Lu Hao let out a sigh, choosing not to respond further. Xiang Chun found no fault in Lu Qi's assertions. One must eradicate the roots of a problem, or it will inevitably resurface. Whether it be a family or a dynasty, a lack of stringent laws invites disorder. Lu Qi's pronouncement left many from the Lu Du lineage pale-faced, fearing they too would be implicated. Lu Qi coldly declared, "The entire Lu Du family shall be marked with the death curse and exiled to the desolate and frigid north, where they will cultivate the snow wine spirit fruit. Without my command, they shall not return. They will be watched closely." Understood. The crowd responded in unison. The fate of the Lu Du family was sealed. Although Lu Qi had not resorted to murder, he had nonetheless obliterated their future prospects. Turning his gaze to Xiang Chun with a smile, Lu Qi announced, "Little Chun, you are now considered a part of the Lu family. Henceforth, the Lu family shall be your family as well. You may visit at your leisure and have access to elder-level privileges and resources." "Thank you, ancestor," Xiang Chun replied, bowing respectfully. Given the significant age difference, addressing him as ancestor felt appropriate. Indeed, Lu Hao shall continue to hold the position of clan leader, with Lu Ying assisting him. The matter of Lu Du must not be disclosed to outsiders. The Lu family will mourn for 7 days, after which all direct descendants shall return to the Lu family to host a family banquet in honor of young Master Chen. Today, as events are concluded, everyone may disperse. Lu Qi waved his sleeve, signaling the end of the assembly. "May the ancestor remain in peace. We take our leave," the crowd said as they slowly exited the hall. Lu Shiming excitedly clung to Xiang Chen's arm, exclaiming, "Xiang Chun, you are now one of us in the Lu family. You can come and go as you please." Hee. The elders' offerings provide quite a generous allowance, no less than 50,000 spirit coins each month. Xiang Chun was taken aback. 50,000 spirit coins a month. The Lu family indeed possessed immense wealth. The entire Great Chu's monthly tax revenue might not even reach that amount. Of course, that was in the past. Now, Great Chu was on the rise, and if Chu Ling rice were to be sold externally, it would be phenomenal. "Little girl, from now on, you must call me elder. Understood?" Xiang Chun playfully flicked Lu Shiming's forehead. "Uncle, we are of similar age. We should visit often," she replied. "Indeed, uncle, your medical skills are truly remarkable. Do you have any remedies that can prolong the effects of that thing?" At that moment, many young members of the next generation gathered around, addressing Xiang Chun as uncle, some even older than him. "Little Chun, we shall entrust our ailments to you from now on." Some of the older generation approached Xiang Chun to greet him, their demeanor exceedingly cordial. Now that Xiang Chun held their fates in his hands and was favored by Lu Qi, having also saved the clan leader, he had undoubtedly become the most prominent figure in the Lu family. Xiang Chun responded kindly to those present, including Dean Lu Ming and the head of the Lu family, Lu Hao, who approached him. "Young Chun, it seems you have made quite the visit to the Lu family. Our positions are nearly on par now." Dean Lu remarked with a smile. "Dean, you flatter me. I was merely thrust into this situation, and as a remarkable talent, it seems I have been drawn into your Lu family. Alas, the Lu family is bound to flourish in the future," Xiang Chun sighed, feigning that the Lu family had gained a significant advantage. "How absurd. Enjoying the benefits while acting coy. Are you aware of your standing? You wield influence over the Lu family's considerable might, surpassing even the monarch of your small nation of birth," Dean Lu retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Indeed, the Lu family, a millennia-old lineage, possesses profound heritage. Numerous grandmasters reside within it, while the Chu currently has none. Shiming, in the future, familiarize yourself more with the Lu family alongside your elder brother," Lu Hao chuckled. "Understood," Lu Shiming replied, sticking out her delicate tongue. "Young Chun, I truly appreciate your help this time. Your kindness towards my family is immeasurable. I will remember this favor," Lu Hao stated earnestly. Xiang Chun smiled. "Uncle, you flatter me. As the saying goes, one should aid those in need. Besides, Shiming and I share a strong friendship. This is a golden jade card, universally accepted across the 9 provinces. It will provide you with monthly offerings from the family, and I have already credited it with 50,000 spirit coins." Lu Hao presented a golden jade card to Xiang Chun. Xiang Chun accepted it with a nod, feeling no need for pretense. Receiving compensation for treating the Lu family was only fitting. "Now, you possess more wealth than I do. My allowance is merely 10,000 spirit coins per month. This one do. You must treat me to a lavish meal and purchase me fine clothing," Lu Shiming pouted. "Haha, am I such a miser? Come, let us indulge." "Uncle, we are off," Xiangchen laughed, bidding farewell while taking Lu Ximing's hand as they departed. The two exchanged smiles as they left. Lu Hao's smile gradually faded as he remarked, "Brother, is this Xiangchen truly just a scion of a minor family from a small nation? Indeed, I have perused his records. He hails from the Western Wilderness Merchant State, a minor family named Xiang. This lad possesses extraordinary talent and keen intellect. He is destined for great achievements," Dean Lu expressed with admiration. A youth from a small nation in the West wielding such formidable medical skills and exceptional talent. His prowess must extend beyond mere inheritance within the spirit realm. Surely, there must be a guiding master behind him. Do you know who it is? Lu Hao inquired. Dean Lu shook his head, indicating uncertainty. Xiaozhan, I. And even the palace master wished to take Xiangchen as a disciple, but he declined, claiming to have a master already. However, I am unaware of their identity. Oh, even the esteemed Knight Palace Master sought to take him in as a disciple, and he refused. This is astonishing. Yi Xingyue's cultivation is undoubtedly among the elite in the wilderness region, Lu Hao exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Clearly, he has influential mentors behind him. Perhaps a hidden elder. Since he chooses not to disclose it, we should refrain from probing further to avoid incurring the displeasure of such an esteemed figure. Lu Hao observed as he watched the two figures gradually fade from view. By the way, do you not find the relationship between Ximing and Xiangchen unusually intimate? As if they are more than mere friends? Dean Lu suddenly interjected. Oh, are you suggesting that the two have developed feelings for each other? Lu Hao's expression subtly shifted. Upon further contemplation, he realized it was indeed true. Lu Ximing had never taken the initiative to hold hands with any other young man. Dean Lu Ming remarked, "This lad is certainly not to be underestimated. My disciple, Xia Qingcheng, is utterly captivated by him. It is evident that he possesses a charming disposition. While it may not be a concern if other young women from different families were involved with Xiangchen, it is certainly a different matter with Ximing." Lu Hao sighed at his words and replied, "It is not uncommon for young men to be flirtatious. However, if it weren't for that incident, I would not mind as long as Ximing harbors feelings for him. But it is imperative, dear brother, that you, being closer to him, seize the opportunity to speak with him. It would be best to sever any connection he has with Ximing, otherwise, it may lead to calamity." Dean Lu Ming chuckled wryly, saying, "Why must I always be the one to cut the red thread? Alas, it seems I must once again play the villain. How arduous this is for me." Chapter 632. Caught in the act, Xiangchen accompanied Lu Ximing on a shopping excursion, and her extravagant tastes truly astonished him. A simple meal outside would cost no less than 100 spirit coins, mind you, which are utilized by cultivators, not the common currency of lesser nations. A single piece of clothing also demanded a price in the thousands of spirit coins. Nevertheless, the young lady showed consideration by selecting 2 outfits for Xia Qingcheng, demonstrating the esteem she held for her elder sister. The Lu family was observing a period of mourning for 7 days, and Xiangchen had no interest in assuming the role of a filial son for a deceased elder he barely knew. Instead, he returned to the academy, spending his days in the company of Qingcheng and his evenings with Tianjiao, continuing to tread further down the path of indulgence. After 3 days at the Lu residence, Dean Lu Ming returned to the academy, whereupon he sought out Xiangchen. The old man arrived in the evening, and as he entered the courtyard, his formidable spiritual sense swept through the area, leaving him utterly speechless. Inside the room, Xiang Ergo and Yi Tianjiao were still engrossed in their cultivation. This rascal. When did he and Yi Tianjiao become entangled? You truly have some remarkable abilities, Chun, Dean Lu Ming thought, astonished. Before retracting his spiritual sense and standing in the courtyard with a dark expression, the academy's 4 beauties, Xia Qingcheng, Yi Tianjiao, his niece Lu Ximing, and Dugu Yuming, were all present, and this insolent boy had managed to monopolize 3 of them. The following morning, as dew hung in the air, Yi Tianjiao slipped out through the window, blissfully unaware of Dean Lu Ming's presence. Xiangchen, yawning, opened his door only to find the dean standing outside like a wooden post, his countenance as grim as the bottom of a pot. "Goodness, Dean!" Xiangchen exclaimed in surprise. "When did you arrive?" Well, young rascal, it appears that your skills in wooing women are quite formidable. To have ensnared the daughter of the Yi family into your abode. Impressive indeed," Dean Lu Ming replied with a sardonic smile. Xiangchen's expression shifted slightly, and he retorted vehemently, "You old scoundrel! You were spying. How despicable of you to invade a student's privacy. Get lost." I have no interest in spying on you. I came to discuss serious matters. Who knew I would stumble upon the delightful escapades of you two lovebirds? Isn't that what spying is? The esteemed Dean of Voyeur? What a scandal! Xiang Chen exclaimed in protest. Silence. Dean Lu Ming advanced, gripping Xiang Chen's wolf-like ears, causing him to wince in pain. Are you hoping I will expose the scandal between you and Yi Tianjiao? Director Lu tugged at Xiang Chen's ear as he pulled him into the room. Nonsense. What scandal is this? It's a mutual attraction, a romance between two willing parties. What business is it of yours, you old codger? Let go, it hurts. Xiang Chen was dragged into the living room, where Director Lu released him and coldly remarked, You charming rascal, does Qing Qing know about this? Rubbing his burning ear. Xiang Chen replied, Of course she knows. Do you think I am the sort to sneak around? Director Lu continued, What about Ximing? Ximing is unaware, but wait. What does that have to do with her? Xiang Chen looked at Director Lu with suspicion. Don't think I'm oblivious. You lecher. Are you also setting your sights on my niece? Director Lu sat down, pointing a finger at Xiang Chen in reprimand. And if I am? Xiang Chen retorted boldly. Let me clarify, old man. First, it was your niece who pursued me, not the other way around. Second, how do you know about my affairs with Ximing? Old fool, are you spying on me with your spiritual senses? You perverted old man. Hey, you little rascal, are you looking for trouble? Director Lu furiously responded, then proceeded to give Xiang Chen a thorough beating. Ah! Xiang Ergo's cries echoed through the living room, attracting the attention of several brothers from the Yanhuang group. However, upon realizing that their elder brother was being reprimanded by the director, they discreetly left, pretending not to see. After a lengthy scuffle, Director Lu finally felt satisfied. With Xiang Ergo's face bruised and swollen, he silently recited curses about Director Lu's ancestors. Feeling much better after venting his frustrations, Director Lu settled comfortably in the main seat, pouring himself a cup of tea. Ouch, that hurts, old man. Now what is it you want from me? Xiang Chen gingerly touched his swollen face, grimacing in pain, realizing that the old codger had even used Ling Xiao's true essence in his beating, leaving him red and sore. Director Lu replied indifferently, I came to discuss the wedding banquet we are organizing for you in 3 days. We will also invite some prominent figures from the wasteland. And I must inform you that some notable individuals from Yi Tianjiao's family will be present. If I were to leak this information, you can expect to be torn apart by the Yi family. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's expression changed, and he chuckled slyly, approaching, Come on, Director. I know you wouldn't pull such a trick. A trick? Director Lu scowled and thumped Xiang Chen on the head again, sneering. Do you dare to act, but not take responsibility? Nonsense. Who wouldn't take responsibility? I'm considering your family's interests. Xiang Chen protested, cradling his head in pain. Oh, really? So tell me, Director Lu challenged as Xiang Chen returned to his seat. With my handsome and suave demeanor, unmatched talent, and exceptional grace. If the Yi family were to discover my relationship with Yi Tianjiao, they would surely want me as their son-in-law. Then I wouldn't be able to treat your family or serve as your revered elder. Would that not be a loss for you? Xiang Chen stated earnestly. Uffed. Truly shameless. Upon hearing those words, Dean Lu was so enraged that the tea he had just sipped nearly choked him, and he exclaimed, If the Yi family were to learn of this, the likelihood of them eliminating you would be exceedingly high. They dare to do such a thing? If they do, I shall spread the word, and let us see where they can hide their faces. Xiang Chen let out a cold laugh. Dean Lu fixed his gaze upon Xiang Chen with an intensity that made him feel uneasy. Why do you stare at me like that? Xiang Chen retorted. I must inform you that I have no affection for men, especially not for someone of your advanced years. How is it that I never realized you were so shameless? Dean Lu replied, somewhat irritated. Ah, esteemed Dean, you flatter me. A tree without bark is destined to die, while a man without shame is invincible. I have already attained invincibility in this world. Thank you. Regardless of how you mere mortals may criticize me, I remain as steadfast as Mount Tai. Alas, the world laughs at my madness, while I merely laugh at the world. How solitary and empty is invincibility, accompanied only by the cold eyes and derision of you ordinary folk. I draw a circle to curse you. May you find eternal rest. Xiang Chen sighed, exuding an air of transcendence. He was prepared for a confrontation, and Dean Lu was no match for him in that regard. What do you mean by that? Dean Lu inquired. I draw a circle to curse you. May you rest in peace, Xiang Chen replied indifferently. Why not rise to the winds and soar to the heavens? My good sir, Dean Lu scoffed. Pardon? You speak of such abilities. Why do you not ascend to the skies yourself? Day after day, you merely boast here, leaving my head in a dizzying ache. Should your head ache, I can offer you a couple of needles, one to send you to the crematorium, and another to guide your soul westward. Dean Lu retorted, no longer wishing to engage in a verbal duel with Xiang Chun, fearing an increase in his blood pressure. To return to the matter at hand, the upcoming banquet is not solely for you. Many distinguished guests will be in attendance. You must not become overly confident or reckless. I am here to inform you of certain precautions and the notable figures you should be aware of. Chapter 633. Accompanying you to step forward as the conversation shifted to serious matters, Xiang Chun likewise adopted a more earnest demeanor. It is likely that the Lu family intends to use this banquet to announce to other prominent families that ancestor Lu Qi has recovered, signaling the return of the Lu family's peak combat strength. Dean Lu regarded Xiang Chun with admiration. This young man, who often appeared frivolous and unfocused, possessed remarkable insight when he chose to be serious. Otherwise, how could he have led Lu Du to ruin, resulting in the collapse of his family? Indeed, it is good that you understand. Ancestor Lu Qi has always been our strongest asset. In this world, no grand enterprise or glory can be built without the backing of formidable individuals. Previously, as our ancestor succumbed to the ravages of alcohol, his health deteriorated day by day, inevitably drawing the covetous eyes of many families seeking to exploit the Lu family's interests. Now that he has regained his health, it is only fitting to use this occasion to intimidate the various factions, Dean Lu explained. I see. Who might we expect to attend? Xiang Chun inquired. Essentially, all the renowned families within the wasteland will be invited, including your beloved Yi family, the Dongfang family, the Feng family, and even the Marquis of Huanzhou. The Mo family, Mo Shihuang, Dean Lu stated. Upon hearing the name Mo Shihuang, a cold glint flashed in Xiang Chun's eyes. Could the individual who once captured his brother also be in attendance? Understood, Xiang Chun replied, his expression remaining calm. Indeed, speaking of the Huangzhou Marquisate, one must mention the young lord, Mo Tisu. Director Lu, with a serious demeanor, advised, young man, I kindly suggest that you and Shiming remain merely friends or siblings. Hearing this, Xiang Chun scoffed, replying, old man, I can't help but notice your incessant meddling in my romantic affairs. You wish to oversee my relationship with Qingqing. You intervene regarding Yetiangjiu, and now you insist on concerning yourself with Shiming. Are you perhaps a lifelong bachelor? A solitary old man unable to bear the sight of me surrounded by beautiful women? Spare me your unsolicited advice. Director Lu, infuriated, nearly struck Xiang Chun, exclaiming, in my youth, I was far more charming than you, surrounded by far more beautiful women. Who does not know of the charismatic Lu Erling of Huangdu? Yet, alas, beauty is fleeting. After over 3 centuries of cultivation, my past companions have aged and turned to dust, leaving me devoid of romantic inclinations. You wouldn't comprehend such sentiments. Sometimes, a long life is not a blessing but a burden, witnessing the relentless cycle of life, aging, and death. As he spoke, a glimmer of nostalgia crossed Director Lu's face. Even a powerful soul in the moonlit realm has a lifespan of merely 300 years. Indeed, I have lived long enough. So you envy my company of beautiful women? They say it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to sever a single bond of love. You must be the nemesis of the matchmaker, cutting the threads of fate. Xiang Chun retorted with irritation. What do you know? Director Lu shot him a glare. Shiming was betrothed in childhood by her grandfather to the young lord, Mo. If he becomes aware of your involvement with Shiming, the Lu family may not be able to protect you. Xiang Chun furrowed his brow, falling into a contemplative silence. He vaguely recalled Shiming mentioning a childhood betrothal, though she expressed her disinterest. But what if Shiming does not wish to marry that young lord? He inquired. Would you force her into a union with someone she does not love? Director Lu sighed, stating, sometimes, being born into a prominent family means surrendering to fate. The Lu family owes its standing in Huangdu to the support of the Huang Marquis. Even if Shiming is unwilling, this engagement is a matter of family honor. Born into a noble lineage, one enjoys the finest resources, yet must also bear the burdens, sacrificing for the collective interests of the family. To hell with this lack of autonomy, Xiang Chun exclaimed in anger. If one cannot even love freely, what is the point of living? Director Lu chuckled coldly, saying, I once shared your youthful sentiments. I understand your feelings. However, as a senior, I must caution you, young man, do not act recklessly. If you refuse to let go, You risk harming not only yourself, but also Shiming. Xiang Qin's expression darkened. Lu's words brought him a moment of clarity, dispelling his earlier bravado. Has Shiming and that young lord discussed a wedding date? He asked. Not yet, for Shiming is still quite young. Marriage can be postponed for a few years. Director Lu replied. Years passed, and a cold light flickered in Xiang Qin's eyes as he declared, enough. Should Shiming choose not to marry when the time comes, I shall ensure the Marquis of the Wild House remains silent. If she desires to wed, I will bestow my blessings upon her. In this world, it is one's prerogative to love whom they choose. I shall not selfishly confine her thoughts. The old man remarked, What are you planning? While it is true that you possess extraordinary talent, the power and influence of the Marquis of the Wild House are beyond your imagination. They are indeed the true rulers of the Wild Prefecture. Xiang Chun retorted with a cold smile. I am merely speculating. Should I, by some chance, become a king of the great Xia, the Marquis of the Wild House would surely bow their heads to me. Such notions are best kept between us. Outside, exercise caution. By the way, you haven't done anything to Shiming, have you? Director Lu inquired suspiciously. Old rogue, what are you thinking? My relationship with Shiming is as pure as water. We are merely good friends with no entanglements. Am I the type to be driven by lust? Xiang Qin shot a disdainful glance at the old man. Director Lu scoffed, Huh? You've already charmed Yi Tianjiao. I cannot gauge your intentions. However, until you possess the ability to protect a woman, refrain from causing her distress, lest you burden her and be haunted by guilt for a lifetime. Xiang Qin replied indifferently. I can assure you, it is Yi Tianjiao who is infatuated with me, desperately alluring me. I would not believe you, you boastful lad. Enough of this. I shall take my leave. Remember, do not wrong Shiming, nor betray my dear disciple, Qing Cheng, Director Lu warned as he stood to depart. Take care. And mind you don't slip on a banana peel, or be struck by a flying sword, or fall into a latrine, Xiang Qin jested. Director Lu paused, turning back earnestly. Should you truly possess the strength to challenge the Marquis of the Wild House one day, and if Shiming still harbors affection for you, I shall personally act as your matchmaker and accompany you in confronting the Marquis. Hearing this, Xiang Chun felt warmth in his heart and chuckled. Understood, now be off. Old man, you ramble too much. I still have my cultivation to attend to. Director Lu smiled helplessly, shaking his head as he departed. Confronting the Marquis of the Wild House would not suffice. In the future, I shall make the entire 9 provinces tremble beneath my feet. Chapter 634. You will beg me. The youth's eyes ignited with fierce flames. Power is an addictive force. Once one has tasted the respect and awe of others, they are reluctant to revert to their former, weaker selves. When one is strong, smiles abound. When one lacks strength, desolation reigns. What curse is this? That so many women around me are preoccupied with their thoughts of me? How arduous it is. Xiang Ergus sighed, knowing Qing Cheng was drawn to Yi Tianzi, while Shiming was bound by an unwelcome betrothal. Alas, it is simply the burden of being exceptional. So many women adored by others have fallen for me. What a plight. Xiang Ergus thought to himself, though his gaze remained cold. When the day arrives that I stand unassailable, who would dare to covet my women? I shall ensure they experience the tragedies of this world. With a clenched fist, Xiang Chun turned and retreated into the secret chamber to cultivate. Yi family. A resplendent and formidable clan, no less than the Lu family. Within an opulent hall, in the study, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, sporting a distinctive mustache and possessing a countenance that could be deemed both slender and handsome, sat in his study, gazing at the invitation in his hand. Interesting, he mused. The Lu family has just held a funeral and is now preparing for a celebration. Yi Qingdao, the current head of the Yi family, he continued. Indeed, head of the family, this matter is rather peculiar. Is it truly appropriate to host a feast simply because Lu Qi has taken on a younger disciple and the Lu family has gained a venerable elder? Beside him, an elderly man with graying hair furrowed his brow. Yi Qianghai, the chief elder of the Yi family, he identified himself. What background does this venerable elder possess? Have we conducted any inquiries? Yi Qingdao inquired. We have dispatched individuals to investigate. However, our informants are merely peripheral members of the Lu family. So it may take time to uncover the truth, Yi Qianghai replied. Well, since the invitation has already been issued, it would be prudent to attend. After all, with Lu Mu deceased, I am curious to see how long Lu Qi can endure, Yi Qingdao remarked with a cold smirk, igniting the invitation in his hand, which quickly was reduced to ashes. By the way, On the day of Lu Mu's death, our external informants witnessed a startling explosion from high above the Lu family's inner district, and it seems Lu Du has vanished. Is there a connection between these events? Yi Qianghai continued. Lu Du's disappearance and the astonishing explosion, Yi Qingdao mused, ensure that our people investigate thoroughly. Perhaps these incidents are intertwined. Understood. Yi Qianghai nodded before taking his leave. Simultaneously, several prominent families from the surrounding regions received this invitation, equally astonished by the Lu family's peculiar sequence of events. First a funeral, now a celebration. Soon, 7 days had passed. At the Lu residence, the white mourning banners had been completely replaced, and vibrant red lanterns adorned every corner. Servants bustled about, and the finest delicacies were being delivered from the best restaurants to the Lu family. I say, Lu brother, what is going on with your family? How can you hold a celebration right after a funeral? Several youthful figures entered the Lu household, one of whom posed the question. This youth was none other than Song Er. Among them was a youth clad in blue, a direct descendant of the Lu family, Lu Qing, who replied with a wry smile. To be honest, I am not entirely sure. I have only returned home for 2 days. I have heard that our ancestor has taken in a godson and appointed him as a venerable elder of our family, but I have never met him. I suppose this feast is in his honor. Your ancestor's godson? Doesn't tea that make him your elder? Song Er exclaimed, astonished. Lu Qing sighed, indeed. Our ancestor is over 400 years old, and there are even descendants from the 7th and 8th generations. Oh, how peculiar it is to have an unfamiliar uncle spring up out of nowhere. Alas, I have yet to see him, Lu Qing lamented. Wait, is that him? Suddenly, Song Er spotted a familiar figure entering the Lu residence through another door. Xiang Chun. Lu Qing also recognized the youth with surprise. He was ranked 8th on the tiger list, which made him hard to forget. Song Er's expression darkened. What is that little rascal doing here? He has a deep-seated grudge against Xiang Chun, having been defeated by him once in Spirit Sky Valley, where he was trampled underfoot on his way to the tiger list. Do not be angry, Song Er. Come, let me assist you in regaining your honor. After all, this Lu family is my territory. Lu Qing smirked coldly and promptly moved to intercept Xiang Chun, who was leisurely strolling into the Lu residence with his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, revealing Song Er, Lu Qing, and 2 unfamiliar individuals blocking his path. Song Er, Xiang Chun exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the obstruction. Song Er sneered, Kid, it seems that fate has brought us together once again in this place. Xiang Chun replied with indifference, You, a defeated foe, should not presume to challenge me. Have you not learned your lesson after being bested? Do you wish to be taught another lesson? Song Er, enraged by the remark, bellowed. You little wretch. Everyone has their moments of glory. Do not mistake a fleeting success for permanence. Once I condense my true Dan, you shall witness your demise. Xiang Chun laughed heartily. You think you can condense your true Dan? I could easily trample you regardless. Song Er's face flushed with fury. Enough. Lu Qing suddenly interjected with an authoritative shout. You insolent brat. Who do you think you are to speak so brazenly in the Lu household? Who allowed you to enter? Get out. No, crawl out. Xiang Chun regarded Lu Qing, recognizing him from the tiger ranking, and replied dismissively, I entered of my own accord. You lack the authority to demand my departure. It was your Lu family that invited me. Song Er mocked. How shameless. What are you? A mere peasant from a lowly nation? Do you truly believe you are worthy of an invitation from the Lu family? Who do you think you are? Lu Qing, feeling deeply insulted, retorted coldly, Indeed, having a slight reputation in the academy has gone to your head. The Lu family is far beyond the reach of a country bumpkin like you. I am extending you the courtesy of leaving. Now crawl out from beneath me, or I shall break your legs and cripple your arms. Xiang Qin chuckled in disbelief. Very well, you have spoken your piece. I shall exit, but mark my words. You will soon be begging me to return. With that, Xiang Chun turned to leave. Wait. Lu Qing swiftly maneuvered back in front of him, sneering. Did I permit you to walk out? Did you not hear my command? You shall crawl out from beneath me, for your filthy, lowly feet have sullied the land of the Lu family. Very well, I will crawl, Xiang Chun responded, bending slightly as if to comply. Suddenly, he propelled himself forward. With a thunderous boom, he unleashed a formidable strike aimed squarely at Lu Qing's face. How dare you? The punch landed with a resounding impact, catching Lu Qing completely off guard. With a cry of agony, his nasal bone shattered under the force, blood gushing forth like a torrent. Chapter 635. The unraveling continues. Lu Qing screamed in pain, utterly unprepared for Xiang Qin's sudden onslaught. His nose shattered. He was propelled backward, while Tsang Er and the others stood in stunned silence. Xiang Qin pursued closely, seizing Lu Qing by the collar and delivering a vicious slap. Smack! Dazed and reeling from the previous blow, Lu Qing was struck again, blood spilling from his mouth as several of his teeth were sent flying. Let me crawl. You unfilial wretch. You shall be the one to crawl first. Xiang Chun seized his opponent by the neck and forcefully slammed him down onto the ground. Bang! Lu Qing's head struck the earth with such ferocity that the tiles shattered, his upper body embedding itself into the soil, while his legs thrashed about helplessly as if they were mere roots. Brother Qing, Xiang Chun, how dare you act so recklessly within the Lu family grounds? You seek death. At that moment, two other disciples of the Lu family, filled with rage, unleashed their true essence and rushed forward. One was at the 9th level of the Yuanyang realm, while the other was at the 8th. Brother Lu Qing. Tsang Er hurriedly attempted to pull Lu Qing free, as if he were yanking a stubborn radish from the earth. He had not anticipated that Xiang Chun would possess such audacity to cause a commotion at the entrance of the Lu family. The two Lu disciples launched their true essence, transforming it into brilliant light that surged towards Xiang Chun. With a cold smile, Xiang Chun stepped forward, his body suddenly darting like a zigzagging lightning bolt, evading their assault and appearing before one of them in an instant. He unleashed a punch, a terrifying force equivalent to nearly 100,000 pounds erupted. The roar of the dragon and elephant echoed. The assailant was caught off guard, and before he could react, Xiang Qin's dragon elephant fist had already struck. With a resounding thud, the man was sent flying, spewing blood. Subsequently, Xiang Chun executed the 7 steps of the surging phoenix, dodging a slashing beam of light. He soared into the sky, condensing the true wings of the Yin. He then descended with a powerful kick. Swish! He unleashed a terrifying leg strength. The dragon elephant stomp. The force of this kick undoubtedly exceeded 100,000 pounds. Kill! Roared the Lu disciple, thrusting his sword forward. However, the clash of the sword light against the overwhelming leg strength resulted in thunderous explosions, and Xiang Qin's foot landed squarely on the opponent's shoulder. Ah! The man screamed in agony as his shoulder was shattered, bones splintering beneath the impact. Xiang Qin followed up with a second kick. With a resounding crack, the man was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing into a high wall, which buckled under the force, leaving deep fissures. As Xiang Qin landed, he effortlessly dispatched the 3 adversaries. Pa! Pa! Xiang Qin. Lu Qing pulled himself up, spitting out blood and mud, his eyes blazing with fury as he regarded Xiang Qin. His face transformed into a grotesque visage. You are doomed. How dare you cause trouble in the Lu family? You are finished. If you have any courage, do not flee. Lu Qing bellowed, his expression twisted with rage. Xiang Chun chuckled coldly, replying, Rest assured, I shall not leave. I am waiting for you at the entrance. Eager for the moment you come begging for my permission to enter. Lu Qing retreated in disarray, having never anticipated the sheer terror of Xiang Qin's prowess. Having just suffered a surprise attack that left his head pounding, his vision blurred, he dared not engage further and had no choice but to summon reinforcements. You are finished, kid. Tsang Er sneered as he accompanied Lu Qing away. In a prestigious family like the Lu, causing a ruckus and attacking a direct descendant was an act few would dare commit. Xiang Chun turned and indeed walked toward the grand entrance. As he approached, several guards rushed over, astonished, asking, Elder, what happened? Xiang Chun remained silent, ignoring their inquiries, and continued to the entrance, standing there with his arms crossed. The guards exchanged bewildered glances, staring at the young man who had just entered wielding the family's elder token. Before long, Lu Qing returned, this time accompanied by a cadre of formidable experts from the Lu family's inner court, over a dozen powerful warriors at the Soul Moon realm advancing with fierce intent. This is intolerable. How dare you strike one of our own within the Lu family? Indeed, I must ascertain who possesses the audacity to challenge the Lu family. Lu Qing, how do you wish for him to meet his demise? Brothers, I implore you not to kill him. I desire to torment him myself. With a fierce countenance, Lu Qing strode forward with a menacing aura. Soon, they arrived at the entrance, where a solitary figure stood, exuding an air of aloofness. Young man, are you courting death? Do you dare to strike at a member of the Lu family? Lu Qing's brothers bellowed in anger. Yet, the youth remained silent, turning to reveal a dispassionate expression declaring, "I have indeed consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. Are you seeking death, little uncle?" The countenances of the Lu family disciples, at the first level of the Soul Moon realm, altered drastically upon seeing Xiang Chun. "Brothers, it is him. He is the one causing trouble. Quickly seize him." Lu Qing exclaimed urgently. These individuals fell silent, their gazes filled with trepidation as they regarded Xiang Chun. One of them forced a chuckle and inquired, "Little uncle, what brings you here?" Lu Qing was left dumbfounded. "What do you mean, little uncle?" He stammered, utterly bewildered. "Do I need to announce my presence when entering the Lu family?" Xiang Chun asked coldly. "No, of course not. You are always welcome here," they hastily replied. Their heads bowed in deference. "Brothers, what is happening?" Lu Qing was at a loss, and Song Er shared his bewilderment. Suddenly, one of the group snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Lu Qing, you haven't offended little uncle, have you?" "What little uncle? His name is Xiang Chun, a mere bumpkin from our academy. Call him whatever you like." "Even little Su," Lu Qing stuttered, utterly astounded. Silence. The others turned pale. This was, after all, the most celebrated individual in the Lu family at present. "Lu Qing. He is, be quiet." Xiang Chun interjected icily, interrupting the individual who was about to reveal his identity. "Let them speak," he said indifferently. The group exchanged glances, silenced by apprehension, and stood aside with heads bowed. "What have you done to my brothers?" Lu Qing bellowed in fury. Xiang Chun replied coolly, "I have foretold that you would beseech me to join the Lu family, Lu Qing. You shall come to regret your actions. If I were to plead for your presence in the Lu family, I would call you father, Xiang Chun. What sorcery have you employed to control my brothers? Just wait. I will summon others." Lu Qing shouted, turning to call for help once more. Song Er appeared to sense something amiss, regarding Xiang Chun with suspicion. Xiang Chun, in turn, regarded him with a chilling smile, causing Song Er to shudder. "Enough. This boy is far too sinister. I should make my exit," he thought, preparing to flee. "Attempt to leave and seize him," Xiang Chun commanded. The Lu family members, previously bowed in silence, instantly perked up. "You dare to depart without my consent?" With a resounding roar, over a dozen Soul Moon realm disciples lunged forward and poured Song Er, ensnared by their might, let out a wretched cry as he was overwhelmed and pinned to the ground. Chapter 636, You Unfilial Son. In the blink of an eye, Song Er was rendered utterly defenseless, bound before Xiang Chun with spirit-binding ropes. Who are you truly?" Song Er was bound like a large rice dumpling, gazing in terror at Xiang Chun. "Who are you?" he exclaimed. "Ha! Did you not say it yourself? I am merely a rural villager." Xiang Chun replied with a cold smile. A powerful figure from the Lu family, at the Soul Moon level, raised his hand and struck Song Er's face twice with resounding slaps, sneering, "Listen well, youngster. This esteemed gentleman is our Lu family's uncle and an elder. How dare you provoke him?" Another person approached and delivered 2 kicks to Song Er's head, causing him to cry out in agony. The man laughed disdainfully. "How dare you confront our uncle with such arrogance? Have you taken the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Uncle, should we break his legs? What? He is an elder of the Lu family?" Song Er looked at Xiang Chun in horror, scarcely able to believe it. The Lu family was a prestigious clan in the wild state. To become an elder, one must first reach the Lingxiao realm and attain mastery. How could Xiang Chun, who was merely at the Yuanyang level, possibly be an elder of the Lu family? Song Er was utterly bewildered, as if surrounded by a multitude of question marks. "Not yet. We will deal with him later," Xiang Chun replied indifferently. "Grandfather, it is he." At that moment, Lu Qing arrived with more people. "Who dare strike my grandson?" A middle-aged man, clad in exquisite blue robes and exuding an imposing presence, approached. Lu Qing, filled with rage, pointed at Xiang Chun from a distance and shouted, "It was that little beast who attacked me. Grandfather, you are the one who cares for me the most." Upon seeing the young man, Lu Qing's grandfather immediately changed his expression and hurried over. Lu Qing followed closely behind. As they arrived, Lu Qing scolded, "Xiang Chun, you are finished. My grandfather is here, and he is an elder of our family." To Lu Qing's astonishment, his grandfather suddenly bowed, panic evident in his voice, "And master, no, Elder Xiang Chun." Lu Qing stood dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes as his grandfather showed such deference to Xiang Chun. "Grandfather, what are you doing? Why are you bowing to this insufferable brat?" Lu Qing asked in disbelief. "Impudent." Lu Qing's grandfather, filled with rage, swiftly slapped Lu Qing across the face. With a scream, Lu Qing was sent sprawling to the ground. staring in shock at his grandfather. Mu Xianyu, he is your grandson? Xiang Chun, intrigued by their exchanges, smiled knowingly. Mu Xianyu, it turned out, was Lu Qing's maternal grandfather. Xiang Chun, what has this rebellious child done to offend you? Mu Xianyu asked awkwardly. Not much, really. Upon entering the Lu residence, he told me to leave and ordered me to crawl beneath him, Xiang Chun replied casually, scratching his ear. What? Mu Xianyu's face paled, and he glared at Lu Qing, who was struggling to rise from the ground. Enraged, he approached Lu Qing and delivered another slap. Ah! Lu Qing was sent flying several meters, on the verge of tears. Grandfather, did I do something wrong? He whimpered. Rebellious child. Do you even know who this is? He is your uncle and an elder of the Lu family, my equal. How dare you humiliate him so? If I do not break your legs today, I am not your grandfather. Mu Xianyu was filled with fury, having unleashed a relentless onslaught upon his own grandson. The very life of his grandson was grasped in the hands of Xiang Chun. And how could he not be enraged by such insolence? How could it be that his grandson dared to confront Xiang Chun in such a manner? Was he indeed the little uncle that the ancestors had spoken of? Lu Qing cried out in agony, curled up from the beating he received from Mu Xianyu, his face a canvas of pain and terror. Was the family banquet truly arranged in his honor? How could Xiang Chun suddenly become his little uncle? After Mu Xianyu had dealt a severe blow to Lu Qing, the latter lay convulsing on the ground, nearly unconscious. Elder Xiang, please forgive him. He is but a reckless youth who knows not his own folly. This wretch likely remains oblivious to your esteemed reputation, Mu Xianyu implored, bowing in deference. Xiang Chun, with a countenance devoid of emotion, turned his gaze toward Lu Qing and inquired, Lu Qing, may I now enter the Lu residence? Mu Xianyu barked, you wretched creature. Come here and kneel before your little uncle to apologize. Trembling in fear, Lu Qing crawled toward Xiang Chun, his bruised visage bowed low as he uttered, Little uncle, I was blind to your greatness. I beseech your forgiveness. With that, he hastily prostrated himself. What status did an elder hold in the Lu family? It was second only to that of the family head and the ancestors, individuals of considerable stature, primarily of his grandfather's generation. Not to mention, even his father would have to pay respects upon encountering Xiang Chun. Elder Xiang, this child is but foolish. I implore you to spare him this once. Mu Xianyu interceded on behalf of his grandson. Xiang Chun snorted coldly and approached. Young nephew, do you still dare to act so brazenly in my presence? I no longer dare. I no longer dare. Lu Qing quickly shook his head, trembling in fright. Considering you are a junior and the grandson of old Mu, I shall let this transgression slide. As for Tsang Er, who stands as my adversary, handle him as you see fit. With that, Xiang Chun strode into the Lu residence. Do as your little uncle commands. Mu Xianyu admonished, hastening to follow Xiang Chun into the Lu household. Yes, yes, I shall obey. Lu Qing stammered as he shakily rose from the ground. Lu, my brother, you cannot act so unkindly. Tsang Er implored, fear etched across his features. Sighing deeply, Lu Qing drew forth his treasured sword, declaring, Tsang Er, to aid you. I have incurred the wrath of the most influential figure in the Lu family. To survive within these walls, I must regrettably turn my back on you. No. Tsang Er gasped in horror as Lu Qing's hand swept forth, sword descending. With a sickening sound, blood spurted forth as Lu Qing shattered Tsang Er's arms with two swift strikes. Tsang Er's anguished cries echoed, for he was now irrevocably crippled. Without the healing prowess of Xiang Chun, he would face an uncertain future, his path to enlightenment forever barred. With his arms lost, he would be forsaken by Yi Tianxi, and those he had once offended would seek retribution, leaving him with no means of survival. Someone, throw him out. Lu Qing commanded the guards. Though Tsang Er had been associated with Yi Tianxi, he himself lacked any substantial backing, merely a sycophant. Lu Qing harbored no fear in crippling him. As for the potential retaliation from Yi Tianxi, he would not wage war over a mere Yuan Yang against a direct descendant of the Lu family. Such is the brutal reality of the cultivation world, where the survival of the fittest prevails, and a fellow cultivator's demise is of little consequence. Xiang Chun, dear uncle, I fear that in the Lu family, without currying favor with this esteemed uncle, I shall find no foothold. Lu Qing sighed wryly, observing how his several cousins fled from him as if he were a plague. Chapter 637. The arrival of the senior sister. The Lu family's grand banquet boasted an impressive scale, with no fewer than tens of thousands in attendance from various branches. Naturally, many, like Lu Qing, a junior with modest cultivation, found themselves without the opportunity to dine at the main tables, relegated instead to greeting the guests from the periphery. With over 100 banquet tables set, those granted a seat were primarily the elite members who had entered the Soul Moon realm or esteemed direct descendants like Lu Shiming, alongside prominent elders and significant contributors to the family, such as the heads of local wineries and high-ranking officials. Today, the venerable ancestor Lu Qi donned a vibrant crimson robe, engaging in lively conversation with old friends, his countenance radiant, a stark contrast to the image of a hero in decline that he had once portrayed. Congratulations, old Lu. The world says you have been ailing, but I see that is mere nonsense. You appear as if you could live for another century, exclaimed an elderly gentleman with youthful exuberance. Ah, where would that be? After all, I am aging. Look at my graying hair, replied Lu Qi with a hearty laugh. We too have turned gray. Yet, time is indeed relentless. You have abstained from alcohol for many years. Surely today you must indulge a little? Indeed, I must. With my adopted grandson here, I shall no longer need to refrain from drinking. Lu Qi chuckled, raising his cup to join a group of elders in toasting. Grandfather, while you have just recovered from illness, enjoy your drink, but do not overindulge, a youthful voice interjected as a young man approached with a smile. Dear uncle, young Master Chun, Elder Xiang. At that moment, those around them bowed in respect, their gazes fixed upon the young man. Many young women from the Lu family gazed at him with sparkling eyes. He is our uncle. How young he appears. Not just young, but so handsome. How can a man be so striking? My heart flutters. Sister, do restrain yourself. You're drooling. I cannot help it. This uncle is simply too handsome. I wish to sweep him off his feet. The young man stood tall, his stature erect and commanding, at a height of 185 centimeters, neither stout nor frail. With a physique that was lean yet muscular. His hair shimmered like fresh snow, exuding a faint lunar glow, and his face, like jade, radiated a rosy luster. His sword-like brows and starry eyes, with their deep golden hue, lent him an air of alluring charm. His nose was elegantly defined, while his lips bore a rosy hue, forming a captivating line. In terms of appearance, few could rival him. Adorned with subtle makeup, he could easily be deemed a beauty. Clad in a snow-white fox fur outer robe, layered over a pale blue inner garment, cinched at the waist with a black and gold belt, and stepping forth in golden-threaded footwear, he emanated an ethereal, yet uniquely captivating aura that left countless Lu women gasping in admiration. Today, Xiang Chun had taken special care in his attire, typically preferring a simple white robe. Lu Shiming observed him, her heart racing wildly within her chest. Those of a younger generation than Xiang Chun are addressed as Little Uncle, while contemporaries refer to him as Young Master Chun. Those of an elder generation are respectfully called Elder Xiang. Look, my dear Lu family Xiao Chun has arrived. Haha, Xiao Chun, come here. Let me introduce you to a few esteemed elders, chuckled Lu Qi, the patriarch. The elderly gentleman, whose combined ages exceeded 2,000 years, gazed upon Xiang Chun with glimmers of admiration in their eyes, unable to suppress a sigh of appreciation for such a handsome and refined youth. Xiang Chun approached, clasped his hands, and bowed respectfully, saying, Grandfather. This gesture was not merely an act of flattery. In terms of lineage, he was several generations below them, and thus addressing him as grandfather was entirely appropriate. Furthermore, there was a possibility of a deeper relationship with Lu Shiming in the future. Etiquette, indeed, is one of the most indispensable forms of cultural inheritance throughout human history. He then extended his greetings to the other elders, followed by the Lu family head and others. What a remarkably talented young man. Lu, does your adopted grandson have a betrothed? One elder inquired with a smile. Yes. I too am curious, another chimed in. Haha, you old fellows should cease scheming for our Xiao Chun. He isn't married yet, but surely he will seek a partner from within the Lu family. Lu Qi responded with a laugh. Grandfather, don't bother looking. I am willing to follow Little Uncle. Little Uncle, look at me. What do you think? A girl from a distant group of maidens suddenly exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Do you see? Our Lu family lacks no young ladies. Lu Qi bellowed with laughter. The girl was indeed quite lovely. Xiang Chun had initially considered exchanging a few flirtatious words with her, but thought better of it, deciding to maintain an air of aloofness instead, suppressing any hint of lewdness. The elders continued to jest with their junior. I am still young, with my career yet to flourish. I dare not indulge in romantic musings, Xiang Chun replied with a calm smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming nearly struck him, but restrained himself. Dare not indulge in romantic musings? You, a lecher, the very essence of flirtation is nearly inscribed upon your forehead. Indeed, young people should focus on their careers first before pursuing love. Once established in their endeavors, they will have no shortage of options in matters of the heart. Several elders concurred, nodding in approval. Xiao Chun, allow me to introduce you to these esteemed individuals. This is the Grand Elder of the Spirit Herb Hall. Lu Qi introduced the elders to Xiang Chun, each possessing significant stature and influence within their respective esteemed families. After having been introduced, Xiang Chun performed another round of respectful bows. Understanding social etiquette is a profound knowledge. Cultivating relationships with influential figures may one day yield assistance. Even the seemingly unperturbed Taoists recognize the duality of transcending the mundane and engaging with the world. As a being cloaked in human form, Xiang Chun understood that to navigate the complexities of human society, he must learn to interact with and even leverage these individuals. The world is not as simple as merely eliminating those who pose a problem. Even a tyrant may meet a bitter end, while a frail ruler commands vast dominions. Patriarch Yi has arrived. A loud voice echoed at the entrance of the grand hall, prompting many to rise and look. A group of individuals entered, led by a commanding figure striding with grace, adorned in a long purple-blue robe, with a majestic long beard that exuded authority. Behind him followed two elders of the Yi family, along with a young man and woman. The young man was extraordinarily handsome, while the woman was breathtakingly beautiful. Yi Tianxi and Yi Tianjiao had also arrived. My future father-in-law, whom I had never met, and my ungrateful brother-in-law were here. Xiang Chun narrowed his eyes and stood up to look. Lu Hao, the head of the family, chuckled and approached to greet them, saying, "What an honor. It truly enhances the prestige of the Lu family for the Yi family head to personally grace us with his presence." Yi Qingdao replied with a smile. How could the Yi family not attend the Lu family celebration? Lu Hao, it has been a long time. Please, Yi family head. Lu Hao gestured invitingly. As the Yi family approached, Yi Tianjiao's charming gaze fell upon Xiang Chun, her large, beautiful eyes blinking playfully. The senior is here. Chapter 638. A reunion with the wasteland sovereign little man. Quite impressive. You have silently become an elder of the Lu family. I would not have known until today. The ethereal sound of Yi Tianjiao's voice echoed in his ears. A slight smile graced Xiang Chun's lips as he concentrated his true essence into invisible strands of light, sending back a wave of sound. Indeed, in the future, I intend to boldly claim you, this beauty, and bring you back to the old Xiang family to bear me little wolf cubs. It would be unwise to lack some power in my hands. Hearing this, Yi Tianjiao felt as if her heart had been smeared with honey, responding with a playful tone. You little lecher, I fear it may not be just for me, but also for your beloved sister, wanting me to bear you wolf cubs. I'm afraid I would end up with a bunch of little lechers like you. Hee. Lechers are wonderful. Little lechers will bring more vitality to my old Xiang family and help find more daughters-in-law for future generations. The two unabashedly chatted about their future wolf-making plans. Tianjiao, who are you conversing with? The Yi family head sensed a wave of spiritual energy emanating from Yi Tianjiao. Nothing much, just greeting some acquaintances, Yi Tianjiao replied calmly. Xiang Chun, you are merely a sycophant, clinging to the powerful families. Yi Tianxi even sent a voice transmission to Xiang Chun, mockingly scoffing. Ungrateful brother-in-law, what business is it of yours? Are you envious of my abilities? Xiang Chun retorted coldly. What did you call me? Yi Tianxi's expression turned icy, angering him further. Ungrateful brother-in-law, to be honest, I have my eye on your sister. You better keep an eye on her, or you might find yourself calling me brother-in-law soon, Xiang Chun said with a cold smirk. You bastard, do you think you could ever be worthy of my sister? Even if you become an elder of the Lu family, in our eyes, you are nothing but a pile of cow dung, Yi Tianxi responded sharply. Xiang Chun chuckled coldly, saying no more. Look down on me. Your sister is head over heels for me. You know nothing. When I finally give you a nephew, you'll understand what surprise truly means. The Yi siblings drew the attention of many Lu family disciples. Yi Tianxi was handsome, and his sister was as beautiful as a fairy. Both were renowned talents from the prestigious Academy of the Wasteland, naturally attracting numerous admirers. Many Lu family disciples gazed at Yi Tianjiao with wide eyes. As the Yi family head entered and approached a large table, he clasped his fists in greeting to the Lu family patriarch, saying, Old Master Lu. Ah, Qingdao, please, have a seat. The patriarch of the Lu family replied with a smile. Congratulations to Elder Lu. Observing your radiant spirit. I am curious to know who the newly appointed elder of the Lu family is. Yi Qingdao felt a surge of astonishment within. This venerable figure exuded an imposing aura, brimming with vitality, showing no signs of impending decline. Had the intelligence regarding the Lu family been fabricated? It is he, named Xiangchun. Young Chun, quickly pay your respects to the head of the Yi family. Elder Lu Qi smiled and turned his gaze towards Xiangchun. Paying his respects to the head of the Yi family, Xiangchun offered a respectful bow. It is indeed him. Upon seeing Xiangchun, the head of the Yi family revealed a look of surprise. How could he be so youthful? Initially, he had assumed that the Lu family had secured the allegiance of some grand master of the Lingxiao sect, only to discover that he was so young. Unable to resist, he probed into Xiangchun's cultivation, only to find it at the peak of the 5th level of Yuanyang. The head of the Yi family regained his composure and remarked, I did not anticipate that Elder Xiang would be so young to have become an elder of the Lu family. Truly remarkable for one of such youth. I imagine Elder Xiang possesses some exceptional talents. Xiangchun smiled modestly, stating, You flatter me, head of the Yi family. I owe my position as elder of the Lu family to the favor of our esteemed ancestor. There is nothing extraordinary about me, merely some knowledge of medicine. Elder Xiang's humility is commendable. The head of the Yi family smiled faintly, subsequently losing interest in Xiangchun and redirecting his focus to Elder Lu Qi. As long as Elder Lu remains, the Lu family's status as a prestigious lineage remains unassailable. This individual represents the Lu family's current most formidable strength, along with numerous connections. The head of the Dongfang family has arrived. The grand elder of the Feng family is here. At that moment, another group approached, consisting of members from the Dongfang family and the Feng family. Lu Hao stepped forward to welcome them. Among the Dongfang family, a familiar face for Xiangchun appeared, Dongfang Sanqing. Brother. Upon seeing Xiangchun, Dongfang Sanqing waved enthusiastically. Xiangchun nodded in acknowledgement. The Feng family, too, is renowned, with its head being a third-grade marquis of the Great Xiao, one of the double marquises of Huangzhou. However, the one present is not the marquis himself, but rather the chief elder of the Feng family. Among the younger generation, Feng Yang was notably present, his gaze towards Xiangchun cold and even edged with hostility. Feng Yang is a devoted admirer of Yi Tianjiao, and upon discovering information regarding Xiangchun, he learned that Xiangchun had an engagement with Xia Qingqing. Due to this, he harbored no fondness for Xiangchun, even entertaining thoughts of malice in his eyes. Yi Tianjiao was a pure goddess, untainted and unshared. Nonetheless, because of Yi Tianjiao's presence, he refrained from any harmful intentions towards Xiangchun. This individual genuinely loves Yi Tianjiao. Yet, such emotions often work paradoxically. The more one desires something, the more elusive it becomes. Xiangchun was also aware of Feng Yang. Having heard Yi Tianjiao speak of him, a childhood companion, a childhood crush, who had harbored feelings for Yi Tianjiao since their youth. However, Yi Tianjiao regarded him merely as a friend or an older brother. Stop glaring at me, brother. Do your eyes not ache? It is not my intention to covet your beloved. Rather, you are simply not her type, Xiangchun mused internally as he noted Feng Yang's frequent glances in his direction. These two prominent figures from the great families also took their seats here, with Elder Lu Qi introducing Xiangchun. The heads of the Dongfang and Feng families regarded Xiangchun with astonishment, perceiving him to be entirely different from their expectations. Xiangchun approached with neither humility nor arrogance, exchanging pleasantries, yet their main focus remained fixed upon the venerable Lu Qi, who exuded a vibrant energy. Both men understood that he was indeed the true purpose and the central figure of the Lu family. Suddenly, a formidable battalion clad in dark, ornate armor arrived in perfect formation, wielding exquisite weapons, noble spears, and exquisite crossbows, boasting impressive equipment. Each warrior was a formidable presence, standing above the Yuanyang realm. This was the Black Xian army of the Great Xia dynasty, stationed in the wilds of the Huangzhou, where the minimum cultivation level of its soldiers was mandated to be at least that of the Yuanyang realm. As they formed two rows, an aura of solemnity enveloped the festive gathering, rendering the atmosphere noticeably heavier. What a mighty army! Xiangchun was inwardly astonished. From Huangzhou, the Wangho has arrived. A resounding voice echoed. At that moment, all attendees rose in unison, including Lu Qi himself. The thousands present, both inside and outside the hall, bowed deeply in respect. We welcome the esteemed Huangho. In this instant, Everyone stood and bowed. Even the formidable Lu Qi rose to personally greet the visitor. Xiang Chun, however, merely inclined his body slightly, his eyes glinting with cold brilliance. Amidst the rumbling sound, a golden chariot approached, drawn by 6 powerful dragon steeds, one of which radiated an aura of the Lingxiao realm. All present bowed their heads slightly. The Lu family welcomes the esteemed presence of the Guye. Lu Qi stepped forward, bowing respectfully. As the dragon steeds came to a halt, a charioteer swiftly dismounted and placed a stool before the chariot. A beautiful maid raised the golden curtain, revealing a figure who emerged from within. Clad in an opulent purple robe adorned with patterns of jade pythons, the symbols glimmered as if alive, signifying a potent spiritual treasure. The man was middle-aged, with a square face and thick brows, radiating an imposing presence even without anger. The Wangho, the true ruler of Wengzhou, one of the 72 lords of the Great Xia, holding a hereditary title of first rank. As the Wangho descended, he was followed by a youthful figure of similar age to Xiang Chun, handsome and bearing a small black mole above his left brow. Clad in golden attire, he exuded a demeanor of aloofness and pride. This was Mo Shang, the son of the Wangho's legitimate wife, also known as the Young Lord, or Mo Tu Su. The Wangho turned to Lu Qi, smiling gently. Lu Lao, no need for formalities. Thank you, Lord, Lu Qi replied, straightening his posture. Everyone, please, do not let my arrival disrupt your enjoyment. The Wangho then addressed the others. Thank you, my lord, they responded. Standing upright, the Wangho regarded Lu Qi, remarking with a smile, Lu Lao appears invigorated. It seems the rumors about your health are mere fabrications. Time has indeed taken its toll. My body no longer possesses the vigor of my youth, nor can it compare to the exuberance and commanding presence of the esteemed Marquis. The venerable elder Lu chuckled. In terms of age and seniority, he might surpass the Marquis, who holds a hereditary title. However, the Marquis's cultivation level likely exceeds that of elder Lu. The young Marquis has returned from the Imperial Academy of Zhongzhou to Arid Prefecture. After several years, he has become increasingly gallant and striking. Elder Lu gazed at the golden-clad youth as young Marquis Mo approached, slightly bowing in greeting, saying, Greetings, Elder Lu. Your praises are undeserved. Though young Marquis Mo hails from Arid Prefecture, his familial background allowed his father to enroll him in the finest academy in the 9 prefectures, the Imperial Academy of Zhongzhou. At under 20 years of age, he has already reached the pinnacle of the Yuan-Yang realm, having condensed his true elixir. The head of the Yi family and others also came to pay their respects, following the lead of the host. It has been a long time since I last saw you. Head Yi, Head Dongfeng, Elder Feng, the Marquis remarked, his gaze shifting to Yi Tianjiao and Yi Tianxi. Expressing surprise, are these 2 Tianjiao and Tianxi? They have grown so much. Tianjiao has blossomed into a remarkable beauty since I last saw her as a little girl. Yi Tianjiao and Yi Tianxi quickly returned the greeting, with Yi Tianjiao saying, It is a great honor that the Marquis remembers us. Indeed, I have heard that Tianjiao and Tianxi have joined the Dragon and Phoenix Steel of the Arid Prefecture Academy. Such renown has even reached my residence. The Marquis chuckled warmly. Tianxi, my youngest daughter has yet to marry. Perhaps you should consider her? The head of the Yi family felt a surge of joy and interjected before Yi Tianxi could respond. With the Marquis's daughter, there is no need for consideration. Our family would be most eager, and Tianxi would surely agree. The Marquis's intentions to ally with the Yi family were evident to all present. The elder Lu, though displeased internally, wore a broad smile, recognizing the Marquis's attempts to draw the Yi family closer. By the way, where is Ximing? At that moment, young Marquis Mo could not help but inquire. Yes, where is my future daughter-in-law, Ximing? The Marquis also asked, directing his attention to Lu Ximing. Ximing, the Marquis calls for you. Please come out and pay your respects, Ximing's mother urged her daughter. Reluctantly, Lu Ximing stepped forward. Young Marquis Mo's eyes lit up at the sight of the girl, adorned in a flowing green dress, standing gracefully with exquisite features. At 18, she was in the bloom of youth, resembling a green lotus blossoming amidst the mundane world. Ximing, greetings to the Marquis and young Marquis. Lu Ximing curtsied gracefully. Haha, such a lovely child. You have grown so beautiful since I last saw you 3 years ago. The Marquis laughed heartily. He was indeed pleased with Ximing. A prodigy awakened with a 9th-grade celestial soul, the most gifted individual of the Lu family. I have missed you dearly, Ximing. Young Marquis Mo could not help but take her hand, his gaze fervent. Witnessing this, Xiang Qin's expression turned cold, feeling a surge of discontent. Lu Ximing quickly withdrew her hand, clasping it behind her back, and took a step back, whispering, "Young Marquis, it has been a long time. Please, conduct yourself with decorum." It is evident that she harbors a strong aversion towards Lord Imo. With a faint smile, Lord Imo remarked, "Ximing, you remain as shy as ever." "Shy, my foot. I simply do not like you," she retorted. "I have returned this time with the intention of taking you to the Royal Academy of Zhongzhou. The environment, conditions, and resources there far surpass those of the Academy in Huangzhou. We have already established connections within the Academy, and upon arrival, you will be recognized as a disciple of the inner court," Lord Imo elaborated. "That sounds splendid. In this way, Ximing, Lord Imo will not have to endure long periods without seeing you," chuckled old ancestor Lu. However, Lu Hao frowned, reluctant to let his daughter venture so far. Meanwhile, Director Lu discreetly glanced at Xiang Chun, observing his calm demeanor, which reassured him slightly. "Let us take a seat and allow the younger generation to converse," suggested Lord Huang with a smile. "Please, my lord," they replied, as Lord Huang and the others settled in first. "Thank you, Lord Imo, but I shall not go. The academy in Huangzhou is quite satisfactory." Lu Ximing shook her head, disinclined to leave. "Why not? The academy in Huangzhou is the least esteemed among the 9. While the academy in Zhongzhou is renowned as the Royal Academy, the finest institution for cultivation across the 9 realms," Lord Imo inquired, his expression revealing disdain despite his familiarity with the place. Such individuals often forget their roots, believing that exposure to the colorful world beyond renders their hometown's poverty unworthy of acknowledgement, even feeling embarrassed to admit their origins. "It is too far. I do not wish to go, as I will miss home," Lu Ximing replied, casting a glance at Xiang Chun. At that moment, Lord Huang approached the table where Xiang Chun was seated and felt an odd sense of familiarity upon seeing him. "Have you recognized him?" Old ancestor Lu smiled, saying, "My lord, this is my adopted grandson, the esteemed Xiang Chun mentioned in the post. His medical skills are exceptional. He has cured me of my wine poison and is now a newly appointed elder of the Lu family." Lord Huang was taken aback, exclaiming, "So young. This young elder Xiang Chun could cure old Lu's wine poison. I wonder from whom he learned his craft?" He had not anticipated that Xiang Chun was so youthful, having assumed he was a master of the Lingxiao realm. Xiang Chun slightly bowed, his expression serene, and said, "I am Xiang Chun, paying my respects to my lord. My master is merely a traveler of no notable fame. I doubt you would recognize his name," Lord Huang remarked. "Old Lu's wine poison has baffled the most renowned pharmacists and physicians throughout Huangzhou. To have been healed by such a skilled practitioner, your master must be someone of considerable merit." Xiang Chun replied, "My master is named Pig Anus Split, and he is truly not a well-known figure. The name was a fabrication, as he only knew of Big Brother, a moniker given by his mother. If Big Brother were to discover that Xiang Chun referred to him as Pig Anus Split, he might very well retaliate." "Zhu Ganglai?" Lord Huang pondered. He had indeed never heard of such a name, and it struck him as rather peculiar. He continued, "I feel a sense of familiarity with you, young elder. Have we met somewhere before?" "In Dazhou, at the Wan Yao Pavilion." His spiritual awareness had indeed enveloped the area, but amidst the crowd, he did not recognize Xiang Chun, only feeling an odd familiarity. Xiang Chun, with an expression of surprise, remarked, "This is my first encounter with the esteemed lord. I have never had the pleasure of meeting you before." Laughing heartily, the lord replied, "Perhaps we are like old acquaintances. To be candid, little elder, I have been struggling with my meditation lately, finding it difficult to achieve tranquility. Might you be able to assist me?" Xiang Chun inquired. "Would the lord permit me to take your pulse?" Of course, the lord extended his wrist. As Xiang Chun placed his fingers on the pulse, a stream of his innate energy surged into the noble's body, akin to a single drop in an ocean, revealing the vastness of the noble's vitality and strength, which surpassed his expectations. Quickly withdrawing his hand, Xiang Chun stated, "From your pulse, it appears that you have been consuming an excess of fire attribute spiritual fruits recently, leading to an overabundance of liver fire within. This has caused one of your liver meridians to be eroded by fire toxins. Although this does not jeopardize your health, it can hinder your meditation and affect your emotions." The noble expressed surprise. "Indeed, I have been indulging in a recent batch of fire dragon spiritual fruits. You have an astute eye, little elder. How might I remedy this?" Xiang Chun suggested, "Regular consumption of cooling snow lotus should suffice," particularly those aged over 500 years. Alternatively, I could administer 2 needles now to provide immediate relief. The Lord chuckled. Then I must trouble you to do so. Indicating for Xiang Chun to proceed, he extended his wrist once more. Xiang Chun retrieved several spiritual needles, deftly inserting them into specific acupoints on the noble's wrist. The energy flowed through the noble's meridians, swiftly devouring the fire toxins from the liver meridian. In mere moments, Xiang Chun withdrew the needles. The noble felt a wave of relief wash over him, exclaiming, "Truly, your medical skills are remarkable, little elder. I feel significantly rejuvenated." "You flatter me, my lord," Xiang Chun responded with a slight bow. Old Master Lu remarked, "This little elder indeed possesses exceptional medical expertise. Should our lord's residents encounter any perplexing ailments in the future, we shall surely enlist your services." The noble laughed. "Such is not necessary. If I can be of assistance, little Chun would be more than willing." Xiang Chun smiled faintly, yet within, he scoffed at the thought of treating the noble's household, fearing that it might lead to their ultimate demise. In the brief interaction, he had left a small token of his presence within a scarcely perceivable meridian of the noble. "Shimeng, the academy in Huangzhou is woefully inadequate. It will only squander your talents." At another table, young Master Mo continued to engage with Lu Shimeng. "Miss Shimeng, young Master Mo speaks truthfully. Students from the Huangzhou Academy are indeed the least proficient in the 9 provinces. A talent such as yours deserves a superior circle." Several youths around young Master Mo echoed their agreement. The Lu family disciples studying at the Huangzhou Academy felt a twinge of discomfort at these remarks, yet dared not voice their dissent. Observing Lu Shimeng's lack of interest, young Master Mo devised a plan, stating, "Shimeng, if you do not believe me, allow me to demonstrate the disparity between the Huangzhou Academy and the Central Province Imperial Academy. Lin Yan, go and show Shimeng just how lacking the Huangzhou students truly are." "Understood," replied Lin Yan. A young man in his 20s nodded. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Are there any students from the Wilderness Academy present in the Yuanyang realm? If so, please stand up." Instantly, numerous disciples of the Lu family, who were training at the Wilderness Academy, rose in response. Lin Yan regarded these individuals with a cold smirk and proclaimed, "I hail from the Central State Imperial Academy. I have heard that the Wilderness Academy is one of the 9 esteemed academies, albeit positioned at the tail end. Nevertheless, it is still one of the 9. I am Lin Yan, ranked 98th on the Central State Imperial Academy's Tiger list, and I challenge any of the Wilderness Academy students present to a duel. Who dares to face me?" Among the Lu disciples, one stood up and declared, "I am Lu Yi, ranked 72nd on the Wilderness Academy's Tiger list, and I shall engage you in battle." This was an overt provocation. How could they not be incensed by such an affront in their own territory? The younger generation could hardly contain themselves. Lu Qi, the elder, smiled faintly, deeming it a good way to enliven the atmosphere. The Wilderness Marquis remarked, "Ah, youth, if one is not impetuous, can they truly be called young?" Lin Yan and Lu Yi ascended into the air. Lin Yan manifested a pair of fiery wings, his true essence radiating intense heat. Lu Yi, also at the 9th level of the Yuanyang realm, summoned a pair of azure wings, brandishing a sword. "You may strike first," Lin Yan said, standing with his hands behind his back, his demeanor indifferent. Lu Yi scoffed, then unleashed a tremendous surge of true essence, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. His sword emitted a dazzling light, and in an instant, dozens of illusory sword beams surged towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan chuckled disdainfully, his fiery wings expanded dramatically, and with a single flap, an explosive wave of fire surged forth, engulfing the sword beams and causing them to erupt in a series of violent bursts. A torrential blaze enveloped Lu Yi, who screamed in agony as his hair and garments ignited. Lin Yan soared forward and landed a decisive kick on Lu Yi's chest. Blood erupted from Lu Yi's mouth as he was sent flying, crashing down to the ground, convulsing in pain, his skin charred and his hair completely burned away. Rank 72 on the Wilderness Tiger list? How utterly pathetic, Lin Yan mocked. Lu Yi writhed on the ground, his skin severely burned. His ribs shattered from the force of the kick. The sheer intensity of the fire's essence, unleashed in that fleeting moment, must have exceeded 6,000 degrees. How can it be that Lu Yi, ranked 72 on our Tiger list, cannot even contend with someone ranked 97th? The disciples of the Lu family wore grim expressions. One of the young lords beside them remarked, It seems Lin Yin has perfected his fire wing technique to the pinnacle of the Yuan Yang realm. Those wings can soar through the skies and cleave through metal and stone. The young Lord Mo commented coolly, "This is the level of the Wilderness Academy? Their spiritual techniques are hidden away, and they scarcely possess any celestial martial arts or techniques." A pharmacist from the Liu family hurried forward to tend to Liu Yi's injuries. Young Lord Mo turned to Liu Shiming and said, "Do you see the disparity here?" Liu Shiming replied, displeased, "The Wilderness Academy also boasts many excellent and formidable students." Lord Mo Shao smiled faintly and remarked, "I suspect that Lin Yan's strength has already reached the top 10 of your tiger list. If you do not believe me, observe further." Lin Yan had just defeated Liu Yi and indifferently stated, "Is this all the capability the scholars of the Arid State Academy possess? Is there anyone else brave enough to step forward?" Just then, a young man with a bruised face rose and shouted, "Damn it, I will." It was none other than Lu Qing, who had previously been soundly beaten by Xiang Chun. Lu Qing coldly declared, "I am Lu Qing, ranked 8th on the tiger list of the Arid State Academy, here to seek your guidance." "Ah, the 8th of the Arid Academy's tiger list. How intriguing. Come forth." Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with interest. Lu Qing ascended into the air, releasing a cerulean and azure energy, his sword manifesting in hand. As his true essence coalesced into a formidable sword energy, infused with a faint scent of wine, Lu Qing practiced the Liu family's celestial skill, the Wine Heaven sword technique. With Lu Qing taking action, confidence surged among the Liu clan members. "Attack!" Lu Qing bellowed, transforming into a streak of cerulean sword light, his speed astonishing. Reaching sonic velocity in an instant, the sword light roaring as it surged forth. "So swift!" Lin Yin exclaimed in surprise, then roared in fury, summoning a fiery inferno with his flame wings. However, before the inferno could engulf him, Lu Qing had already pierced through it, unleashing a 20-meter-long sword light from above. Descending with tremendous force, Xiang Chen observed, silently acknowledging that had he not previously resorted to a sneak attack, defeating Lu Qing would indeed require considerable effort. Lin Yin shouted, wielding a flaming blade to engage in fierce combat with Lu Qing. The two clashed continuously in the air, with Lu Qing overpowering Lin Yin, leaving him in a dire predicament. The disciples of the Liu family erupted in cheers. Suddenly, blood splattered as Lin Yin emitted a pained grunt. His thigh struck by Lu Qing's sword, leaving a deep gash that exposed bone. "How could our 9 palaces' strongest academy be unable to defeat you, the weakest?" Spirit flame technique, ascending flame. Lin Yin roared in fury, his internal fire essence surging, the temperature of his burning power skyrocketing, causing him intense agony. With a single stroke, he unleashed a terrifying blade radiance, reaching a scorching 7,000 degrees. Lu Qing thrust his sword, forming a protective curtain of sword light. Yet, in the next moment, his expression changed dramatically as the curtain was struck, the wine essence within igniting in a sudden blaze, reaching its combustion point. The Liu family's technique had a significant flaw. It could be countered by excessively strong fire-based powers, as wine burns in fire. Boom. Lu Qing's defensive curtain of sword light was instantly consumed by flames. Not good. Lu Qing gasped in shock, just as Lin Yan's blade came crashing down. "Ah!" Lu Qing screamed, blood gushing as he was sent flying, his body mangled, plummeting to the ground with a thud. Lu Qing, similarly, had been defeated. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Liu family and the academy students hung their heads in despair. Lu Qi, the ancestral elder of the Liu family, sighed deeply, recognizing that it was not Lu Qing's lack of skill, but rather Lin Yan's fire essence had just reached the maximum temperature threshold of their family's technique, causing the wine essence to explode. Lin Yan, too, was gasping heavily, suffering from the intense heat within, hastily consuming a spirit pill to suppress his condition. He had just employed a secret technique to forcibly enhance the burning potency of his true essence, inflicting 1,000 points of damage to his enemy while wounding himself 800. Lin Yan suppressed his pain and scoffed, "8th on the Hubang. Yet you are no match for my 98th position. The 9th palace is indeed the weakest, as the name suggests." How infuriating. This fellow is exceedingly arrogant. Many students from the Liu family turned pale with anger, their eyes ablaze, yet they found themselves powerless against him. Young Lord Mo shook his head, also displaying disdain. "Arrogance. A mere wretch. I, 2nd on the Hubang, shall face you." Dongfang Sanqing's expression turned icy as he slammed the table, ready to intervene. Dongfang Sanxing. Second on the hubang. What mere bravado are you spouting? However, at that moment, a voice, indifferent and detached, interjected. Everyone turned to see a remarkably handsome youth draped in a fox fur cloak, approaching the table with a leisurely grace. Knowing Dongfang Sanxing would be present, Xiang Chun boldly stepped forward, his intentions unclear. Brother, Dongfang Sanxing regarded the youth. Xiang Chun. It was indeed Xiang Chun. Little uncle. Many were astonished. Gazing at the young man, Lin Yin too observed the boy radiating the aura of a pinnacle fifth-stage Yuan Yang, his tone frigid. Are you implying a challenge with your words, brat? Otherwise, if you were sane, you would comprehend my meaning. The youth flicked his fox cloak. A garment crafted for him by Xia Hisan Yang when she was merely 16. Ha! Little uncle is imposing. The students of the Lin family burst into laughter. How dare you provoke me, you insignificant wretch? Lin Yin seethed with rage. The youth removed his cloak and tossed it to Dongfang Sanxing, who received it with a steady hand. Xiang Chen's gaze was electric as he spoke indifferently. A trivial figure, Xiang Chun, 10th on the hubang, cannot compare to your esteemed First Academy's 98th position. You, at the 5th stage of Yuan Yang, dare to claim a spot in the top 10? Is your academy truly devoid of talent? Such a character cannot possibly rank among the top 10. All of our top 10 in the Imperial Academy are of the Soul Moon. Lin Yin sneered, yet he remained vigilant, believing the opponent was concealing his true strength to catch him off guard. I cannot be bothered to waste words with you. I shall grant you a stick of incense's time to suppress the burning energy within you, lest you refuse to accept defeat after I vanquish you. Xiang Chen smirked, seeing through Lin Yan's current predicament, which was merely a spent force. Just now, had Lu Qing not blocked that strike, victory would have been his. Lin Yan's expression shifted slightly. The other party had discerned his condition. In a cold voice, he declared, after a stick of incense, you shall understand the chasm between academies. With that, he promptly activated his techniques to suppress the residual effects of his secret art. All awaited in anticipation, murmuring amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the youth stood with his hands clasped behind him, his snow-white hair billowing in the wind, exuding an aura that captivated countless young women. Lu Ximing found herself somewhat entranced. Young Lord Mo noticed Lu Ximing's unwavering gaze fixed on Xiang Chun, and his expression darkened. Chapter 642. A Cure for Defiance. Moments later, Lin Yin had nearly recovered, his gaze turning icy as he addressed Xiang Chun, coldly stating, Brat, I am ready. Come forth and meet your demise. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chun stepped forward, unleashing the power of the dragon elephant within him. Roar. The roar of the dragon and elephant reverberated as the tremendous force of a body weighing several 100,000 pounds erupted. With a resounding bang, the youth instantaneously transformed into a projectile, soaring upward. The ground beneath him shattered with a single step. Xiang Chen's physical speed shattered the sound barrier, reaching supersonic velocity. And in an instant, he closed the distance to Lin Yin. So swift, Lin Yin was taken aback, unable to mount a counterattack. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen's fist had already descended with lethal intent, a dragon elephant unleashed. Lin Yin instinctively shielded himself with his wings, forming a mere defense. Bang! The colossal dragon elephant fist collided with Lin Yan's fiery wings, igniting a tempest of flames and unleashing an overwhelming force. The Tine true essence surged forth, following the devastation. With a thunderous crash, this terrifying power sent Lin Yin hurtling backward, his body propelled through the air. What astonishing speed! Others looked on in astonishment, questioning how Xiang Chun could elevate his velocity to such terrifying heights in an instant. Such formidable physical strength was rare among the human race. As cultivators who specialized in physical prowess were not commonly found, the human body was typically not their forte, unable to rival the naturally powerful beasts. Lin Yin was sent flying several dozen meters, nearly shattering his fiery wings upon impact. The staggering force struck him, causing him to spit out blood. How could this be? Lin Yin was stunned, and with an enraged roar, he retreated, creating distance, unwilling to engage Xiang Chun in close quarters. Yet Xiang Chun did not relent, stepping into the void with explosive true essence, employing the stunning swan step and the thunderous body technique. The power of his physique surged forth as both techniques and true essence erupted. With a resounding crash, Xiang Chun closed the gap once more, his fists radiating a terrifying strength in the millions of pounds, striking out with ferocity. Bang! Bang! The relentless assault continued, providing Lin Yin no opportunity to retaliate. Ah! Lin Yin screamed in agony, even with his true essence shielding him. This overwhelming physical power pierced through, as if he were being struck from afar. The force of the punches, imbued with the dominating intent of the dragon elephant, bore down upon him. Everyone looked up in shock, witnessing Lin Yan's continuous retreat and evasive maneuvers. Xiang Chun pressed in close, his fists raining down with astonishing speed, battering against Lin Yan's protective true essence, leaving him with no chance to counter. Such domineering power. Go, uncle. Keep it up. The Liu clan students cheered with fervor. The term go has historical roots, originating from scholars who, unable to afford oil for their lamps, were aided by a benevolent official who ensured they could study late into the night. Lin Yan, what are you doing? Don't embarrass us. Someone beside the young lord shouted in anger. Lin Yan spat blood, roaring as he unleashed a secret technique from within. With a booming sound, his fiery true essence surged, a torrent of flames engulfing the space, surging towards Xiang Chun. Die, you trash from the barren palace. Lin Yan bellowed, retaliating with a blaze of true fire directed at Xiang Chun. With a thunderous roar, the flames enveloped Xiang Chun in an instant. Xiang Chun, Lu Shiming's expression shifted, her voice filled with alarm and concern. The young lord's countenance darkened further upon witnessing Lu Shiming's reaction. Yellow Springs forbidden scripture, 9 nether cold prison. Yet, from within the inferno, a calm voice emerged. Boom. Subsequently, a surge of 6 circles of cold, dark energy erupted, sweeping through the inferno. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This astonishingly high-temperature fire was instantaneously extinguished by the overwhelming chill, which then surged towards Lin Yan in concentric waves. Lin Yan, taken aback, activated his protective aura. But in an instant, his protective true essence was frozen. What kind of martial art is this? How could it possibly freeze my true fire? Lin Yan was filled with dread. At that moment, the young man launched an assault, his foot transforming into a colossal force that struck fiercely against Lin Yan's protective essence. Bang! The protective essence shattered in an instant, and the terrifying power of the strike assaulted Lin Yan's body. Ah! Lin Yan screamed in agony, sent flying and spitting blood. You must be from the wild state, you arrogant fool. After a brief excursion outside, you look down upon your own homeland's academy? Xiang Chun sneered, swiftly approaching and delivering a powerful slap. Smack! Lin Yan was sent flying, his mouth nearly shattered from the blow. Xiang Chun closed in, delivering slap after slap as if reprimanding a disobedient child, mocking, while you were absent, your homeland languished. Now you return, posturing with arrogance. If you hold such disdain for the wild academy, do not return to the wild state. Get lost. Grasping Lin Yan by the neck, he forcefully slammed him to the ground. With a resounding crash, Lin Yan let out a wretched cry, crashing into a lotus pond, sending water splashing and becoming ensnared in the muck, as if planted like a vegetable. Bravo! Uncle, you're amazing. Uncle is so cool. The disciples of the Liu family cheered with excitement. Many of the third-generation disciples unable to contain their applause. Xiang Chun retracted his tiny, true wings and gently descended, deliberately provoking those near the young marquis. The Central State Academy is no better, the young man remarked indifferently. The young marquis turned to the elated Liu Shiming, his gaze icy, and whispered to one of his companions, "Disable him." The man stepped forward, coldly declaring, "Boy, you have some skill. But what is there to boast about in defeating the 98th of our Central State Royal Academy when you stand 10th on the Wild Academy's Tiger ranking? Zhuling, 31st on the Central State Royal Academy's Tiger ranking. I challenge you." With that declaration, a more terrifying and profound aura erupted from his being. He was at the peak of the Yuan Yang realm, possessing a cultivation level at least double that of the 9th rank. Indeed, the Central State Academy was formidable. Even those ranked 31st had condensed their true Dan, while only the top 5 of the Wild State Academy could boast such cultivation. Zhuling leaped forward, unleashing a torrent of golden true essence. Xiang Chun regarded his opponent with calm composure and said coolly, "I have nothing to boast about. I merely find it distasteful how you return to flaunt your newfound status in front of your fellow countrymen, belittling this and that. You deride our Wild Academy as trash. Yet in my eyes, you are equally worthless. You are overly arrogant, die?" Zhuling roared, a spirit manifestation emerging from within him. Boom. Behind him, a spectral sword boar materialized, resembling a pig but bristling with sword-like spines. The true essence surged forth, and the spirit of the sword pig roared. The crimson tomb unleashed a torrent of golden sword rays, their power boundless, as hundreds of golden blades tore through the air. The spirit? Upon witnessing this, Xiangqin's lips curled into a smirk. A wolf's howl echoed throughout the arena. The spectators were left in stunned silence as a colossal white wolf, over 100 meters in size, materialized behind the young man. In that instant, the overwhelming pressure of a supreme spirit dominated the battlefield, dwarfing all other spirits present. The sword pig spirit, once formidable, was instantly rendered insignificant. Chapter 643, The Favor of the Wild Marquis. This spirit pressure. Everyone present was astonished. Those with spirits felt their own essence being ruthlessly suppressed. How could this be? In that fleeting moment, the wild marquis and several family heads rose to their feet, their eyes wide with disbelief. They could feel their own spirits being forcefully restrained. A supreme spirit. The wild marquis spoke slowly, a hint of astonishment in his gaze. This was precisely the reason behind Ergo's true intentions, to garner the wild marquis's attention and secure his own safety. Xiaoqin possesses such a terrifying talent. The elder Lu Qi stood up in delight. Now, Xiangqun could be considered half a member of the Lu family, with such talent. Wouldn't the Lu family gain another formidable practitioner in the future? Beyond his medical skills, he harbored such extraordinary gifts. The elder Lu Qi could not conceal his joy. This young man, though not the first time he had witnessed his spirit, still left one in awe. Director Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The pressure emanating from his young uncle's spirit was terrifying. What rank of spirit is this? The disciples of the Lu clan gazed in astonishment at the ethereal wolf that had manifested. Most distressed was Zhu Ling, who stared incredulously at the apparition of the heavenly wolf, realizing that his spirit level had been forcefully suppressed from the 9th rank of the spiritual level to the 1st. The power of the sword pig spirit had effectively diminished much of his strength. Harnessing the power of the ghostly deity, Xiangqin's true essence surged ferociously, instantly elevating him to the 8th layer of the Yuanyang realm. Though he had not fully transformed into a wolf, he grew nearly 3 meters tall. Thunder slash. In Xiangqin's hand, the dragon-quelling demon blade erupted with wild arcs of lightning as he swung it. Boom. The incoming sword rays, mere meters from him, were cleaved apart by the 10-meter-long bolt of lightning emanating from his blade, shattering upon impact. Undeterred by the explosive sword energy, Xiangqun charged forward like a streak of thunder, unleashing 27 strikes in the blink of an eye. Swish, swish, swish. The 27 slashes erupted in rapid succession, almost overwhelming in their speed. Zhu Ling's face paled in shock as he desperately attempted to block with his battle sword, managing to parry 17 or 18 strikes amid the clanging sounds. Yet, the subsequent blows came too swiftly. Uft. One strike pierced through his protective true qi, followed by another that tore into his chest, blood gushing forth. The following strikes landed on various parts of his body. Ah! Zhu Ling screamed in agony, his body erupting with blood from the 5 or 6 gaping wounds inflicted by the thunder slash. He plummeted from the air, crashing down to the ground with a thud. Xiangqun sheathed his blade, untouched by blood. The Zhu Ling has lost its combat prowess. His thighs and arms have been severed. Silence. The entire arena fell into an instant hush, with one companion of the young lord beside him staring in disbelief at the scene before him. This individual possesses such formidable strength. Mo Xiaohui gazed in shock at Xiangqun. The 2 individuals accompanying him were his loyal vassals, all prodigies selected from the Ofu to undertake their cultivation journey in Zhongzhou. Once the stillness dissipated, the disciples of the Lu family erupted in a chorus of cheers. In stark contrast to the previously elegant and composed Xiangqun, this moment revealed a youth wielding a colossal blade, exuding an aura of disdain for the world, embodying the ferocity of a wolf. My uncle is so dashing. Alas, I fear I shall never love another man in this lifetime. What realm does my uncle's cultivation truly belong to? I refuse to believe he is merely at the 5th level of the Yuanyang realm. Lu Qing was equally astonished. This individual had grown even stronger than before. The millennium-long tempering of spiritual energy was not in vain. Xiangqin's physical strength had increased by several tens of thousands of pounds. Such power is indeed formidable. Xiangqun, gripping the massive blade, turned his gaze toward the young lord, who was accompanied only by a single young retainer. Though the facilities of the Wangong may not rival those of other academies, we in the Wangzhou Shigong are not lacking. Whoever dares to belittle us should first inquire about my Lonke blade, Xiang Chen stated indifferently, not directly addressing the young lord, but aiming his words at him nonetheless. Mo Xiaohui's expression darkened as he coldly snorted. The top 10 of the tiger ranking of the Wangong are merely at the Yuanyang realm, while the Royal Academy does not dare challenge the top 10 without a Soul Moon realm cultivation. Xiang Chun replied with indifference. Realm is but a temporary disparity, not an eternal one. You, too, are at the Yuanyang realm. I wonder what your rank on the tiger ranking is. Might Xiang Chun spar with the young lord? Mo Xiaohui sneered. I currently hold the 21st position on the Royal Academy's tiger ranking. What status do you hold that affords you the right to contend with me? A mere commoner? His arrogance and disdain were left unmasked. The disciples of the Lu family felt discontented by his words, yet none dared to voice their grievances. After all, he was the heir to the future marquis of the Daxia, and he had every right to such pride. Though the Wang Ho appeared humble, it was merely the concealed brilliance of one seasoned by age. As for Mo Xiaohui, being young with a family fortune and a powerful tiger as his backing, among the younger generation of Wangzhou, who could rival his arrogance? Xiang Chen merely smiled faintly, revealing no signs of anger. Now was not the time to confront him openly, for it would bring humiliation to the Lu family. The youth of today was no longer the reckless boy who had clashed head-on with Yin Tianai 2 years prior. Of course, this was also because the young lord had yet to cross his bottom line. What a heroic youth! What extraordinary strength! The Wang Ho chuckled heartily, applauding. As he took the lead, others joined in a resounding wave of applause, showering praises upon him. My lord, esteemed guests, please forgive my actions against those of the Guifu. I kindly ask for your understanding. Xiang Chun humbly bowed slightly. It is of no consequence. A young person who does not engage in a few scrapes is not truly young. It is this fiery spirit of competition that should define your generation of cultivators. The wild marquis chuckled and said, Xiang Chun, I hold you in high regard. Why not join my wild marquis mansion? I assure you, I shall nurture your talents with utmost care. Upon hearing this, many individuals revealed expressions of envy. The marquis's intention to recruit Xiang Chun was evident. Young Lord Mo felt displeased, yet he dared not dampen his father's spirits. Having Xiang Chun in the marquis's mansion would allow him to manipulate the situation later on. The ancestors Lu Qi and Lu Hao exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. This was a blatant attempt to poach talent. Xiang Chun, taken aback by the unexpected favor, replied, Your kindness overwhelms me, Marquis. However, I am already a revered elder of the Lu family, and it would be inappropriate for me to join the Marquis mansion. He bowed deeply, wishing to decline, yet knowing he could not offend such a prominent figure. The Marquis laughed lightly. I was merely jesting, yet it speaks volumes of your character. Should you choose to join, Lu Lao would surely be displeased with me. Therefore, I extend this offer, upon the completion of your studies. Should you wish to enlist in the Black Xian army, I will grant you the position of a deputy general. The wild marquis's offer was met with envy from many. Although the Black Xian army was under the command of the wild marquis mansion, it was also an integral part of the Great Xia dynasty's military structure. A deputy general in the Black Xian army typically required a cultivation level of at least the Soul Moon realm, Great Heaven position, or above. Chapter 644. Cunning and calculated. The entire 9 provinces belonged to the Great Xia, and joining the Black Xian army would not be seen as a betrayal of the Lu family, which also had its kin within the ranks. Xiang Chun feigned excitement, exclaiming, I am truly grateful for your generosity, Marquis. Upon finishing my studies, I shall certainly consider military service as my foremost option. The wild marquis smiled at Lu Qi, saying, Lu Lao, it seems your family may soon gain another formidable figure, perhaps even one rivaling your strongest. The marquis is exceedingly generous to Xiao Chun. I shall toast to you on his behalf, Lu Qi responded, clearly pleased with Xiang Chen's earlier refusal. The wild marquis's interest in Xiang Chun stemmed from his keen perception of the latter's spiritual talents and cultivation level. While others might assume Xiang Chun was merely playing a role, concealing his true strength, the marquis discerned his actual cultivation at the 5th level of the Yuanyang realm, coupled with his mastery of physical techniques and spiritual abilities, which rendered him exceptionally formidable. In the marquis's eyes, Xiang Chun had the potential to ascend to the realm of a celestial master or even beyond, making him an attractive candidate to cultivate. Every individual faces the inevitability of aging and mortality. The strength of a marquisate derives not only from its status, but also from its continuous influx of talented individuals. As the old guard retires, new blood must step up to uphold the legacy. The Great Xia dynasty has endured for over 6 millennia, and the wild Marquis mansion has existed for thousands of years, thriving due to the unbroken lineage of powerful figures. Even among the 72 marquises, when one lacks the capability to retain their position, others will find a way to replace them. Xiang Chun returned to the banquet, yet his status had shifted. He could no longer sit with the wild Marquis and his entourage, opting instead for the elders' table. Young Lord Mo cast a cold glance at Xiang Chun, then turned to ask Lu Shiming, "Do you know him?" Lu Shiming had just been engrossed in her thoughts about Xiang Chun, and only returned to reality upon hearing his words. "What did you say?" she inquired. The young lord's dissatisfaction grew, and his tone turned less amiable. "You seem to have a good relationship with that young man, don't you?" Lu Shiming replied, "We are acquainted, as we both attend the same academy. He is also on the tiger list, so it is natural for me to know him. Our relationship is quite ordinary, merely that of classmates." She was not foolish. She could not reveal her feelings for Xiang Chun to this fellow, lest it bring trouble upon him. The young lord, upon hearing her words, chose not to press further. But he had already resolved to send someone to investigate the academy. Xiang Chun was drinking with Dongfang Sanqing, while Yi Tianjiao and Yi Tianxi were seated at the young lord's table. Xiang Chun felt a twinge of frustration as he watched Lu Shiming sitting there with the young lord. However, what could he do? Patience and strength were his only paths forward. If possible, it would be best to maintain a good relationship with the Marquis' residents. And when his own power and influence were sufficient, he would settle the score for his brother. The banquet was primarily a signal from the venerable Lu Qi, proclaiming that he was still vigorous despite his age. Xiang Chun was not the true focus of the event. As evening fell, the guests began to depart, including the young lord and various family heads from the region. The young lord had initially invited Lu Shiming to stay at the Marquis' residence for a few days, but she politely declined, citing discomfort due to her monthly cycle. Inside the golden carriage, which was as luxurious and spacious as a room, there was no sense of jolting. "Father, why are you so kind to that young man?" The young lord finally could not hold back his grievances and asked. "He possesses remarkable medical skills and extraordinary talent, and he is also from our region of Huangzhou. Why should I not treat him well?" The Marquis, seated on a golden chair, idly toyed with a string of bone beads from a high-level demon beast, his expression indifferent. The young lord continued, "I noticed something odd in Shiming's gaze towards him. I suspect there is something between them. I do not like that young man." The Marquis replied coolly, "Shang you are only 18 years old, and Xiang Chun is likely of a similar age. With his exceptional talent and the support of the Lu family, your first thought should be how to draw him under your wing to become part of your future foundation, rather than suppressing him due to jealousy. Lu Shiming is bound by an engagement to you. She would not dare to betray you, and the Lu family would not permit her to entertain other men. Xiang Chun understands this as well. What more do you doubt? Humans are emotional beings. You may forcibly claim her, but you cannot dominate her thoughts or feelings. At this age, girls are often drawn to handsome and capable young men like Xiang Chun. Would you really resort to killing anyone she favors? With maturity, Lu Shiming will come to realize that you are indeed her true match." Hearing this, the young lord felt a slight easing in his heart. It was true. Lu Shiming would not dare betray him unless the Lu family wished for their own destruction. "I understand now," Mo Shang murmured softly. "You do not yet comprehend." The Marquis continued, "Our Marquis' house has a legacy spanning thousands of years, beyond our own strength. We must continually absorb the power of outsiders and the strength of noble families. Only then can our house remain steadfast in Huangzhou for generations to come. However, you are still young, brimming with vitality and vigor. It is only natural that you do not comprehend these truths yet. With time, you shall gradually come to understand them. Having an ally is always preferable to having an adversary. Should you encounter an enemy that must be eradicated, then one must employ the most incisive methods to root them out entirely. As for Xiang Chun, he is undoubtedly a promising individual who can be swayed. Born in the desolate state of Huangzhou, his family, friends, and beloved all reside there. Such a person is the most manageable and easily swayed by our house in the future. It is not your task to suppress him, but rather to win his heart, so that he may serve your interests in the days to come. Truly, the wisdom, vision, and depth of character of a seasoned Marquis far surpass those of his son. I understand. Father, I will not trouble him. However, I find it challenging to win him over," young Lord Mo exclaimed indignantly, feeling discomfort at the thought of dealing with someone he could neither kill nor ignore. There is no need for you to overtly court him. I have already done what is necessary. This individual, if he is to grow, is genuinely worth our attention and support. At present, it suffices to indulge his youthful vanity." Marquis Huang ceased playing with the bone bead and adorned his wrist with it, subsequently engaging his son in a discourse about navigating relationships among various noble families and the art of social conduct. Although young Lord Mo is still in his youth and may not fully grasp these lessons, they must be imparted to him. With his own growth, he will eventually come to a profound realization. Had it not been for the prior events concerning Chen Feng, it is likely that Xiang Chun would have developed a favorable impression of Marquis Huang's conciliatory tactics. However, having been previously irked, it is impossible for Xiang Chun to harbor any fondness for Marquis Huang. All his actions are merely a facade of restraint. Marquis Huang could not fathom any connection between this youth and Chen Feng, nor could he anticipate Xiang Chen's animosity towards him. Had he known, even the elders of the Xiang family would not have spared Xiang Chen from his wrath. Chapter 645. Undercurrents of 10,000 Medicines. The conclusion of the Liu family celebration has also introduced Xiang Chun into the upper echelons of Huangzhou society. Through the Liu family's influence and status, he has managed to marginally enter this circle. This is not mere sycophancy. It is a matter of mutual empowerment, leveraging each other's strengths. The Liu family seeks his assistance to mitigate potential hazards, while he, in turn, aims to utilize their influence to accomplish his own objectives. Beyond emotional ties, there exists a relationship of mutual benefit. After the Liu family's affairs concluded, Xiang Chun returned to the Huangzhou Academy to continue his cultivation. He had no intention of remaining in the Liu household, exerting authority as someone else's uncle. The brothers of Yin Huang are also diligently striving for growth. In the capital of Huangzhou, within the Grand Hall of 10,000 Medicines, a young man was engaged in cultivation within a secret chamber, cradling an exceptionally beautiful woman. As they practiced a combined technique, a swirl of azure and crimson light intertwined around them. He is a practitioner of fire attributes, and his most compatible partner, the furnace, possesses wood attributes. Wood nurtures fire, fire begets earth, earth produces gold, gold generates water, and water nourishes wood. The 5 elements are in a cycle of generation and restraint. The character Xiang Chun possesses a physique of the lunar essence, which seems to resonate with nearly everyone, particularly those of extreme yang, such as fire attributes, or those imbued with the coldness of water, ice, or darkness. She serves not only as his furnace for cultivation, but also as his companion. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside, accompanied by a voice proclaiming, "Master Steward, we have news from the pavilion master." Lin Kai, the steward of the Wan Yao Pavilion, instantaneously opened his eyes, halting his practice. The woman in his embrace, understanding the moment, gracefully rose to assist Lin Kai in donning his garments. After adorning herself in a crimson attire, she proceeded to open the door. A middle-aged man, Songda, entered the secluded chamber of cultivation, bearing a confidential report in his hand. "Steward, the intelligence you requested has finally been procured by our agents," Songda announced as he presented the document. "Indeed, the pavilion master has encountered trouble." Lin Kai scrutinized the contents, exclaiming in astonishment, "The 6th dragon carriage of gold has indeed appeared in the realm of Shang." The report detailed a fierce battle within the Wan Yao Pavilion, revealing that the Azure Phoenix had been slain and Pavilion Master Chen Feng taken captive. These revelations have been gathered by our operatives in conjunction with those from the former Shang, now known as the Great Chu. The Pavilion Master is in peril, and we require your leadership to navigate this crisis. We cannot rely solely on a youth of the Yuan Yang realm, Songdo implored. Upon hearing this, Lin Kai's eyes sparkled with a tumultuous light. The Pavilion Master is the sole master of our Wan Yao Pavilion. This matter must remain concealed from the other branches, for its exposure would undoubtedly incite chaos. We must ensure that the other 2 major apothecary merchants, Ling Yao Tang and Qian Yao Feng, remain oblivious to this news. We must impose a complete lockdown on this information. I understand. However, with the Pavilion Master absent, we must designate someone to take charge. Given time, the other branches will surely notice, and you cannot allow a mere youth to assume authority over you, Songda remarked. As for this elusive second master Xiang Chun, I have yet to meet him, Lin Kai replied, incinerating the letter. Previously, the Pavilion Master had arranged for someone to discreetly protect this second master within the Academy of the Wilderness, a mentor of the Soul Moon realm. From him, We may glean intelligence regarding this second master. Songda continued. It is certain that this second master is aware of the situation and remains at the Academy of the Wilderness. Our delay in acquiring intelligence stems from the Great Chu's deliberate efforts to suppress information, preventing our personnel from communicating with that branch. We have employed several disguises to make contact with an informant within the branch. Yet it is clear that this second master is wary of us and wishes to keep us uninformed. Lin Kai responded with a cold smile. He naturally harbors trepidation. The might of the Great Chu is limited, and it poses no threat to our Wan Yao Pavilion, which has branches across various locales. His power is insufficient to suppress the ambitions of the branch leaders. What should we do now? Songdo inquired. Clearly, if you intend to re-establish control over the Wan Yao Pavilion, this second master must be dealt with, as he is the Pavilion Master's designated heir, and the Pavilion Master's Jade decree likely rests in his possession. Lin Kai paced the chamber, his eyes glinting with a chilling resolve. He has always been ambitious, having previously only served the master of the pavilion. Now that Chen Feng is no longer present, it is impossible for him to remain indifferent to the vast enterprise of the Wan Yao Pavilion. The financial strength of the Wan Yao Pavilion has nearly reached the level of a first-rate aristocratic family, making it a formidable presence among second-tier forces. If he can harness this power, he will be able to establish his own commercial dynasty and a family of cultivators. Lin Kai spoke solemnly. We must closely monitor Xiang Chen's movements, while ensuring that he remains unaware of our contacts with the Wan Yao branch of Dechu. Let us refrain from meeting with informants for the time being. I have reached the critical point of breaking through, and it won't be long before I ascend to the realm of a grandmaster. Once I achieve this breakthrough, I can set a grand banquet to lure Xiang Chen out and eliminate him. With the Wan Yao order in our possession, we will be able to reclaim all the branches with great vigor. Lin Kai commanded. You are about to break through? Songda's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Indeed, Lin Kai nodded. I will reach the Grandmaster realm within this month. Wonderful. Once you break through, even in the absence of the master, we can stabilize the external situation, Songdo exclaimed with delight. In this world, strength ultimately reigns supreme. Any plan or talent must be grounded in power to be realized. Without a special status, the strong will always bow to those even stronger, never to those who are weaker. Within the Wan Yao Pavilion, with Chen Feng gone, there is also a current of undercurrents, leaving uncertainty about how Xiang Chen will resolve matters. On this day, 3 individuals arrived at the academy seeking out Xiang Chen. At the entrance of the Huangzhou Academy, Xiang Chen received a message and came out to greet them. Among these 3, one was a strikingly beautiful young woman with slightly pronounced willow brows and an air of spiritedness, clad in a blue feathered attire. Another was a short-statured man, standing at about 1:59 to 1:60 meters, with thieving eyebrows and rat-like eyes, adorned with a pair of golden mustaches. The last was shrouded in a black robe, obscuring his features. You 3 have finally arrived. Xiang Chen smiled as he approached the entrance to welcome them. My king. The short man quickly bowed respectfully to Xiang Chen. This individual was indeed the human form of Shu Yi, bearing the same thieving eyebrows and rat-like eyes that gave him a cunning appearance. The man in the black robe also bowed respectfully. Why have you summoned us in such haste? Qing Ming inquired. After returning from the Lu family, Xiang Chen had used the communication jade to summon Xiang Wang, requesting that Qing Ming, Shu Yi, and Qian Lan be dispatched to him. The reason for your summons is of great importance, Xiang Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Chapter 646. The dark net. Xiang Chen led the 3 into the inner palace, his residence. His influence was such that no one dared to question his actions. Qing Ming, Shu Yi, and Qian Lan entered the secret chamber of Xiang Chen's estate. Once seated in the chamber, Qian Lan removed his hat, revealing a faceless black visage, which was both eerie and frightening. The main purpose of this meeting was to utilize Shu Yi and Qian Lan. Shu Yi, I wish to establish an intelligence network in the areas of Huang Du and Gu Huang. This task should pose no difficulty for you, correct? Xiang Chen stated. With a slight raise of his delicate eyebrows, Shu Yi smiled and remarked, You have indeed found the right person for this matter, Your Majesty. The difficulty is not substantial. Our mouse kin are ubiquitous, their presence felt in every corner of the world. However, there are challenges to consider. Oh, what challenges? Xiang Chen inquired. In the shadows of every city, our mouse clan resides, yet each city is governed by its own mouse king. I am the mouse king of the Great Chu's capital. Thus, in this desolate city, there must be its own ruler among the mice. To establish my intelligence network here, I must first subdue the local Mouse King. Shui explained. The Mouse clan, a remnant of the demon race's defeat, has managed to thrive in the hidden corners of the human world. They are diminutive in stature, yet possess an astonishing reproductive capacity. A common mouse gestates for merely 3 weeks, and female mice achieve reproductive maturity at 6 months, birthing litters of 6 to 10 offspring. Under favorable conditions, a single mouse can conceive multiple times within a year, potentially resulting in nearly 200 descendants. Such a terrifying reproductive ability implies that a city could harbor hundreds of millions of mice, and in a metropolis like this desolate city, the numbers could easily reach into the billions. This prolificacy renders them nearly impossible to eradicate. Even cultivators find them challenging to deal with due to their small size and propensity for burrowing. The status of the mouse clan among the demon races is exceedingly lowly. They are often overlooked by those who revere power and bloodlines. Nevertheless, their pervasive presence and remarkable reproductive capabilities form a vast, invisible network of information. Not to mention, even ordinary mice possess considerable intelligence and memory. The Mouse King of the desolate city, Xiang Chun, pondered upon hearing this, then asked, "Do you have a method to locate the Mouse King of this city?" "That is certainly within my capabilities. As long as we engage with the local mouse clan, we can ascertain the whereabouts of their king. However, Your Majesty, the desolate city is home to extraordinary individuals and rich spiritual energy, with resources surpassing those of the Great Chu. The Mouse King capable of commanding such a vast population here is likely to be quite formidable." "I may not be his equal," Shui replied solemnly. "Support and strength is not an issue. As long as you can locate the Mouse King, I will assist you in subduing and conquering him," Xiangqin stated. With those words from the king, Shui felt reassured. "I shall investigate the situation with the Mouse King starting today," he confirmed with a nod. "Indeed, I entrust this matter to you," Xiangqin affirmed. Shui felt a surge of joy within. The king, a revered beast among the demon races and a future leader of their kind, placed such importance on him. He was genuinely invested in aiding Xiangqin. After all, the Mouse clan had long been dismissed and disregarded. Yet they thrived in the shadows of a world that had cast them aside. Their lowly bloodline often left them feeling ashamed in the presence of other demon races. Unlike the demon clan, where one's status was heavily influenced by lineage, in human society, strength of cultivation could command respect regardless of blood. Conversely, among demon races, those of lesser bloodlines were often subjected to suppression and discrimination, and the Mouse clan had never produced any renowned saints or formidable figures. Xiangqin's gaze shifted towards the gathering black mist, where a faceless and eerily humanoid figure known as Qianlong resided. Qianlong emitted a hoarse voice. "Could you perhaps change your appearance? Your current form is rather unsettling, you know?" Xiangqin retorted in silence. In response, Qianlong's black mist solidified, swirling with energy as it transformed into the likeness of Qing Ming, perfectly mirroring her features. Moreover, it was no longer merely black. Having practiced the 7-colored illusion technique, he was now capable of manifesting other hues. "Why take on my appearance? You cannot assume my form," Qing Ming huffed, glaring at the other self that Qianlong had conjured. "Mouse is too unappealing. I cannot offend the king. Thus, I can only take on your visage," Qianlong replied, altering his voice accordingly. Xiangqin chuckled. "Then let it be this way." As he spoke, he conjured an image with his true essence, depicting an exceedingly ordinary youth, neither particularly handsome nor unattractive, with yellow skin and distinctly black and white eyes. This was none other than his own countenance from his previous life. Qianlong transformed once more, now embodying the form of the youth. "I summoned you for a purpose. Henceforth, you shall assist Mouse in managing our underground intelligence network. I intend to establish a department, one that you two will lead," Xiangqin stated, directing his gaze at Mouse, who listened attentively. "You two shall henceforth serve as the eyes of our demon clan within the human realm, our fangs and daggers lurking in the shadows. Your positions and responsibilities are of utmost significance. Your mission is to ensure that our demon clan's power and influence permeate every city and corner of this continent. In the future, when my grand ambition for the demon realm comes to fruition, you will be among the most pivotal contributors, destined to be honored and revered by all." Mousy, brimming with excitement, knelt and expressed, "I am deeply grateful for your high regard, my king. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to lay a solid foundation for your grand era of the demon clan." Qianlong offered a slight bow as well. Though he displayed little emotional fervor, having no particular interest in fame or status, following merely for the sake of allegiance. Rise, Xiangchun said with a smile. Raising his hand, Mouse E stood, his heart racing with the possibility of altering the historical standing of the Mouse clan within the demon tribe, aspiring to become its greatest benefactor. What shall we name this department, my king? Mousey inquired. Xiangchun narrowed his eyes slightly, responding. It shall henceforth be known as the Fang Network. Fang represents the fangs lurking in the darkness, our demon clan's hidden claws, while network signifies the extensive web we shall weave across the world. Qianlan, you shall oversee the fangs, primarily tasked with cultivating intelligence operatives within the human race. I will assign Manha to assist you. She is specialized in this area within the military. In addition to maintaining intelligence operatives, nurturing demon assassins, and even human assassins will also fall under your purview. Hence the term Dark Fang. Mouse E, you will lead the network, tasked with procuring valuable intelligence and establishing the underground intelligence network as your primary focus. Chapter 647. The allure of the senior sister. Xiangchun understood deeply the significance of intelligence. It is often said that one can strategize within the confines of a tent and secure victory from 1,000 miles away. In warfare, seizing opportunities before others can decisively influence the dynamics of the battlefield. Similarly, in a game of strategy, the distinction between the first and second move is paramount. The one who acts first gains the upper hand, making precise and informed decisions possible only with accurate intelligence. In terms of establishing an intelligence network, the rodent clan itself represents a potentially vast web of information. Upon hearing this, the two demons of the Fang network exchanged glances, both equally impressed by Xiangchun's ambition and foresight. Even before achieving their grand ambitions, he was laying the groundwork for his own intelligence network. We shall certainly assist our king in establishing this intricate web. They spoke in unison. At present, the key to your intelligence network lies with several families and factions. The Marquis' residents of Huangzhou, the Tianlu family, the Tianai family, the Dongfang clan, the Feng family, and the headquarters of the Wanyao Pavilion in Huangdu. Xiangchun provided them with a clear direction. Shu Yi of the Wanyao Pavilion expressed surprise, saying, Your Majesty, isn't the Wanyao Pavilion already under your influence? Xiangchun shook his head in response, stating, The Wanyao Pavilion is merely nominally mine. As it stands, my current strength and capability are insufficient to control its various branches. Thus, I need you to monitor the key figures within these branches. Among them, the manager Lin Kai of the Wanyao Pavilion is particularly crucial and requires your focused attention. I will provide you with a list to ensure your kin can keep a watchful eye. Understood, Shui nodded. Xiangchun then turned to Qianlan. Your tasks are numerous as well, and Yin will be responsible for maintaining our internal security. Should there be any traitors, you must eliminate them immediately and remove any external surveillance, even going so far as to plant your own personnel among others. Although Shu Yi's rodent clan possesses significant advantages, his members cannot penetrate the core circles of various factions. Henceforth, you will be tasked with cultivating individuals for this purpose. You and Shu Yi must cooperate and harbor no discord between you. Yes, Qianlan affirmed with a nod. Of course, your training must not be neglected either. In terms of resources for cultivation, you may request as much as you need from the Tianshandan Pavilion. In the demon realm, only the fittest survive. If you cannot keep pace with my progress in the future, others will undoubtedly replace you, Xiangchun cautioned. Both of them nodded repeatedly, comprehending the underlying truth. Strength is the foundation of everything, the most formidable asset one possesses. With such an array of significant tasks assigned to them, what about me? You are not going to make me merely a courier to deliver people back and forth, are you? Qing Meng inquired hastily. Xiangchun laughed heartily, saying, Why would I confine my little Qing Meng to such menial tasks? I have a position for you that is both enjoyable and of great importance. Would you like to know? Yes, what is it? Qing Meng asked eagerly. Xiangchun stepped closer, gazing at her delicately refined features, and teasingly remarked, You shall be my bed warmer, as we embark on the creation of new species together. Qing Meng was taken aback for a moment, then quickly regained her composure, angrily stomping her foot on Xiangchun's, exclaiming, Go to hell, you lecherous rogue. Xiangchun swiftly evaded, bursting into laughter as he said, Just a jest, Qing Meng. From now on, you shall be tasked with training the demon birds, subjugating them, and assembling a formidable aerial force. Henceforth, you shall be the commander of the Air Force. A position of great significance, indeed. The skies of our great Chu will be entrusted to your guardianship. With a haughty tilt of her exquisitely beautiful chin, Qing Ming let out a cold snort in response. Of course, there is also the matter of aerial transport, which is equally vital. I aspire to establish a logistics industry, dedicated to facilitating deliveries and transporting troops. Xiang Chun stroked his chin, contemplating the unique advantage of the demon birds, akin to efficient and swift living transport aircraft or fighter jets. What is delivery? Qing Ming inquired with curiosity. Well, it is somewhat similar to escorting or transporting valuables. He elucidated, then pondered, why did you suddenly adopt the southwestern dialect? I learned it from Bauer. I find it rather pleasant, she replied. Very well. Shu Yi and Qian Lan, I entrust you with your tasks. Swiftly gather intelligence on the Rat King of the Wild City and gain control over the Rat Clan here. Xiang Chen instructed. Understood. The two demons responded, accepting their orders. Subsequently, he sent them on their way and instructed Qing Ming to return to the Great Chu. Her speed was astonishing. She could traverse 30,000 kilometers in merely a day. Qing Ming, still in the Yuan-Yang realm, could fly at nearly 3 times the speed of sound, surpassing many in the Soul Moon realm. What does nearly 3 times the speed of sound entail? It translates to approximately 1 kilometer per second. Thus, if her stamina could sustain such velocity, the journey from the Wild City to the Great Chu would take her around 8 hours. Naturally, she could not maintain her top speed indefinitely. A more reasonable pace would extend the journey to about 10 hours. Having assigned tasks to Shu Yi and Qian Lan, the duo immediately commenced their work within the academy. The Wild City Academy also harbored rats. As long as Shu Yi identified a rat that had transformed into a demon and held some status, he could begin to gather intelligence without difficulty, as they were of his own kind. While awaiting news from Shu Yi, Xiang Chun ventured to the Jade Dragon Spring for his cultivation. Within the Jade Dragon Spring, he had established a personal cultivation chamber, which was renowned as the optimal place for spiritual refinement within the academy. Previously, only prodigies bearing the dragon and phoenix steel could cultivate there. However, due to the Nine Palaces War, even the top 10 of the Tiger rankings were granted access, pushing open the door to his cultivation chamber. Xiang Chun was taken aback to find a figure seated in meditation within. Senior sister, he exclaimed in surprise. Who else could it be but Yi Tianjiao? She opened her beautiful eyes, gazing at Xiang Chun with a look of intricate emotions. Quickly, he closed the door to his chamber to avoid being seen, securing it with a millennium-old dark iron bolt. What brings you here, senior sister? He inquired, astonished. For Yi Tianjiao had always sought him out at his residence for clandestine meetings. This boldness was unprecedented. I have waited for you for an entire day. Is it so wrong to miss you? Yi Tianjiao stepped closer, wrapping her arms around his waist, her head gently resting on his shoulder. The warmth and fragrance of her presence enveloped Xiang Chun, filling his senses with a soothing allure. Xiang Chun gently embraced her waist, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he inquired, Are you thinking of me, or something else entirely? Yi Tianjiao chuckled melodiously, responding, You little rascal. What thoughts occupy your mind all day? There was no remedy. How could he resist the allure of his senior sister? He grinned, pressing a kiss upon Yi Tianjiao's crimson lips. However, when he noticed a flicker of sadness within her gaze, his brow furrowed with concern. Sister, are you feeling unwell? Has something troubled you? The situation surrounding Lu Shiming's family had left him somewhat on edge. Chapter 648. The Rodent Clan of the Wasteland. What could possibly trouble me? The Yi family is not like the Lu family. Such power struggles could never transpire under my father's watch, Yi Tianjiao asserted. Are you all aware of the internal matters within the Lu family? Xiang Chen asked, astonished. Only members of the Lu family are privy to this information. Yi Tianjiao replied with a smile. You underestimate the influence of the prominent families. While they may appear amicable on the surface, they are often engaged in intricate scheming behind the scenes. The Yi family certainly has its informants within the Lu family, where there are sufficient interests at stake. No secrets remain hidden. That makes sense, Xiang Chen nodded. I merely wish to spend more time with you, to linger a while longer, Yi Tianjiao suddenly said softly. Then let us practice together, Xiang Chen suggested with a smile. Aren't you striving for a breakthrough? I would be delighted to assist you. Little man, if one day I were to journey to a distant land, would you come searching for me? Yi Tianjiao asked unexpectedly. Xiang Chun furrowed his brow slightly. Sister, are you planning to leave? To where? Yi Tianjiao gazed into his eyes and said, I am merely positing a hypothetical. If I were to venture to a far-off place, perhaps even beyond the clouds, would you seek me out? Without a doubt, I would. In the future, I intend to boldly reclaim you from the Yi family to carry on the legacy of the Xiang family, he replied with a grin. At his words, Yi Tianjiao laughed, deciding not to pursue the matter further. After a tender moment, the two resumed their cultivation within the confines of a single room. Half a month later, as their energies intertwined, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from both. Xiang Qin's sixth true vortex transformed into the essence of the Taiyin, while within Yi Tianjiao, her soul moon surged, propelling her cultivation to the third realm of the soul moon stage, a remarkable ascension indeed. As their cultivation levels rose simultaneously, they awakened from their meditative state and exchanged knowing smiles. Yi Tianjiao, feeling bold, entwined her arms around Xiang Qin's neck and kissed him. The effects of the exquisite spiritual liquid were indeed astonishing. In just 2 months, Xiang Qin had seamlessly traversed 2 realms, his powers soaring impressively. Of course, Yi Tianjiao's assistance in his cultivation proved invaluable, as she provided the support of a powerful soul moon realm practitioner to help him refine his abilities. After her breakthrough, she spent a day with Xiang Qin before taking her leave. The afternoon following Yi Tianjiao's departure, Shu Yi returned, finally uncovering the intelligence Xiang Qin had been seeking. Within Xiang Qin's residence, he met with Shu Yi and Qianlan. The headquarters of the Wan Yao Pavilion has been infiltrated by my kin, and now it operates under the watchful gaze of my rodent clan. That Lin Kai is currently in seclusion, but his training chamber is safeguarded by arrays and symbols, rendering it inaccessible to our people, Shu Yi reported with respect. I eliminated a subordinate of Lin Kai from the headquarters of Wan Yao, devouring his memories and soul, and now I am assuming his position, Qianlan remarked. Well done, Xiang Qin replied with a smile, affirming that their abilities had not disappointed him. By the way, after inquiring with many members of the rat tribe regarding the rat king of the wasteland, I have finally discerned his situation. Shu Yi brought up the matter of the rat king once more. Oh, do elaborate, Xiang Qin said, intrigued, eager to learn about the ruler of the entire rat tribe. After Shu Yi detailed his findings, Xiang Qin was left in a state of shock. The rat king of the wasteland had developed to such an extent within this desolate city. It seemed he would indeed be a formidable opponent. Xiang Qin stroked his chin, contemplating strategies, realizing that he would need to harness that fellow's power. A glint flickered in his eyes, accompanied by a faint, cold smile. The following day, Xiang Qin, accompanied by 60 brothers from the Yan Huang Society, departed from the Huangzhou Academy. They arrived in the wasteland city, in a district known as Luojiao. Located over 300 kilometers from the academy. Led by Shu Yi, they entered an exceedingly luxurious restaurant. This establishment, named Xianyumlai Restaurant, boasted 12 stories and was over 20 zhang high, bustling with patrons. As Xiang Qin and his companions entered, they were ushered inside by a waiter. Observing the lively dining crowd, Xiang Qin could not help but ponder how few would suspect that this was a restaurant run by demons. The rat demons of the wasteland had seamlessly integrated into human society, unlike Shu Yi and his kind, who had to remain clandestine in the capital of Dechu. Distinguished guests, would you prefer dining in the hall or in a private room? A waiter inquired with a smile. Xiang Qin gazed at the waiter, activating his moonlit eye. Under its gaze, the true nature of the waiter was laid bare, a large black demon rat at the second level of the Yuanyang realm. Though its demonic aura was well concealed, making it difficult for one without the strength of the soul moon realm to perceive. A private room will suffice, but we are numerous. Please arrange for a larger one, Xiang Qin replied. Certainly, esteemed guests, please follow me upstairs, the waiter said, leading them to the 4th floor. Upon entering a spacious private hall, Xiang Qin tossed a small pouch of spirit coins to the waiter, saying, "Summon your manager. I have matters to discuss with him." The waiter's eyes lit up at the sight of the coins, and he hurriedly replied, "Of course, esteemed guest, please wait a moment." He quickly went to fetch someone. Mu Rong Tianhua surveyed the surroundings and could not help but exclaim, "The rat king of the wasteland is indeed quite capable, daring to run such a large restaurant in human society, and his business is thriving. Human enterprises have fallen to a secondary status, with dozens of restaurants under his name. Moreover, the largest thieving organization in this city was also nurtured by him, featuring a notorious thief known for his elusive abilities, specializing in stealing elixirs and cultivation resources from prominent families. Indeed, he possesses considerable skill, Xiangqun nodded in agreement. It seems he is a cunning and shrewd individual. We must tread carefully when we meet him. Soon, a portly man dressed in black, short in stature, entered. Clasping his fists with a smile and addressing the guests, "Esteemed patrons, I apologize for the inadequate reception. May I inquire what brings you to seek the services of Chai?" At that moment, Xiangqun's companions closed the room door, causing the innkeeper's brow to furrow. As this transpired, Shi stepped forward, his form transforming as he unleashed a trace of demonic aura, his visage morphing into a fearsome golden mouse head. However, he refrained from exerting his bloodline pressure. The innkeeper's expression shifted slightly. His eyes, previously squinted into narrow slits, now narrowed even further. "A fellow of the Mouse clan," he remarked, gazing at Shi before casting a glance at Xiangqun and the others. Xiangqun's group likewise released their demonic energy, their heads altering to resemble mice, with their wolfish mouths becoming elongated and their ears rounding and enlarging, presenting themselves as a gathering of white mice. Chapter 649, King of the Golden-Furred Mice. The fifth watch. Upon witnessing their partial transformations, the innkeeper's eyes narrowed with understanding. "You seek to pledge allegiance to the King of the Golden-Furred Mice, do you not?" The display of their demonic aura and the revelation of their true forms spoke volumes. As it was not the first time individuals sought to ally with the Mouse King of Huangzhou, Shi spoke respectfully. "Indeed, we implore you to introduce us to the esteemed King of the Golden-Furred Mice. From which clans do you hail?" The innkeeper, hands clasped behind his back, scrutinized the group as he moved. Each of them possessed the Yuanyang realm, a notable achievement for any demon clan under the oppression of humanity. "We originally hail from the Mouse clan of Qingling Mountain. Our elders were slain by human cultivators, forcing us to flee to Huangdu, where we seek refuge with the King of the Golden-Furred Mice. We hope you can assist us with an introduction, and we offer this token of our gratitude." Shi stepped forward, a glimmer of light in his hand revealing a bottle of elixirs containing 3 inferior spirit pills. Spirit pills. The innkeeper's eyes sparkled with excitement as he accepted the vial, extracting a pill to inhale its scent, his delight evident. "Inferior-grade pure spirit pills, quite impressive. You are thoughtful." The innkeeper nodded appreciatively as he accepted the gift. "To acquire this vial of pure spirit pills, we lost 2 brothers. If you could help us establish ourselves in Huangdu, we would be eternally grateful," Shi stated, emphasizing the rarity of the elixirs. "I favor astute individuals. What is your name?" the innkeeper inquired, securing the pills. "I am Shi," he replied with respect. "Very well, follow me henceforth, and you shall address me as Black Innkeeper," the innkeeper instructed, gesturing for Shi and his companions to follow. Shi glanced at Xiangqun, who nodded in affirmation. The group reverted to their human forms, suppressing their demonic energy as they trailed behind Black Innkeeper. As they walked, Black Innkeeper remarked, "Your ability to conceal your aura is commendable. I could hardly perceive the demonic energy emanating from you." Shi chuckled lightly. "It is merely a technique passed down through generations. Should you find it pleasing, I would gladly share it with you. You have traversed a considerable distance from Qingling Mountain to reach this place. Once the Mouse King grants you permission to join, you shall work alongside me," Black Innkeeper stated. "Indeed, we shall rely on your guidance and support," Shi replied, nodding earnestly. A group of individuals descended to the lowest floor, traversing through the kitchen to reach an area of the courtyard inaccessible to ordinary people. Before a secret chamber, the enigmatic Black Steward commanded the guardian of the chamber to open the door, leading Xiangqun and his companions into the hidden sanctum. Within, there lay a 2-meter-wide passage extending downward into the depths of the earth. The Black Steward, exuding a menacing aura, transformed into a formidable black demonic rat the size of a tiger, emanating a powerful presence. This entity possessed a cultivation level equivalent to the second realm of the Soul Moon, clearly not a feeble opponent. The rat, known as Shu, morphed into a golden giant rat, while Xiangqun and the others also underwent transformations, their forms resembling those of wolves or rats, with elongated, pointed snouts, lending them an even closer resemblance to foxes. "What species of rat are you?" the Black Steward inquired, astonished at Xiangqun and his group. "We are wolf rats," Xiangqun replied. "I have not heard of wolf rats, but my kind is abundant in diversity, harboring all manners of peculiarities. You indeed look quite wolf-like. Follow me." The Black Steward, in his demonic form, leaped into the passage and descended through the vast tunnel. This passage delved hundreds of meters underground, cutting through layers of rock until it emerged into a sprawling subterranean network of tunnels. Numerous demonic rats scurried through these passages. Xiang Chen's gaze turned icy as he observed, with horror, that some of the rats were carrying the skeletal remains of human beings in their mouths. "Follow me," the Black Steward beckoned, leading the way as Xiang Chun and his companions trailed behind, navigating the winding, serpentine tunnels deeper into the earth. Before long, a vast underground city materialized before Xiang Chen's eyes. It was a subterranean settlement, spanning roughly 10 kilometers, adorned with numerous structures illuminated by shimmering stones and luminous pearls. Hundreds of thousands of demonic rats resided here. Within the city, some possessed human bodies with rat heads, embodying the transformation of the Yuan-Yang realm, while many others were simply of the divine concealment and innate realms, creating a staggering spectacle. In the center of the city stood a grand palace, undoubtedly the residence of the Rat King. The Black Steward returned to his human form, no longer concealing his demonic essence. As he escorted Xiang Chun and the others into the Rat City, Lord Blackfur, the inhabitants greeted him with utmost reverence. Xiang Chun noted that several rat demons operated shops, selling various meats, precious medicines, and even spiritual herbs, along with exquisite treasures. The scale of this operation suggested that the rat clan's influence rivaled that of a second-tier power in the wilderness. Xiang Chun mused silently, sharing his thoughts with Shu. Indeed, this Rat King of the wilderness is not merely the ruler of the wild, but also the sovereign of several surrounding cities, commanding a legion of no fewer than several tens of thousands of demonic rats, far beyond the imagination of ordinary rat hordes, Shu responded. The Black Steward guided the group to the palace's entrance, where Yuan-Yang realm rat demons stood guard. In this underground city, there were no less than 200 or 300 Yuan-Yang rat demons, with the innate rat demons numbering in the thousands. Lord Black, the palace guards saluted respectfully. "I wish to introduce new members to His Majesty," the Black Steward announced. "Of course, please proceed," the rat demons replied, parting to allow passage. A Soul Moon realm rat demon such as the Black Steward was a rare sight among the rat clan of the wilderness, bestowing upon him a position of considerable esteem. Under the command of the illustrious Rat King, there are 12 generals, and the one clad in black fur is among them. The cunning rat discreetly communicated with Xiang Chun. "Are all these 12 generals of the Soul Moon realm?" Xiang Chun inquired. "Indeed," came the reply. "The strength of this underground rat city has reached a level comparable to that of the former Great Shang." Xiang Chun was taken aback. The rise of the rat tribe in the desolate state was primarily due to their underhanded tactics, engaging in theft as their signature skill, pilfering resources from cultivators and wealth from various influential families, rendering them parasites of humanity. During the heyday of the demon race, this tribe also stole from other demon clans, which naturally led to their disdain from those very factions. Within the pristine palace, a woman draped in sheer white silk reclined gracefully on a jade bed, her fair skin barely concealed, supporting her chin with a delicate hand. A white tail extended from her posterior, curling around a precious pill on the table and bringing it to her lips. This woman, with a face shaped like a melon seed, fox-like eyes, a sharp chin, and adorned with long white whiskers, boasted rounded, fluffy ears akin to those of a mouse, and a pointed nose. In the realm of the rat tribe, she was considered a beauty, especially when compared to Rat and the black-furred shopkeeper, whose appearances paled in comparison. She did not shy away from her overwhelming demonic aura, clearly a formidable being of the Soul Moon great heaven level. Her slender fingers bore sharp claws, while 2 rat demonesses knelt before her, massaging her shoulders. Chapter 650, The King of the Shadow Pit Rats. 6th Update, 28. The sensing abilities of the mysterious ancient cauldron conveyed information regarding this matriarch rat. A superior spirit beast, the golden-furred spirit rat, female, aged 300 years. Possessing a cultivation level at the 9th tier of the Soul Moon realm, with the talent for short-distance spatial theft and a latent bloodline from the ancient silver sky rat. To think she was a female rat endowed with spatial abilities was quite surprising to Xiang Chun, as this information was relayed from the enigmatic ancient cauldron. Such superior spirit beasts rivaled the top-tier talents of humanity. Upon seeing the matriarch rat, Rat Yi's eyes widened in awe, nearly drooling. It was likely that this golden-furred spirit rat was considered a true beauty among their kind. "Salutations to your majesty," the queen, the black-furred shopkeeper, knelt in reverence. Rat and the others followed suit, bowing deeply and proclaiming, We pay our respects to your majesty, the golden-furred queen. The golden-furred rat king lazily regarded the black-furred shopkeeper and the others, her voice silky and smooth. Black fur, what brings you here? Oh, I see many new faces of the Yuan-Yang realm. After bowing, the black-furred shopkeeper crawled closer to the golden-furred rat king, kissing her tail in a display of respect before rising to speak. Your majesty, these individuals are new allies from the rat tribe seeking your favor. Should we accept them or dispose of them? Upon hearing this, Xiangchun and the others felt a weight in their hearts. Refusal could lead to their demise. The golden-furred rat king glanced at Xiangchun and Rat Yi. What is the origin of these rat demons? Reveal your true forms. I wish to see. Rat Yi responded respectfully. Your majesty, we hail from the Qingling mountain and have come to pledge our allegiance to you. I am a devouring gold rat. As he spoke, he revealed his true form, though he concealed his bloodline's aura. Xiangchun and the others also transformed into their demon forms. The devouring gold rat. The king of the silver-furred mice sat upright, her eyes shimmering with a silvery light as she gazed at Mouse E and the others, remarking, the devouring gold mouse is indeed a rare spirit beast of the mouse clan. If consumed, it would surely be delectable. As she spoke, she licked her lips. Mouse E hastily replied, Your Majesty, we have genuinely come to ally with you. Keeping us around would be far more beneficial than consuming us. The silver-furred mouse king scoffed, saying, To keep you, I would have to sustain you. Pray tell, what value do you possess? What are your thieving skills like? As for you, I know you are the foremost digger among the mouse clan, capable of tearing through stone and even breaking through magical arrays. Your talent is indeed useful. But what of them? The moon-eating wolf, Xiangchun, quickly interjected, Your Majesty, we can assist you in alchemy. You can perform alchemy. The silver-furred mouse king's eyes sparkled with surprise. Indeed, the moon-eating wolf nodded. What grade of elixirs can you concoct? Can you produce superior treasure elixirs? The silver-furred mouse king pressed eagerly. The moon-eating wolf transformed into human form, and Xiangchun smiled. I can also refine inferior third-tier spirit elixirs. You can refine spirit elixirs. With this revelation, both the silver-furred mouse king and the black-furred shopkeeper gazed at Xiangchun in astonishment. Alchemists capable of producing spirit elixirs are exceedingly rare, and such talents are typically found among the more ethereal races of the demon tribe. Quickly, prepare a batch for me to observe. If you can truly concoct spirit elixirs, not only will I spare your lives, but I will also employ you extensively, the silver-furred mouse king exclaimed with excitement. What kind of elixir does your majesty wish to concoct? Xiangchun inquired. Just prepare the most common pure spirit elixir, the silver-furred mouse king instructed. The pure spirit elixir is a commonly used medication among practitioners of the Soul Moon realm, capable of enhancing the power and level of those in the second tier of the spirit stage. Please wait a moment, Your Majesty. I shall prepare it for you immediately. Xiangchun replied. He summoned a black spiritual cauldron, a lower-tier vessel crafted for him by Gongsun Sheng. The thumb-sized cauldron, infused with true essence, transformed into a floating object over a meter in height with a resounding hum. Xiangchun ignited his true essence, which morphed into 3 types of true fire enveloping the cauldron. Subsequently, he retrieved top-tier treasure herbs and lower-tier spiritual materials from his universe ring and began the refining process. The strength of the 3 types of true fire surged into the cauldron, enveloping the ingredients. The silver-furred mouse king fixed her gaze on the cauldron, using her soul force to perceive Xiangchun's alchemical process. The materials were indeed the correct ones required to concoct the pure spirit elixir. As time passed, the ingredients within the cauldron transformed into liquid or powder. The news of a group of mouse demons skilled in alchemy spread rapidly among the chatty mouse demons, and countless mice gathered around the palace, chattering excitedly as they observed the proceedings. Secretly, Xiangchun utilized the spatial power of the foolish fish divine soul, and in less than an hour, he produced a batch of 12 elixirs, radiating spiritual light and fragrant aromas. The silver-furred mouse king beamed with joy as she held the elixirs, exclaiming, These are indeed pure spirit elixirs of exceptional quality. I, Queen Jinbai, am destined for greatness. In the future, I shall enter the elixir market, strengthen my clan, and perhaps even break through the skies to become a formidable force. The king of the golden-furred mice laughed heartily, immediately consuming a pill and feeling an exhilarating rush of potency. Her gaze turned to Xiangchun, sparkling with a sense of treasure-like admiration. What remarkable ability you possess. What is your name? Can you all refine elixirs? She inquired. Your Majesty, I am called Xiangchen. I can concoct even superior elixirs and assist you in breaking through your bottlenecks. Would you care to see? Xiangchen replied with a smile. Yes, yes. Hurry and refine. Tell me what materials you require. Anything I lack, I shall send someone to procure or steal for you. The king of the golden-furred mice exclaimed, nearly bursting with excitement. As if she wished to embrace Xiangchen and plant a kiss upon him. Xiangchen ignited the 3 flames of true fire once more, stating, I have all the necessary materials prepared, just wait and see. With that, he retrieved a collection of herbs and tossed them into the spiritual cauldron, eliciting a peculiar smile from Wang Ziyage Chicken and the others, for the main event was about to unfold. As Xiangchen refined the herbs, they blended into ethereal wisps of pale azure smoke, which wafted from the cauldron, undetectable and odorless in the air. This intangible mist enveloped the palace and gradually spread outward. The king of the golden-furred mice remained enraptured by the sight of Xiangchen's alchemy. However, the 2 mouse maidens beside her suddenly succumbed to relentless yawns. An overwhelming wave of drowsiness overtaking their consciousness, their minds clouded. Thud! The 2 maidens collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep slumber. How outrageous! They dare to sleep at such a time. The king of the golden-furred mice furrowed her brows and kicked the maidens. They were sent sprawling, yet showed no sign of awakening. Your Majesty, it seems something is amiss. I too feel an overwhelming fatigue, the black-furred steward stammered. His steps unsteady before he too succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the ground. What has happened to you, Blackfurred? The king of the golden-furred mice exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of alarm. At that moment, Xiangchun halted his alchemical work, smirking, they have all fallen victim to my divine slumber and have lost consciousness. Divine slumber. The king of the golden-furred mice's expression shifted dramatically as she barked, do you dare to poison us? At that instant, she felt a dizzying sensation wash over her, her body swaying as if intoxicated. The king of the golden-furred mice, alarmed, quickly summoned her energy to combat the dizziness, but still felt faint. Her legs buckled, and with a thud, she too crumpled to the ground, unconscious. The potency of the divine slumber elixir Xiangchun had concocted was overwhelming. The dosage was excessive, and its effects spread throughout the palace, causing swathes of mouse demons to succumb to slumber. The potency is astounding. Even those of the Soul Moon realm have been felled. This is truly a requisite elixir for wreaking havoc, Wang Ziyage Chicken marveled. Zhang Dan delivered a light slap to Wang Ziyage Chicken's head, saying, how is it that your words have taken on a different flavor? Such is the terrifying nature of biochemical weapons, inflicting mass devastation and serving as a sinister tool. The first attempt at alchemy was merely to gain the trust of others. Xiangchun approached the unconscious king of the golden-furred mice, extracting a spiritual needle and piercing it into her heart's pulse to draw forth her essence. Given her superior cultivation, controlling her with the beast-taming spell was exceedingly difficult. Thus, he resorted to the coercive method of using a curse. After refining a blood-red heart control bug, Xiangchun directly fed the bug into the mouth of his adversary, allowing it to merge within their body and reach the heart. Although the effect of the divine intervention was swift, its potency was fleeting and lacked substantial lethality. Having implanted the heart control bug into the golden-furred mouse king, Xiangchun took their place and awaited their awakening with serenity. In less than half an hour, the golden-furred mouse king stirred back to consciousness, being the first to awaken. Upon regaining awareness, she immediately retreated, wary and maintaining distance, her expression turning icy as she beheld Xiangchun seated in her position. You dare to deceive me. What have you done to me? Who exactly are you? Xiangchun replied indifferently, I am your master. Preposterous. A mere Yuan-Yang demon dares to deceive me. Regardless of whether you are an alchemist or not, you shall not leave here alive today. As she spoke, the golden-furred mouse king suddenly stomped her foot, transforming into a streak of silver light and vanishing in an instant. Reappearing hundreds of meters away, a claw poised to strike at Xiangchen's throat. Short-range teleportation. Xiangchen smirked, his form also appearing hundreds of meters away in a flash, unleashing the innate talent of the foolish fish spirit. Transcendence. A spatial ability surpassing mere teleportation. How is this possible? The golden-furred mouse gasped in astonishment, unable to believe that anyone could outpace her in a short-range attack at the same level. Indeed, it is a spatial talent, Xiang Chun remarked appreciatively, noting that such abilities were exceedingly rare among the demons. You seek death. The golden-furred mouse king screeched, releasing a terrifying energy as she transformed into a massive half-mouse, half-human beast, an overwhelming demonic power surging forth. Her tail morphed into a gigantic silver spear, striking towards Xiang Chun with astonishing speed. Xiang Chun evaded with a spatial shift, and with a deafening crash, her tail smashed through the palace, creating a large hole and sending a silver light soaring thousands of meters away, destroying numerous buildings in its wake. Kill. The golden-furred mouse king launched a second strike, but as she closed the distance to merely 3 feet from Xiang Chun, she suddenly halted. The golden-furred mouse king appeared momentarily dazed, and unbearable, twisting pain radiated from her heart, as if her demonic energy could explode at any moment. Ah! She cried out in agony, her energy dissipating as she rolled on the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. Her screams piercing the air with a sharpness that was almost unbearable. What have you done to me? She glared at Xiang Chun with fierce intensity. Xiang Chun transformed into the moon-swallowing celestial wolf, emanating the oppressive aura of a sacred beast, enveloping the surroundings in a torrent of demonic energy. The golden-furred mouse king stared in horror, realizing that her power was suppressed by 2 levels beneath this bloodline pressure. You are not of the mouse clan, but of the wolf clan. What are you? She cried out in terror, followed by another agonizing scream. The moon-swallowing celestial wolf approached with indifference, its brethren transforming into celestial wolves, bringing forth an overwhelming pressure. The moon-swallowing celestial wolf coldly stated, I have declared that I am your future master. I am the natural leader of the demon clan, the king of all demons, born of a sacred beast's bloodline. Now, you have 2 paths before you. Submit, or become my prey. Sacred beast, the king of the golden-furred mice, along with the awakened demon mice in the palace, gazed in astonishment at the moon-eating wolf. The presence of a sacred beast was overwhelmingly significant to the demon race. The moon-eating wolf tightened its claws, its sharp talons sinking into the creature's neck, coldly demanding, tell me your choice, submission or death. Submission. Great sacred beast, spare my life. I am willing to submit. The king of the golden-furred mice exclaimed in terror, feeling as if its throat were about to be pierced. The moon-eating wolf released its grip, and then a mighty roar reverberated through the underground mouse city. All demon mice beneath the soul moon realm were paralyzed with fear, trembling on the ground. This palpable pressure instilled dread even in the hearts of the black-furred soul moon mice, causing them to instinctively quiver in fear. The pain within the king of the golden-furred mice vanished as it gazed at the roaring moon-eating wolf, bowing its head in submission. Had it not been for the heart control worm, it might have fought back. After all, Xiang Chun transformed into the moon-eating wolf might not have been able to defeat it. However, with the heart control worm, it felt like fish on the chopping block of the moon-eating wolf. What is your name, king of the golden-furred mice? The moon-eating wolf inquired. Subordinate Jinbai, the king of the golden-furred mice replied softly. Jinbai, excellent. You shall not regret your submission today, the moon-eating wolf declared. I am aware that your ancestors are the silver sky divine mice. When the day comes that you satisfy me with your performance, I shall bestow upon you the bloodline of your ancestral evolution. Is the Lord truly sincere? Jinbai asked in astonishment. Shu Yi, step forward, the moon-eating wolf commanded. Release your bloodline. Upon hearing this, Shu Yi transformed into a colossal golden divine mouse, its body adorned with swirling runes that radiated a vortex of light, emanating a powerful pressure of mouse lineage, a divine beast of the mouse race. Jinbai and all the surrounding demon mice gazed in awe at the golden divine mouse, feeling the unique pressure of its bloodline. It was once merely a golden-eating mouse under my command. Now it has been granted the bloodline of the god-eating mouse through my bestowal. As long as you serve me diligently in the future, I shall grant you the evolution of your bloodline. The moon-eating wolf proclaimed with authority, a classic display of offering a sweet promise after a harsh demand. The female golden-furred mouse, filled with excitement, vowed, I shall serve my king with utmost dedication, willing to brave fire and water without hesitation. Jinbai, from now on, Shu Yi will co-manage the underground mouse population of the wild capital with you. Do you have any objections? The moon-eating wolf inquired. Jinbai glanced at the enormous golden mouse and replied, no objections. It is only fitting that Lord Shu Yi, being a divine beast of the mouse race, takes on this role. The moon-eating wolf nodded, recognizing Jinbai's understanding. Although it had already subdued her, Xiangqun did not trust her as much as Shu Yi. However, the demon race traditionally revered noble bloodlines, and Shu Yi's lineage indeed surpassed hers. Of course, should the king of the golden-furred mice awaken the bloodline of her ancestors, the silver sky divine mouse bloodline would surpass that of the god-eating mouse. Thank you for your gracious bestowal, my lord. Shu Yi, overjoyed, knelt in gratitude, never having imagined he could command such a vast population of mice. Jinbai, your mouse population is widespread throughout the wild capital. Do you have any insights into the various factions? The moon-eating wolf further inquired. In the desolate city of Huangdu, aside from the prominent first-rate families and their formidable influence, my network of informants is well established among the other factions. To be candid, Your Majesty, the trade of intelligence is a significant aspect of our tavern's business. As for the major first-rate families, we dare not provoke them, lest we invite the calamity of annihilation, the Golden Fur Rat King remarked. She indeed possessed a sharp intellect and recognized a considerable advantage of her rat network, having constructed a ready-made intelligence system within Huangdu. Upon hearing this, Xiangqun felt a surge of joy and inquired, "Are you familiar with the Wanyao Pavilion, the third largest supplier of medicinal herbs in the Huangzhou region?" Jinbai responded. "Precisely," Xiangqun affirmed. Jinbai continued, "We have formed a specialized intelligence unit regarding this faction. I have some knowledge about it. This power emerged suddenly 9 years ago, led by the formidable Chen Feng, whose background remains a mystery. In just a few years since its establishment in Huangdu, it has grown to a scale and strength second only to Ling Yao Hall and Qin Yao Workshop. Keep a close watch on the Wan Yao Pavilion and its overseer." Lin Kai, the moon-eating wolf, commanded. "Understood. I will arrange for the rat network at the Wan Yao Pavilion shortly," came the response. Xiangqun then briefed Jin Bai and Shu Yi on numerous matters. The underground rat city, aside from its intelligence capabilities, represented an immense force. Within the subterranean realm of Huangdu, there were 13 rat demons at the Soul Moon realm, over 300 at the Yuanyang realm, and tens of thousands at the innate and divine concealment realms. The untransformed rat clan numbered in the billions, those who had not yet reached the divine concealment realm, despite possessing their own dantian and the aura of demon energy, were not considered demon beasts. After spending a day in the underground rat city, Xiangqun finally returned to the Huangzhou Academy with the members of Yanhuang. He involved the core members of Yanhuang in these endeavors to ensure they could manage these factions effectively in his absence. Murong Tianhua suggested that Xiangqun take the initiative to eliminate Lin Kai and seize control of the Wan Yao Pavilion. However, Lin Kai was ultimately a protege of his elder brother, and Xiangqun had no desire to act against someone who bore him no malice. Furthermore, Lin Kai was familiar with the operations of the Wan Yao Pavilion and could currently help stabilize its overall situation. If he were to be eliminated, who would assume his position? Atop the peak of Guanyun Mountain, soaring over 10,000 meters, two figures were engaged in a fierce battle, their energies resonating like thunder. These two were none other than Xiahou Wu and Xiangqun. Throughout Yanhuang and the entire academy, the only one of comparable combat prowess at their level was Hou Zi. Xiahou Wu was no exception. The two frequently sparred in their spare time to enhance their practical responses and combat skills. When these brothers clashed, they fought with unbridled intensity, even targeting vital areas such as the head, though they exercised restraint to avoid delivering fatal blows. Suddenly, a series of roars echoed from afar, reverberating through the heavens and shattering the clouds. Xiangqun and Xiahou Wu paused, turning their gazes toward the distance. Many within the academy were stirred by the roar, their eyes drawn to the distant sky. Boom! In the vast expanse of the sky, a formidable presence emerged, heralded by a majestic golden serpent, measuring several dozen meters in length. This serpent, devoid of horns, possessed 4 powerful legs with 3 toes each, pulsating with an overwhelming aura of energy and vitality. It was the golden serpent, a superior spiritual beast closely related to the dragon lineage. However, this magnificent creature was bound by chains, trailing behind it an opulent purple carriage. Accompanying this spectacle were a cadre of armored warriors, exuding an intimidating presence, soaring through the air. These were masters, all at the pinnacle of the Lingxiao realm. Adorning the purple carriage was a golden dragon emblem, unmistakably marking its affiliation with the royal family of the Great Xia. From the depths of the Huangzhou Academy, several figures ascended to the heavens, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the approaching carriage. The golden dragon emblem, It belongs to the royal family," exclaimed the Eastern Dean, his voice tinged with awe. "I wonder which prince or royal has graced us with their presence," added the Northern Dean, equally astounded. Meanwhile, Dean Liu appeared contemplative, his expression subtly shifting. Students within the academy looked skyward, captivated by the radiant figures streaking through the air. In mere moments, they traversed over 100 kilometers, arriving above the academy's inner courtyard. The procession halted in the sky before gradually descending onto the grand plaza of the inner palace. "It is the 18th prince. Come, let us go to greet him," urged the Night Palace Master, hastily leading the esteemed deans to welcome the royal guest. The students within the inner palace, alerted by the commotion, rushed outside, their eyes wide with astonishment as the colossal golden serpent descended. With a thunderous impact, the purple carriage touched down, unleashing a tempestuous gust of wind that stirred up clouds of dust at the plaza's center. From the carriage emerged exquisitely beautiful maidens, akin to celestial beings. With a graceful wave of their hands, a radiant crimson carpet materialized, unfurling from beneath the carriage and extending into the distance. "What a stunning celestial maiden!" gasped the students who had hurried over to witness the spectacle. At that moment, the Night Palace Master had already arrived, accompanied by the 8 esteemed deans, who hastily bowed before the carriage in reverence. "On behalf of the Huangzhou Academy, we humbly welcome His Highness the 18th Prince," declared the Night Palace Master, his demeanor imbued with respect and awe. The 8 deans echoed the sentiment, bowing deeply in unison. "His Highness the 18th Prince. Could he be the legendary prodigy of the pure yang celestial body?" murmured the students, their voices hushed with excitement as they gazed longingly at the regal carriage. "Your Highness, please," the enchanting maiden said, bowing gracefully. In that moment, the 10 masters who accompanied the carriage knelt on one knee, underscoring the grandeur of the occasion. The atmosphere was charged with an imposing and dignified energy, compelling all present to hold their breath as they beheld the magnificent purple carriage. Chapter 653, Ruthless and Unfeeling. 9 Explosions, Part 9. Under the collective gaze of the multitude, silence enveloped the scene, all eyes fixated on the opulent purple carriage. The curtain of spiritual jade beads was drawn aside, revealing a maiden of ethereal beauty who gracefully stepped forward, bowing in deference. From within, a figure emerged slowly, captivating all who beheld him. Before him stood a young man clad in a light golden dragon robe. He appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly around 19 or 20 years of age, adorned with a golden hairpin atop his head. His handsome visage resembled that of jade, with elegant brows that arched like swords. And he was cinched at the waist with a purple jade belt, his feet encased in black ethereal boots. This strikingly handsome figure, with an aura of nobility, instantly captivated numerous enamored female scholars within the academy. Although his cultivation was merely at the Soul Moon realm, his presence and regal demeanor eclipsed everyone present, his expression indifferent. He was none other than the 18th prince of the great Xia dynasty, Ji Wushuang. As Ji Wushuang disembarked from the dragon carriage, he furrowed his brows slightly, commenting, "The spiritual energy of this realm is rather meager. It is no wonder this desolate state is deemed barren land." A voice responded with a chuckle, "Indeed, Your Highness. This wasteland lacks the celestial path and cannot absorb the essence of heaven, and with its scarce earthly spiritual veins, it naturally pales in comparison to the sacred dragon veins beneath the feet of the Son of Heaven in the central state." Following this, a middle-aged man in a black robe descended from the carriage, exuding an unfathomable aura. "Welcome, Your Highness, to the Academy of the Wasteland." The master of the Night Palace bowed deeply, speaking with reverence. Ji Wushuang turned his gaze towards the master of the Night Palace, calmly stating, "You are the head of the Academy of the Wasteland, Yixing Yue?" "Indeed, it is I," the Night Palace Master replied respectfully. "Please, no need for such formalities. I have come to your academy for certain matters," Ji Wushuang replied nonchalantly. "Thank you, Your Highness." The Night Palace Master and others straightened, lowering their heads slightly, hesitant to meet the young man's gaze. "Where are Yi Tianjiao and Yi Tianxi?" Ji Wushuang inquired directly. From the crowd, Yi Tianjiao and Yi Tianxi stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "We pay our respects to the 18th prince. We are here." Ji Wushuang's eyes glimmered with astonishment. Yi Tianjiao was strikingly beautiful, her visage rivaling the finest beauties of the central state. Just then, Xiangchun and Xiaohu Wu arrived from the observation cloud peak, gazing at the scene before them. Who are these individuals that command such respect from the master of the Night Palace? Xiahou Wu asked quietly. It is said they are from the great Xia dynasty. The 18th prince, Xiang Chun, replied, having overheard during their descent from the mountain. Ji Wushuang addressed Yi Tianjiao, saying, I have been sent by the Celestial Sect to escort you to the Central State, to ascend the Celestial Path and join the Celestial Sect. Yi Tianzi, you are also invited to accompany me to the Central State to complete your apprenticeship and join the academy there. Yi Tianzi was overjoyed, responding, I am grateful to the 18th prince for making this long journey. I shall comply. The crowd erupted with excitement, murmuring amongst themselves, Yi Tianjiao and her brother are going to the Central State. What a stroke of fortune. Yi Tianzi is to be an apprentice to the great Xia's Tiger Marquis. He is destined for greatness. They were indeed the prodigious talents of our wasteland. And if they were to leave for the Central State, what would become of the 9 Palaces battle? The crowd was abuzz with astonishment, realizing that the 18th prince had come to retrieve the siblings. Yi Tianjiao, upon hearing this, cast a lingering gaze towards a figure in white amidst the throng. Her eyes filled with reluctance and sorrow. Xiang Chen's expression shifted as he looked at Yi Tianjiao. She truly was about to depart. Suddenly, he recalled the day she had asked him whether he would seek her out if she went far away. At the time, he thought it was just a casual remark, never imagining she would actually leave. The small man said, I'm leaving. Remember me. The voice of Yi Tianjiao echoed in Xiang Chen's ears, laced with laughter yet tinged with sorrow. Is it necessary for me to go? Xiang Chun felt a pang in his heart and could not help but question. Yi Tianjiao replied bitterly, It is unavoidable. This concerns the future development of the Yi family. I must go, for it presents an opportunity and benefit to me. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's fists clenched tighter, and he gazed at Yi Tianjiao, overwhelmed by the sudden sorrow of parting that enveloped his heart. He forced a smile and said, I respect and support your choice. I will seek you out in the future. Wait for me. All right, I shall wait for you. Little man, do not forget your promise, Yi Tianjiao replied, holding back her tears. Prince Wushuang frowned slightly and said, Yi Tianjiao, did you not hear my words? Yi Tianjiao promptly responded, Thank you, Your Highness. Yi Tianjiao obeys. Meanwhile, the directors of the Huangzhou Academy looked rather displeased. The academy already had a limited number of strong students, and with the departure of Yi Tianjiao and Yi Tianzi, how could they compete in the upcoming battle of the 9 Palaces? The Lord of the Night hastily interjected, Your Highness, could this matter be delayed? The battle of the 9 Palaces is at the end of this year, and both Yi Tianjiao and Yi Tianzi are prodigies of our academy. Their absence will leave us at a disadvantage. Prince Wushuang coldly replied, The summoning of Yi Tianjiao is a command from the heavenly sect. Do you dare defy it? Knight Xingyue immediately bowed and said, I do not dare. Prince Wushuang scoffed lightly, stating, Your Huangzhou Academy has always ranked at the bottom in the battles of the 9 Palaces, bringing shame upon itself. Even with the 2 of them, the outcome will not change. This statement incited anger among countless students of Huangzhou Academy, even though it held a grain of truth. Ji Wushuang was not typically so blunt. But the inadequacy of Huangzhou Academy left him no room for politeness, for it lacked substantial value for alliance. Prince Wushuang continued, However, I am not unreasonable. Ask Yi Tianzi if he is willing to leave Huangzhou Academy and join the Central State Royal Academy. If he is unwilling, I shall not take him away. Knight Xingyue and the others turned their gazes toward Yi Tianzi, hoping he would choose to stay. To their surprise, Yi Tianzi replied without hesitation, Your Highness, I am willing to leave Huangzhou Academy at once and join the Central State Royal Academy. Upon hearing this, countless students from Huangzhou Academy were enraged. Betraying us on the brink of battle? What is this? They exclaimed. Yi Tianzi, how can you be so heartless? The academy has nurtured you for years, and you wish to leave without fighting for it? An instructor could not contain his anger and asked, Indeed, you would assist another academy against your own classmates? The teachers were furious. Xiang Chen's gaze turned icy. Yi Tianjiao had no choice, but Yi Tianzi's actions were entirely opportunistic. Yi Tianzi sneered. Huangzhou Academy is the weakest among the 9 palaces. People strive for heights, and water flows downward. A talent like mine will only be buried in this place. Why should I not choose a better environment? You are a wolf in sheep's clothing. How utterly shameless. After years of the academy's cultivation, Yi Tianzi, are you still human? At this moment, the students were incensed, voicing their accusations fervently. Yet, Yi Tianzi remained unfazed, considering himself a genius, a recipient of celestial inheritance, and looked down upon associating with such individuals. A genius, indeed, he scoffed, extolling his own brilliance while effortlessly casting aside the notions of sycophancy and betrayal. Your disdain is noted. I commend you, Xiang Chun, he remarked sarcastically. Xiang Chun, filled with rage, could not contain himself and stepped forward to mock him. Chapter 654, Dominance over the City, 10 Explosions. As Xiang Chun emerged, countless gazes converged upon him. Senior Xiang is right. Yi Tianxi, how did someone like you ascend the Dragon and Phoenix Monument? Has heaven gone blind? Others echoed Xiang Chun's sentiments, questioning Yi Tianxi's worthiness. Indeed, you are still from the wasteland, aren't you? With Xiang Chen's words, a multitude joined in, vociferously denouncing Yi Tianxi. Some were fueled by jealousy, while others were genuinely outraged. Abandoning one's own academy to join a rival is one thing, but doing so before the Nine Palaces battle is utterly distasteful. Unable to endure the barrage of insults, Yi Tianxi retorted, "You are merely envious. If you possessed my talents, you would make the same choice. You are simply jealous of my fortunes." He then turned his icy gaze upon Xiang Chun. "And you, Xiang Chun, a mere 10th on the tiger list, what right do you have to criticize me? A dragon and phoenix genius? Ah, do you still consider yourself a dragon and phoenix genius?" Xiang Chun sneered. "Your character resembles that of a pest, devoid of grace." The disdain for his cousin was palpable. Yi Tianxi's face flushed with anger. "In the upcoming Nine Palaces battle, I shall represent the Central State Imperial Academy and ensure your demise. I too shall represent the Wasteland Academy and crush you, an ungrateful pest," Xiang Chun replied coldly. Prince Wushuang glanced at Xiang Chun, realizing he was merely at the 6th level of the Yuanyang realm, which diminished his interest. Such a person could easily be crushed with a single hand. Xiang Chun, catching a glimpse of Ji Wushuang, sensed an astonishing energy within him that surpassed his own realm. A pure yang physique, a celestial body. This manifestation of physical talent was truly astounding. Moreover, his divine soul resembled a golden flood dragon, an otherworldly spirit. At merely 20 years of age, possessing a cultivation of the soul moon realm's 2nd level, combined with his celestial body. This 18th prince was indeed a rare talent in the secular world. Xiang Chun averted his gaze, cautious not to draw attention, aware that those at the soul moon realm possessed remarkable perceptual abilities. At that moment, Prince Wushuang addressed the crowd. "Who is the previously reported Xia Qingqing from the Wasteland Academy? Step forward." Hearing this, Dean Lu's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of remorse. In the past, he had submitted Xia Qingqing's information to the 18th prince in hopes of saving her. Given Ji Wushuang's pure yang celestial body, he might be able to absorb the fiery energy within Xia Qingqing, potentially rescuing her from her incompatible, opposing constitution. "Little Chun, I owe you an apology," Dean Lu mused inwardly with a wry smile. From the crowd, a girl clad in white, half-masked, revealing a stunning visage, stepped forward. Her crystalline white hair and ethereal demeanor, along with the innate nobility of her divine soul, left a striking impression. "What a beauty!" one could not help but exclaim. In the depths of Ji Wushuang's eyes, a brilliant light blossomed. "I am Xia Qingqing, your highness. Is there something you require?" Xia Qingqing stepped forward and slightly bowed. "You are indeed Xia Qingqing. I see you possess a physique of opposing elements," Ji Wushuang remarked with admiration. Xia Qingqing nodded with a hint of indifference. "Please manifest your fire attribute spirit for me to observe," Ji Wushuang commanded once more. Xia Qingqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Then she restrained a significant portion of her spirit power before releasing it. A colossal phoenix of flames materialized behind Xia Qingqing, emanating an astonishing heat and blazing fire. Most onlookers instantly felt an overwhelming pressure from her spirit. Even with her restraint, her spirit was still formidable. "This pressure exceeds the heavenly grade. Remarkable, indeed," Ji Wushuang exclaimed with delight. "Would you be willing to leave the Huangzhou Academy and join the Central State Imperial Academy? I will vouch for you." Once again, an attempt to recruit. Many male disciples from Huangzhou Academy seethed with anger. 2 of the 4 renowned beauties had already been taken. It was likely that Xia Qingqing would follow suit. As Yi Tianxi had stated, people naturally aspire to ascend. Many shared this sentiment. Xiang Chen's heart tightened slightly. To everyone's surprise, the young woman displayed no emotional fluctuation, responding coolly, "I am unwilling. Thank you for your kind offer, Your Highness. Ji Wushuang furrowed his brows in astonishment. Xia Qingcheng had outright declined. The moment her words left her lips, countless disciples from Huangzhou Academy gazed at her in disbelief, their expressions transforming into admiration. The 8 academy heads exchanged glances, feeling both gratified and bitter. Huangzhou was truly too weak, and the academy itself was lacking. The 18th prince showed no hesitation in his recruitment efforts, disregarding their feelings entirely. Why? Ji Wushuang inquired. To betray one's own at a critical moment is heartless and shameful. Abandoning one's homeland is akin to forsaking one's roots. Forgive me, but I cannot be that kind of person, Xia Qingcheng replied coolly. Her words, though spoken lightly, were sharp and aimed directly at Yi Tianzi, and she also directed her words towards Yi Tianjiao. This declaration brought a wave of relief and satisfaction to the hearts of all Huangzhou Academy disciples. My wife is remarkable, Xiang Chen laughed heartily, filled with admiration. Yi Tianzi's face flushed with fury as he bellowed. Xia Qingcheng, what do you mean by that? Who are you indirectly criticizing? Xia Qingcheng regarded him with a dismissive gaze. Her contempt unmasked. I am clearly addressing you. You, Yi Tianzi, will be furious. I will also attend the 9 Palaces battle. If Brother Xiangchen does not defeat you, I shall do so myself, Xia Qingcheng declared coldly. Huh, what a farce. So you are as ignorant and fearless as that brash fellow Xiangchen, Yi Tianzi sneered. Xia Qingcheng then turned her gaze toward Yi Tianjiao. The 2 women locked eyes, with Yi Tianjiao equally determined not to back down. Xia Qingcheng was well aware of Yi Tianjiao's connection with Xiangchen. He had confided in her. Yi Tianjiao, I can understand your ambition for your family. However, should you dare to harm Brother Chen's heart in the future, I will not hesitate to eliminate you, Xia Qingcheng communicated telepathically. Yi Tianjiao smirked slightly, a cold smile gracing her lips. Little sister, have you so quickly declared your claim over your elder sister? The first of Xiangchun belongs to me. In terms of appearance, I am not inferior to you. My cultivation surpasses yours, and my background is even more illustrious. My dear younger sister, the hierarchy of our standings is yet to be determined. Do you conceal your inner unease behind such assertions? In time, you shall comprehend. You are oblivious to the true past of Brother Xiangchun and the profound bond we share. My position in Brother Chen's heart is irreplaceable by anyone, including you. I am destined to be Brother Chen's primary consort. I hope you can recognize your rightful place, or else it shall be you who weeps in the future. Do you truly believe that your clandestine meetings with Brother Chen could transpire without my consent? What connection could he possibly have with you? Yi Tianjiao, one must not overreach. What I am willing to grant you, you may accept, but what I deny you, you shall not covet. Xia Qingcheng responded with a cold smile, exuding confidence. Yi Tianjiao was taken aback by this girl, who was a decade her junior. In that moment, her aura overshadowed Yi Tianjiao's. Just as Yi Tianjiao was about to speak, Prince Wushuang suddenly clapped his hands, admiring Xia Qingcheng, and remarked, Indeed, this prideful spirit makes it hard to believe you are merely a weak maiden of the Yuanyang realm. I find you quite appealing. This comment pertained to Xia Qingcheng's recent retort to Yi Tianzi, while their exchange had been conveyed through energy transmission, known only to them. Upon hearing such words, Xiang Chen's expression darkened. What? Another contender for my beloved? Prince Wushuang's words also drew envious glances from many admirers of Xia Qingcheng. Xia Qingcheng maintained her composure and remarked, I am but a humble commoner, not worthy of your highness's affection. Ji Wushuang was unfazed. Smiling softly, I am aware of your unique constitution, possessing the rare dual poisons of fire and ice, making longevity a challenge. However, I can absorb the scorching energy within you, aiding in your balance of warmth and cold. I might be considered your destined match. Xiang Chen's expression turned as dark as a bottomless pit. Nearby, Xiahou Wu felt a surge of anger ignite within him, while the brethren of Yan Huang glared with fury. Damn it, what a scoundrel! Xiahou Wu thought, unable to contain his frustration, only to be silenced by Xiang Chen's hand over his mouth, lest disaster befall him. Why are you silencing me? He seeks to take Qingcheng, to steal my sister. Xiahou Wu exclaimed furiously. Do you wish to court death? Let Qingcheng handle this. No one shall take her from me, Xiang Chen whispered. This so-called 18th prince. I swear I shall remember this affront for daring to covet my sister-in-law, Wang Xiaoji muttered under his breath. Do not act impulsively, Xiang Chen warned coldly. Fire and water are my fate. I am not a suitable match for you, your highness. You are a celestial dragon, while I am merely a lark. Ill-suited to accompany you, Xia Qingcheng replied serenely. Upon hearing this, Ji Wushuang furrowed his brow. Was this truly a rejection? He continued, if you were to accompany me, you would rise to great heights, and I would promise you the title of my future primary consort. As these words were spoken, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, with many turning their gazes towards Xiang Chun, who was brazenly vying for another's wife. Xiang Chun maintained a grim expression, remaining silent and enduring the tension. Beside Ji Wushuang, two ethereal beauties cast envious glances at Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing calmly replied, I am already engaged. Your Highness's actions are merely courting infamy. Ji Wushuang erupted into hearty laughter, exuding an audacious confidence. What does an engagement matter? In this world, how many women I desire can escape my grasp? Fear not the whispers of others. Furrowing her brow, Xia Qingqing retorted, I am unwilling. Must your Highness compel me to voice it explicitly? Ji Wushuang's smile faltered as he regarded her in disbelief. You claim you are unwilling? Indeed, I am unwilling. I have someone I cherish, and I implore your Highness not to act in a manner that seizes love from another, Xia Qingqing asserted. Ji Wushuang knitted his brows, questioning. Do you not realize that no woman has ever rejected me? Are you aware of the magnificent opportunities and bright future you are casting aside? With a serene smile, Xia Qingcheng responded, a promising future holds no allure for me. The man I love will undoubtedly be a paragon in this world. I seek not wealth or grandeur, but merely to share in his existence and witness the world together. Ji Wushuang narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips. A paragon in this world? Can such a figure truly emerge from this desolate land? I doubt it. Here I stand inviting you, and he does not even dare utter a word in your defense. Can such a man truly be a paragon? Do you believe that he would dare to affirm your bond in my presence? At that moment, Xiang Chun could no longer contain his fury and laughter, stepping forward despite the possibility of being provoked. All eyes turned towards the handsome youth who emerged. Ji Wushuang also turned to him, his eyes revealing surprise. There existed a man even more striking than he. Brother Xiangchen, they are merely attempting to provoke you. You should not have stepped forward, Xia Qingqing whispered, her voice laced with concern. I understand, but they have spoken so boldly. How could I refrain from appearing? Xiangchun replied with a faint smile, taking Xia Qingqing's hand and locking his gaze onto Ji Wushuang. Sixth level of the Yuan-Yang realm, Ji Wushuang noted, his disappointment palpable upon recognizing Xiangchen's cultivation level. Your Highness, I am indeed Xia Qingqing's fiancé, and your actions bring disgrace to the royal reputation, Xiangchun stated calmly. Gazing steadily at Ji Wushuang. Xiangchun, hold your tongue. Director Lu's expression shifted, concerned that Xiangchun might act impulsively. However, Ji Wushuang disregarded Xiangchun entirely, focusing instead on Xia Qingqing. Is this mere insect the man you claim to be a paragon? Xia Qingqing nodded with composure. Brother Xiangchun is no insect. Even the tallest towers rise from the ground, and great fires ignite from small sparks. Did your Highness not also ascend from the Yuan-Yang realm? What a gifted orator you are, my admiration for you grows. This man is unworthy of you, Ji Wushuang remarked, directing his gaze towards Xiangchun. As their eyes met, Xiangchen's unwavering and equal gaze, devoid of inferiority, irked Ji Wushuang. I have taken a liking to her. You must understand what fate awaits you should you refuse to let go. Xiangchun spoke calmly, to protect the countless citizens of the great Xia, as a prince. You would never tarnish your reputation with such actions. Ji Wushuang responded with a cold smile. You are clever to use morality as a means to constrain me. Yet you forget that morality is merely a restraint for the lower classes. In this world, what truly matters is hierarchy. If you do not relent, do you know the consequences that await you? Xiangchen laughed heartily. Indeed, I stand for the weak, and at present, I cannot compare to your strength. You may control my life and death, but there are some things you cannot suppress, such as my pride. His gaze sharpened, now laced with aggression. Pride, how intriguing. A mere commoner dares to speak of pride to me. Let us see just how proud your spirit truly is. I present you with two choices, abandon her, or face utter destruction. Ji Wushuang chuckled coldly. As a prodigy among princes, he had never encountered someone like this before. If you intend to use force, then you may as well kill Qingcheng as well. Xia Qingcheng replied icily, unwaveringly standing beside Xiangchun. Xiangchun stated coldly, I choose the latter. To fear death and forsake love renders life utterly devoid of meaning. Ji Wushuang glared at Xia Qingcheng, his voice icy. Are you being willfully blind to the situation? Do you not recognize my favor? Xia Qingcheng remained unfazed, replying, If your highness wishes to forcibly claim me, I shall die to preserve my purity. However, you should first see my true visage before declaring your affections. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chun's expression shifted. Qingcheng, do not. Xia Qingcheng smiled gently, it matters not. As long as I am the most beautiful in Brother Chen's heart, I care little for others' opinions. As she spoke, Xia Qingcheng reached for her mask. The goddess of Qingcheng was about to unveil her true face. Half of her visage was already enough to captivate, but what would her full appearance reveal? Chapter 656. Living in illusion. As Xia Qingcheng prepared to remove her mask, the crowd erupted in anticipation, their eyes fixated upon her. Even Ji Wushuang was momentarily taken aback by her half-revealed beauty, eager to see the entirety of her countenance. With a flourish of her snowy hair, she removed the mask before the gazes of all present. However, the moment the mask fell away, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. They were left speechless. Instead of the breathtaking beauty they had all imagined, they were confronted with a visage marred by severe burns, red and grotesque, a disfigurement that was utterly shocking. How could this be? The goddess of Qingcheng. My heavens, this is not the face of the woman I have adored for years. She is hideous. How could she deceive us for so long? She, a monster, dares to be counted among the four great beauties? The outcry was immediate. Disbelief and anger erupted from the throngs of men, feeling they had been misled. The removal of the mask brought a moment of stunned silence, followed by a cacophony of harsh criticism, with many feeling as if their hearts had been shattered. Ji Wushuang's eyes widened in shock, his face aflame with embarrassment as he realized he once desired such an unattractive woman as his consort. Inwardly seething with rage, Xiang Chun was consumed by his fury towards Ji Wushuang for compelling Xia Qingcheng to unveil her scars before a multitude. Ji Wushuang, I vow to make you suffer far worse than Yin Tianyi ever did. I shall toy with you until your last breath, for I am no mere pawn. His body trembled with indignation, and he loathed the deceitful, grotesque display. Xia Qingcheng, you wretched fraud. A host of Xia Qingcheng's admirers could no longer restrain themselves, hurling stones and bricks at her. You seek death. Xiang Chun roared, shattering the bricks with a single punch before charging at one of the abusers, landing a devastating blow to their abdomen. The individual cried out, sent flying, their insides shattered by the force. Who dares insult my wife shall face no mercy, he bellowed, his gaze a menacing glare directed at the crowd. Yet, there were too many who mocked her. Xia Qingcheng is indeed hideous. She no longer deserves to be among the four beauties of the academy. I could take her place. Many women reveled in their malicious glee. What a bunch of foul men, having adored such a wretched creature for years. Just look at her face, utterly repulsive. They continued their tirade. Xiang Chun is so handsome. It's a pity he has such poor taste, falling for this ugly hag. Countless female students joined the chorus of insults. Wang Xiaoji, filled with rage, rushed forward to seize a woman, striking her across the face. The student screamed, her teeth knocked out. Who dares insult my sister-in-law? I'll make her mother unable to recognize her. Wang Xiaoji shouted furiously. Silence. Xiahou Wu also roared, standing protectively in front of Xia Qingcheng. As the fiery siblings rallied to her defense. Ugly creature, you've deceived our affections. They spat. Xiang Chun, such a woman is only desired by you. How disgusting. I can't believe I ever fantasized about her. The uproar intensified as Xia Qingcheng's removal of her mask sent shockwaves through the crowd, drawing a torrent of insults. Allowing the bricks to strike her without defense, Xia Qingcheng remained undeterred. My lord, step aside, she spoke calmly, as if nothing could disturb her composure save for Xiang Chun. Was she truly just an 18-year-old girl? Her fortitude was astonishing. Xiahou Wu gazed at her with deep sympathy, treating her like a beloved sister. Facing the throng that derided her, Xia Qingcheng calmly declared, I have never claimed to be a beauty. I have always existed as an illusion of your own making. The so-called four beauties are merely a label you imposed upon me. My face may be deemed ugly, yet your hearts are far more grotesque. You fraud, you hideous creature. Why did you not remove your mask sooner? You've led us on for so long. Someone shouted in fury. Whether I wear a mask or not is my own affair. It bears no relevance to you. What right do you have to demand anything from me? Xia Qingcheng retorted with a cold smile. Ugly creature. Fraud. Go back home. Their shouts rang out, but her words only incited further vitriol. A barrage of stones and bricks rained down upon her. Xiang Chun rushed to embrace Xia Qingqing, remaining silent yet resolute, shielding her with his own body as the projectiles struck him instead. How many had crafted a deity in their minds, only to unleash their wrath when that idol crumbled before them? In truth, that deity had committed no transgressions worthy of apology. I am sorry, I am sorry, Xiang Chun murmured, his voice choked with emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Xia Qingqing was indifferent to the scorn of others, but Xiang Chen's concern for her was palpable. It matters not, brother Xiang Chen. I truly care little for their judgment. In this way, you shall have no rivals for my affection. Xia Qingqing offered him a comforting smile. Yet, her serenity only deepened Xiang Chen's anguish. The voices of the masses could be quite fearsome. Strength alone cannot silence the whispers of the world, and even if he eliminated that group of detractors, it would prove futile. In your eyes, am I not the most charming and beautiful? Xia Qingqing inquired with a playful smile. Indeed, you are resplendent, devoid of any blemish in my heart, Xiang Chun replied, pressing a kiss to the less than perfect half of her face. Then that suffices. I live beautifully for myself, for you, brother Xiang Chun, not for them. The two embraced amid a cacophony of insults, dismissing the jeers of the multitude. Naturally, the majority of those hurling insults were once admirers of Xia Qingqing, numbering in the thousands. The rest merely observed with indifference, pity, or disappointment. Meanwhile, Ji Wushuang chose to ignore the recent events, addressing the equally disheartened Yi Tianxi and the astonished Yi Tianjiao. Let us depart. I have no desire to linger in this desolate place any longer. Xia Qingqing, you wretched girl, how dare you deceive me in matters of the heart? Do not let me have the chance to end your life. Yi Tianxi bellowed in fury. Deceive you? She has never even acknowledged your existence. What audacity gives you the right to utter such words? Yi Tianjiao interjected, a hint of envy and admiration in her tone. Xia Qingqing, despite her perceived lack of beauty, had been adored deeply by Xiang Chun. How profound must that affection be? As for herself, should her beauty fade, would Xiang Chun still hold love for her? Director Liu was plagued by guilt, for it was he who had initially reported Xia Qingqing's situation, hoping to rescue her and provide her with a brighter future, never anticipating such complications would arise. Many women who admired Xiang Chun, upon witnessing Xia Qingqing's perceived flaws, felt a surge of envy, desiring to claim his heart for themselves. A thunderous roar echoed as the golden dragon carriage ascended into the sky. Ji Wushuang led the Yi siblings away, while Xia Qingqing had become entirely undesirable to him now. Ji Wushuang. Xiang Chun lifted his gaze to the soaring dragon carriage, his eyes filled with hatred. You have torn the scars of my beloved. In this lifetime, he had gained a new adversary, a prince to vanquish, and an ender of royal lineage, Xiang Chun. Half the visage of beauty, half the visage of sorrow, half reflected the goodness and malice of the human heart. What was unveiled was not merely a mask, nor a scar exposed, but the hearts of those who worshipped beauty as justice, living within the confines of their fantasies. Yan Zi, of humble stature, was appointed prime minister of the state of Qi. The blind and foolish birthed a great sage. In life, one must not be swayed by wealth, nor should one be oppressed by poverty, and one must refrain from judging by appearances. Some may possess an unseemly exterior, yet possess a spirit as radiant as a pearl, while others may be graced with extraordinary beauty, yet engaged solely in vile acts. In this world, the judgment of virtue and vice cannot be merely based on appearances. Chapter 657. Stirring restlessness, Ji Wushuang has departed, and on this day, the goddess that people have long fantasized about, Xia Qingqing, has also crumbled. The former admirers of Xia Qingqing, amidst their disappointment, scorn, and derision, have all taken their leave. In the square, only Xiang Chun, Xia Qingqing, the siblings from Yanhuang, as well as Night Palace Master, Dean Liu, and others remain. Dean Liu Ming gazes at the two embracing each other, filled with a sense of guilt. These are merely some tribulations on the path of growth, a refinement of the heart. They will eventually navigate through it themselves. The Night Palace Master speaks calmly, departing alone, though his silhouette appears somewhat desolate. The departure of siblings Yi Tianxi and Yi Tianjiao today has also dealt him a considerable blow. Alas, this mischievous lad, though a bit disheveled, is indeed a romantic at heart. Among a group of superficial men, how many can truly embody such devotion? Dean Dongfang sighs, casting a more favorable glance at Xiang Chun. Tianjiao, wait for me. I will surely accompany you. Feng Yang resolutely declares, gazing after the departing golden dragon. What worth is a love without a future? As others gradually disperse, only Xiang Chun, Qing Cheng, and the Yanhuang siblings remain in the square. Sister Qing Cheng, do not mind the drivel they spout. In our hearts, you are the most beautiful. Zhang Dan, with reddened eyes, cannot help but speak. Indeed, Qing Cheng, pay no heed to those wretched men. My brother's medical skills are unparalleled. He will undoubtedly heal you one day. Yes, Sister Qing Cheng, please do not concern yourself with their words. The women, including a duo-ya, offer their comforting words in unison. Qing Cheng releases Xiang Chun and smiles faintly, saying, "Thank you all for your concern. I truly do not care how they perceive me." She then turns to Xiang Chun, adding, "It is merely that I have caused you distress, Brother Xiang Chun, as I am now looked down upon." Xiang Chun cradles her face gently and whispers, "I care not what others say about me. This world is not devoid of foul-mouthed scoundrels. My dear, believe me, within 2 years, I shall restore your beauty, transforming you into an enchanting vision that will astonish all." Xia Qingchang grins playfully, saying, "I await that day, Brother Xiang Chun. However, once my beauty is restored, you may have more rivals for affection." Ha ha ha, rivals? Do those people even qualify? Xiang Chun laughs heartily, wrapping his arm around Xia Qingchang's waist. "Even if the world covets your beauty and stands against me, I shall fiercely protect my princess." Oh, how poignant and touching. Siblings, what are we standing here for? Let us not linger in this eyesore. Dan, let us depart. Wang Xiaoji jovially incites. The scent of love is quite overwhelming. Chen Gu, Sister Qingcheng, you are truly tormenting us. Let us go. I cannot bear to watch any longer. Pity this 20-year-old golden bachelor. Who will be my princess? The siblings laugh and tease, exaggeratedly sighing as they take their leave. These rascals. Xiang Chen shakes his head with a smile. With them around, it surpasses any admiration or reverence from others. Does it not? Xia Qingcheng replies with a smile. Indeed, with this group, they are my legion and my source of confidence. Xiang Chen also chuckles, then embraces Xia Qingcheng as they depart together. This matter has become a topic of conversation within the academy for quite some time. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the Wan Yao Pavilion, within a secret chamber, Lin Kai sat cross-legged, emanating radiant spiritual light. Suddenly, an immensely rich and potent force of true essence erupted from his body, surging through the chamber like a mighty river. The Lingxiao realm. Ha ha. I have finally broken through to this stage. Lin Kai laughed heartily, rising to his feet, his heart brimming with excitement and joy. With a wave of his hand, the door to the secret chamber burst open with a resounding crash. "Songda," Lin Kai called out. Outside, Songda hurriedly approached, gazing at the surging energy radiating from Lin Kai, and said with a smile, "Congratulations, my lord, on breaking through to the Lingxiao realm and entering the master stage." Lin Kai, overwhelmed with joy, replied, "Now, we can finally unleash our full potential and engage in a grand endeavor." Songda inquired, "Are you preparing to take action?" "Yes." "What is the situation with Xiang Chun?" Lin Kai asked. "Nothing significant, but a few days ago, the 18th prince of the Great Xia dynasty visited the academy and took away Yi Tianjiu and Yi Tianxi from the Yi family. Our second master had a minor conflict with the 18th prince over a woman and nearly faced death at his hands," Songdo explained. "Oh, the 18th prince of Great Xia has come to the academy? What happened regarding the woman?" Lin Kai asked in surprise. "It is said that the 18th prince took a liking to a masked woman of extraordinary beauty, who happens to be Xiang Chen's companion. A conflict ensued, but it turned out that her true appearance was rather unappealing. Eventually, the 18th prince lost interest and did not pursue Xiang Chen further. What a pity. Had that young man been killed by the 18th prince, we could have avoided many troubles," Songda lamented. "Humph. To offend a figure like the 18th prince over a woman. This Xiang Chun is indeed a brainless troublemaker. Entrusting the Wan Yao Pavilion to such a person could lead to self-destruction. Write a letter for me, summoning this second master. It is time to deal with him." Lin Kai remarked coldly. "The Wan Yao order might very well lie with him. Once I obtain it, I can openly subdue the other branches." Songda furrowed his brows and said, "Given the lockdown from the Chu branch, this fellow likely harbors some trepidation towards us. Will he come forth if we summon him?" Lin Kai replied indifferently, "He is yet to come into contact with us. He cannot possibly know us. Use the pretense of the pavilion master needing to convey something to him as the reason for the summons. He will come." "Understood. I shall take care of it immediately." Songda nodded and then exited the secret chamber. Outside the door stood 2 guards, one of whom had a glint of cold light in his eyes, which he discreetly concealed. Half a day later, a representative from the Wan Yao Pavilion personally arrived at the gate of the academy to request an audience with Xiang Chun. Upon notifying Xiang Chun, he hurriedly made his way from the academy. Subordinate Feng Yi pays respects to the second master. The slender man immediately knelt down in respect upon his arrival. Xiang Chun regarded him, noting that the man appeared to be in his 30s, and asked, "Are you from the Wan Yao Pavilion?" "Indeed, I am Feng Yi, a steward from the Wan Yao Pavilion headquarters in the arid city. I have come on the orders of the chief steward to deliver a letter to the second master." Feng Yi rose and presented a letter with both hands. Xiang Chun took it and replied, "Understood. You may now return." Feng Yi Dao stated, "You should first read the letter, so that I may provide a response to the lowly one." Xiang Chun opened the letter and, after glancing at its contents, narrowed his eyes and said, "Understood. Inform your steward that I will certainly attend the appointment at Wan Yao Pavilion tomorrow." "Very well, esteemed sir. May you have peace. I shall take my leave now." The steward stepped back a few paces, then turned and vanished into the void with a swift movement. Chapter 658. Reunion with Lin Kai. Xiang Chun cast a glance at the letter in his hand, a cold smile emerging on his lips before he turned to summon his companions. In the grand hall of Xiang Chun's estate, numerous individuals had already gathered. Xiang Chun occupied the main seat, with Murong Tianhua seated to his left, while other brothers stood or sat around the hall. After reading the letter, Murong Tianhua passed it around for others to see. "What do you all think?" Xiang Chun inquired. Murong Tianhua replied solemnly, "I fear that the incident involving the leader of the Dazhu branch, Chen Feng, has already been leaked. If there were truly any matters to be conveyed to the president, why would it need to be done through another's hands? Moreover, the president has mentioned that Lin Kai harbors great ambition. This banquet may not bode well." Xiang Chun nodded. "I too suspect that it is most likely a trap. However, if we choose not to attend this time, Lin Kai will undoubtedly remain vigilant against me in the future, employing all manner of schemes." "Brother Chun, what exactly is a home and banquet?" Wang Xiaoji inquired, puzzled. "It is a setup designed to ensnare me. What should we do then? Knowing it could be a conspiracy, is there any merit in attending?" Xiao Wu questioned. "Of course we must go. I wish to see if he dares to reveal his true intentions. If he does, I will have ample justification to act against him. Why does he choose to meet at the Xianyan restaurant of all places?" Xiang Chun scoffed. He then retrieved a jade vial and handed it to Wang Xiaoji. "Xiaoji, deliver this to Heiqiu. He will know what to do." "Understood," Wang Xiaoji responded. Furthermore, according to Qianlan's intelligence, Lin Kai has already transcended the Lingxiao realm. Setting an ambush may not suffice to deal with him, Murong Tianhua remarked, his brow furrowed. "Sometimes, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots become mere jest," Xiang Chun assured, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. The following day, at noon, Xiang Chun, accompanied by Murong Tianhua, Xiao Wu, Wang Xiaoji, and over 10 brothers, made their way to the banquet, while the others had already departed ahead of time. In the Eastern District, at the Xianyan restaurant, the venue had been entirely reserved by the personnel of Wan Yao Pavilion. The entrance was guarded by their members. Soon after, figures descended from the sky, landing gracefully before the restaurant. The spectacle was indeed impressive. Xiang Chun observed the welcoming party positioned in 2 rows at the entrance, consisting of over 10 cultivators at the Yuanyang realm. As Xiang Chun and his companions entered, all bowed respectfully, addressing him as esteemed sir. "Ha ha ha, esteemed sir. You have finally arrived." At that moment, hearty laughter echoed from within the restaurant. A group of individuals emerged, ready to greet them. The leader, clad in a flowing black robe, possessed an exceptionally youthful visage, exuding a warm and amiable smile that instantly conveyed a sense of kindness. Lin Kai emerged with the group, gazing at Xiang Chun, and remarked with a smile, "I presume this esteemed gentleman is the second master?" "Indeed, he is a paragon of elegance, like a jade tree graced by the wind." Xiang Chun clasped his fists in greeting and replied, "You must be the capable Lin Kai, frequently mentioned by my elder brother. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." "Ah, you flatter me, esteemed second master. It has been quite some time since I last saw him. We have prepared a modest feast for you inside," Lin Kai said with a courteous smile. Xiang Chun nodded and led his entourage into the establishment. Inside the hall, a sumptuous banquet of exquisite delicacies and fine wines awaited, the ingredients being of considerable value, the entire spread costing no less than several thousand spirit coins. "Second master, Please take a seat, Lin Kai gestured politely. The two men occupied the primary seats facing each other, while others stood behind them or took seats on either side. Forgive the modest hospitality. Allow me to raise a toast to you, esteemed second master, Lin Kai said cheerfully, lifting his cup. Lin Kai is too kind. If anyone should toast, it is I who must raise my glass to you. My elder brother's absence has been greatly mitigated by your assistance at the Wan Yao Pavilion. Xiang Chun responded with a smile. Haha, it is merely my duty, such as to be expected. Let us drink together, Lin Kai replied. After exchanging pleasantries, they both downed their cups in unison. Lin Kai set his cup down and encouraged Xiang Chun to partake of the dishes, saying, Second master, it is said that at such a tender age, you have already ranked among the top 10 on the Tiger list within just over a year at the Huangzhou Academy. Truly, your talent is extraordinary, and your future knows no bounds. Not at all, yet it seems Lin Kai is quite concerned about me, to possess such knowledge. Xiang Chun replied with a faint smile. To be candid, esteemed second master, the pavilion master instructed us to pay close attention to your needs, so that we might offer assistance when required. Thus, we are somewhat familiar with your affairs, Lin Kai stated. Ah, I see. I appreciate your thoughtfulness, Lin Kai. By the way, have you been entrusted with anything from my elder brother to deliver to me? Xiang Chun inquired. Upon hearing this, Lin Kai's eyes gleamed momentarily as he replied with a smile. The pavilion master has conveyed that in his absence, the Wan Yao Pavilion is entirely at your command. Second master, what I am to deliver is indeed the Wan Yao Pavilion itself. Xiang Chun silently sipped his drink, and Lin Kai continued. Our sources have informed us that the pavilion master has encountered a grave incident within the Great Chu Kingdom. As the current heir apparent, I presume you are aware of this matter. Lin Kai's gaze was fixed on Xiang Chun, seeking a confirmation or denial of the situation from his expression. Xiang Chun set his cup down and stated, The wine is indeed fine, and it is true that my elder brother has encountered misfortune. Xiang Chun's admission caught Lin Kai slightly off guard. He had anticipated that Xiang Chun might conceal the truth. With a face full of concern, he inquired, Might I ask what has transpired? Please enlighten me, and rest assured that we shall not stand idly by. His lengthy discourse was merely a facade. As he desperately sought to uncover the fate of Chen Feng, whether he still drew breath, to allay his own apprehensions. Xiang Chun replied solemnly, I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but I know that my elder brother has offended a powerful figure within the Great Xia dynasty, leading to a perilous situation, and he has been captured. His survival remains uncertain. The true identity of Chen Feng must remain undisclosed. Otherwise, the Wan Yao Pavilion could face dire consequences. Was the pavilion master truly captured by someone from the Great Xia dynasty? What sort of influential figure could that be? Songdo inquired, astonished. Matters pertaining to the Great Xia dynasty are undoubtedly significant. I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but it is best that everyone remains oblivious to this situation. If even my elder brother cannot contend with such a personage, what can we do? It would be prudent for us all to feign ignorance, Xiang Chun asserted, his clenched fists betraying his genuine indignation. Lin Kai and Songdo exchanged glances, silently communicating through their thoughts. It appears there are matters concerning the pavilion master that remain unknown to us. However, given the boy's revelations, we can ascertain that the pavilion master is beyond redemption. Songdo remarked, Truly, he is just a brash youth. Had he chosen to conceal the truth, perhaps I would have harbored some reservations. But now that he has laid bare the facts, what do I have left to fear? Chapter 659. The plot thickens. Let us first gauge the young man's intentions and ascertain whether the Wan Yao order resides within his grasp. Should he demonstrate sagacity and willingly surrender the Wan Yao order, accepting his role as the crown prince of Dechu, it may be prudent to spare his life. Lin Kai turned his gaze to Xiang Chun, cautiously inquiring, Now that the pavilion master is no longer with us, the Wan Yao Pavilion cannot afford to be leaderless. I wonder what plans the second master has in mind. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Xiang Chun's lips as he set down his chopsticks. Replying, What suggestions might you have, Chief Lin? Lin Kai responded, The pavilion master once stated that in his absence, the Wan Yao Pavilion would be entrusted to the second master. However, considering that the second master is still engaged in his studies at the academy, he may not have the time to manage the affairs of the pavilion. I could oversee the Wan Yao Pavilion on his behalf, and once he graduates, everything can naturally revert to him. Xiang Chun chuckled warmly. Chief Lin, your loyalty is commendable, and your consideration for others is admirable. I find no objections to your proposal. This lad is surprisingly astute, Lin Kai thought, somewhat astonished. He continued, however, managing the various branches of the Wan Yao Pavilion requires not only the Pavilion Master's authority, but also the identity token, the Wan Yao Order. I wonder if the second master would be willing to entrust it to me first, as it would facilitate my tasks. Xiangchen replied, the Wan Yao Order is indeed with me, but I must return to the academy shortly to retrieve it. Lin Kai's eyes narrowed. Suspecting Xiangchen harbored intentions to escape, he chuckled lightly. For such matters, wouldn't it suffice for one of the second master's subordinates to accompany you? The wine hasn't been finished. How could we allow the second master to leave so easily? Wouldn't that suggest I failed in my hospitality? Leaning slightly closer, Xiangchen remarked, Chief Lin, I fear that if I hand over the Wan Yao Order to you, the Wan Yao Pavilion will surely bear your surname from henceforth. And my own head may very well be on the line. Lin Kai's pupils constricted at this, and he chuckled. What do you mean by that, second master? Xiangchen settled back into his seat, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner, as if he were holding a cigarette, and calmly stated, the Wan Yao Pavilion may be entrusted to your management, even to the extent of appointing you as the Vice Pavilion Master. However, you must submit to me and act in my service. Upon hearing this declaration, those surrounding Lin Kai stared at Xiangchen as if he were a fool. Among them were 6 Soul Moon cultivators and dozens of Yuan Yang practitioners, all loyal to Lin Kai. How audacious this young man was to utter such words. Was he truly overestimating the significance of his own status? Hearing this, Lin Kai let out a hearty laugh, gazing at Xiangchen with a nonchalant expression. Are you jesting, second master? Since you have already laid your cards on the table, I shall not hold back either. Do you truly believe that you possess the capability to control Wan Yao Pavilion? Do you think you can master me, Lin Kai? Setting aside your cultivation level, even the great Chu kingdom behind you holds no significance in my eyes. Second master, it is better to relinquish what you cannot grasp, lest you burn your own hands. The only reason I still address you as second master is out of respect for the old pavilion master, in gratitude for his benevolence. Otherwise, I would not be so courteous in my speech. With a flick of his hand, Lin Kai summoned a swift display of swords and blades from the surrounding dozens of Yuanyang warriors. Their fierce, sword energy emanating a chilling aura as they fixed their cold gazes upon Xiangchen. Xiahou Wu, Wang Xiaojia, and others immediately shielded their backs to protect him. Xiangchen remained composed, stating, the reason I can engage in this discourse with you is that you are all esteemed contributors to Wan Yao Pavilion. Arrogance. Are you truly oblivious to your current predicament? Songda scoffed. Xiangchen's lips curled into a smirk as he snapped his fingers, extending 3 fingers. 3, 2. Lin Kai and Songda regarded him with frigid expressions. 1 fall. Upon his command, those around them suddenly felt their vision darken, collapsing to the ground with a thud. What is happening? Songda and Lin Kai's expressions shifted as they surveyed their surroundings. The few Soul Moon realm experts, including Songda, felt a wave of dizziness, though the amount of the potion administered was not enough to incapacitate them completely. What have you done? Lin Kai demanded, filled with rage. His cultivation remained unaffected. Nothing much. I merely sprinkled a bit of powder upon my arrival, Xiangchen revealed, flashing a bright smile. Seize him, Lin Kai roared. Kill. Songda unleashed his true essence, ready to strike. However, suddenly, he let out a horrified scream, staring in disbelief at the sharp dagger protruding from his chest, blood dripping profusely. Behind him, his trusted aide Feng Yi had stabbed him with a dagger from the rear. Feng Yi's face morphed into a swirling fog of darkness. At that moment, several powerful arrows infused with Soul Moon energy soared down from the upper floors, striking the other 5 individuals with devastating force. An ambush. The 5 Soul Moon warriors shrieked as they fell, arrows embedded in their chests. Meanwhile, from above, hundreds of individuals emerged, all armed with bows and arrows, directed at the scene below. Among them were several formidable Soul Moon realm experts, including the corpulent manager in black fur. There is an ambush. Hey Chio, what is the meaning of this? Lin Kai bellowed. Apologies, Lin brother, the manager in black chuckled coldly, his rotund form leaping down from the upper floor to land before Xiangchen. Then, to Lin Kai's astonishment, he knelt before Xiangchen, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to our king. How is this possible? You are actually one of Xiangchen's people? Lin Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. Rise, Lin Kai. You have ultimately miscalculated, Xiangchen retorted, stepping back to stand opposite Lin Kai, a cold smile gracing his lips. Lin Kai's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness as he gazed upon his severely injured subordinate and the multitude surrounding him. He could not fathom the connection between the arrival of celestial fortunes, the century-old tavern, and Xiang Chun. To his astonishment, he realized he had underestimated his opponent. Yet, did he truly believe that such a throng could subdue Lin Kai? After all, he had ascended to the rank of master. A cold smile crept across Lin Kai's face as he took a step forward, unleashing a surge of formidable true essence that shattered the surrounding tables and chairs, sending shockwaves of energy cascading through the air. Kill! Lin Kai lunged toward Xiang Chun in a sudden assault. Fire! Bellowed the black-clad manager. In an instant, a flurry of arrows infused with potent true essence hurtled toward Lin Kai. He dodged what he could, but the arrows that found their mark were obliterated by his formidable protective true essence. Young man, you may have seized the initiative, but you have ultimately miscalculated. My strength now far exceeds that of the former Soul Moon. Kill! Lin Kai's sinister grin widened as his true essence erupted forth, with a series of thunderous explosions. The Soul Moon warriors positioned before Xiang Chun were blasted away, their screams echoing in the chaos. Lin Kai extended his hand into a claw, aiming for Xiang Chun's throat. Xiang Chun remained unfazed, stating, I have positioned my men close to you and anticipated your strategy. How could I be unaware of your cultivation? Attack! With Xiang Chun's command, an even more powerful aura erupted forth. A figure materialized in an instant, unleashing a ferocious palm strike that emanated a terrifying red true essence, colliding with Lin Kai's assault. The ensuing clash sent shockwaves reverberating through the first-floor hall as furniture exploded into dust. The entire building trembled, nearly shattering under the force of their confrontation. Xiang Chun and his companions were propelled backward by the explosive shockwave, their internal energies in turmoil. Lin Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, reeling from the impact, his gaze fixed in horror upon the newly arrived figure. Little Tian from the Lingxiao realm, Mu Tianyu. Lin Kai exclaimed, incredulity etched across his features. How could an elder from the Lu family be here? Young master, are you unharmed? Elder Mu glanced at Xiang Chun, who had been knocked back. I'm fine, Elder Mu. The next part is in your hands, Xiang Chun replied, shaking his head. Not a problem. He's merely a recently ascended Lingxiao master, Elder Mu scoffed, his hand grasping the air. With a resonant hum, a crimson spiritual sword infused with formidable sword energy materialized in his grasp. Lin Kai, do you still wish to contend with me? Elder Mu inquired with a chilling smirk. Elder Mu, you are from the Lu family. How can you assist this young man? We are somewhat acquainted, and if you refrain from intervening today, I shall remember your kindness and reward you handsomely, Lin Kai stated. Knowing that Elder Mu's profound cultivation surpassed his own, Elder Mu laughed heartily, replying, It seems your information at the Wanyao Pavilion is rather lacking. Do you know who young Master Xiang is? He is now a member of the Lu family, a revered young master, and a venerated elder. Who do you intend to kill? Does Wanyao Pavilion wish to close its doors? What? This? How can this be possible? Lin Kai was taken aback, incredulous that Xiang Chun was actually an elder of the Lu family. How had he come to be associated with them? The myriad medicinal pavilion was not yet a first-rate force. He had not entered that circle and was oblivious to the affairs of the Lu family. Capture him, Xiang Chun said indifferently. Yes. Elder Mu charged forward, his spiritual sword slicing through the air at several times the speed of sound, transforming into a red lightning bolt that struck in an instant. Lin Kai's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily summoned his spiritual blade, desperately parrying Elder Mu's relentless assault. With a sickening sound, blood erupted as Lin Kai let out a pained scream, a massive gash carved into his chest. He could not match Elder Mu's speed, nor could he contend with the Lu family's heavenly-level martial arts. With a thunderous crash, the sword's energy cleaved through more than a dozen rooms of the tavern, creating a huge breach. Flee! Lin Kai could no longer afford to pursue Xiang Chun or vie for the position of pavilion master. Survival was paramount. He raised his hand, sending 3 red spiritual talismans hurtling toward Elder Mu. Medium fire talisman, retreat. Elder Mu bellowed, swiftly unleashing 3 sword strikes. Xiang Chun and his companions reacted promptly, breaking through the windows with the unconscious Song Da and others in tow. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 3 violent explosions reverberated as a fierce wave of flames surged forth, and in an instant, the towering tavern erupted, collapsing into ruins. Lin Kai had transformed into a streak of blue light, soaring into the sky. You dare destroy my tavern and still wish to escape? Instant kill. At that moment, a chilling female voice echoed behind him, and a woman clad in a white fur coat materialized at his back. Subsequently, a white tail shot forth like a spear, piercing through with lethal intent. Lin Kai's expression changed drastically. He could not muster a defense, completely unprepared for such a formidable opponent. With a sickening thrust, the tail penetrated his back, impaling his liver and emerging from his chest, blood gushing forth. Ah! Lin Kai screamed in agony as the tail coiled around his body, flinging him downward. With a resounding thud, Lin Kai fell from the air, crashing into the rubble of the collapsed tavern below. Elder Mu, disheveled and grim, emerged from the debris, his spiritual sword transforming into a beam of light that impaled Lin Kai's left shoulder, pinning him to the ruins. Lin Kai's face contorted in pain as he let out a howl. What is happening? The tavern of the immortal fortune has collapsed. Are cultivators engaged in battle? Surrounding the streets, many onlookers gazed in shock at the fallen tavern. You little rascal, how did you come to possess a medium fire talisman from the Yi family? You nearly fell into my trap, Elder Mu said darkly, stepping on Lin Kai's head. Do not take his life, Xiang Chun commanded, rushing over. Wang Jinbai landed beside Xiang Chun, her timing impeccable. Xiang Chun nodded at her, approaching the beleaguered Lin Kai amidst the tavern's wreckage. Lin Kai's eyes blazed red as he regarded Xiang Chun coldly. I admit defeat, do as you will. My brother has treated you well, why betray me? Xiang Chun replied with indifference. Spare me the pleasantries. How could I ever willingly submit to a young brat like you? If I were pavilion master, I would naturally have no second thoughts. Lin Kai sneered. I shall not take your life. Instead, I offer you a chance to submit to me and serve my interests. You will remain the steward of the Wan Yao Pavilion, Xiang Chun stated coldly, gazing down at his counterpart. The individuals from Yanhuang, along with those who had come from the realm of immortals, encircled them, preventing any intrusions. Can you truly trust me? Are you not afraid I may betray you again? Lin Kai sneered. Since I have chosen to accept you, I possess the means to control you, Xiang Chun replied indifferently. Very well, I am willing to submit. Lin Kai responded without hesitation, for a person like him would grasp any opportunity for survival. A smirk graced Xiang Chun's lips as he suddenly struck out, his sharp heavenly moon wolf claw piercing Lin Kai's heart. With a pained scream, Lin Kai felt Xiang Chun draw out his vital essence, weaving it with his own profound energy, intertwining runes. Soon, a mass of vital blood transformed into a blood-red silkworm, a heart control worm. Elder Mu's eyelids twitched. He too harbored such a creature within him, which was precisely why Xiang Chun could afford to trust him. His life was effectively in Xiang Chun's grasp. The heart control blood silkworm burrowed into Lin Kai's body, eliciting a series of anguished howls as it melded with him. He writhed in torment on the ground, his cries echoing in their misery. This heart control worm was the last one Xiang Chun could manage at his current level of cultivation. To create more would necessitate further breakthroughs in his power. After tormenting Lin Kai to the brink of death, Xiang Chun finally relented, stating coldly, "This serves merely as a lesson for your rebellion and a method to ensure your submission. Should you entertain any treachery, I can make your existence a living hell, or extinguish your life in an instant. Do not entertain the notion that you can break the curse. In this realm, apart from me and one other fool, no one can save you." Lin Kai clutched his chest, staring in horror at Xiang Chun, his face paling. He realized he had completely fallen into Xiang Chun's grasp. With a long sigh, he closed his eyes and forced a bitter smile. Lin Kai pays his respects to the pavilion master. Chapter 661, Several Difficulties. 7th Update, 18. The Wan Yao Pavilion is neither yours nor mine. It rightfully belongs to my elder brother. What my brother has not granted to you cannot be seized, and what he has bestowed upon you shall not be taken from you. I shall return this power to my brother in due time, and should misfortune befall him, I will wield this power for his vengeance. Do you comprehend? Understood, Lin Kai replied solemnly. Tianhua, you shall henceforth assume the role of the chief steward of the Wan Yao Pavilion. Assist Lin Kai in managing the pavilion whenever possible, Xiang Chun directed. Turning his gaze to Mu Rong Tianhua, the individuals from Yanhuang were his trusted confidants. Although he had secured control over Lin Kai's life and death, Xiang Chun still harbored doubts regarding him. He needed to place his own people within the Wan Yao Pavilion for oversight and to balance Lin Kai, achieving equilibrium. Jinbai, Xiang Chun then addressed the female Jin Mao Mouse. Yes, The Jin Mao Mouse bowed slightly. Assist Lin Kai in overseeing the pavilion as well, in my absence. Tianhua's commands shall be regarded as my own, Xiang Chun stated calmly. Understood, the Jin Mao Mouse replied respectfully. Compared to the Jin Mao Mouse King, he placed greater trust in her, for the cunning of the demon clan was not as intricate as that of the human race. The reconstruction efforts brought forth by the realm of immortals shall also be entrusted to you. Manage them diligently. We are all part of this collective. My glory is inseparable from your brilliance, Xiang Chun addressed everyone present. Agreed. The group bowed in unison. Regarding Lin Kai's injury, it is not life-threatening. His energy level is high, and Xiang Chun is unable to assist him in recovery significantly, nor does he attend to him. Song Da and the others follow Lin Kai's lead. Thus, controlling Lin Kai effectively means controlling them all. Half a day later, in another tavern, Lin Kai, whose wounds have been bandaged and stabilized, stands before Xiang Chun. Morong Tianhua and others are also present. I pay my respects to the esteemed Lord Xiang, Lin Kai bows. Xiang Chun gazes at him and replies with a calm smile. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are necessary. I hope Chief Lin can comprehend this. Lin Kai's expression remains serene as he responds. It is already a grace that the Lord does not seek my life. I cannot lay blame. As for any resentment I may harbor in my heart, that is certainly present. Xiang Chun states, the continuous development of the Wanyao Pavilion relies on your efforts. My brother is in trouble, and this news must not be leaked. Although I possess the ability to suppress various factions, it would ultimately lead to considerable complications. Lin Kai acknowledges, I understand this matter. However, Lord, the news of Chief Chen's absence cannot be concealed indefinitely. We must provide an explanation to the other branches. After some contemplation, Xiang Chun suggests, to the other branches, we shall say my elder brother has embarked on a journey across the world with an uncertain return date. During his absence, I shall act as the pavilion master, and you will manage all affairs. Convene a Wanyao conference, if anyone dares to dissent. Your current cultivation should suffice to maintain order. If it does not, contact Tianhua, and I will bring reinforcements. The Wanyao Pavilion is not lacking in talent. If someone's position is secure for too long, I can have them step down. There are plenty eager to take their place. Xiang Chun speaks with a calm demeanor, devoid of his usual frivolity, exuding a weighty and authoritative presence. Understood, Lin Kai nods, internally sighing at the realization that this second master cannot be assessed merely by his age when considering his capabilities and audacity. By the way, there is another matter I must report to the Lord. Our primary source of medicinal materials encountered a devastating locust plague this early spring, suffering significant losses and resulting in a sluggish market. Moreover, Qian Yaofeng has recently taken deliberate actions to suppress our market, even attempting to engulf our Wanyao Pavilion's business. I wonder what strategies the Lord may propose to address this issue. Lin Kai poses, deliberately presenting Xiang Chun with a formidable challenge. The locust plague and Qian Yaofeng. Xiang Chun muses, furrowing his brow. He has had dealings with those from Qian Yaofeng, which could be deemed a formidable pharmaceutical group that barely qualifies as a first-tier power. He has encountered the master of Qian Yaofeng at the Liu family's banquet, an elderly figure, yet a formidable presence at the Lingxiao level. How much medicinal material do we have left? Xiang Chun inquires. Less than 30%. It may not sustain us for long, and if the major powers breach their contracts, we will face a considerable amount of compensation, enough to severely injure our Wanyao Pavilion's vitality, Lin Kai replies. I will mobilize a supply of resources to support you through this crisis. As for the suppression by Qian Yaofeng, there is no need for concern. I will devise a solution, Xiang Chun assures. He possesses a significant scale of medicinal fields, all cultivated in small groups, with a substantial harvest of spiritual herbs already matured. Combined with resources from the ancient wild spirit realm, there is no need to worry about insufficient medicinal reserves. What, then, is the nature of this locust plague? Xiang Chun inquires. Our most significant source of medicinal herbs lies within the Qingbei mountain range, where the Zheng family excels in cultivating these precious plants. However, each year, a massive horde of malevolent insects, the ferocious locusts, migrates from the eastern wastes to ravage our herbs. In previous years, the scale of this invasion was manageable. The master would lead a group to exterminate the majority of the locusts upon their arrival. This year, however, the locust plague has reached alarming proportions. Despite the generally low strength of the locusts, their sheer numbers are overwhelming, and with the master absent this year, our losses have been substantial. Lin Kai expressed his concerns about the situation with a hint of exasperation. Xiang Chun stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "The next time the locusts cross into our territory, come to me. I will take care of it." "Very well," Lin Kai nodded, though he remained skeptical. "We'll see how you plan to resolve it when the time comes." "When will the 10,000 Herbs Conference commence?" Lin Kai inquired further. "In 2 days," Xiang Chun replied. "Issue a command to summon all branch leaders from various regions to convene at the headquarters in Huangdu." "Understood. I will arrange it immediately," Lin Kai affirmed, preparing to leave. "Wait," Xiang Chun said, handing Lin Kai a vial of healing dew. "Although it won't restore your strength immediately, it should aid in your recovery before the conference." Lin Kai expressed his gratitude as he accepted the vial and then took his leave. "Tianhua, what do you think of that individual?" Xiang Chun asked, turning to the quietly contemplative Murong Tianhua. "He is profound in thought. Though I hold his life in my hands, I suspect he harbors discontent. He can be utilized, but not fully trusted. If he resolves the issue with the mind control goo, he may very well plot against me. The questions I posed to him were merely to gauge his capabilities and to create some discomfort for him." Murong Tianhua saw through this man at a glance. Xiang Chun smirked, watching the figure fade away. "How could I not see through him? Yet, this goo is beyond his ability to resolve, and killing me would avail him nothing. He is now akin to the sun Wukong beneath my 5-finger mountain, unable to stir significant waves. Nevertheless, as you rightly observed, he can be of use for now, though I cannot entrust him with any core responsibilities. Keep a close watch on him." Tianhua understood, but asked, "Master, how do you intend to address those matters?" "Enough with the formalities. You and I are brothers. There is no need for such distance. Call me Brother Xiang. After all, you are older than I. In informal settings, just call me Old Xiang. That will not do. Even among brothers, there must be an acknowledgement of hierarchy. If we do not uphold your prestige, who will? Moreover, our bond as brothers transcends titles," Murong Tianhua replied, shaking his head. He was, after all, different from Xiang Chun's other rough-and-tumble companions, deeply ingrained with notions of respect and propriety. "Very well, call me as you wish. Your happiness is what matters." Xiang Chun conceded. "By the way, Master, Wang Chong from Guhuang City has sent word, inquiring when you will preside over the affairs there." Murong Tianhua mentioned the largest subcity adjacent to Huangdu, Guhuang City. "Tell Wang Chong and the others to remain patient. I shall dispatch experts in the next few days to assist them in unifying the dark forces within Guhuang City," Xiang Chun declared. Wang Chong, the proprietor of the tavern in the ancient wasteland city who had once schemed against him, finds himself ensnared in the depths of Huangzhou. His influence is insufficient to establish a sect of his own in the ancient wasteland city. Although Mu Tianyu is a formidable presence at the Lingxiao realm, he remains, ostensibly, a member of the Lu family, and thus cannot be mobilized lightly. The matters concerning the ancient wasteland city could be entrusted to Yang Bin and Aduoya for their training. They are among the more astute and prudent of his comrades, capable of handling tasks with care. Such experiences will prepare them for significant responsibilities in the future, allowing them to stand firm in times of need. Murong Tianhua suggested that these individuals are loyal confidants of Xiang Chun, and as Xiang Chun aspires to great achievements, it is essential to cultivate a cadre of capable individuals beneath him. Indeed, it is well observed that the cultivation levels of their siblings are commendable. It is time to allow them to hone their skills in such matters. Should there come a time when neither of them is present, the Yanhuang society would still thrive under their stewardship. Xiang Chun concurred with Murong Tianhua's assessment, and the two deliberated extensively on various matters until the night deepened, concluding their discussions and setting out for a late-night meal. The following day, Xiang Chun commenced his operations in the far-off wasteland city, utilizing letters and communication jade to mobilize various factions under his command. The Great Chu, once the royal hunting grounds of the Great Shang, now spans over 100 kilometers, transformed into a realm for cultivating spiritual herbs and researching spiritual grains. As far as the eye can see, the mountains are awash with spiritual herbs, some boasting medicinal properties cultivated over centuries. This little princess is revered as an extraordinary figure, with a single application of organic fertilizer. The potency of these herbs has surged by centuries. Her specially formulated spiritual liquid, irrigated into the spiritual fields and herb gardens, facilitates rapid maturation of the spiritual herbs. The little princess remains an enigmatic presence that even the ancient tripod cannot fathom. Xiang Chun orchestrated the dispatch of a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs from the Great Chu to address the pressing orders of the Wanyao Pavilion. Subsequently, Xiaobai Longyu and 300 members of the White Tiger Guard were assigned to the ancient wasteland city to aid Wang Chong's Black Wolf Gang in unifying the tumultuous world within. Meanwhile, Yang Bin and a duo Yu were sent to the ancient wasteland city for training, while Murong Tianhua continued to assist with the affairs of the Wanyao Pavilion. At the Wanyao Conference, over 30 branch leaders convened, each capable of holding such a position, being a formidable presence at the Soul Moon realm. The Grand Hall was filled to capacity with attendees. Presently, how fares your branch? Do not mention it. We have several orders that remain unfulfilled. If the supply of medicinal herbs does not meet demand, we shall face crippling penalties. Alas, we face a similar plight due to the devastating locust plague. We have depleted our stock. The branch leaders lamented, their faces etched with worry, discussing the severe losses incurred from the locust crisis and the resulting unfulfilled orders. Master Xiang has arrived. At the sound of the announcement, the assembly fell silent, all eyes converging on the entrance. A young man clad in white, remarkably handsome, entered the hall, flanked by Lin Kai, Murong Tianhua, and Jin Bai. The assembly gazed in astonishment, recognizing the youthful figure at the center as the second master. He appeared scarcely past 20 years of age. We pay our respects to the second master, Songda called out, leading the bowing of the gathering. As others exchanged glances, they rose to pay their respects, saying, "Greetings, second master." Xiang Chun approached the position of the pavilion master and, amidst the astonished gazes of the assembly, took his seat. From his elevated position, he surveyed the gathered individuals and spoke, "Esteemed vice presidents, there is no need for formalities. Please be seated." "Thank you, second master." They responded in unison before taking their seats. Xiang Chun regarded the assembly and said, "May each of you introduce yourselves." From the lower left, the first to rise was Lin Kai, who respectfully announced, "Reporting to you, second master, I am Lin Kai, the chief steward of the Wanyao Pavilion." Following him, Songda respectfully stated, "I am Songda, assistant to the chief steward of the Wanyao Pavilion." Reporting to you, second master, I am Li Zhen, the president of the branch in ancient wilderness city. Reporting to you, second master, I am Zhou Jia, the president of the branch in the Jurchen kingdom. One by one, each individual began to declare their origins and affiliations. Xiang Chun meticulously noted each introduction, recalling details from his brother Qin Feng's character analyses, including their strengths, weaknesses, family backgrounds, and positions. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Xiang Chun calmly stated, "I am Xiang Chun, the younger brother of Qin Feng. You may also refer to me as second master, the crown prince of the Great Chu Kingdom. Congratulations, second master, on your family's ascension to the throne of the Great Shang, establishing the state of Chu," a sycophant quickly proclaimed. "Second master, time is of the essence. I shall not prolong the discussion. Where has the pavilion master gone? Our Wanyao Pavilion is facing a shortage of goods, and we cannot fulfill our orders. How shall we address this predicament?" Another impatient vice president inquired. As this question arose, the focus of all present shifted to the pressing issue at hand. "Do not fret. Esteemed colleagues, my brother has simply departed to travel the world, and his return date is uncertain. For now, he has entrusted the management of Wanyao Pavilion to me." Xiang Chun assured the assembly. "What? The pavilion master has gone traveling?" The crowd erupted in disarray. "Alas, why now? What shall we do?" The vice presidents below were thrown into chaos, and Lin Kai secretly chuckled, eager to see how Xiang Chun would navigate this urgent crisis. Xiang Chun observed the tumultuous discussions, his demeanor remaining unshaken. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Silence!" His voice reverberated like thunder, startling all present and drawing their attention to him. "Have you all disregarded my presence amidst this chaos?" Xiang Chun spoke coldly. Li Zhen, the president from ancient wilderness city, replied with a faint smile, "Second master, do not be angry. Is it true that the pavilion master has entrusted you with the management of Wanyao Pavilion?" Xiang Chun nodded, producing the Wanyao token, and calmly asked, "Is there anyone who still harbors doubts?" Upon seeing the token, the crowd's expressions shifted to disappointment, murmuring their discontent. In such a chaotic situation, is it wise to entrust it to a mere youth? Indeed, what was the pavilion master thinking? Although it is said that one should not avoid employing the capable among kin, this seems to be a case of personal favoritism. Is this not adding fuel to the fire? The assembly exchanged glances, voicing their concerns in hushed tones. clearly lacking faith in Xiang Chun's capabilities due to his youth. Xiang Chun regarded them with a cold gaze and stated, I understand your myriad doubts. However, in my brother's absence, I am the one in charge of One Yao Pavilion. Who among you dares to contest this? I contest it. At that moment, one of the imposing figures, a man of considerable stature with a rugged visage, abruptly stood up. He was Wu Zhao, the vice president of the Northern Wilderness Kingdom. Chapter 663, The Depth of Water. 9 Explosions, 10. The Northern Wilderness Kingdom is the mightiest nation in the region, its status surpassing that of the Great Chu and other nations. Wu Zhao, with a robust build and striking features, appeared to be a rough-hewn man, yet he harbored immense ambition and remarkable strength, possessing the celestial rank of the Soul Moon realm. The Northern Wilderness branch's power is on par with the Capital S branch, and 5 branch presidents were present, all under Wu Zhao's command. Xiangchen regarded him calmly and inquired, Vice President Wu, what discontent do you harbor? Wu Zhao retorted with a sneer, I am but a simple man. My words may inadvertently offend you, esteemed sir. May I ask your age and cultivation level? Xiangchen replied, This year, I have just reached 18. At the 6th level of the Yuan Yang realm. He referred to his cultivation of the 10,000 demons sacred decision. While the heavenly scriptures had reached the 9th level of the Yuan Yang realm, his extraordinary talent was evident, yet his youth rendered him somewhat inexperienced. The disparity between Xiang Chun's age and cultivation surprised many, but to them, he still seemed too young and lacking in strength to command a faction. Your talent is exceptional, sir, and I admire it. However, given your age and cultivation, how can you possibly shoulder the responsibilities of managing the myriad affairs of the Myriad Medicine Pavilion? Wu Zhao stated candidly, his unease palpable at the thought of such a youth presiding over him. Not only he, but others also shared this sentiment, especially given the current situation. Xiangchen replied coldly, Is there anyone else who feels the same? The 5 branch presidents of the Northern Wilderness silently rose to their feet. Xiangchen regarded them with a sardonic smile and asked, Very well, what exactly do you 5 find lacking in me? Wu Zhao asserted, Your strength is insufficient, and your age too tender. Do you truly believe you can bear the weight of such a burden? As he spoke, he cast a curious glance at Lin Kai, who surprisingly remained composed, seated quietly at the front. Xiangchen admitted, Indeed, my years of cultivation are few, and I am not as formidable as you all. However, does that mean you can conclude that I am incapable of managing the Myriad Medicine Pavilion? Wu Zhao scoffed, Since you say so, let us witness your capabilities and see how you can win the people's favor. Xiangchen, perched in his elevated seat, squinted slightly and said, In terms of strength, I do not surpass you. As for proving my capabilities, I shall leave that to Chief Steward Lin Kai. Chief Steward Lin, do you submit to my authority? His gaze turned cold as he focused on Lin Kai. Lin Kai rose, bowing slightly, and replied, The esteemed sir is appointed by the pavilion master, and naturally, I yield to him. Then, Chief Steward Lin, would you kindly demonstrate your prowess to President Wu? Do you have any objections? Xiangchen inquired calmly. None whatsoever, came Lin Kai's response, causing many branch presidents to perceive him anew, as he exhibited an unexpected deference towards Xiangchen. Wu Zhao, taken aback, then smirked coldly, Very well. I too shall test the skills of Chief Steward Lin. No need for that, President Wu. There is no chance of victory for me in a duel with you. Chief Steward Lin replied with a sneer. Wu Chao's expression darkened as he exclaimed, What does Chief Steward Lin mean? Do you look down on people? Chief Steward Lin rose, gazing at him with a detached demeanor, hands clasped behind his back. It is not that I look down on you. Rather, you truly lack the qualifications to engage with me. As he spoke, he stepped forward, emanating a formidable aura that enveloped the surroundings. His profound cultivation at the Lingxiao realm radiating and instilling awe among all present. The revelation that Chief Steward Lin had reached the level of a master caused a stir, with countless astonished eyes turning towards him. Wu Chao's countenance shifted dramatically, his expression darkening. The power of the Lingxiao realm surpassed his own by several magnitudes, and he recognized that he would not stand a chance against Lin. President Wu, do you still wish to fight? Lin Kai inquired coldly. He too felt displeased, as he had originally intended to utilize his strength to subdue them, only to find it now wielded as a weapon in Xiangchen's hands. No need, Wu Chao replied, his face grim. I do not understand why you allow this brat to ride roughshod over you. The sect master trusts second master, and naturally, I do as well. Lin Kai replied, omitting the fact that his life was in Xiangchen's grasp. Ah, Your loyalty is truly commendable, Wu Chao scoffed. What now? While my strength may be lacking, can Chief Steward Lin's cultivation not command respect? Xiang Chen's gaze bored directly into Wu Chao. Wu Chao, still seething with indignation, retorted, with Chief Steward Lin's assistance, I have no grounds to contest the strength. However, regarding the calamity brought by the locusts, the shortage of goods, and the countless unfulfilled orders, how will Second Master address this issue? Xiang Chun, with a calm smile, replied, Rest assured, I possess the capability to handle this matter. Bring it forth. He clapped his hands. 10 brothers from Yanhuang entered, unveiling storage artifacts, and amidst a flash of light, dozens of large boxes materialized in the hall. Each box stood taller than a person. Open them, Xiang Chun commanded indifferently. The boxes burst open simultaneously, releasing a potent fragrance of medicinal herbs. Various spiritual medicines converging in the air. Fire spirit mushrooms, wood spirit mushrooms, a century-old Heeshou Wu, a millennium ginseng, and an array of other herbs appeared before the crowd, the aroma overwhelming. This is medicinal material. So much of it. All from our Wanyao Pavilion's usual stock. The branch leaders, witnessing this spectacle, stood up in excitement, their faces alight with joy. How is this possible? With the suppression from Qian Yaofeng, where did so many medicinal materials come from? Wu Chao expressed disbelief. Xiang Chun remained steadfast, calmly stating, All these materials are produced within our great Chu, each a precious herb. I have gathered them for emergency use. Are these sufficient to confront this crisis? Yes. This is more than enough. As long as we weather this storm, our medicinal gardens will yield normally again, the crowd exclaimed in excitement. Indeed, it is sufficient, absolutely sufficient. They continued, buoyed by hope. Xiang Chun, with a chilling smile, added, However, these are all resources from our great Chu. Why should I hand them out freely to you? Do you think too highly of yourselves, expecting to take without giving? Upon hearing this, the excitement on everyone's faces diminished, and many grew visibly uncomfortable. Li Jun forced a smile and said, Second Master, we can allocate profits from this batch of medicinal herb orders to the great Chu kingdom. As long as I fulfill this order, we in the ancient wilderness branch can divide the profits. Great Chu will receive 7 parts, and we shall take 3. Although the master is absent, we will follow your instructions completely, Second Master. Our Jurchen branch is also willing to comply with this arrangement. We will heed your guidance from now on. Chairman Zhou Jia quickly added. Wu Zhao and the others exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Ultimately, they lowered their heads and murmured, We apologize for our previous offenses. Please forgive us, Second Master. Xiang Chun gazed at the crowd, his demeanor cold. Since my elder brother has entrusted the Wanyao Pavilion to me, he clearly believes in my capabilities. If anyone is dissatisfied, they may voice their grievances later. However, should anyone engage in duplicitous behavior towards me, I shall not hesitate to demonstrate my capabilities and see if I possess the power to subdue you all. The Wanyao Pavilion is vast. Should anyone in a position fail to act, there are plenty who can take their place. As he spoke, a figure cloaked in black robes behind Xiang Chun released an aura of a minor celestial realm, suppressing the entire hall, bowing respectfully to Xiang Chun. Young master. The hall fell silent as everyone turned to gaze in astonishment at the terrifying figure in black behind Xiang Chun. Just how deep are the waters surrounding this young master? In that moment, Wu Zhao felt a tinge of apprehension. Chapter 664. Expansion begins. 10 explosions. Part 11. The enigmatic Elder Mu, who had been acting mysteriously, retracted his aura and stood respectfully behind Xiang Chun. Xiang Chun addressed the crowd. Since there are no objections, I will take over the management of the Wanyao Pavilion on behalf of my elder brother. Lin Kai will continue as the general manager, and Mu Rong Tianhua is appointed as the chief steward. The positions of other departments remain unchanged, and this batch of medicinal herbs will be distributed according to need. Bow to the master. At that moment, everyone stood and bowed deeply, respectfully paying their respects to Xiang Chun. This display of authority at the Wanyao conference solidified Xiang Chun's position as a leader among the high-ranking members of the Wanyao Pavilion. With the current matters of the Wanyao Pavilion resolved, Xiang Chun returned to the Academy of the Wilderness. 2 days later, Xiao Bai and Long Yu, accompanied by 300 white tiger guards, met with a duo Ye and Yang Bin, and together they headed to the ancient wilderness city. Within the ancient wilderness city, Wang Chong, Yuan Hua, and Shi Yin, along with over 300 transformed demon clans, gathered in the hall. Yuan Hua and Shi Yin had recently emerged from the ancient wilderness spiritual realm, and with their bloodline evolution and years of accumulation, they had finally broken through to become formidable demons at the Soul Moon realm. Long Yu was a powerful figure at the third level of the Soul Moon realm, while Xiaobai had reached the second level. The 300 white tiger guards they brought along were all elite warriors, each possessing innate great celestial or primordial sun realms. In the hall, more than 600 of Xiang Qin's followers, combined with Wang Chang's original 200 men, gathered over 800 individuals. On the table lay a hand-drawn map of the city. After everyone acquainted themselves, they began discussing the serious business that Xiang Chun had entrusted to them. I Xiaobai, appointed by the young master as the regional commander, will henceforth take charge of all matters concerning the Black Wolf Gang in ancient wilderness city. This is Long Yu. My deputy, Yang Bin, Duo Ya, and Wang Chong, you three shall serve as my advisors, while Shi Yin and Yuan Hua, you two will be my deputy commanders. Xiaobai gazed upon the assembly and spoke in a solemn tone, directly assigning roles and ranks in accordance with military protocol. Bow before Commander Xiao. The crowd collectively clasped their fists in salute. Xiaobai addressed them, saying, there is no need for formalities. From this moment forth, we are comrades in arms. The Black Wolf Gang shall henceforth be rebranded as the White Tiger Camp. Naturally, we must not present ourselves under this name publicly. We shall declare ourselves as the White Tiger Gang. He then turned his attention to Wang Chong, the local chief of the Black Wolf Gang, and inquired, please enlighten us about the situation in ancient wilderness city. Wang Chong, studying the city map, replied, ancient wilderness city is home to over 40 million inhabitants, ranking as a second-tier city in the wild state. The power dynamics here are intricate. Apart from the station military office, there are local families, various gangs, and numerous underground factions, no fewer than 100 in total. Our area falls within the 19th district, spanning roughly 10 kilometers. The Fierce Tiger Gang dominates this region, boasting nearly 1,000 members, among whom 3 possess the Soul Moon realm. The gang leader, Huang Hu, is said to be a minor celestial figure within the Soul Moon realm, accompanied by 2 hall masters, both of whom are also formidable practitioners of the same realm. The Fierce Tiger Gang primarily engages in gambling, brothels, and taverns, alongside tobacco trade, placing them in the ranks of second- or third-tier gangs in ancient wilderness city. Wang Chong summarized the circumstances of the 19th district. Xiaobai scrutinized the map, narrowing his eyes as he declared, if we are to expand, the Fierce Tiger Gang must be subdued and absorbed. The notion of coexisting is folly. 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. He then turned to a lean, diminutive man named Shui. Shui, he addressed, has the Rat Clan's network been established? Commander Xiao, Shui responded with a fist salute. The Rat Clan in ancient wilderness city is under the rule of the silver-furred Rat King. He continued, the Rat Network has been successfully constructed. We have operatives monitoring every stronghold of the Fierce Tiger Gang. Excellent, Xiaobai acknowledged. Maintain vigilant oversight of these strongholds. The strategies I am about to devise hinge upon your intelligence. With accurate information, we may conquer the Fierce Tiger Gang without incurring any casualties among our brothers. His demeanor was earnest, fully aware of the critical nature of intelligence in warfare. Rest assured, Commander, the intelligence we provide will be impeccably precise, Shui vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Now let us discuss tactics. The headquarters of the Fierce Tiger Gang is heavily fortified. A direct assault would undoubtedly result in significant losses. Thus, we must not ignite the spark of conflict at their stronghold. Instead, we must lure them out. The attendees gathered around the table, the senior members deliberating strategies alongside Xiaobai. Yang Bin and Aduo Ya absorbed the wisdom of their predecessors. For days later, at the headquarters of the Fierce Tiger Gang, the stronghold resembled a stone fortress, its towering battlements equipped with war crossbows. While such weaponry is deemed forbidden among the common folk in Dechu, it holds no such status in the wild capital. It is said that the Great Xia dynasty possesses formidable artillery, whose power is truly astounding, restricted exclusively for military use. This fortress, defended by merely 200 troops, could withstand an assault from over 1,000 attackers. Onward. At that moment, several swift steeds burst forth from the stone fortress, galloping into the open. Ahead, a formidable steed of the Yuanyang realm carried a burly man, adorned with a thick beard, accompanied by 5 or 6 subordinates as they exited the fortress. Huang Hu, the chief of the Fierce Tiger Gang, led his entourage to a gambling den and brothel known as the Drunken Life Pavilion, located a few miles away. Master Hu, you've arrived. Please, come in. The young attendant greeted him eagerly. Feed my steed the finest meat. Do not be negligent. If it suffers, I shall have your head for it. Huang Hu commanded as he handed over his steed to the attendant, then strode into the establishment with an imposing demeanor. Huang Hu was known for his indulgent lifestyle, relishing in food, drink, and entertainment, with the Drunken Life Pavilion being his favorite haunt. A place embodying earthly desires and ephemeral dreams. Upon reaching the grand hall on the third floor, he first settled to enjoy the music and dance, occupying the most prestigious position. Typically, any dancer he took a liking to would find it difficult to escape his grasp. Is that Huang Hu? A handsome man dressed in white, seated at a table in the hall, regarded Huang Hu with indifference. Indeed, that is he, Wang Chong replied quietly from the side. After days of waiting, he has finally come. Shu Yi, inform your contacts to monitor all the strongholds. Yang Bin, relay the message for the brothers to take their positions immediately. Understood, several individuals promptly exited the hall. Miss Manha, I entrust this to you, Xiaobai said, turning to the exquisite young woman in black beside him. She nodded, her lips curling into a smile as she picked up a nearby flower basket, gracefully moving toward Huang Hu, who was shielded by his 5 subordinates. The operation was about to commence. Chapter 665. The Dual Tigers compete for territory excellent. The crowd erupted into cheers as the performance reached a captivating climax. Huang Hu's attention was entirely fixated on the stage, while behind him stood 5 formidable guardians, each at the 9th level of the Yuanyang realm. Sir, would you like to buy a bouquet? A sultry young woman in a black dress approached, her figure strikingly alluring. Begone, one of the accompanying guards barked, but upon catching sight of the enchanting girl, his gaze was instantly captivated. The young woman possessed a devilishly alluring figure, her angelic face radiating youthful charm, blending purity and seduction in a manner that made it difficult for anyone to look away. Sir, would you like to purchase a bouquet? She asked softly again. Huang Hu, hearing her voice, turned and was immediately dazzled by her beauty. What are you blocking her for? Let her through at once, he commanded. Yes, sir. The guards hastily moved aside. Manha approached with the flower basket, her voice sweetly inviting. Sir, would you like to buy a bouquet? Huang Hu, smiling, reached out to grasp her delicate hand, playfully inquiring, my lovely maiden, how much for these flowers? 1 spirit coin, she replied, her head bowed, her cheeks flushed with a charming glow. 1 spirit coin? How affordable. How about I purchase them all for 10 spirit coins? He exclaimed, laughter in his voice. Huang Hu exerted a forceful pull, and man, he let out a delicate cry as she was drawn into his embrace. Huang Hu tilted her chin with a sly grin and said, if you could spend the night with me, I would reward you with 100 spirit coins. How about following me from now on? Truly, you are a vision of beauty. Man, he let out a soft huff, her beautiful eyes slightly closed, seemingly too bashful to meet his gaze. Meanwhile, Huang Hu's hand began to explore her body, and Man He's fingers entwined around his neck. Suddenly, a brilliant light flickered in Man He's eyes, and her fingers transformed, sprouting sharp claws over a foot in length. With a swift motion, she plunged them into Huang Hu's throat. Blood gushed forth, spilling from between her fingers as her feline-like claws pierced through his flesh. Huang Hu's eyes widened in shock before he unleashed his true essence. With a thunderous roar, the nearby tables and chairs were shattered, and Man He quickly retreated, morphing into a shadow that vanished into the darkness. A chorus of gasps filled the air as Huang Hu clutched his neck, blood pouring from the wound, his true essence struggling to staunch the injury. Master Hu, what has happened? Several guards rushed forward, alarmed. Kill. At that moment, over a dozen figures emerged, shouting as they charged from among the guests. One of the leaders of the White Tiger Guard, Li Chuan, unleashed an astonishing force with his sword, slicing down one of the guards with a furious cry. The sound of decapitation echoed as the guard's head flew away. The remaining guards shrieked in despair, all but one meeting a gruesome fate, while one was merely kicked through a window, crashing down from the 3rd floor. Pursue them, but do not capture, Xiaobai commanded amidst the chaos. Li Chuan nodded, brandishing his heavy sword as he leapt down to give chase. The fleeing guard, having gathered his true wings, began to escape towards the headquarters of the Tiger Gang. Huang Hu, severely injured and desperate to flee, was suddenly struck by 2 arrows shot by Xiaobai, piercing through his thigh bone. Ah! Huang Hu screamed, rolling on the ground as pains surged from his throat. Even at his level of strength, he could quickly seal his wounds unless struck in the head or heart. However, man, he had not intended to deliver a fatal blow. Who dares to cause trouble on the territory of our tiger gang? More than 20 cultivators stationed in the tavern rushed forward, shouting angrily. Yet, upon their arrival, they were frozen in fear by the sight of dozens of white tiger guards, transformed into ferocious beasts, coldly staring them down. "Show no mercy," Xiaobai said with indifference. A roar erupted as the white tiger guards surged forth, and the 20 or so members of the tiger gang were met with screams of horror, their bodies torn apart amidst the bloodshed, swiftly devoured. Wang Chong was taken aback by the brutality of the white tiger guards, realizing they were capable of consuming humans. Meanwhile, the fleeing guard desperately rushed towards the headquarters of the tiger gang. "This is bad. A disaster has struck. The leader is in trouble. Quick, we must save the leader," he shouted as he burst into the headquarters. In a swift manner, over 300 members of the tiger gang charged fiercely towards the Drunken Life Tower, riding their formidable steeds. Meanwhile, atop the tower, Xiaobai stood vigilant with over 40 trained white tiger guards, poised at the windows with their bows drawn and enchanted arrows nocked. "We must hold our ground and compel them to summon reinforcements from their other strongholds," Xiaobai commanded. "Rest assured, Commander." The white tiger guards responded in unison, each wielding exquisite bows of exceptional quality. Before long, the 300 steeds thundered forth. Leading the charge was Chai Quan, the sworn brother of the Yellow Tiger and the master of the Yellow Tiger gang. "What scoundrels! They have harmed our leader. Brothers, let us slay them," Chai Quan roared, his feet firmly planted upon his steed as he summoned golden wings of true essence and surged forward. "Kill!" echoed the cries of the others as they either soared or galloped towards the tower. Suddenly, 7 arrows whistled through the air, all aimed at Chai Quan. With a furious shout, he unleashed a golden sword barrier from his spirit sword, engulfing 3 arrows that exploded in a resounding clash. However, 4 arrows deftly altered their trajectory, evading his defense, with one striking his left shoulder and causing an explosive burst, sending his arm flying. 3 more arrows pierced the chests of 3 members of the Yuanyang gang, eliciting agonized cries as their lungs were perforated. The 40 white tiger guards released a torrent of arrows, each executing the 7-star archery technique, unleashing 7 arrows in rapid succession with formidable power. Their understanding of the essence of wind and arrows evident. Only those of the bloodline-altered white tiger guards and the Tianlang clan could swiftly grasp such profound truths. "Ah, master, their archery is astonishing," came the cries of despair. In an instant, 70 to 80 of the 300 assailants were grievously wounded or slain. The remaining members, terrified, retreated into alleys to evade the rain of arrows. Chai Quan, pale and in agony with a shattered arm, took shelter behind a building and bellowed, "Immediately notify the brothers at the various strongholds to converge here and bring strong bows and fire talismans." Yes. Several members of the Tiger Gang hastened to relay the message to their strongholds. Meanwhile, Chai Quan sent a telepathic call for reinforcements from the 2 major halls. Chapter 666. Occupying the district, the members of the Tiger Gang, emboldened to show their faces, dispatched some to rally reinforcements. The surrounding residents, wary of the gang conflict, dared not approach the area, well aware that territorial disputes often escalated into violent confrontations. Several kilometers away, 2 halls were stationed, each with hundreds of members. Upon receiving the call for support, the 2 Tiger Gang halls swiftly mobilized their forces, all rushing towards the Drunken Life Tower. One of the hall leaders, Lu Junlin, a formidable warrior of the Soul Moon realm, immediately led 200 to 300 of his men towards the tower upon receiving the news. "Clear the way, clear the way." The steeds thundered down the street, forcing pedestrians to scatter. "Brother Lin, who dares to strike at our Tiger Gang?" someone inquired while riding. "It remains unclear. But our leader is besieged. It could be that bunch of rascals from the Iron Elephant Gang in District 20. Lu Junlin's expression was grave as he spoke. At that moment, the windows of numerous houses lining the street suddenly flung open, revealing the figures of the White Tiger camp, armed with exquisite bows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, no fewer than 200 archers from the White Tiger camp let loose a barrage of arrows, the whistling projectiles hurtling toward the reinforcements at the hall. Thud! A piercing cry erupted as a member of the fierce Tiger Gang was struck, an arrow piercing through his chest, sending him tumbling from his mount. "There's an ambush." Quickly, Take defensive positions, evade. Panic ensued among the crowd, as the fierce tiger gang members were thrown into disarray, many falling from their horses. Struck down one by one. Who dares to ambush us? Lu Junlin roared, channeling his soul moon essence to shatter the incoming arrows. At that moment, a towering figure, standing 2 to 3 meters tall with dark skin, charged forth, wielding a massive battle blade and exuding the formidable aura of the third realm of Soul Moon. Longyue, attack! With a fearsome roar, Longyue swung his blade with ferocious force, the strike carrying the weight of millions of pounds. Lu Junlin's eyes widened in horror as he swiftly brandished his spear to defend. Boom! However, as the blade descended, the tremendous force erupted, and Lu Junlin screamed. Sent flying by the blow, the overwhelming power shattering several nearby houses. Even his dragon steed was thrown aside. Subsequently, Longyue's second strike descended, slicing into Lu Junlin's left shoulder with a gruesome sound. Lu Junlin howled in agony, his shoulder nearly severed, while Longyue's dragon claw gripped his throat, lifting him effortlessly. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. The men of the White Tiger camp surged forth, encircling the severely weakened members of the fierce tiger gang, 200 strong, without sustaining a single casualty. The already battered fierce tiger gang, having lost half their numbers, saw their leader captured, and in fear, they dropped their weapons, raising their hands in surrender. Simultaneously, another faction faced ambush, suffering casualties and imprisonment. Meanwhile, Xian led a group to eliminate scattered forces. The White Tiger camp faced almost no losses. This exemplifies the significance of pre-battle strategy and the brilliance of a well-planned commander. Every movement and support route of the fierce tiger gang was meticulously calculated, a classic tactic of besieging and cutting off aid. An hour later, Chai Quan sensed something amiss. Why had reinforcements still not arrived after such a long time? Xiao Bai stood at a window, hands clasped behind his back, and with a faint smile remarked, "It is time to initiate a counterattack." Upon hearing this, the White Tiger guards lowered their bows and roared as they leaped down from the Zui Sheng building. "Master, they are coming out." One of Chai Quan's companions exclaimed with delight. "I am not blind. Go, slay these monsters." Chai Quan bellowed. "Kill." Over 200 members of the fierce tiger gang charged forth amidst the battle cries, rushing toward the White Tiger guards. Gung Jin, sword formation. Xiao Bai commanded. The White Tiger guards unleashed golden sword lights, each exhaling beams of shimmering gold that intertwined, transforming into a barrage of lethal sword glimmers. This torrent of sword light tore through the incoming essence and martial techniques, slicing into the crowd. A chorus of screams erupted as dozens fell, pierced by the brilliant sword light, collapsing to the ground. "Kill!" Chai Quan, gripping his battle spear, unleashed a fierce burst of energy, sweeping through and shattering numerous sword lights, striking 10 White Tiger guards. The guards were sent flying, severely injured. "Do not be reckless." At that moment, Xiao Bai stepped forward, wielding a precious bow, and released 7 arrows in unison. With the whistling sound of arrows slicing through the air, Chai Quan brandished his spear in defense, managing to deflect only 3 arrows, while 4 others unexpectedly altered their trajectory, striking his thigh and shoulder. With a cry of agony, Chai Quan was impaled and hurled several meters away, pinned against the wall. "My lord, we await reinforcements." Just then, a rugged man, Yuan Hua, towering at 2 to 3 meters, charged in wielding a black spirit staff, followed by 200 to 300 men. As this group joined the fray, the members of the Tiger Gang were ruthlessly overwhelmed from all sides. Within a mere 10 minutes, they were either lying on the ground in agony or had already been captured. Meanwhile, Long Yu and others arrived to provide support, only to find the battle had concluded. "What is the situation?" Xiao Bai inquired. Yang Bin replied, "We have suffered over a dozen serious injuries among our brothers, but no fatalities. The enemy has lost more than 120 men, with the remainder captured. Approximately 700 captives have been taken from 2 halls and various strongholds, with some still inside the headquarters. Uncle Xiao Bai, your reputation as the divine arrow in white is indeed well-deserved. It is no wonder that my elder brother holds you in such high esteem," a duo marveled. "Ha ha ha, truly impressive. Without losing a single soldier, we have subdued the Tiger Gang, numbering in the thousands, with only a handful of our brothers injured." Yuan Hua expressed his admiration. He approached the man clad in white, who commanded with strategic brilliance. "This is merely a common military tactic. Our advantage lay in seizing the initiative. The enemy was led by the nose the entire time. Compared to our king, my strategic prowess is hardly remarkable, Xiaobai replied with a serene smile, for he had commanded tens of thousands before. Mastering the art of deception and tactics, especially the principle of overcoming the greater force with the lesser. Ultimately, the Tiger Gang was but a force of the underworld. My lord, just then, Huang Hu, Chai Quan, and Lu Junlin were all brought forward, each severely wounded but alive. Who are you? Huang Hu, his injuries stabilized, glared at Xiaobai with wide, furious eyes. Xiaobai regarded him coolly, stating, from today forth, there shall be no Tiger Gang in District 19. Only the White Tiger Gang. I am Xiaobai, the deputy commander of the White Tiger Gang, and I offer you a choice, to submit or to become mere bones. The three from the White Tiger Gang exchanged glances, bewildered by his proclamation. Huang Hu's expression darkened. Your strength is formidable, and your intellect unparalleled. We yield. Spare our lives, and we three brothers will submit. Indeed, they were thoroughly convinced, for not a single one of Xiaobai's men had perished while their entire force had been vanquished. Chapter 667, The Rogue Ergo. While Xiaobai and his companions boldly seized territory and expanded their influence, Xiangchun continued his cultivation journey within the academy. In the market of the academy, Xiangchun purchased a demon core of the Soul Moon Realm, along with a solar fire crystal for his training. A Soul Moon Realm demon core, valued at 100,000 spirit coins, and a sun fire crystal, which commands an even greater price of over 200,000 spirit coins each. The Sunfire Crystal is composed of materials found in meteorites that have fallen from the celestial bodies, imbued with the potent essence of the sun. It serves as an exceptional material for crafting artifacts, while Xiangchun utilizes it for cultivation. Others shy away from directly absorbing the overwhelming solar energy within. Yet he possesses the ability to harness it for tempering his lunar true essence. Previously, he lacked the financial means for such extravagant cultivation, but now, with the substantial fortune bequeathed to him by his elder brother Chen Feng, he must seize this opportunity to grow stronger, for how could he avenge his brother without power? The members of the Yanhuang Society also benefit from the generous financial support provided by Xiangchun, allowing them to procure resources without concern. During the Yuan Yang realm phase, each member received a cultivation fund of 300,000 spirit coins. Thus, they need not worry about the scarcity of cultivation resources. Their immediate priority is to enhance their strength, having already broken through to the 9th level of the Yuan Yang realm. The recovery of his true essence has reinforced his meridians and expanded his divine reservoir. Currently, Xiangchun faces no physical bottleneck in his cultivation. He can wildly advance his prowess before reaching the 9th level of Yuan Yang without fear of instability in his foundation. The recovery of his true essence has laid a solid groundwork for him. The greatest advantage of the recovery of true essence is its ability to unlock, nurture, heal, and enhance the body's potential, immune system, and physical capabilities. While the explosive power of the recovery of true essence may not be overwhelmingly strong, its transformation into venom remains fearsome. At present, if Xiangchun were to utilize the venom at the 9th level of the Yuan Yang realm, it could potentially be lethal to any adversary of similar standing. However, he refrains from resorting to such lethal means unless absolutely necessary, as employing poison indiscriminately would be a grave transgression. He is not so bloodthirsty as to kill during a mere provocation or skirmish. Within the secret chamber of the Jade Dragon Spring, a youth sits in solitude, a sunfire crystal, no larger than a fist, levitating in the air. This sunfire crystal has been meticulously shaped into a 6-faceted diamond form, containing astonishing energy that radiates searing ultraviolet rays. The temperature within the chamber likely exceeds several hundred degrees, creating an intensely hot environment. Threads of rich spiritual energy continuously flow into the youth's body, where they are absorbed and refined. Xiangchun retrieves a fist-sized demon core, which harbors immense demonic energy, belonging to a 2nd-level Soul Moon Realm beast. He exhales a beam of radiant light that envelopes the demon core, causing it to shrink and transform into a luminous essence that he consumes. Subsequently, he activates the 10,000 Demon Sacred Decision, the Lunar True Scripture, and the Solar True Scripture simultaneously. A faint golden solar energy from the Sunfire Crystal surges directly into Xiangchun's body. In an instant, a circle of scorching solar aura erupts from within him, transforming him into a miniature sun. His body temperature skyrockets, accompanied by intense heat and pain, causing his robe to ignite spontaneously. Xiangqin's form shifts, morphing into a moon-devouring celestial wolf, seated in the chamber, presenting an oddly mystical sight, reminiscent of a husky in meditation. The entire chamber transformed into a searing inferno, filled with terrifying temperatures reaching thousands of degrees. Fortunately, the chamber was not an ordinary stone room. Otherwise, it would have melted into magma. As time passed, the power within Xiangqun surged uncontrollably. In the year 7650 of the Great Xia calendar, early March, the seventh circle of the lunar halo suddenly condensed and released. Within Xiangqun, the seventh true essence vortex of the lunar energy coalesced and refined into existence. The seventh level of the Yuan-Yang realm was shattered. In mid-May of the same year, the eighth true essence vortex of the lunar energy coalesced and refined into existence, breaking through the seventh level of the Yuan-Yang realm. The eighth level of the Yuan-Yang realm was attained. In mid-August of the same year, a resounding boom resonated as the ninth circle of the lunar moon ring condensed and released within the body of the moon-swallowing celestial wolf. Within, the ninth true essence vortex transformed into being. In the vast space of 100 zhang, 9 true essence vortices of the lunar energy whirled and surged with terrifying power, capable of unleashing millions of units of energy in a single explosive moment. On this day, the youth opened his eyes, exhaling a chilling lunar energy while a faint smile graced his lips. He closed his eyes once more, feeling the overwhelming surge of energy within him, significantly more potent than before. Moreover, the soul moon demon Dan had been completely absorbed and refined, leaving only a fragment of the sunfire crystal the size of a fingernail. With the true Yuan energy nourishing the dragon elephant inner strength, combined with this lunar true essence, he believed he could easily tear apart those beneath the small celestial rank of the soul moon realm. Xiangqun mused. After secluding himself for over half a year, it was time to seek out the Golden Crow bloodline and cultivate the second great demon body, the Sun Demon Avatar. Xiangqun spoke to himself. The 10,000 Demons Sacred Decision, also known as the 10,000 Demons Sacred Law, is profoundly mysterious. The first realm, the lunar realm, requires the cultivation of a complete foundation of lunar power, and the moon-swallowing celestial wolf bloodline is precisely the demonic constitution that harnesses such power. The second realm, the solar realm, necessitates the cultivation of a complete foundation of solar power, requiring the Golden Crow bloodline. The Golden Crow, a sacred bird among the demon race, embodies the mastery of this power. The Golden Crow represents avian beings, while the celestial wolf represents beasts. Thus, Xiangqin's path of cultivation is indeed a journey through the realms of both avian and beast. The Golden Crow itself is a divine bird, exceedingly rare. Obtaining its bloodline necessitates finding such a creature or its descendants, the whereabouts of which remain unknown in this vast continent. Xiangqun furrowed his brow. Uncertain of where to find such a demon race, he resolved to inquire with Elder Yang at the library. As the keeper of the library and a well-read scholar, he might possess the knowledge sought. Xiangqun rose, unfastened the stone door's latch, and pushed it open to step outside. Upon exiting, he encountered a strikingly beautiful woman entering. Dressed in purple, her exquisite features were accompanied by a sharp, sword-like aura. Senior Sister Yuming, Xiangqun greeted her. Ah, perverted rogue. To his surprise, Yuming let out a sharp scream upon seeing Xiangqun emerge in the nude. In her startled reaction, she quickly covered her eyes, though her fingers parted slightly, allowing her to sneak a glance, her face turning crimson. So that's how it is, how unsightly. Xiangqun was taken aback, then glanced at himself. What the? Xiangqun's expression shifted, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washing over him as he hastily retreated to his meditation chamber, completely oblivious to the fact that his robe had been incinerated by the power of the sun. Chapter 668. Teasing Sister Yuming soon, Xiangqun emerged clad in fresh attire, only to find Dugu Yuming blushing intensely as she gazed at him. Junior brother Xiang, do you not wear clothes while cultivating? Not wearing clothes is one thing, but you dare to be a lecherous rogue? Dugu Yuming admonished him. Xiangqun offered an awkward smile, replying, my apologies, Senior Sister Yuming. There was an unforeseen incident in my cultivation which damaged my robe. I was so engrossed in contemplation that I didn't notice. Please forgive me. Dugu Yuming huffed lightly, but as she recalled the earlier sight, her face felt aflame. Oh, Senior sister Yuming has broken through to the soul moon realm. Congratulations. Xiang Ergo discreetly peeked at her, using his moon-watching eyes, taking in her figure. Having been brazenly scrutinized by Dugu Yuming, he felt a sense of reciprocity was in order. I did not release any aura. How did you know? Dugu Yuming queried with suspicion. Naturally, Xiang Ergo could not confess to having observed her closely, fearing repercussions. Instead, he replied, I possess some techniques for observing energy and seeing that your aura is abundant. I deduced your realm. Indeed, I have just recently broken through, taking the place of Yi Tianjiao as the new dragon and phoenix. You have also just completed your cultivation, haven't you? Dugu Yuming smiled. Correct. I have just concluded my secluded training after more than half a year. Xiangchen nodded. Senior sister, do you have some time? Would you care to join me for a meal? Such a lengthy period of seclusion. You truly have remarkable willpower. What realm are you at now? Dugu Yuming inquired, astonished. I have made some modest progress. I have reached the 9th level of the Yuan Yang realm, Xiangchen replied. Dugu Yuming widened her beautiful eyes upon hearing this and released her spiritual energy to probe Xiangchen's aura, confirming that he indeed had attained the grand celestial position within the Yuan Yang realm. Junior brother Xiang, you are impressive. How long have you been in the Yuan Yang realm? And you have already reached the grand celestial level. You haven't resorted to any nefarious practices, have you? One must not take shortcuts in cultivation. The foundation must be built steadily, or it could leave hidden dangers for the body, Dugu Yuming cautioned, concerned that Xiangchen might have practiced something detrimental. Xiangchen laughed. Rest assured, I have not practiced any such dark arts. It is merely that my physique and talent are exceptional, allowing me to progress more swiftly. Very well, then I shall rest easy. However, your pace of cultivation is indeed astonishing. When I first met you, you were merely at the innate level. I shall not join you for a meal. I have just arrived and am preparing to enter seclusion for training again. The 9 Palaces battle is just a few months away, and I cannot bring shame to the academy. Dugu Yuming declined with a shake of her head. All right, by the way, where is Xuanmensa? Xiangchun inquired about her elder brother, Dugu Piaoxue. Xuanmensa? Are you referring to my brother? Dugu Yuming shot Xiangchun a glare. Indeed, it is he. Anyone who favors all white is certainly reserved, Xiangchen chuckled. Are you not the same? You are just as reserved, Dugu Yuming teased. Xiangchen stepped forward, closing the distance between them to less than half a foot, the fragrant breath of Dugu Yuming enveloping his face. Xiangchen surveyed the other's exquisite visage and, with a playful smile, remarked, I am not merely reserved. Rather, I possess a charming allure both within and without. Dugu Yuming's cheeks flushed crimson as she instinctively took 2 steps back, chiding, Xiang, you always lack seriousness. My brother departed long ago to traverse the world. It is a tradition in the Dugu family that upon reaching the Soul Moon realm, one must embark on adventures beyond the wilds of Zhao. Alas, it is a pity. Had he participated in the Battle of the 9 Palaces, he would undoubtedly have been a formidable ally. Xiangchun frowned, then sniffed the air, inquiring, Sister Yuming, do you perceive any peculiar scent? Dugu Yuming was momentarily taken aback, her delicate nose wrinkling as she inhaled deeply. Puzzled, I do not detect any fragrance. Xiangchun stepped closer, grinning, Sister Yuming, have you not noticed? The moment you appeared, the very air around us turned sweet. Ha ha, enchanting sister. With a boisterous laugh, he blew a kiss to Dugu Yuming and, with hands clasped behind his back, hummed a merry tune as he strolled away. Once Dugu Yuming regained her composure, her face aflame with embarrassment, she stamped her foot in frustration, her thoughts a whirlwind stirred by Xiangchen's teasing. She gazed at his receding figure until it vanished before making her way to her training chamber. Qing Cheng was not present for her practice either. Upon returning, Xiangchun sought out Qing Cheng, only to discover she was not in her quarters. Instead, he found a letter addressed to him, revealing that over 10 days prior, Director Liu had taken Qing Cheng to a secluded training ground within the Liu family's core sanctum. As Liu's disciple, Qing Cheng garnered his utmost attention. Apart from Xiangchen's frequent provision of resources, the elder Liu often extended personal support to her. Feeling a twinge of disappointment at not finding Qing Cheng, Xiangchen left a note in the library and proceeded to seek Elder Yang. The library, soaring several dozen feet high, exuded an air of grandeur. Its vast collection numbering in the millions, likely the most extensive repository in Zhao, housing a plethora of eclectic tomes. Within a solitary chamber on the first floor, A middle-aged man reclined with his legs draped over a jade table, a volume of the jade maiden heart pressed against his face as he napped, emitting a series of snores. On the table lay a nameplate bearing the title of the library's master, Elder Yang. Has Elder Yang changed his name? Pondered Xiang Chun, an amused smile creeping onto his face as he gazed at the slumbering elder. Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across his features. With a flicker of light from his ring, a golden arrow darted forth, buzzing towards Elder Yang's posterior before striking true. Ah! Elder Yang let out a shrill cry, jolting upright from his chair, only to crash against the ceiling of the second floor with a resounding thud before plummeting back to the ground. Xiang Chun, concealed just outside the door, stifled his laughter, nearly brought to tears by the spectacle. This man, at times shrewd as a cunning fox, could also be as carefree as a playful pup. Xiang brat, Elder Yang bellowed, rubbing his rear. Oh no, he has noticed. Before Xiang Chun could make his escape, an overwhelming force enveloped him, pulling him towards Elder Yang. Elder, I have come to seek your guidance, Xiang Chun stammered, meeting the elder's furious gaze with a sheepish grin. Elder Yang, clutching a golden arrow wasp, chuckled sinisterly. You little rascal, daring to provoke me. Just wait, and I shall stuff this thing right where the sun doesn't shine. Xiang Chun's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, Elder, I was wrong. Please, no? A series of eerie, anguished cries echoed from the room. In the corridor outside, a senior student, wielding a broom, sighed. Is it a distortion of human nature or a decline of morality? Is it that the skin is too tight or the gate too snug? The winds of change are descending, alas. Chapter 669. Thick-skinned, 5 mornings after enduring a thorough thrashing. With his posterior receiving 250 taps from Elder Yang's wooden slipper, Xiang Chun finally got to the point. Young lad, what brings you here? How fares your practice of the Huangquan forbidden scripture? Elder Yang continued leafing through the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, his tone indifferent, truly diligent, and eager to learn. Elder, why the name change? Xiang Chun inquired, puzzled. My surname has always been Wang. It was that little rascal who misrecorded it, Elder Yang retorted, somewhat irked. Oh, I see. I have already mastered the first move of the Huangquan forbidden scripture to a significant degree. I can achieve perfection in this technique at the Soul Moon realm, Xiang Chun stated, settling down and absent-mindedly snacking on dried fruits from a nearby platter. Indeed, your talent is exceptional. But what do you seek from me? Elder Yang put down his book, nodding in appreciation. Well, I was hoping to inquire if you know where on the continent one might find the Jinwu, Xiang Chun replied, flattering him with a smile. Given your extensive knowledge, I figured you might have some insights. Indeed, there are few matters on this continent that elude my understanding. However, the Jinwu is an ancient divine bird, and no one has ever laid eyes on it in this world. If you ask me, I too am at a loss. Why do you seek the Jinwu? Elder Wang inquired. Xiang Chun frowned. If even Elder Yang was unaware, he was at a disadvantage. I require a drop of Jinwu's blood. It holds significant importance. You young scamp, such audacity. Elder Yang scoffed. The Jinwu, as a divine bird, is rumored to reside in the sun of the 9 heavens. Its divine blood is coveted even by the continent's mightiest. Do you truly believe you can find it? Setting down the fruit platter, Xiang Chun cleaned his mouth of sunflower seeds, poured himself some tea, and rinsed his mouth. He then declared, where there's a will, there's a way. How can one know without seeking? Since you are unaware, I shall consult the palace master. Wait a moment, Elder Yang interrupted. If I am oblivious to this matter, what could that night lad possibly know? However, I do recall an ancient legend. Elder Wang referred to the night palace master as Night Lad, indicating his high standing. Oh, what legend? Is it about the Jinwu? Xiang Chun asked, astonished. Indeed, Elder Yang nodded, reclining in his rocking chair, leisurely sipping from his purple clay teapot as he spoke. It is said that in ancient times, over 10,000 years ago, a Jinwu once fell to this world, bringing about great calamity. There are tales that this Jinwu left behind a bloodline, but the epics have obscured this, and it is merely a legend recorded in ancient texts. I doubt anyone alive on this continent has ever seen a Jinwu. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chun's eyes sparkled with excitement. As long as there was a bloodline, it could be of use. He quickly pressed, where did that Jinwu fall? Elder Yang pondered for a moment before responding. It seems to be at the easternmost tip of the sea, a place called Tonggu. It is said to be unbearably hot there, a climate that ordinary cultivators find intolerable. The thought of how far Tonggu might be at the edge of the eastern sea filled Xiang Chun with trepidation. This continent is surrounded by endless oceans. and the Eastern Sea is the domain ruled by the 9 provinces. Beyond the Eastern Sea lies the vast waters beyond the influence of the human race of the 9 provinces. It is indeed a considerable distance, at least 100,000 miles. Given your current cultivation, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to reach that place. The sea is fraught with peril. Pirates and brigands are rampant, and the weather can be treacherous, with hurricanes capable of tearing apart even the mightiest of warriors. Moreover, there are formidable sea beasts and merfolk lurking within. I advise you to abandon such thoughts and focus on your quest for the Golden Crow. Elder Yang spoke leisurely. No, I must go. I am determined to rescue the girl I cherish most dearly. I would traverse 100,000 miles, or even ascend to the outer cosmos if need be, Xiang Chun declared resolutely. Only by cultivating the power of the sun, achieving a balance of yin and yang, could he alleviate the fiery cold poison within Qing Chung and resolve her physical afflictions. Elder Yang's eyelids flickered, and he regarded Xiang Chun with a lingering gaze. As if recalling his own wife, his expression dimming slightly. Elder, if I venture to such a perilous place, what if I do not return? Would I impede your important affairs? Xiang Chun suddenly grinned cheekily at Elder Yang. The elder snorted derisively, fully aware of Xiang Chun's intentions. If you could provide me with several powerful spiritual treasures or heavenly artifacts for protection, I believe I could surely return alive, Xiang Chun implored, rubbing his hands together with a bold face. Heavenly artifacts? You brat, do you think they are as common as cabbages? Why don't you ask for celestial weapons instead? None available, and even if there were, I wouldn't give them to you, Elder Yang retorted irritably. Come now, given our relationship, I am merely borrowing them. I promise to return them upon my return, Xiang Chun persisted. Elder Yang let out a cold huff, choosing to ignore him. Oh, wise and handsome elder, please. Just lend me some treasures. I assure you, I will return them without fail, Xiang Chun continued to plead, wearing down the elder's resolve for nearly half an hour until Elder Yang could take no more. Enough. Are you not tired of talking? My ears are nearly calloused from your incessant chatter. Fine, I will lend them to you, happy? Elder Yang finally acquiesced, exasperation evident in his voice. Then, with a wave of his hand, several items transformed into beams of light, hovering in midair. Xiang Chun looked closely and saw a palm-sized compass inscribed with a bagua pattern, adorned with swirling golden runes. There was also a palm-sized white crane, not a living creature, exuding a powerful spiritual energy. Additionally, there was a small umbrella, also palm-sized, with a crystal-like texture. What are these? Xiang Chun inquired, reaching out to grasp the white crane. A surge of true essence flowed into it. With a cry, the spiritual treasure transformed, soaring into the air and growing to a foot in size, circling around Xiang Chun within the room, resembling a living being. The celestial compass. This treasure allows you to gather primordial magnetic force at this location. Regardless of how far you roam, it will unerringly indicate the direction to lead you back, preventing you from becoming lost at sea. Moreover, it can anticipate adverse weather changes, enabling you to prepare in advance and assist in automatic navigation. The Elder Yang pointed at the compass with an air of exasperation. Isn't it merely a compass that comes with weather forecasting and automatic navigation? Murmured Xiang Chun. The second item is the celestial crane, which, given your current cultivation level, is likely to enhance your speed by approximately tenfold, making it ideal for travel, Elder Yang continued. A tenfold increase in speed? What a remarkable item. Xiang Chun's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the celestial crane. The third is the Tianxian umbrella, which can be both offensive and defensive. With your current prowess, it is capable of withstanding all attacks from realms below the Lingxiao level. However, it consumes a significant amount of true essence, and you may find yourself drained after just a few uses. Its attack power is considerable as well. Serving to protect your life, Elder Yang elaborated on the umbrella. The Tianxian umbrella? A splendid treasure. Thank you, Elder, you are too kind. I truly appreciate it. By the way, what is the method for controlling it? Xiang Chun, overwhelmed with joy, inquired about the technique for mastering the treasures. Chapter 670. 3 treasures. Each unique magical artifact possesses its own specific control methods, represented by the inscriptions contained within. Elder Yang directly conveyed the control techniques for the 3 treasures into Xiang Chun's mind, allowing him to memorize them in a short span of time. All right, these 3 are what I am giving you. Sufficient, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, more than sufficient. Thank you, Elder. Xiang Chun hurriedly stowed away the 3 treasures, fearing Elder Yang might change his mind. Be off with you. Remember to return them after use. The seas are perilous. Take care. Elder Yang waved his hand impatiently. Understood. Xiangchen replied. Elder, please continue your work. Also, refrain from reading inappropriate texts. They are not good for your health. If you feel unwell, I can provide you with a few bottles of the 6-flavor Emperor pill to replenish your vitality. Get lost. A surge of energy struck Xiangchen, sending him flying out the door, which slammed shut with a loud bang. However, a jade book also flew out alongside him, rising from the ground and rubbing his backside. Xiangchen picked up the yellow jade book. Upon opening it, he discovered a miniature map within its pages. As his true essence surged forth, the jade book emitted a radiant glow, revealing a vast luminous screen that displayed a detailed map. The map included the wild state, along with the other 8 states and the surrounding seas. It was a jade book depicting the 9 states and the 9 seas, a geographical guide to the 9 states. Thank you, Elder, Xiangchen humbly expressed, respectfully bowing to Elder Yang, filled with genuine gratitude. Elder Yang did not respond. Xiangchen stored the geographical guide and departed, idly toying with the 3 treasures in his hands. The compass held little intrigue, so he directed his true essence into the celestial crane, activating its control technique. With a majestic cry, the celestial crane transformed into a massive figure, suitable for 2 passengers, swirling gracefully in midair. Xiangchen stepped forward and mounted it, continuing to channel his true essence. In an instant, the celestial crane became a streak of light, soaring through the sky, covering a distance of 1 to 2 kilometers in the blink of an eye, reaching speeds of 6 to 7 times the speed of sound. How astonishingly fast! Xiangchen was overjoyed, his long hair dancing wildly in the gusts of wind. However, despite the astonishing speed of the celestial crane's spirit chariot, the energy consumption was far more intense than that of battle. Xiangchen estimated that his cultivation could only sustain its use for less than half an hour. Fortunately, the spirit chariot was equipped with a formation that converted energy using spirit stones, which could reduce the true essence consumption by 70%. After enjoying the spirit chariot for a while, Xiangchen took out the Tianxian umbrella. Crafted from crystal, once infused with true essence, the umbrella transformed into a grand canopy, releasing golden runes that enveloped him in a protective light. This defensive state consumed an enormous amount of true essence. Subsequently, Xiangchen activated a combat state. With a series of cracking sounds, the umbrella's surface retracted, and its main shaft instantaneously morphed into a golden crystal energy sword. Strike! Xiangchen exclaimed, swinging the sword. In an instant, half of his true essence was drained. Intertwining runes resonated, and with a resonant hum, a golden sword chi was unleashed, slicing toward Xiufeng Lake. Boom! The water erupted into towering waves over 100 meters high, the sword chi extending its reach over several thousand meters. What a formidable strike! Xiangchen was astounded. This blow was likely comparable to that of a grand celestial being at the Soul Moon realm. What level of magical artifact was this? Its power was astonishing. Overwhelmed with shock, Xiangchen soon felt a surge of elation, though his current cultivation allowed him to unleash only 2 such powerful strikes. Delivering one in a moment of danger would undoubtedly catch his opponent off guard, after which he could make his escape using the spirit chariot. With these 3 treasures in hand, his journey to the East Sea seemed devoid of peril. Content: Xiangchen stored the 3 magical artifacts, feeling that all his efforts in seeking their loan had not been in vain. In 3 months, the Academy would summon participants for the 9 Palaces battle. He mused that this time frame would suffice for a round trip. Gathering his true wings, he soared toward the headquarters of Yanwang. Upon arrival, he found few people present. Most were either cultivating or undertaking missions. At the headquarters, he encountered Li Huan, who had advanced to the 7th level of the Yuanyang realm, significantly enhanced by Xiangchen's resources over the past 6 months. What? Setting sail? Li Huan exclaimed in surprise. Brother Chen, are you sure? The seas are the most chaotic under the rule of the 9 provinces, fraught with danger. I have no choice. The East Sea is the only place where I know of the Golden Crow's whereabouts. Inform the brothers that I will be absent. Tianhua will handle important matters in my stead, and let the monkey know not to seek me out, Xiangchen instructed. But going alone is too perilous. Let me gather a few brothers to accompany you, Li Huan suggested. No need. You all should focus on your cultivation. If all goes well, I will return in just over a month. If not, I will return before the Academy's assembly departs. Rest assured, I am capable of ensuring my own safety. Xiang Chun reassured, patting Li Huan's shoulder. With a sigh of resignation, Li Huan replied, "All right, Brother Chun, take care of yourself. You are our cornerstone, and Yin Huang cannot do without you." Indeed, Xiang Chun provided a thorough explanation before venturing into the marketplace of the academy. He procured a considerable amount of medicinal herbs alongside some rare materials, including the invaluable Soul Moon Demon Pill, which could prove life-saving in critical moments. This time, he expended a staggering 170,000 spirit coins to acquire a Soul Moon Demon Pill of the 7th realm, the highest grade available in the marketplace at that moment. Additionally, he lavishly invested in various spirit talismans, such as fire talismans and thunder talismans, consumables that cost him an extravagant sum of 500,000 to 600,000 spirit coins. A fortune that would span several lifetimes for someone of his cultivation level. Wealth, after all, is paramount. With ample resources, one can traverse the world, while a lack of funds renders one immobile. A man of wealth commands respect, while a man without it often finds himself subservient, as countless heroes, unafraid of death, have bowed to the allure of mere silver. However, Xiang Chun has always been generous with his expenditures, never hesitating to spend for his needs, fully aware that one cannot take material possessions with them upon death. Before departing, he felt compelled to visit Lu's residence to see Qing Cheng, but upon learning that she was sequestered in the Lu family's spiritual spring wine cellar and thus inaccessible, he refrained from pursuing the matter. Summer Qing Cheng's seclusion had even inspired the typically indolent Lu Shiming to diligently join her in cultivation. After conveying some instructions to the younger members of the Lu family to take good care of Qing Cheng, Xiang Chun finally set his sights on the Eastern Sea, that fabled place known as Tang Valley, in hopes of uncovering traces of the Golden Crow, or at the very least, its bloodline descendants. Achieving the second realm of the 10,000 demons sacred method would undoubtedly result in a significant enhancement of his power. Chapter 671, The Coastal City, Part 7. Take care, Brother Chun. At the Academy's gate, Li Huan and a dozen or so brothers from Yin Huang bid farewell to Xiang Chun. I'll return in 2 or 3 months. Don't worry, brothers. If I encounter any insurmountable issues, I'll seek out Director Lu. If he can't resolve it, I'll head to the Wanyao Pavilion. With a wave of his hand, Xiang Chun summoned his celestial crane spirit mount, which transformed into a life-sized, majestic crane, gracefully soaring into the sky. Off I go. With a powerful leap, he soared hundreds of meters into the air and landed upon the crane's back. Meanwhile, the little white tiger languidly perched on his shoulder, its tail swaying gently. Brother Chun, take care, we'll be waiting for your return. Xiang Chun chuckled in response, guiding the celestial crane as it shot forth like a beam of light, covering 2 kilometers in the blink of an eye at astonishing speed. The celestial crane ascended to several thousand meters above the clouds, while Xiang Chun, seated upon its back, remained steadfast against the howling winds, mapping out a detailed route to the Eastern Sea within the geographical insights of the 9 provinces. Traveling eastward through the wild state, he would reach the fringes of the eastern wilderness, where the expansive shores of the Eastern Sea awaited. There, he could board a spirit vessel to venture into the ocean. The Eastern Sea, under the dominion of the Great Xia dynasty, is dotted with numerous islands, teeming with resources not found on the mainland. Compared to the continent, the sea is home to a greater number of demonic beasts, formidable sea creatures, and the legendary sea tribes capable of standing against humanity. While the human race has dominated the 9 provinces, the vast and boundless expanse of the sea harbors other powerful races, with the sea tribes being among the most formidable. With the starry compass set in a particular direction, Xiang Chun urged the celestial crane to soar through the void towards that destination. Cradled in his arms was a small white tiger, which was audaciously gnawing on a supreme treasure, savoring each bite with indulgence. The monthly nourishment of this small white tiger required significant resources, costing Xiang Chun several tens of thousands of spirit coins to procure exquisite metals or top-tier artifacts for its consumption. He remained oblivious to the current level of the small white tiger's cultivation, as it was one of the sacred beasts that eluded his moonlit eyes. However, it was likely that the small white tiger had yet to reach the Soul Moon realm, given that it had not yet endured the 9 heavenly tribulations. Whether cultivators or demon beasts, reaching the Soul Moon realm necessitated the passage through a tribulation, specifically the 9 heavenly tribulations. which involved withstanding the onslaught and baptism of 27 heavenly lightning strikes. Upon successfully enduring this trial, one could condense the soul moon and genuinely transcend into the soul moon realm. In his hand, Xiang Chun swayed a flask of inferior spirit wine brewed by the Liu family, leisurely enjoying his own dried beast meat while journeying. This spirit wine contained spiritual energy, enhancing his power. Given his status within the Liu family, he could easily acquire superior spirit wine. Yet, the higher the quality of the wine, the greater the harm it posed to the body. Moreover, this fellow had a penchant for reckless behavior when intoxicated, thus he refrained from indulging in the finest. 2 hours later, the celestial crane had traversed approximately 30,000 kilometers, arriving at the fringes of the eastern wilderness. The small white tiger emitted a low growl. Xiang Chun, who had been blissfully asleep on the back of the celestial crane, rubbed his eyes, petted the small white tiger, and still drowsy, murmured, "Rower, have we arrived?" A refreshing sea breeze, tinged with the scent of fish, enveloped him as he sat up, feeling invigorated. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a vast expanse of azure ocean stretching to the horizon, where the sky met the sea in a seamless blend of cerulean hues, devoid of mountains or rivers. Above the sea, numerous seagulls circled, while countless massive vessels navigated the waters. As dusk approached, the moon began to reveal itself in the distance. What a beautiful sight! The spring river tide meeting the sea's expanse, the bright moon rising with the tides. How far the shimmering waves stretch! Where is there a spring river unilluminated by the moonlight? Xiang Chun laughed heartily at the sight of the ocean, feeling an overwhelming sense of liberation wash over him. It was his first encounter with the sea in this world, and its beauty left him in awe. The vastness of the ocean dispelled all worries, rendering even the mightiest cultivator insignificant before its grandeur. The spirit of the starry compass, a somewhat mischievous system, notified its master that they had reached the coastal city of the eastern wilderness, with a remaining distance of 96,000 kilometers to the destination, the eastern sea soup valley. Based on their current speed, they would require 7 hours to arrive. The mechanical, emotionless voice of the device echoed within the compass. "Little rascal, let us rest for the night and set forth again tomorrow," Xiang Chun instructed. The celestial compass guided the ethereal crane as it gracefully descended. Although it consumed high-grade spirit stones, much of its power was expended, leaving it with only 30% of its strength, necessitating a period of rest. Below lay a coastline adorned with cities. Haiban City, the coastal city of Huangzhou, boasted numerous docks. As they approached a few hundred meters above, Xiang Chun retracted the ethereal crane and summoned his true wings, diving down to land upon a street in this bustling city. Delicious baked pancakes, succulent donkey meat fire buns, charcoal grilled lobsters, 1 gold coin each, freshly caught golden spear spirit fish, delectable and potent. The streets bustled with a myriad of people, many of whom were robed cultivators. Food stalls and restaurants lined the sidewalks. Donkey meat fire buns, charcoal grilled lobsters. Ha! Shall buy. Let us indulge in the delights of 10 streets. Xiang Chun chuckled heartily, leading the little white tiger to a gourmet establishment. This creature was an Epicurean at heart, destined to savor the local delicacies wherever it roamed. Inheriting the gluttonous lineage of the Yin and Huang descendants from 5 millennia past, the duo wandered and feasted, with Xiang Chun consuming thousands of jin of various delicacies. Only after his stomach began to feel slightly full did he pause, for his stomach was akin to that of a celestial wolf, destined to devour the moon itself. After satisfying his hunger, he gathered an abundance of culinary treasures, utilizing the essence of the moon to preserve them in his Qinquan ring before seeking out an inn. Upon finding a suitable tavern, he spent 100 gold coins for the night, embracing the little white tiger as a pillow and drifting into slumber. As dawn broke the following day, Xiang Chun arose, refreshed and washed, and set off with the little white tiger toward the seaside dock. The majestic little white tiger by his side drew the attention of many cultivators, with numerous women eager to pet the magnificent feline. At the dock, various vessels were moored, including ordinary fishing boats, cargo ships, and specialized spiritual vessels for cultivators, even spirit ships. Xiang Chun was in no hurry to embark, wishing to relish the maritime scenery. He chose to board a low-grade commercial spirit ship, albeit at a price of 100 spirit coins per passenger, a fare only affordable to cultivators. Thus began Xiang Ergo's maritime adventure, uncertain if he would encounter the fabled pirates of legend. Half an hour later, The ship resonated with the sound of bells as it prepared to set sail, with over 300 passengers and assorted cargo. This spirit ship, towering 10 meters high and spanning over 80 meters in length, resembled a mighty dragon at its bow, adorned with luminous runes, and belonged to a prominent family of the East Sea. With a hum, a water intake array activated, drawing in a vast volume of seawater before expelling it as a powerful jet. In an instant, the ship surged across the waves at a speed rivaling that of sound, sending forth towering sprays of water and creating long, rolling swells behind it. Though the world lacked modern technology, the mastery of natural laws and runes had seamlessly woven itself into the daily lives of the cultivators. Xiangqun stood upon the deck, gazing at the seascape. The speed of this spirit vessel was several times slower than that of the celestial crane. Yet he had ample time and did not mind spending a few days enjoying the scenic beauty of the ocean. Whenever he grew weary of the journey, he could steer the celestial crane away at his leisure. On the deck, some individuals were engaged in an outdoor barbecue, indulging in drinks. The ship also possessed a restaurant that offered meals for a fee. Along the way, they would pass several islands, stopping to load and unload goods. Xiangqun observed that on this spirit vessel, designated as YB3, there were over 30 crew members, all cultivators of the Yuanyang realm, with the captain being a formidable figure of the Soul Moon realm, and the first mate also of the Soul Moon realm. The crew's strength was considerable. The passengers were predominantly cultivators of the Yuanyang realm as well, either engaging in trade across the ocean or embarking on a journey for leisure and experience. Xiangqun found a secluded corner on the deck, retrieved some delicacies he had previously frozen, and, after heating them with his 3 flavors true fire, began to enjoy his meal while admiring the oceanic vistas alongside the little white tiger. After traveling over 2,000 kilometers, the spirit vessel docked at an inhabited island with a small town, where some passengers disembarked, goods were unloaded, and new cargo was brought aboard, including over 20 new passengers. After a brief pause of more than 10 minutes, the vessel resumed its course, heading towards the depths of the East Sea and other islands, with its direction aligned towards Tang Valley, albeit not venturing that far. Within one of the ship's cabins, over 20 figures had gathered to conspire. Old 3, your group is responsible for the stern tomorrow. Old 2, you take the bow, while I, along with Old 7, will head directly to the captain's cabin. A burly man with a scruffy beard and blue eyes instructed, a map of the ship spread out before them. Understood, but brother, if we proceed with this, we will completely offend the Zhang family. A slender, pale-faced man expressed his concerns. We might have to go on the run for quite some time. Fear not, Old 8. You are too timid. Do you have any idea of the value of the medicinal herbs aboard this vessel? It must be worth no less than 100,000 spirit coins. If we succeed in this heist, it will afford us a lavish lifestyle for years. The East Sea is vast. With our disguises and anonymity, who could possibly track us down? Another man sneered. Indeed, the slender man nodded in agreement. As the day wore on, in the evening, Xiangqun sat on the deck, savoring skewers and sipping fine grape wine while watching the sun descend at the horizon. The little white tiger lounged beside him, its white fur dancing in the wind. At that moment, a figure approached, his eyes brightening at the sight of the white tiger. Good day, young brother. This white-haired tiger demon beside you is quite impressive. What breed and cultivation level does it possess? The newcomer, a lean man dressed in black with peak Yuanyang realm cultivation, inquired. Is there something you need? Xiangqun responded calmly, taking a bite from his skewer, feeling a hint of mischief. Ah, I am Zhang Wei, a great admirer of tiger-like demon beasts. I wonder if your tiger demon is for sale. If so, I can offer you 5,000 spirit coins. The man introduced himself with a smile. He then discreetly transmitted a thought. I can offer you 10,000 spirit coins. Oh, the famed 10,000 coins. Xiangqun chuckled at the mention, as it was said that everyone knew someone named Zhang Wei. However, he took a few more glances at the man, who was simply dressed, yet evidently wealthy, capable of casually producing a sum of 10,000 spirit coins. Beneath the gaze of Wang Yu, the true cultivation level of the individual was revealed, standing at the first level of the Soul Moon realm. Apologies, but this is my future bride, and she is not for sale, Xiangqun replied with a faint smile, retracting his gaze. Zhang Wei was taken aback by his words, while those nearby erupted into hearty laughter. Kid, impressive. Keeping a beast as a bride, quite the unique taste. Indeed, you are truly bold. Haha. I wonder if this tiger has reached the Yuanyang realm? Can it transform? If it's a female tiger that has transformed, it might be amusing to play with. The surrounding patrons laughed uproariously at these remarks. Roar! Before Xiang Chun could feel anger, the little white tiger stood up and let out a thunderous roar. A wave of terrifying sound waves surged forth, causing a cacophony of explosions that shattered many wine jars and splintered tables. The guests cried out in agony, clutching their ears. The two who had previously mocked Xiang Chun howled in pain, their eardrums shattered and left deaf, grimacing in distress. The patrons on the deck were astonished as they gazed at the little white tiger, while Zhang Wei's eyes glimmered with fervor. What a magnificent roar! A splendid beast indeed. He continued to convey telepathically. Xiang Chun frowned at his words and retorted, I said it is not for sale. Do not provoke me into action. Zhang Wei, however, was not angered. He merely regarded the little white tiger with regret. He recognized that Xiang Chen's cultivation was not superior to his own, and thus refrained from forcefully seizing the tiger, demonstrating commendable character. My ears. I can't hear anymore. You beast, you have deafened me. One of the previously insolent individuals bellowed in rage, his eyes burning with fury. You have no one to blame but yourselves for your loose tongues, Xiang Chen sneered. Though the man could not hear him. I will slay you, beast. Enraged, the man unleashed his true essence, revealing himself as a formidable warrior at the 9th level of the Yuanyang realm. He advanced, gathering a sharp energy in his palm. A golden light aimed at the little white tiger. Seeking death, Xiang Chen's eyes glinted coldly, his dragon quill almost instinctively unsheathing within the blink of an eye. In a mere 30,000th of a second, he formed a strike. As the man brought his palm down, a flash of light suddenly sliced through his wrist, severing his hand. Blood gushing forth. Stunned, the man regained his senses only to unleash a heart-wrenching scream. My hand. He clutched his wrist in agony, while the young man sheathed the dragon quill with a resounding clang, as if the blade had never been drawn. The surrounding patrons gazed in horror at the youth. Such speed. I couldn't even catch a glimpse. Zhang Wei exclaimed in shock, his expression grave. Chapter 673, Half-Demon Family. 9 Explosions, Part 11. Xiang Chen gently patted the little white tiger's head and, looking at the screaming man, remarked indifferently, trouble arises from one's own words. In the future, you should keep that foul mouth of yours in check. The man could not hear Xiang Chen's words, but reading his lips provided a rough understanding of the sentiment. Retreating in pain while his face was etched with terror. Just moments ago, had that blade been aimed at his head, he would surely have lost his life. And he could scarcely believe that this seemingly youthful lad possessed such terrifying prowess. Goodness, your swordplay is remarkably swift. May I inquire as to your name? Perhaps we could forge a friendship? Zhang Wei remarked with a grin. I am Xiang Yu, Xiang Chen replied, observing the man before him. Noting that this individual possessed the Soul Moon Realm cultivation and had merely made an offer to purchase the little white tiger rather than resorting to force, it was evident that he was not ill-natured. Exercising caution while traversing the world, Xiang Chun refrained from disclosing his true name. Xiang Yu, a splendid name indeed. Might I ask where you hail from and your intended destination? I am quite familiar with the East Sea region, Zhang Wei inquired, still smiling. Xiang Chun, seated beside him, replied, I am bound for Tang Valley. Are you acquainted with it, Brother Zhang? Tang Valley. Zhang Wei's expression shifted to one of surprise. That is no ordinary place. It is almost beyond the East Sea territory. Deeper still lies the wild sea, fraught with peril. Brother Xiang, that location is hardly a safe haven. The denizens of the ocean refer to the lands beyond the 4 seas as the wild sea, not the azure sea. May I take a seat here? Xiang Chen asked. Please, do, Zhang Wei gestured. Xiang Chen nodded, and Zhang Wei produced a jar of fine wine, uncorking it to release a fragrant aroma. A third-grade spirit wine, Xiang Chen remarked, his nostrils flaring at the distinct scent. Haha, one whiff, and it is evident you are a connoisseur of fine wines as well, Brother Xiang. Indeed. This is a third-grade sea cucumber brew, crafted from the finest quality spirit sea cucumbers, Zhang Wei explained, pouring a cup for Xiang Chen. To you, Brother Xiang. Haha, thank you. Cheers. The two shared a drink, and Xiang Chen savored the exquisite wine, which was indeed unlike any he had encountered on the mainland. It seems, Brother Zhang, that you are no ordinary individual yourself, casually displaying wealth in excess of 10,000 spirit coins. Do you not fear that others might harbor ill intentions? Haha, but I am merely discussing matters privately with a brother, and there is no substantial fortune at stake. I only engage in minor trading ventures at sea. By the way, your little tiger is truly stunning. Where did you acquire such a creature? Zhang Wei asked, his gaze fixed on the little white tiger, unabashedly enamored. I stumbled upon it in the woods and raised it by my side since it was young, Xiang Chun replied, affectionately rubbing the little tiger, which licked his face before curling up beside him, its head resting in his embrace, its barbed tongue a tad unsettling. By the way, may I inquire as to your purpose in Tang Valley? If you do not mind sharing. I have some small enterprises on an island near Tang Valley and possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the area, Zhang Wei pressed, reaching out to pet the little white tiger, only to retract his hand when the tiger glared at him with its azure eyes. Xiang Chun, having come to seek the golden crow, was eager to gather information from a local. He replied candidly, to be frank, Brother Zhang, I have heard tales of an ancient divine bird, the golden crow, residing in Tang Valley. I wish to pay a visit and see if I might catch a glimpse of this legendary creature. Zhang Wei paused, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Brother Xiang, you must be from the mainland. You truly believe in that legend? Such tales are remnants of ancient times. Indeed, I am from the mainland. Having perused an ancient text on the subject, I ventured to the East Sea, yearning to witness the fabled Tang Valley. Xiang Chun responded with a smile. Zhang Wei furrowed his brow upon hearing this and remarked, if it is merely due to a legend that piques your curiosity, I would advise against venturing there, my brother. The waters surrounding Tang Valley are exceedingly peculiar, with an oppressive heat permeating the air, the sun's intensity palpable, and the seawater almost boiling. Hence, the name Tang Valley. It is said that in ancient times, a divine golden crow fell from the celestial expanse into these waters, causing a tumult that rendered vast stretches of the sea nearly inaccessible to ordinary folk. Only cultivators and ferocious beasts can approach with any semblance of safety. Xiang Chun became increasingly convinced that the site of the golden crow's descent indeed possessed such qualities, for the golden crow itself harbored the essence of the sun, its fiery energy capable of inducing such conditions. Should a more powerful golden crow exist, it could very well transform into a sun itself. In the myths of my previous life, it was said that the 10 suns in the sky were all manifestations of golden crows, suggesting that these tales are not mere fabrications. Pouring a cup of wine for both Zhang Wei and himself, Xiang Chun said, Brother Zhang, you speak of peril. Does this merely stem from the pervasive solar heat? Surely, it is not so simple. While the solar energy is indeed intense, those who have attained the Yuan-Yang realm can withstand it to some extent. In fact, this energy can aid Yuan-Yang cultivators in refining their true essence. Zhang Wei took a small sip of his drink, narrowing his eyes as he continued. There are formidable demonic birds that inhabit the area, and it is also home to the most powerful pirate faction in the East Sea, the Sunward Clan and their Sunfire Pirates. The Sunward Clan? The Sunfire Pirates? Xiang Chun had never heard of them and knew little of these powers, which lay within the vast expanse of the East Sea, an area sprawling over an entire state. If not more, the wild sea was even more daunting in its vastness. Zhang Wei swirled his cup, chuckling softly. Ah, my brother, as someone from the mainland, you may not be aware. The Sunward clan is said to be a half-demon lineage, a blend of human and demon blood. This clan boasts a history spanning thousands of years, with their size and influence beyond imagination. All pirates and marauders of the East Sea regard this family as their sovereign. They are, in essence, the Dark Kings of the East Sea. Even the Daxia Empire has sent its navy to eradicate them, yet they have always returned in defeat. The Sunward clan, a half-demon lineage. Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Did this not echo his own existence? He too could be considered half-demon, for his parents were indeed human, while the demonic blood coursing through him was a gift from a mysterious ancient cauldron at the moment of his birth, perfectly merging with his being. He was a flawless vessel, both in form and bloodline, human and demon intertwined, a bloodline of both demon and man. Indeed, this clan is known for its brutality. They are closer to the demon race than to humanity and have a notorious appetite for devouring human cultivators. Tang Valley, being a gathering place for demons, is largely avoided by merchant caravans, save for those specifically sanctioned by the Sunward clan. When Zhang Wei spoke of the Sunward clan, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes, suggesting a personal grievance. Is it that humans find it inconvenient to enter, while demons are suited to do so? Xiang Chen inquired. Yes, that seems to be the case. For demons, at least, there is no universal enmity. However, there is no law to speak of. Murders and conflicts among demons are commonplace. Zhang Wei nodded. How intriguing. A realm where demons dance in chaos. Xiang Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 674, Midnight Slaughter. 10 explosions. 11. Aspiring to become the king of all demons, he held no aversion to this gathering of the demon tribe. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Without your guidance, I would remain unaware of so much. Xiang Chun raised his cup in a toast. Haha, Brother Xiang, you are too modest. Such matters are well known among overseas cultivators. Merely ask anyone, and they will enlighten you. I have no objection to you visiting that place. If your aim is to broaden your horizons through travel, I can recommend numerous fascinating and picturesque locales. Zhang Wei replied with a smile. Oh, I would love to hear more. They continued to drink and converse with Zhang Wei, a man of remarkable eloquence, vividly describing many places that kindled a sense of longing within them. After finishing several jars of wine, it was already late at night. They exchanged a communication talisman, signifying the budding of friendship. Xiang Chun returned to his small cabin to rest, refining the lingering effects of the alcohol within him. The following day, at 5 in the morning, when weariness enveloped most and many remained in the embrace of dreams, over 20 individuals emerged from a cabin, splitting into 3 small teams, darting toward different areas of the ship. Each held a device resembling a smoke bomb, which they cast into the corridor of the cabin, filling it with wisps of pale blue smoke that surged in various directions. In the bow cabin, within the control room, a crew member stifled a yawn while steering the spirit ship. Before him floated a jade plate inscribed with mystical symbols, which he grasped to direct the vessel's course with his vital essence. Beside him were 2 others, one asleep and a middle-aged man, donning a captain's hat, engrossed in an ancient tome, seemingly a martial arts manual. Xiao Lu, you must be weary. Let me take the helm, Captain Meng remarked, glancing at the helmsman. Not at all. We will reach the dock in an hour. You may rest easy, Captain, Xiao Lu replied with a grin. I hear your wife is about to give birth. Congratulations. After this trip, take some time to be with her. Your wages will remain unchanged, Captain Meng chuckled. Haha. Thank you, Captain. Yes, it has been 9 months, and soon she will deliver. I would love for you to join us for my child's full moon celebration. I lack knowledge in naming, and I hope you can assist. Xiao Lu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he spoke of his wife and child. Indeed, many ordinary cultivators pursued their practice primarily to extend their lives and establish a small family or clan of their own. In this world, cultivation is as common as education. Haha, splendid. Do you prefer a daughter or a son? I cherish both. I have been informed it's a daughter. At that moment, a wisp of blue smoke seeped through the crack in the cabin door, enveloping the control room. Both Xiao Lu and Captain Meng inhaled a puff of the mysterious smoke. Where did this smoke come from? Captain Meng instantly stood alert. Is there a fire on the ship? His brow furrowed as he released his soul force to scan the surroundings. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. With a resounding crash, the cabin door was forcefully kicked open, and 6 individuals stormed in, brandishing blades. Who are you? Captain Meng demanded, immediately channeling his vital energy. However, upon doing so, he realized that his meridians were obstructed, and the flow of his vital energy was reduced to half its usual speed, significantly diminishing his strength. Ha ha ha, Captain Meng, I presume? Do you recognize me? The leader, a burly man with a beard, laughed heartily as he ripped off his facial disguise, revealing a man with a prominent scar on his forehead. You are the notorious pirate, Deng Xiao, with a bounty of 8,000 spirit coins. Captain Meng's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the man in an instant. Indeed, that's me. It seems I have gained a bit of notoriety, Deng Xiao sneered, gripping a battle spear. Let's not waste time. Seize the ship. Stop the vessel, you brat. Helmsman Lu's face turned pale, yet he did not halt the ship. Nevertheless, he felt his vital energy wavering, as if his meridians were no longer responsive, causing the ship to lurch erratically. Lu, sound the alarm. Captain Meng commanded. Lu immediately pressed the alarm, and a series of urgent bells rang throughout the spirit vessel. Bang! A cabin door was kicked open, and a cultivator, still embracing his lovely wife, had no time to react before a man wearing a devil's mask charged in, cleaving the cultivator's neck with a single stroke. With a sickening sound, the cultivator's head fell, his eyes wide with shock. Ah! The woman screamed, retreating beneath the covers. The assailant chuckled darkly, producing a chain to bind her. One by one, cabin doors were kicked open, and numerous guests were brutally slain. On the deck, 3 crew members were patrolling when suddenly the alarm blared. Their faces paled, and they rushed towards the cabin. However, 5 men in black burst forth, their blades infused with vital energy as they attacked. Kill! The 3 crew members roared, unleashing their own vital energy, only to find it sluggish within their meridians. The attackers' blows came crashing down, and the crew members screamed in agony as they were either slain or severely wounded by the onslaught. The alarm stirred many from their slumber, and they rushed out of their cabins, only to witness a frenzied massacre. Bang! Xiang Qin's cabin door was kicked open as a pirate charged in. Swinging his blade towards him, Xiang Qin remained calm, his dragon quill blade resting on his knee. In an instant, he unleashed a strike, a flash of black-red light slicing through the air with unparalleled speed. The assailant's vital energy attack was torn apart, and the blade sliced through his throat. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as his weapon clattered to the ground, blood gushing from his severed neck. How can this be? He is poisoned, yet possesses such reflexes and strength. Xiang Qin rose and sighed. The sea is indeed fraught with peril. With a swift kick, he sent the man flying against the corridor wall, collapsing in a spasm. The man's throat, trachea, and carotid artery had been severed by Xiang Qin's strike. And with his cultivation level, survival was impossible. Ah, a pirate! Cursed sea bandits! I shall fight you to the death! The cries of battle and the sounds of anguish echoed across the midnight sea, mingling into a cacophony as blood stained the deck. Xiang Qin emerged from his cabin, witnessing chaos in the corridor, where many lay in pools of blood. Over a dozen individuals, clad in black and wearing masks, ruthlessly slaughtered a group of cultivators, who seemed utterly powerless to defend themselves, their usual strength rendered ineffective. Xiang Qin sniffed the air and frowned, sensing the presence of inferior-grade forbidden yuan incense. This toxin, capable of obstructing the flow of true essence through the meridians, posed no threat to him. Indeed, it might even be slightly beneficial. In the captain's control room, Captain Meng appeared to have chosen to ignore the warning and provoke the consequences. You dare to rob our Zhang family merchant ship? Have you considered the repercussions? He demanded coldly, as the formidable true essence of the third realm of the soul moon surged forth. Meng unsheathed his battle blade, his expression icy. Repercussions? Huh. Since I dare to pursue this line of work, I fear nothing. Those who do not know their place shall perish. Deng Xiao replied with a sinister grin, unleashing his true essence as he swung his broadsword directly at Captain Meng. Kill! Captain Meng retaliated with a powerful strike. However, having been poisoned, he could only exert half of his usual prowess. The clash of blades unleashed a storm of energy within the captain's control room. Lu, the helmsman, let out a scream, hurled backward by the force, colliding violently with the indestructible glass window, his body torn by the razor-sharp energy. Though Captain Meng was of equal cultivation level to his assailant, the poison had diminished his strength, causing him to be pushed back by Deng Xiao's relentless assault. Deng Xiao continued to rain down strikes with increasing ferocity. One particular blow found its mark, cleaving through Meng's shoulder and severing his entire left arm. With a howl of agony, Meng staggered back, only to be met with a brutal kick to the chest from Deng Xiao, sending him crashing into the wall before collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, this was a spirit ship, otherwise, their clash would have been sufficient to shatter the vessel. Seize the prisoners, take command of the spirit ship, and change course towards Tang Valley. I shall use this ship as a token to join the Xiang family. Deng Xiao commanded. His subordinates rushed in to restrain those within the control room. Meanwhile, in Zhang Wei's luxurious cabin, 2 formidable warriors of the Soul Moon realm stood guard at the door. A pirate of the same realm led 6 men in a fierce battle against the 2 guardians. Zhang Wei's expression darkened as he felt the poison within him. He quickly consumed a pill, knowing it would take half an hour for its effects to manifest. Third Master, quickly jump into the sea. We have been poisoned and cannot hold them off. One of the Soul Moon warriors urged, his true essence flickering erratically. How could I abandon you? I shall fight the thieves. Zhang Wei shouted in fury, releasing a beam of spiritual light as a third-grade spirit sword flew forth with a hum. Grasping the sword, he charged into the corridor to assist his 2 guards. A guard let out a pained scream as his chest was pierced by a sword ray. In that moment, another pirate leapt forward to deliver a fatal blow, swinging down fiercely, the blade crashing brutally against the guard's skull. The head of the Soul Moon guard was cleaved through, resulting in instant death. With a flash of sword light, a blade pierced the throat of the pirate who had delivered the final blow. as Zhang Wei dispatched his foe with a single strike. However, the remaining 3 pirates unleashed their combined essence, overwhelming his defensive energies. The 4th pirate, swift as lightning, swung his sword, and the crimson arc of his blade struck Zhang Wei's chest. Though he was hurled backwards, no wound was visible, for his fitted spiritual armor radiated a brilliant glow. The 4 pirates' eyes gleamed with avarice. Upon slaying another soul moon guard, they advanced toward Zhang Wei, weapons drawn. Zhang Wei was forced to retreat step by step, his expression darkening. These adversaries were merely at the peak of the Yuan Yang realm or at the 1st or 2nd level of the soul moon. And with his spiritual armor and superior artifacts, he should have been able to vanquish them. Yet, the pervasive poison severely hampered his strength. "Brothers, we have encountered a plump lamb. Let us kill him," shouted one of the pirates at the 1st level of the soul moon. "Kill!" roared the 2 peak Yuan Yang pirates, charging forward with wild enthusiasm. They leapt, their blades infused with violent essence, striking towards Zhang Wei with a 10-meter arc of light. Boom, boom. Just then, the thick steel deck beneath them was suddenly pierced, and 2 tendrils of red vines erupted from below, ensnaring the 2 pirates in an instant. They were bound mid-air, unable to escape. The vines unleashed a terrifying constrictive force. With a sharp squeeze, crack, crack, they screamed in agony as their bodies were twisted and contorted, bones shattering under the pressure. The vines grotesquely sprouted toothy maws, devouring and consuming their bodies entirely. The remaining 2 pirates stood frozen, horror-stricken at the sight of the massive vines. Suddenly, one of them let out a piercing scream. From beneath the deck, a colossal black blade surged upwards, impaling him through the lower body, blood gushing forth. The other pirate, terrified, retreated hastily, warily eyeing the deck beneath him. "Who is it?" he bellowed, leaping into the air. With a tearing sound, the steel deck was ripped open, and a figure emerged, brandishing a blade. It was a strikingly handsome youth with hair as white as snow. "Brother Xiangyu," Zhang Wei exclaimed in surprise. Xiang Chun leaped onto the deck, glancing at the Soul Moon Realm pirate opposite him, and without looking back, asked, "Brother Zhang-san, are you unharmed?" Zhang Wei had introduced himself as the 3rd brother in Xiang Chun's family hierarchy, hence the moniker. "I'm fine, brother. Quickly follow me. The air is thick with poison. These pirates have infiltrated the ship," Zhang Wei urged, swiftly slicing through a reinforced glass window. Xiang Chun was on the 2nd floor, while Zhang Wei was on the 3rd. Thus Xiang Chun had descended to join the fray. With a calm smile, he fixed his gaze on the Soul Moon pirate, sneering. "Do not fear, brother Zhang-san. I shall handle this rabble. You little brat, daring to come to your death at the 9th level of the Yuan Yang realm. You've killed 3 of my brothers. I will carve your flesh piece by piece to feed the sharks." The Soul Moon pirate roared, unleashing a surge of essence that filled the air with dread. "Kill!" he shouted, swinging his sword down with reckless abandon. His essence coalescing into a blade of over 10 meters, cleaving through the upper iron deck and tearing open a massive gash. Thunder cut. With a swift stroke, Xiang Chun unleashed a blade infused with the ferocious essence of the Taiyin, manifesting as a silver lightning curtain that cleaved through the air. The clash of sword and blade resonated with a thunderous roar, as energy erupted in a cacophony of sound. How could this be? This young man was effortlessly blocking their advances. In disbelief, they recalled having consumed detoxification pills beforehand, rendering them immune to the toxic miasma. "Dragon Elephant Fist," Xiang Chun bellowed, his feet pounding forward as he embodied the might of a divine elephant, channeling the immense power of 1,000,000 pounds along with the explosive Taiyin energy. As he threw a punch, the oppressive force seemed to freeze the air around him. One of the assailants expelled a dense stream of golden essence, forming a protective barrier before him. Yet, with a thunderous impact, Xiang Chun shattered the barrier, the overwhelming force crashing into the man. The pirate let out a horrific cry, blood spewing from his mouth as he was flung back against the corridor wall by the sheer brutality of the blow. Xiang Chun surged forth, striking with a blade of lightning swifter than the eye could follow, the razor edge gliding across the man's throat. His head was severed, tumbling away with wide-open eyes, emitting a haunting wail of despair from his very soul. No, how can I die? No. The man's head rolled, his spirit still intact, unleashing a spine-chilling scream that echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei stood in stunned silence, utterly captivated by the spectacle. "Brother, this is too powerful," Zhang Wei gasped, astonished at the scene unfolding before him. Is Brother Xiang truly just at the 9th level of Yuanyang? In Xiang Chen's palm, a blood-red vortex of runes began to swirl. Azura blade technique. The vitality from the 4 bodies was drawn towards him with an overwhelming force, coalescing into a crimson blade energy within his grasp before being absorbed into his divine storage space. The corpses lay lifeless, reduced to desiccated remnants. Xiang Chun approached the astonished Zhang Wei, who recoiled at the sight of the withered bodies. Brother Zhang, allow me to assist you with the detoxification, he offered. Wait, Brother Xiang, I've already taken the detoxification pill. Zhang Wei retreated a step, wary of being drained himself. Your detoxification pill will only take effect in half an hour. I can expel the poison immediately and restore your strength. Come with me to save others, Xiang Chen insisted, grasping Zhang Wei's wrist as the revitalizing energy surged into him. The rejuvenating essence coursed through Zhang Wei's veins like a ferocious beast, devouring the poison. He felt his meridians clear, his powers no longer suppressed. Is it truly resolved? Brother Xiang, do you possess medical skills? Zhang Wei asked in astonishment. A little. Now let us go save people, Xiang Chun replied with a nod, brandishing his blade as he leapt down the stairs. Zhang Wei, momentarily forgetting his apprehensions, glanced at the lifeless forms of his fallen subordinates with a heavy sigh before swiftly following suit. This spirit ship belonged to the Zhang family trading company. In the main hall of the 1st floor, a large group of individuals was encircled by 20 or so pirates. Deng Xiao, the pirate leader, surveyed the crowd with a bloodied spear in hand, his voice icy as he declared, I am Deng Xiao, ranked 8, 642 on the Eastern Sea wanted list. It is time for plunder. Those who wish to live should remain silent. It's Deng Xiao, we're doomed. How did we encounter this villain? Silence. We are all ensnared. And these ruffians are not our match. In the hall, over 200 souls were huddled together, many of whom were women. Beside Deng Xiao, a burly man sneered. All men to the left, women to the right, and those of ambiguous nature in the center. Everyone, if you wish to live, hand over all your valuables, or I shall have you fed to the sharks. The crowd immediately divided, with a few practitioners of the sunflower scripture standing defiantly in the center. Please spare us. We will give you whatever you want. Some of the more timid individuals hastily offered up their possessions. Search them one by one, Deng Xiao ordered his subordinates, who promptly began to pat down the crowd. A female cultivator screamed as a pirate assaulted her, retaliating with a slap. You wretched fool, do you seek death? The pirate roared, swinging his blade at her. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air, striking the pirate's arm with a resounding thud, causing him to scream in agony as his weapon fell to the ground. Who dares? The other pirates gasped, turning to see a young man in white, wielding a black bow and accompanied by a majestic white tiger. Then there was Zhang Wei. Xiang Chun, with a cold demeanor, unleashed a volley of arrows from his dragon-hunting bow, each imbued with the power to penetrate millions of pounds of force. Kill him, Deng Xiao bellowed. Yet as his command echoed, 7 pirates shrieked in horror, their chests exploding as they were pierced by arrows, leaving 7 gaping wounds. The remaining crowd, startled, quickly took cover among the hostages, using them as shields. Unbeknownst to them, the young man's arrows continued to rain down. 3 more shot forth, expertly bypassing the hostages to strike true at the heads of 3 pirates. The extraordinary archery stunned Deng Xiao. You insolent brat, you seek your own demise, he roared, seizing 2 individuals and flinging them towards Xiang Chun. Xiang Chun, drawing his blade, leaped aside to evade the 2 and charged at Deng Xiao with ferocity. Kill! Deng Xiao shouted, sweeping his weapon with immense force. In midair, Xiang Chun raised his sword high, delivering a blow of equal might. The clash of blade and gun unleashed a powerful shockwave, propelling Xiang Chun backward, causing him to crash against the corridor. Kill! The others rushed forward, while Zhang Wei brandished a spiritual sword, accompanied by several magical artifacts, joining the fray. Come and face me, Xiang Chun challenged, landing firmly on the deck and launching himself skyward, his blade cleaving through the heavy wooden surface, soaring into the air. Do you think I fear a mere boy? Deng Xiao sneered, enveloping himself in fiery essence, manifesting a pair of blazing wings to ascend. In midair above the sea, the wind howled and the sun rose majestically from the horizon, casting a golden hue across the waters. Yet, Xiang Chun had no time to appreciate the beauty. Gripping the sinister dragon quencher blade with steely resolve, his gaze fixed coldly upon his airborne adversary. Young rascal, you possess some skill. Should you choose to ally with me, I shall spare your life, and you will indulge in all the pleasures and delights this world has to offer, including the most beautiful women. Otherwise, today shall mark your demise, Deng Xiao sneered. Bah! Scoundrels like you deserve no mercy. You wish for my allegiance? I am still contemplating whether to accept your offer. Xiang Chun retorted mockingly. You foolish brat, you seek your own doom. Meteoric spear, attack! Deng Xiao bellowed in fury, unleashing a formidable surge of true energy as he thrust his spear. With a whoosh, the spear pierced through the sound barrier, infused with overwhelming power. Its trajectory akin to a shooting star, radiating brilliance like a falling meteor. Thunderslash! Xiang Chun shouted, executing a swift strike with his blade, conjuring a tempest of lightning. However, with a thunderous crash, his attack was obliterated by the spear's might, which continued its relentless advance. Thunderous cleave! Xiang Chun roared, channeling all his strength into a decisive slash aimed at the incoming spear. The impact resonated with a tremendous explosion, as Deng Xiao's spear unleashed a ferocious force that sent Xiang Chun hurtling back, blood spewing from his mouth, as he was flung several hundred meters away. You little brat, perish! Deng Xiao cackled, launching a second meteoric spear, aimed directly at Xiang Chun's head. But at that moment, a magnificent white tiger, over 10 feet long, erupted onto the scene, transformed into a streak of golden light, its paws glowing with radiant energy and formidable power, striking against Deng Xiao's spear. A terrifying spectacle unfolded. The meteoric spear was shattered by a single swipe of the tiger's paw, as a dreadful force reverberated through the spear, causing Deng Xiao to recoil, his grip shattered. How is this possible? Deng Xiao gasped, astounded by the overwhelming power of the white tiger. The white tiger unleashed a fearsome sonic wave, its roar resonating like a tangible force crashing against Deng Xiao. Ah! Deng Xiao screamed in agony, blood erupting from his ears as his eardrums burst, the tumult within his body surging violently. Mother Tiger, fierce protector. Xiang Chun seized the opportunity, employing the swift step technique, accelerating to 3 times the speed of sound. His blade slicing through the air like lightning, striking at Deng Xiao's neck. Deng Xiao felt a chilling sensation, and in an instant, his head was severed from his body. The soul moon essence surged forth, consuming the severed head. Xiang Chun grasped the corpse, channeling the Shuro blade technique to absorb the residual energy, drawing the essence into himself. Little white, devour this, Xiang Chun commanded, tossing the spirit spear to the white tiger, which caught it in its jaws and swallowed it whole, refining the spiritual weapon into energy. Meanwhile, Xiang Chun hurled the lifeless body down towards the deck, where Zhang Wei was engaged in a fierce battle against 7 or 8 pirates, clad in spirit armor and wielding magical artifacts. Suddenly, a headless corpse crashed down, followed by a flurry of arrows raining from above, with explosive sounds echoing, for pirates had their heads pierced by the descending arrows. The remaining 3 were taken aback, staring in shock at Xiang Chun as he approached. Not good. Our leader has been slain. We must flee. To everyone's astonishment, the elder brother was unexpectedly slain by a mere youth. Terrified, the 3 hastily broke a window and leapt into the sea, too frightened to linger. Zhang Wei gazed at Xiang Chun, his eyes filled with shock. How could this individual have vanquished a formidable opponent of the Soul Moon Realm's 3rd level? Was he merely masquerading as a fool to ensnare the unsuspecting? What was the true origin of this youth? The rescued passengers also looked at the young man with a mixture of surprise and joy. Even the individual whose hand had been severed by Xiang Chun now bore a look of terror. Was this fellow truly so powerful? Brother Zhang, are you unharmed? Xiang Chun inquired, landing on the deck. I'm fine, but brother, your strength is astounding. What level of cultivation do you possess? Zhang Wei asked, astonished. You may consider me to be at the 1st level of the Soul Moon Realm, Xiang Chun replied with a smile. Impressive. To possess such strength at the 1st level of the Soul Moon Realm is commendable. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. You must be a renowned genius across the continent. Zhang Wei remarked, giving a thumbs up. I am immensely grateful for your life-saving assistance, young brother. Indeed, thank you for your great kindness, young brother. At that moment, the crowd gathered around, bowing deeply in gratitude towards Xiang Chun. There is no need for such formality when confronted with such individuals. It is the duty of all to eradicate them, Xiang Chun said, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. It is our fault for not thoroughly inspecting the passengers boarding the ship, allowing the pirates to infiltrate. Captain Meng, battered and bruised, approached and knelt. Pirates are cunning and adept at disguise. This is not your fault. In the future, vigilance must be heightened, and identity tokens must always be verified. Fortunately, my brother Xiang was present. Otherwise, the entire ship would have faced disaster. I shall never forget your life-saving grace, he continued, solemnly bowing to Xiang Chun. Zhang Wei also offered a respectful salute. Brother Zhang, there's no need for such courtesy. We are friends, and it is only natural to assist one another, Xiang Chun replied, helping him to his feet. Indeed, we owe our survival to this young brother. Otherwise, we would have encountered great peril, Captain Meng said, bowing respectfully to Xiang Chun. Stepping forward, Xiang Chun tended to Captain Meng's wounds, leaving the captain both surprised and grateful. We typically inspect identity tokens. Who was responsible for today's examination? Captain Meng demanded. Among the surviving crew members, one immediately knelt, his face pale, and said, Captain, Elder Zhang, I am deeply sorry. It is I who deserve punishment. Driven by greed, I accepted a bribe from these individuals to allow them aboard, claiming they had no identity tokens. You shall face the consequences upon your return. And where is Old Ma? Captain Meng's face reddened with anger. Old Ma has already been killed, the man cried. Such incidents must never occur again. You two have caused untold suffering for the sake of trivial gain. There will be repercussions upon your return, Zhang Wei declared coldly. I understand my wrongs. I am deeply sorry, everyone, the man said, repeatedly bowing in contrition. The identity token is a requisite for all cultivators in the 9 provinces, necessary for entering cities and certain locations. This token contains its own source of true essence and basic personal information, designed to prevent the entry of wanted criminals. Xiang Chun possessed one as well, issued to him by the academy. Set sail for the nearest island to recuperate, Zhang Wei commanded. Yes, sir, Captain Meng replied respectfully. Brother Zhang, is this ship yours? Xiang Chun asked in surprise. To be honest, brother, are you familiar with the Zhang Merchant Association? Zhang Wei inquired. I am not. Xiang Chun shook his head. Ah, I see. I had forgotten that my brother is from the mainland, Zhang Wei said, slightly embarrassed. The Zhang Merchant Association. Could it be that you are the esteemed Master Zhang of the Zhang Merchant Association? One of the passengers exclaimed. The Zhang Merchant Association is one of the 3 major merchant associations of the East Sea. I never expected to encounter Master Zhang here. Master Zhang Ziwei, the commercial genius of the Zhang family, despite lacking formidable cultivation, had served as the East Sea commercial director for many years, transforming the Zhang family from a second-tier force into a first-tier power. Many gazed at Zhang Wei with admiration. Zhang Wei rubbed his nose and smiled awkwardly at Xiang Chun. Brother Xiang, I must confess, my real name is Zhang Ziwei, and I am the commercial director of the Zhang Merchant Association. Our Zhang family can barely be considered a prominent family in the East Sea, and I am grateful for your kind recognition in referring to our association as one of the 3 major merchant associations of the region. Oh, how fortunate I am to have encountered a wealthy individual. No wonder Master Zhang is so affluent. You need not concern yourself, for I too have not disclosed my true name. I am Xiang Chun, hailing from the Wilderness Prefecture, currently training at the academy there, Xiang Chun replied with a smile. Who would have thought such talent could emerge from the Wilderness Prefecture? Haha, you have saved my life, and I shall certainly repay you. Let us return to the nearby island's branch to rest. I must express my gratitude properly, my dear brother, Zhang Ziwei laughed heartily. Very well, but given your esteemed status, why do you not have more skilled guards by your side? Xiang Chun inquired. Zhang Ziwei sighed. I did not anticipate encountering such trouble on what was meant to be a simple day's journey. I only brought 2 servants with me. I prefer to travel discreetly to avoid drawing attention. As they spoke, Zhang Ziwei pulled at his face, removing a human skin mask, instantly transforming into a handsome young man of about 30. Xiang Chun gazed in astonishment at the mask, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet could flawlessly alter one's appearance, so much so that even his discerning eyes could not detect the truth. Heh. This is the 100 Illusions mask woven from the silk of the 100 Illusion worm. It can perfectly change a person's appearance and has the ability to replicate hundreds of facial features. It is a rare treasure indeed. If you are interested, dear brother, I shall gift it to you, Master Zhang said, noticing Xiang Chun's unwavering gaze on the mask. This is too generous, Xiang Chun replied, retracting his gaze. Xiang ergo, what have you to feel embarrassed about? Haha, it's merely a wondrous treasure. I have little use for it. While it would serve you well in your adventures beyond, Zhang Ziwei insisted, placing the mask in Xiangqin's hands. Xiangqin accepted it. The mask felt icy to the touch. When he pressed it to his face, it seamlessly merged with his skin, instantly transforming him into the visage of Zhang Ziwei he had just witnessed, altering his facial structure entirely. He touched his face and sighed. Indeed, it is a remarkable treasure. In that case, I shall accept it without hesitation. Thank you, Master Zhang. Brothers need not be so formal with one another. Dear brother, you have seen the perils of the sea. Are you still determined to venture to the Tang Valley? Zhang Ziwei asked. Yes, I must go, Xiangqin proclaimed resolutely. It appears that my young friend is not merely in pursuit of some elusive legend like the Golden Crow. However, since he chooses not to disclose his intentions, I shall refrain from inquiring further. Upon our arrival at the branch, I will arrange for a fine spirit vessel and dispatch a contingent of formidable warriors to escort you. Zhang Ziwei sighed, remarking that this place is certainly not a favorable one. My dear brother, your kindness is duly noted. Yet I am compelled to seek something of utmost importance. There is no need for you to go to such lengths as to send someone or a ship for me. I merely wish to enjoy the scenic beauty along the way and can manage with an ordinary spirit vessel, replied Xiangqin. Zhang Ziwei shook his head. That simply will not do. Since you regard me as a friend, these matters are within my capability, and you need not be overly courteous. Very well then, thank you. Brother Zhang, Xiangqin conceded, ceasing to refuse the other's goodwill. As the two conversed, they exchanged numerous amusing anecdotes. Several hours later, the vessel docked at an island known as Baifoam, which housed a small city bustling with hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, including a branch of the Zhang family commerce. Xiangqin spent 2 days on the island, where he was met with Zhang Ziwei's warm hospitality. During this time, Zhang Ziwei took Xiangqin on a tour of the island's picturesque landscapes, indulged in local delicacies, and even arranged for 2 charming maidens to attend to Xiang Ergo. Remarkably, Xiang Ergo, known for his roguish nature, displayed no interest in the beauties summoned by Zhang Ziwei. Perhaps Yi Tianjiao had refined his tastes, or perhaps he felt it inappropriate to indulge in such frivolities, given his affection for the enchanting Qingqing. In any case, he spent 2 evenings as a most respectable gentleman, leaving the maidens to wonder if Xiang Ergo was, in fact, lacking in desire. After 2 days, Xiangqin took his leave. At the dock, Zhang Ziwei prepared a small, swift boat, also a spirit vessel, measuring around 10 meters in length, equipped with all necessary amenities for leisure travel. He assigned 2 formidable Soul Moon Realm guardians to accompany Xiangqin toward Tanggu, along with a lovely maid to attend to him. Brother Zhang, I am grateful for your hospitality over the past 2 days. We shall part ways for now, but I shall contact you for a drink upon my return, Xiangqin stated, standing at the bow of the ship and clasping his hands in gratitude. Safe travels, my brother. Remember to reach out when you return. I shall take you to the most enchanting paradise of the Eastern Sea, Zhang Ziwei replied with a smile, returning the gesture. Take care. They bid each other farewell. And with a swift whoosh, the spirit vessel transformed into a streak of light, slicing through the waves at 3 times the speed of sound, far surpassing the previous ship's velocity. What kind of place is Tanggu? I cannot help but ponder, brimming with anticipation. Standing at the bow, Xiangqin gazed at the rising sun, its rays casting a warm glow upon his visage. Young master, breakfast is ready for you. Please enjoy your meal, whispered the lovely maid Xiaomei, clad in azure attire. Thank you, Sister Xiaomei, Xiangqin replied as he retreated to the cabin to partake in his breakfast. This swift vessel could travel over 20,000 miles a day, and at this rate, it would not take long to reach Tanggu. Throughout the journey, Xiangqin indeed broadened his horizons, encountering phenomena such as the aurora and sea whirlwinds, and even fending off attacks from some sea beasts, which, although not particularly formidable, were easily repelled by the 2 Soul Moon Guardians. On board the vessel were 2 guardians, 1 maid, and 2 helmsmen. By the 3rd day, having ventured deep into the Eastern Sea, Xiangqin began to sense that the water temperature here was becoming rather unusual. The system prompt of the starry spirit vessel indicated that the distance to the Tanggu Sea area was now just over 1,000 kilometers. Young Master Xiang, if we venture a few hundred nautical miles further, we can no longer escort you. The Tanggu Sea is rife with pirates and bandits, and our foreign vessel would be an easy target. The Zhang Merchant Association has no commercial ties within Tanggu, remarked a powerful Soul Moon Realm expert. Well, I am grateful for your protection over these past few days. We shall meet again in the future, Xiangqin replied, clasping his fists in gratitude. Young master, You are too courteous, they responded. After escorting Xiangchen for a distance, the ship came to a halt when the sea temperature reached around 100 degrees. Unwilling to proceed any further, ahead lay a vast expanse of ocean shrouded in white mist. Young master, we shall leave you here. Beyond this point lies the Tonggu Sea, and the remainder of your journey must be undertaken alone, the guard stated. Take care on your return, and please extend my regards to Brother Zhang-san. Xiangchen replied as he rose, summoning his true wings to soar into the air, clasping his fists once more. Young master, take care, they saluted respectfully. And the spirit ship turned its helm, breaking the waves as it departed. Watching them leave, Xiangchen gazed toward the fog-laden sea ahead, a smile creeping onto his lips. Tonggu, here I come. With a mighty roar, he transformed into a magnificent silver-white celestial wolf, towering over a yard in height. Meanwhile, the little white tiger, still gnawing on a spirit spear, remained asleep within the confines of Xiangchen's spatial ring, refining its energy. The celestial wolf, with a powerful flap of its wings, skimmed the surface of the sea at an astonishing speed, reaching 3 times the speed of sound, stirring up a colossal wave behind it. Suddenly, a gigantic creature erupted from the depths of the ocean. It was a massive blue shark, over 30 meters long, a ferocious great white shark possessing a soul moon realm cultivation of the first level. Its gaping maw lunged toward the celestial wolf. However, before it could close its jaws, a moon-white beam erupted from its head, piercing through its mouth and creating a gaping wound. The celestial wolf soared out from within. Foolish creature, did you think you could devour me? The celestial wolf declared, unleashing a powerful force of absorption that enveloped the great white shark it had just dispatched. The shark's body expanded to over 10 meters, and it was drawn into the celestial wolf's mouth. After consuming several hundred tons, the celestial wolf felt sated and continued its journey into the vast Tonggu Sea, occasionally soaring into the clouds and diving into the scalding waters for a refreshing bath. Having traversed several hundred miles into the Tonggu Sea, a series of thunderous roars suddenly echoed ahead. A large fleet of enormous ships was approaching at an astonishing speed, comprising dozens of vessels of various sizes, all rushing toward the celestial wolf. The flagship of this fleet was over 200 meters long, resplendent in gold, adorned with a colossal sculpture of a mythical bird at its bow. This creature, with a raven's head and a phoenix's body, shimmered in golden feathers. Standing over 10 meters tall, its wings folded, and its long golden tail feathers flowing elegantly. Its eyes sparkled like rubies, exuding an air of majesty. The ship also bore a grand flag, depicting an image of a golden crow setting sail. Surrounding them were dozens of golden vessels, all adorned with the same flag. Upon the deck stood a multitude of people, among whom was a young maiden clad in golden attire, gripping a long fishing rod. Below the rod, the line and massive fish hook were ensnared by a colossal swordfish, measuring over 10 meters in length, which the maiden was dragging through the depths of the sea, thrashing futilely against its fate. Little shark, cease your struggles. Escape is impossible today. Come willingly to my pot, she commanded softly, her delicate yet powerful arms surging with tremendous strength. With a swift motion, she yanked the rod, and with a resounding crash, the swordfish was hoisted into the air. The maiden displayed remarkable prowess, wielding a massive fishing spear. With a firm step, she thrust it forward, piercing the swordfish's belly, causing blood to splatter. With a single arm lift, she cast the swordfish onto the grand spirit ship, where a group of warriors adorned in golden patterned garments swiftly subdued the creature. With a single arm, she exerts a force of no less than 200,000 pounds. The young lady's strength has indeed grown, remarked an elderly man with light golden hair, chuckling. This is rather mundane, lacking in challenge. It would be splendid to catch a sword king shark. The maiden clapped her hands approvingly. Upon closer inspection, she too possessed flowing, light golden curls, her features exquisitely delicate and strikingly beautiful. With a heart-shaped face that radiated a rosy glow, almond-shaped eyes, a refined nose, and a petite mouth, she appeared to be around 19 years of age. Dressed in a golden feathered garment, her figure was enchanting, accentuated by a purple jade belt that elegantly delineated her slender waist, hips, and bust, while her feet were adorned with golden feathered boots. What a magnificent fleet! At an altitude of several thousand meters, the moon-swallowing wolf gazed in astonishment at the imposing armada ahead, his heart racing with excitement. He quickly ascended to avoid detection, soaring to a height of 10,000 meters. As he approached the fleet, he suddenly recognized the flags fluttering in the wind, the Golden Crow banner, belonging to the Xiangri family. Wait, those banners. Aren't they the Golden Crow flag spoken of by Brother Zhang Xin? He pondered, his eyes catching the sight of the banners billowing in the breeze. Swish! The moon-swallowing wolf swiftly glided over the fleet. Grandfather Qing, was that something that just flew by? The maiden inquired, sensing a presence above. She looked up to see a silver silhouette darting past with astonishing speed. How swift! The golden-haired maiden exclaimed. Beside her stood an elderly man dressed in blue, similarly adorned with the Golden Crow totem. Hee, that was a silver wolf demon, albeit with wings. It flies quite swiftly, likely at the 9th level of the Yuan Yang realm, the old man replied kindly. A winged silver wolf sounds incredibly cool. Quickly, Grandfather Qing, help me capture it. Fleet halt, the maiden declared with delight. Very well, I shall assist the 4th miss in capturing it right away, the elderly man laughed heartily. A surge of incredible power emanating from within him. Swish! In an instant, he transformed into a beam of golden light, pursuing the moon-swallowing wolf at a terrifying speed of 5 times the speed of sound. As the moon-devouring wolf soared past the fleet, a sudden change flickered across his expression. He turned to gaze behind him, where a brilliant golden light surged forth, revealing a formidable old man with golden hair, moving at an astonishing speed. What the? Is he coming after me? The moon-devouring wolf's countenance shifted, and he swiftly unleashed his true essence and the power of the wolf, propelling himself to an impressive speed of 3 times the speed of sound. Yet, he was still outpaced by the elder. Ah, he can even accelerate further. How intriguing. This wolf demon is certainly extraordinary, the old man remarked in astonishment. Suddenly, a pair of faint golden wings of true essence materialized behind him. With a powerful flap, he surged ahead, reaching a terrifying speed of 7 times the speed of sound. What the hell, old man? Why are you, a fellow half-demon, relentlessly pursuing me? The moon-devouring wolf was taken aback. In an instant, the elder had overtaken him, positioning himself directly in his path. The moon-devouring wolf halted, retracting his bloodline power, his expression serious. A formidable being at the celestial ascendancy realm. This old man is indeed a force to be reckoned with. Senior, may I inquire what brings you here? The moon-devouring wolf spoke, articulating his words clearly. Little one, Our Lady wishes to meet you. Come with me, the elder declared calmly, his hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizing the moon-devouring wolf. What species is this? I have never encountered it before. May I refuse? The moon-devouring wolf asked. That would be rather unlikely. The elder replied with a gentle shake of his head and a faint smile. Very well then, I shall accompany you, the moon-devouring wolf conceded. Suddenly, he expelled a beam of spiritual light, which transformed into a celestial crane that bore him away. The crane swiftly altered its course, piercing through the air at an alarming speed of 8 times the speed of sound. To hell with you, old man. Go eat dung. Farewell. And do tell your lady that I am a man she shall never possess, the moon-devouring wolf exclaimed with a mocking laugh. The elder, taken aback as the moon-devouring wolf darted 2 or 3 kilometers away in the blink of an eye, mused, This little demon possesses quite the impressive spirit mount. With a cold smile, he declared, if I allow you to escape, I might as well forego my reputation in the Tang Valley Sea. With that, a torrent of demonic energy surged within him, and true golden wings sprouted from his back. With a powerful flap, he propelled himself 4 kilometers away, reaching a nightmarish speed of 10 times the speed of sound. The moon-devouring wolf glanced back, alarmed to see the old man in relentless pursuit, the distance between them dwindling to less than 1,000 meters. Spirit capture technique. The elder's hand shot forward, unleashing a surge of true essence that coalesced into a dense web of symbols, cascading down to envelop the moon-devouring wolf, who found himself ensnared and struggling against the binding force. Celestial moonlight wave. The moon-devouring wolf roared, unleashing a powerful wave of celestial energy, but to his dismay, it had no effect against the binding net. The disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. The net constricted swiftly, and with a cry of anguish, the moon-devouring wolf felt himself ensnared and painfully bound. A thread of true essence connected the elder's hand to him. With a cold smirk, the elder yanked, pulling the moon-devouring wolf back effortlessly. What was that you just said, little one? Did you suggest that I should eat dung? The elder gazed at the captured moon-swallowing wolf with a mocking smile and inquired, What are you doing, my friend? Surely you misheard me. I distinctly said you should go eat. My mother is waiting for me to return home for dinner. Can you let me go? The elderly man, with a cold chuckle, raised his hand and struck the moon-swallowing wolf on the head with a forceful blow, declaring, "Do you think this old man has lost his hearing? Yet you, little wolf demon, possess quite the audacity to act so cheekily before me." The moon-swallowing wolf winced in pain and retorted, "If I weep before you, will you release me then?" "Absolutely not," the elder replied indifferently. Rolling his eyes, the moon-swallowing wolf responded, "Well then, life's scenery is akin to the tumultuous waves of the sea, sometimes fierce, sometimes tranquil. It is far better to be a little joyful than to dwell in sorrow." The elder chuckled, amused by the little wolf demon's spirit. "You are quite the interesting creature, possessing a commendable mindset. I might just keep you as a pet for my lady. She would surely adore you." As he spoke, the elder grasped the moon-swallowing wolf by the neck, lifting him as one would a small dog. "Wait, are you from the Xiangyang clan?" The moon-swallowing wolf inquired calmly, ceasing his struggles, for he knew that resisting was futile against this old rogue. "Indeed," the elder replied as they soared through the air. "Were it not for the Xiangyang clan, any other would have decapitated you for daring to fly above the fleet." "Pa, I am not a dog. I am a wolf, the legendary wolf among demons." "The moon-swallowing wolf, do you believe it?" "I believe you are a fool," the elder scoffed. "Fine, I don't believe it either," the moon-swallowing wolf laughed. "By the way, esteemed elder, how does your lady look? Is she cute, pure, or alluring? What is her figure like? What business do you have with such inquiries? You little rascal? Our lady is undoubtedly a beauty of unparalleled grace." The elder, Xiangyang Qing, shot him a sidelong glance. "Just curious, that's all." The moon-swallowing wolf replied with a cheeky grin, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he pondered. "This old man possesses a significant amount of demon blood within. This blood harbors a hint of solar power. It seems the Xiangyang clan has a connection with the Golden Crow. Perhaps drawing closer to this clan will lead me to what I seek." With his thoughts resolved, Xiang Chun remained obedient. Meanwhile, the massive fleet had come to a halt, awaiting the elder's command. Soon, the elder, accompanied by the moon-swallowing wolf, descended onto the largest flagship. A young girl approached at a brisk pace, her eyes shining brightly upon seeing the moon-swallowing wolf. "What a beautiful dog, and it truly has wings," she exclaimed, reaching out her delicate hand to stroke the moon-swallowing wolf's head. "You are the dog. I am the wolf, the legendary holy wolf," the moon-swallowing wolf retorted, feeling indignant but also captivated by the girl's beauty. She was an exceptionally lovely young woman, around 18 or 19 years of age, her eyes filled with vivacity and mischief, exuding an ancient charm. In terms of appearance, she was undeniably a stunning beauty. Moreover, her cultivation was quite remarkable, having already reached the second realm of the soul moon stage. Upon closer observation, it became evident that she possessed a far purer solar energy within her than the elder, her demon blood remarkably refined. The young girl was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a mischievous smile, playfully pinching the ears of the moon-swallowing wolf. "I declare you a dog. You are a dog, and you shall not argue. Otherwise, I shall whip you with a little leather strap." The wolf growled and attempted to bite her hand, but was swiftly met with a punch from the elder, resulting in a pitiful whimper. "How fierce! Do you dare to bite me?" The little enchantress was startled, but soon revealed her tiny fangs, vigorously twisting the wolf's ears. "Stop that! Your ears are going to fall off. You wretched girl, how can someone so beautiful have such a wicked heart? Do you know you are tormenting this little creature?" The moon-swallowing wolf howled. "My lady, this little wolf demon is rather amusing, though it is quite swift. We must employ the beast control thunder ring to manage it," the elder said to Xiang Yangqing. "Very well, Grandpa Qing. What kind of beast is this little pup? Have you ever seen one like it?" the girl inquired. "I am the wolf saint among demons, the moon-swallowing wolf. Release me, or I shall make your little behind regret it," the wolf sneered. The two paid no heed to its incessant ramblings. After a moment's contemplation, Xiang Yangqing remarked, "Indeed, there are winged wind wolves among the demon wolves, though they are typically azure. This little one might be a hybrid variant." Xiang Chen fumed at the remark. "You old coot, who are you calling a hybrid?" "Oh, I see. Yet it is quite beautiful and smells delightful. I adore it." The girl giggled, calling to an attendant, "Bring me a beast control thunder ring." Yes. A maid soon appeared, holding a palm-sized collar. Xiang Yangqing infused the collar with vital energy, muttering an incantation, causing it to enlarge and slip around the neck of the moon-swallowing wolf, which was now the size of a yard. "What are you doing?" The wolf's expression shifted as it recognized the object. I'm placing a collar on you, little dog. From this day forth, you shall be my pet. How about we call you Prince? The girl said, affectionately patting the wolf's head. No way, that sounds terrible. I am not a dog. Then how about little pup? Even worse. Then it shall be little pup. Xiang Yanqing instructed the elder to withdraw the healing spell. As the healing net dissipated, the moon-swallowing wolf let out a howl and transformed into a beam of light, attempting to flee. Dreaming. Xiang Yanqing scoffed lightly, then recited an incantation. Misai Misai slippery slippery, urgent as the law commands. Thunder. From the collar around the wolf's neck, a powerful surge of tens of thousands of volts erupted with a crackle. With a pained howl, the moon-swallowing wolf's fur stood on end. It was jolted mid-air, convulsing before crashing to the ground, eyes rolling back, tongue lolling out, rendered into a foolish state. Xiang Yanqing approached, grinning at the twitching wolf, and said, You shall obediently be my pet. You will not lack for delightful treasures. Here, little pup, this is a reward for celebrating my first day as your master. As she tossed a substantial piece of beast bone before the wolf. Once the numbness faded, the wolf turned its head and coldly replied, I won't eat that. Not fond of bones. What do you prefer then? Do you want to eat excrement? The girl pondered, stroking her rounded chin. I am not a mere dog. I am the sacred wolf, the moon devourer, howling in fury. Hee hee, I see now, you are the sacred wolf. Is that so? Just a jest. But tell me, will you partake of this elixir? The young girl touched her storage ring and produced a remarkable spirit pill, a fourth-grade elixir. The moon devourer's eyes sparkled, and he nodded, saying, This I can reluctantly consume. The girl smiled mischievously, her demeanor playful, and remarked, If you wish to eat it, you must call me master. Chapter 681. A tragic encounter with Ergo. The moon devourer was poised to open his mouth, awaiting the girl to feed him. However, upon hearing her words, he immediately closed it, coldly replying, Dream on. You should be calling me master instead. If you refuse, then I shall deny you this treat. If I do not eat, so be it. I, with my noble spirit and proud character, shall not be subjugated by a mere elixir. The moon devourer lifted his head, displaying an air of arrogance. Will you call me master? If not, you might as well dream. The girl stamped her foot in frustration, producing a golden spirit whip adorned with runes, measuring over 10 feet in length, and declared, Will you call me master, or shall I strike you with this whip? The moon devourer scoffed, stating, Even if faced with blades and axes, I shall not yield. I fear neither death nor pain, for I wish to maintain my integrity in this world. Then I shall strike you, the girl said, raising her delicate hand. With a resounding crack, the whip landed on the moon devourer's back. He howled in pain, a mark now etched upon his skin, and exclaimed, You refuse to call me master? You are abusing an animal, you little sorceress. Hee hee, you are correct. The people of the East Sea call me the little sorceress. If you refuse to comply, I shall continue to strike. The girl relentlessly wielded the whip against the moon devourer. He cried out, genuinely pained, and attempted to escape, but was held in place by the beast-taming thunder ring. Ultimately, he relented, Little sorceress, please cease. I will call you master. I will. Ah, now we are getting somewhere. You insist on being stubborn. Only then did Xiangyang Kuaishi, satisfied, retract her whip and mount the back of the moon devourer. He bucked, sending her tumbling to the ground. You little rascal, are you seeking death? Let me ride you. No, it is I who will ride you, the moon devourer insisted, determined to preserve his last shred of dignity. The little sorceress wasted no time. Drawing forth her whip again, the moon devourer bared his teeth in anger, but chose to endure, lowering himself slightly. The third rule of the law, as taught by my elder brother, states that as long as one retains the Green Mountains, one need not worry about firewood. Ergo's objective was to approach the Xiangyang family and acquire the bloodline of the Golden Crow. Considering this, he endured. For a true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. The little sorceress, Xiangyang Kuaishi, achieved her wish and climbed onto the moon devourer's back. You little brat, today you ride upon my back, but in the future, I shall ride upon yours, the moon devourer thought bitterly. Xiangyang Kuaishi giggled. Your fur feels so soft and smells delightful. Is your flesh equally savory? I wish to taste it. The moon devourer, alarmed, quickly replied, No. My flesh is sour and foul, unpalatable. Hee hee, I was just teasing you. You are now my loyal companion. Why would I eat you? Grandpa Qing says you fly swiftly. Come, take me along. She nudged the moon devourer's belly with her calves. The moon devourer, wishing to avoid further entanglement with this little sorceress, spread his wings and transformed into a streak of light, soaring through the sky at incredible speed. Wow, how swiftly we soar, even faster. Above the fleet, a maiden rides the moon-swallowing wolf, ascending and descending, at times plunging into the sea with a resounding splash. Poor Ergo truly became someone's steed. In truth, he yearned to flee and possessed the means to escape. After some playful moments, Xiangyang Koishi finally allowed the moon-swallowing wolf to alight on the deck, and the fleet majestically resumed its journey, navigating out of the Tang Valley Sea. As dusk approached, with the sun setting in the west, the maiden sat upon the deck, embraced by the howling sea breeze, her golden locks dancing in the wind. The crimson sunset cast a warm glow upon her visage, making her cheeks appear even rosier. Nearby, a silver wolf of a meter in size feasted upon a fierce shark. "Xiaoha, sing a song for me," Xiangyang Koishi whimsically suggested. "I cannot," the moon-swallowing wolf replied. "If you don't sing, I shall strike you with my little whip," she teased. "Very well, singing is a trivial matter." The moon-swallowing wolf shivered at the thought of the mischievous young enchantress. He swallowed a mouthful of meat and then lay beside the maiden on the deck, his voice deep and resonant as he sang. "I am a wolf, cultivating for a millennium, 1,000 years of solitude, 1,000 years of yearning. In the depths of love, watch me dance for you. In the throes of pain, listen as my song confides." One must admit, his melodious tone was hauntingly beautiful, low and lyrical, captivating the young enchantress. After the song concluded, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, moved by the profound sentiment. "That was exquisite. Here, let me offer you a spiritual elixir." "What is the name of that song?" "White Wolf," he replied, contentedly consuming the elixir. "Now, continue to sing." The maiden reclined against his plush form. Having consumed the elixir, the moon-swallowing wolf cleared his throat and suddenly belted out. "The great river flows eastward. The stars in the sky align with the northern dipper. He, align with the northern dipper." This sudden shift in melody startled the young enchantress, causing her heart to race. "Stop, stop. I do not wish to hear that. It is unpleasant. Change to something similar to before." "Very well. You are indeed hard to please. Here is a song to send you off to your next life. I send you 1,000 miles away. You deserve to die." He sang with gusto. Unbeknownst to the young enchantress, Ergo was cursing her, yet the tune was far more palatable than the last. Suddenly inspired, she declared, "I want you to sing and dance at the same time." "What? Young enchantress, do not push your luck," the moon-swallowing wolf retorted indignantly. A little whip." She tugged at the spirit whip in her hand. "No, I shall sing. I will dance as well, you mischievous little enchantress. Behold, the strongest performance in history. You are too beautiful." On the deck, a silver wolf rose, flailing and dancing with abandon. He, how amusing. I too shall dance. You are too beautiful." In the end, the young enchantress was utterly entranced, grasping his paw as they danced together joyfully. Surrounding them, the cultivators of the Xiangyang family drank and watched their antics, laughing heartily, finding the little wolf demon delightful and entertaining. Under the setting sun, the harmonious scene unfolded, a song and dance shared between the enchanted maiden and the wolf, while the strong members of the Xiangyang family feasted and reveled in joy, laughter echoing all around. One must say, this moment was indeed remarkably harmonious. As the night deepened, the enchanting little demoness returned to her chamber with the moon-swallowing wolf for slumber. To the astonishment of the moon-swallowing color embryo, she changed her attire right before him, leaving him in a state of awe at her alluring figure, rivaling even that of the famed orchid. The little demoness donned a sheer, delicate nightgown, her snowy skin revealing exquisite curves that danced between visibility and obscurity. "Come here, little Ha. I wish to hold you as I sleep," she beckoned to the moon-swallowing wolf. "All right, you charming temptress," he responded with a howl, quickly diving into her warm embrace beneath the covers. The little demoness wrapped her jade-like arms around his fluffy neck, inhaling his delightful scent. As she closed her lovely eyes and requested, "Little Ha, tell me a bedtime story." "Very well. Let me recount the tale of a young man who embarked on a journey westward in search of the secret to curing baldness. Once upon a time, there was a young lad who spent his days writing, gaming, and burning the midnight oil, until one day, he found himself completely bald, with a few lice gracing his scalp. In his quest for the elusive remedy, he set forth on a challenging journey towards the west. Along the way, He encountered a golden-haired monkey demon trapped beneath a landslide, a black wild boar demon at a rustic farmhouse, and stumbled upon a foolish fish spirit in a stinking drainage ditch. The monkey was named Wukong, the boar was called Wuning, and the fish was dubbed Wujing. Thus, this bald young man, accompanied by a monkey, a pig, and a silly fish, commenced their arduous journey seeking the truth of hair restoration. Chapter 682. Extracting intelligence. The following day, just as the horizon began to blush with the first light of dawn, a maid arrived at the doorstep of Xiangyang Kueishi, knocking gently. "Miss, we are nearing West Camp Island." Within the fragrant chamber, the little demoness lay soundly asleep, her head resting on the neck of the moon-swallowing wolf. At the sound of the maid's voice, she stirred, her eyes fluttering open sleepily. Stretching languidly, she playfully kicked the moon-swallowing wolf off the bed. Shaking his head, he awakened. The little demoness sat up, stifling a yawn as she announced, "Little Ha, it's time to rise. Today, the master is taking you to collect protection fees." The moon-swallowing wolf shook himself awake, his spirit revived. "Collecting? What shall we collect?" "Why, we shall seize the islands of the East Sea. Hurry, brush your teeth." The young lady dressed quickly, as the maid provided her with washing supplies. After her ablutions, she even assisted the moon-swallowing wolf with a large brush for gargling. Together, they made their way to the deck just as the sun began to rise. "Miss," the strong figures on the deck greeted them with respect. The Xiangyang clan was indeed formidable. Xiang Chun observed that among the fleet, ordinary crew members were all at least mid-level Yuanyang realm practitioners. With numerous powerful souls at the Moon Soul realm and several ancient monsters at the Lingxiao realm, Xiang Ergo gazed ahead, where a large island emerged, crowned with a bustling city and a multitude of ships coming and going. Upon spotting the vast fleet approaching, the island's inhabitants were gripped by panic, hastily retreating into their homes and barring their doors. The vessels at the dock dared not venture out to sea, seeking refuge on the island instead. "The Xiangyang clan has arrived. Flee. Damn it, it's those pirates again." The dock was soon in chaos, and even before the fleet had docked, it lay deserted. Before long, the fleet reached the dock, and with a decisive step, Xiangyang Kueishi leapt gracefully onto the pier. The formidable members of the Xiangyang family surrounded them, with the moon-eating celestial wolf beside Xiangyang Kueishi. Xiangyang Kueishi produced a large conch shell and proclaimed, "Let the Lord of Xiang Island come forth. If you wish to avoid your demise, promptly present this year's protection fee." Her voice, amplified by the conch, resonated across the islands for hundreds of kilometers. Goodness, is the Xiangyang family truly this domineering? The moon-eating celestial wolf thought in astonishment. "Please wait a moment, esteemed members of the Xiangyang family," a voice echoed from afar. Then, a thunderous sound approached as a multitude of dragon carriages charged down the distant street, riders astride their steeds. The carriages were laden with numerous boxes, filled with either spiritual coins, spiritual stones, elixirs, or medicinal herbs. Leading the procession was a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, riding atop a black, demonic tiger. Upon closer inspection, the moon-eating celestial wolf realized he was a master of the second tier of the Lingxiao realm. As he dismounted from the tiger, he clasped his fists in respect and said, "I, Sheng Haoxiu, the Lord of Xiang Island, pay my respects to the 4th Mississippi Sheng Haoxiu," pondered the moon-eating celestial wolf. Utterly perplexed, "Have you prepared the offerings, as it is time for this year's tribute?" Xiangyang Kueishi inquired coolly. "Yes, 4th Miss, everything is ready. 500,000 spiritual coins, 50,000 sea spiritual stones, and 100 tons of medicinal herbs," Lord Sheng promptly replied, gesturing to the goods behind him. "These are the tributes collected from the entire island, serving as protection fees. Bring them forth and inspect," Xiangyang Kueishi instructed those nearby. "Understood, Miss," they responded, proceeding to open the boxes for inspection. Inside were luminous spiritual stones and various herbs. Once all the boxes were opened, the elder Xiangyang Qing unleashed a faint azure wave of energy from his brow, his spiritual sense sweeping over the goods. "Miss, everything is accounted for," he reported. "Very well." Xiangyang Kueishi nodded. "Lord Sheng, it seems your harvest this year is commendable, with no discrepancies." Lord Sheng Haoxiu quickly acknowledged, "Thanks to the protection of the Xiangyang family, no one has dared to plunder the maritime trade routes or exploit the mines, resulting in this prosperous state. Indeed, as long as you faithfully provide your tributes, the Xiangyang family will ensure that no brazen pirate crew will dare to rob you." Maintain this diligence, Xiangyang Koishi remarked, dismissively clapping her hands and turning to allow the goods to be transported. Little Demoness, your Xiangyang family is quite wealthy, effortlessly collecting such abundant resources. The moon-eating celestial wolf marveled. Oh, have you grown restless again, little wolf? Remember to call upon the master. Should they refuse to pay, endless pirates shall descend upon them. If they comply, we shall protect them, Xiangyang Koishi replied with pride. The moon-eating celestial wolf continued. How many such tribute islands remain? I can't recall the exact number, but there must be several hundred, both large and small, Xiangyang Koishi stated matter-of-factly. Several hundred. Xiang Ergo was taken aback, contemplating the immense resources they must gather annually through tributes. Will these islands not unite in rebellion? Should they band together, the Xiangyang family might not withstand their collective might. The moon-eating celestial wolf queried anxiously. They dare not. Xiangyang Koishi coldly laughed and remarked, not to mention that my Xiangyang family commands a fleet of 100,000 pirates and controls the vast maritime expanse of Tonggu, stretching 50,000 miles. Our clan is not only under the protection of divine birds, but also boasts numerous formidable warriors. In the past, there were indeed islands that dared to resist, but their fate was utter annihilation. After thousands of years of rule, who would still dare to harbor rebellious thoughts? Furthermore, every decade or so, the wild sea and the East Sea experience a cataclysm of sea beasts. Without the resistance of my Xiangyang family, the entire East Sea would face devastation and slaughter. Thus, it is only reasonable for us to collect some wealth and resources. The petite girl's face brimmed with pride and dominance at the mention of the Xiangyang family. Divine bird? What divine bird? A pang of urgency gripped Xiang Chun's heart as he gleaned a crucial piece of information from her words. The divine bird is none other than the legendary Jinwu, the descendant of the sun god. We, the Xiangyang family, are its heirs, Xiangyang Koishi declared proudly. Xiang Ergu continued to probe, asking, so, there truly exists a Jinwu in this world, and it belongs to the Xiangyang family? Indeed. It resides in our Tonggu on Tianyang Island, where the Xiangyang family dwells, Xiangyang Koishi replied. The revelation of the Jinwu ignited excitement within the heart of the moon-eating wolf. Finally, he had obtained conclusive intelligence. This world indeed harbored the divine bird, and as long as it existed, he held hope of acquiring its blood to ascend to the second realm of the sacred art of 10,000 beasts. Little Ha, why are you trembling? Xiangyang Koishi inquired, observing the excited and quivering moon-eating wolf. It's nothing. I'm merely thrilled to hear about the divine bird, he replied. By the way, little Yonner, could you take me to Tonggu to pay my respects to the great divine bird? The moon-eating wolf gazed at Xiangyang Koishi with a hopeful expression, attempting to appear endearing. Chapter 683. You're a dog. I've told you to call me master. Xiangyang Koishi exclaimed in exasperation, delivering a punch to the head of the moon-eating wolf. Xiang Ergu. No way. Tonggu is a sacred site of our Xiangyang family. Do you think anyone can just waltz in? I was only permitted entry when I was 10, escorted by my elders, to undergo the divine bird's baptism. Furthermore, the heat there is unbearable. Without the cultivation of the soul moon realm, one cannot withstand the sun's searing power. If I took you in, you would be roasted alive in no time. The moon-eating wolf felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this. It seemed he would have to wait until they reached the Xiangyang family's Tianyang Island to covertly explore Tonggu. Meanwhile, the cargo had already been loaded onto the spirit ship, preparing to set sail for the next island. The moon-eating wolf asked, are we going to visit each of the hundreds of islands one by one? Naturally not. There is no need for such complexity. Several fleets have emerged. We are only responsible for a small part. Hee, this is my first venture into plundering, the little Onir replied, vaulting onto the moon-eating wolf's back. Little Ha, take me flying. The fleet sped towards the next island, arriving at a somewhat larger isle in less than an hour. After collecting a substantial tribute, they continued on to the next destination. Xiang Ergu mingled with the crew for 7 or 8 days, treated like a pet by the little Yonner. While becoming familiar with the ship's crew, forming bonds of camaraderie with many, everyone adored this charming, mischievous, and beautiful little wolf demon who could sing and dance. On the 8th day, the fleet arrived at the final island of the Xiangyang Koishi Toll mission, the formidable Xinghua Island. This island spans thousands of kilometers, inhabited by over 100 million people, truly deserving to be called a nation. The fleet docked at the port, where a group awaited their arrival. Ah, Miss Koishi. It has been a while since I last called you that. remarked a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, accompanied by a retinue. This man exuded a profound aura, his temples pronounced, and his internal energy formidable, as if harboring the power of a miniature nuclear bomb. The Tanyue Tianlang observed him and recognized him as a formidable expert at the pinnacle of the Lingxiao realm. Beside him were several others of the same realm, along with a group of youthful elites. Uncle Luo, Xianyang Koishi, offered a slight bow, marking her first such gesture towards a figure of this island's leadership. Luo Yu, the master of Luo Xing Island. It has only been 2 to 3 years. Yet I am astonished by how the fourth young lady has blossomed into such a stunning beauty, Luo Yu remarked with a warm smile. Uncle Luo is too kind. You yourself remain as spirited as ever. My father often speaks fondly of you, Xianyang Koishi replied with a gentle smile. To be remembered by your esteemed father is indeed a blessing. I wonder how he fares. It has been quite a while since I visited Tianyang Island to pay my respects. I miss him dearly, Luo Yu sighed. My father is in good health. By the way, Punger, why don't you come forth to greet the fourth young lady? Luo Yu beckoned to a young man by his side. The young man, dressed in a long black robe with striking features, approached and bowed, saying, Luo Peng greets Miss Koishi. There is no need for formalities, young Master Luo. Koishi replied with a subtle nod. As the young man straightened, admiration and affection flickered in his eyes as he gazed upon the young lady. May I have the audacity to address you as Sister Koishi? He inquired with a smile. Meanwhile, Luo Yu and the adults engaged in animated conversation, walking ahead while the younger ones trailed behind. Xianyang Koishi smiled gently. Since your esteemed father and mine are good friends, young Master Luo is free to address me as such. Then I shall take the liberty, Sister Koishi. I recall our last meeting was 2 years ago. Who would have thought that you have become a breathtaking beauty, surpassing even the princesses of the great Xia dynasty, Luo Peng praised as he walked alongside Xianyang Koishi. Nearby, Tanyue Tianlang shivered at the young man's words. Kid, do you think you can flirt in front of whom? Young Master Luo has spoken well. It is said that the princesses of the great Xia possess ethereal beauty. How could I compare? Xianyang Koishi modestly replied, yet secretly delighted by the compliment. None can compare to Sister Koishi. In my heart, you are the most beautiful, surpassing even the celestial maidens of the 9 heavens, Luo Peng declared cheerfully. How nauseating! Tanyue Tianlang interjected suddenly, stifling a dry heave. Luo Peng frowned at the handsome silver wolf. What's wrong with you, Xiaohai? Xianyang Koishi expressed her concern. Is everything all right, Tianlang? Tanyue Tianlang covered his ears with his paws. It's nothing. Someone just passed gas, and it stinks. Upon hearing this, Xiwen promptly covered her nose and exclaimed, How utterly annoying. Why didn't you say so earlier? Fortunately, I didn't catch a whiff of it. Why did you cover your ears when someone farted? Didn't you hear how loud it was? Tanyue Tianlang feigned surprise. Xiwen paused for a moment, then instantly understood whom he was referring to. She playfully kicked Tanyue Tianlang and laughed. You little rascal, you're so mischievous. Even Luo Peng, though somewhat slow-witted, grasped who the wolf was speaking of, and his expression darkened slightly. He then forced a smile and remarked, Sister Kiki, this dog is a... Well, you can't distinguish between a wolf and a dog. I am a wolf. Tanyue Tianlang retorted angrily. His name is Xiaoha, a little creature I picked up on the road. He tends to speak rather erratically, so please don't take offense, young Master Luo. Xiwen affectionately ruffled Tanyue Tianlang's fur. Ah, so his name is Xiaoha? Indeed, he is quite an adorable little dog. Luo Peng reached out to pet him, but was met with a shrill cry as Tanyue Tianlang bit down on his arm, penetrating deep into the flesh and leaving several gaping wounds. With a jerk of his head, Tanyue Tianlang finally released his grip. Ah, my hand! Luo Peng wailed, staggering back while clutching his arm, nearly losing it to the wolf's bite. Young master. The others were taken aback, rushing forward in alarm. You dare insult me by calling me a dog. You deserve this. Tanyue Tianlang sneered, spitting blood. You wretched beast. How dare you harm my master? One of Luo Peng's guards, incensed, charged forward, channeling his energy into a palm strike aimed at Tanyue Tianlang. Swift as a white rainbow, Tanyue Tianlang evaded the blow and lunged at the guard, sinking his teeth into the man's leg with terrifying force. Ah! The guard, a Soul Moon Realm warrior, felt his leg bone shatter instantly, collapsing to the ground. You seek death. Another Soul Moon guard drew his sword, slashing toward Tanyue Tianlang's head with a gleam of steel. No, you are the one courting death. At that moment, a long golden whip, imbued with powerful spiritual energy, lashed out like a bolt of golden lightning. With a resounding crack, it sent the assailant careening, leaving a searing, charred mark across his face. Chapter 684. The Master oversees the dog. 5 mornings. The guard let out a pained cry, retreating while clutching his scorched face, bowing in submission. He dared not offend this little demoness. You asked for it, Tanya Tianlang scoffed, but the next words from the little demoness caused him to change his expression. Even when beating a dog, one must consider its master. Do you dare to harm my Xiaoha? Do you wish to die? Shiwen said coldly. I am not a dog. How can you not see my prominent wolf ears? Tanya Tianlang lamented. Xiaoha, be good. Your master is here. No one can bully you. Shiwen reassured him, stroking his neck. Leave me be, little demoness. If you call me a dog again, I shall bite you too. Tanya Tianlang growled. All right. Not a dog, but a wolf. A sacred wolf. Shiwen comforted him like a child. What is going on? Luo Yu, the island master, along with Shi Qing and others, returned to inquire. Father, it's nothing. I was merely playing with the dog, the wolf, and accidentally got bitten. Luo Peng, recognizing the moment, covered the several bloody holes in his arm without daring to lay blame further. However, the lingering resentment compelled me to cast another glance at the moon-eating celestial wolf. The wolf, having bitten Duolang, prompted Lord Luoyue to furrow his brow and regard the creature with concern. This wolf possesses quite an impressive appearance, yet given its propensity to bite, could it pose a threat to the fourth miss? Xianyang Koishi swiftly interjected, Uncle Luo, there is no need for concern. This is Xiaoha. He is quite gentle and would not harm me. Speaking of this remarkable wolf, its speed was astonishing, surpassing many cultivators of the Soul Moon realm. Sister Koishi, the elderly Xianyang Qing suggested, I recommend you secure a leash for him to prevent any further incidents. Upon hearing this, the moon-eating celestial wolf directed its icy gaze towards him, revealing its sharp fangs, instilling a chill in Luo Peng's heart. Enough of this commotion. Let us tend to the young man's wound. Fourth miss, we should proceed to the banquet. The dishes are growing cold, Lord Luoyue remarked, displaying no ire despite the wolf's earlier aggression. All right, Xiaoha, let us go, Xianyang Koishi called as she led the moon-eating celestial wolf, which glanced back at Luo Peng, baring its teeth and intimidating him to the point where he dared not approach. The group arrived at a grand hall, where a sumptuous feast awaited. As everyone took their seats, the moon-eating celestial wolf claimed a spot among the Xianyang family, indulging heartily in the meal. Meanwhile, Xianyang Koishi sat with her elders and Lord Luoyue. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Lord Luoyue spoke. Your esteemed father has sent word that there has been recent activity in the direction of the Wild Sea, requesting our support. Yet, what disturbances are the beast herds exhibiting? Xianyang Koishi nodded and replied, Indeed, there has been a gathering of ferocious sea creatures in the Wild Sea. It appears they may be planning to launch a beast tide. Xianyang Qing said solemnly, Such upheavals occur every decade or so. It has been 10 years since the last sea beast uprising, and they have likely regained their strength. Rest assured, Miss Koishi and esteemed members of the Xianyang family, the Luo family has been loyal to you for many years. Should you require assistance, a mere letter will summon our utmost support, Lord Luoyue declared earnestly. Indeed, we have never doubted the loyalty of the Luo family. My father regards Uncle Luo as a significant friend, Xianyang Koishi responded with a smile, raising her glass. I propose a toast to Uncle Luo. In that moment, she shed her previous airs of caprice that she had shared with Xiang Chun. As Lord Luoyue drank the toast, the atmosphere at the banquet grew convivial. Xianyang Qing inquired, I did not see the old island master during this visit. Has he gone on a journey? Shaking his head, Lord Luoyue replied, My father has made progress in his cultivation and is currently in seclusion. When the Xianyang family is in need, he will certainly emerge. Oh, progress is commendable. We extend our congratulations to the old island master, Luo Peng chimed in, tugging at his father's sleeve. Lord Luoyue, understanding, turned to Xianyang Koishi and smiled. Koishi, what do you think of the scenery on Xinglua Island? It is beautiful. Xinglua Island has always been one of the most picturesque islands in the East Sea. Xianyang Koishi responded with a smile. I quite like this place. Lord Luoyue continued. And what is your opinion of Luo Peng? Xianyang Koishi gazed at Luo Peng, who responded with a gentle smile. She remarked, Luo Peng is quite admirable. My father once mentioned that he is a genius of the 8th rank in the heavenly realm, endowed with the talent of the ancient beast, the iron feather demon Peng. Hearing this, Island Master Luo Yu chuckled. Well, Koishi, if Luo Peng wishes to marry you, would you be inclined to accept? Alas, he is too shy to express it, so I, as his father, shall speak on his behalf. My son has cherished the memory of you since he first laid eyes on you 2 years ago. If you were willing to wed him, our Luo family would pledge eternal loyalty to the Xiangyang clan. Startled, Xiangyang Koishi's countenance shifted. Luo Peng softly added, Koishi, I truly hold deep feelings for you. I wish to protect and cherish you for a lifetime. Xiangyang Qing and the others were equally astonished by the Luo family's unexpected proposal. Rising hastily, Xiangyang Koishi waved her hands. No, no, Uncle Luo Yu, I am still young and do not wish to marry so soon. Island Master Luo Yu replied with a smile. There's no need for immediate marriage. We merely wish to propose a betrothal. If you agree, I will promptly write to your father to seek your hand. You need not reside on Xinglua Island. You may choose to live with either the Xiangyang or Luo family. I refuse, Xiangyang Koishi firmly declared. I regard Luo Peng as a brother, and my heart is already taken by someone else. Hearing this, Luo Peng felt a flicker of disappointment, while Luo Yu laughed heartily. That is of no concern. Youth often requires time to cultivate feelings. Punger, today I have spoken on your behalf. How you win Koishi's heart henceforth is entirely up to you. Luo Peng stood, saying, Sister Koishi, I will prove myself worthy of your affection. In the distance, a figure named Xiang Ergo, feasting on a century-old oyster, flashed a wicked smile, assuring, rest assured, with me around, you shall have no opportunity. Xiangyang Koishi felt a tinge of embarrassment, but refrained from reprimanding due to Luo Yu's presence. Young Master Luo, Our Lady is not so easily won. Among the Xiangyang clan, a young man rose coldly, stating, In our generation, there is no shortage of suitors for Xiangyang Koishi. This youth was none other than a genius from the Xiangri branch of the Xiangyang family, Xiangri Choufeng. The Xiangyang family is a prominent clan, with the main lineage bearing the surname Xiangyang, while most of the common folk on the island are surnamed Xiangri. Luo Peng, casting a glance at him, sneered, What? Do you harbor discontent? Xiangri Choufeng, indeed I do. Our Lady is not someone who can be pursued by just anyone, the young man retorted coldly, releasing a powerful aura emanating from his first level of the Soul Moon realm. Such cultivation was indeed remarkable for their age. If you are so unconvinced, I can certainly persuade you otherwise, Luo Peng scoffed, then addressed Luo Yu and the esteemed members of the Xiangyang family. Father, esteemed elders of the Xiangyang clan, may I spar with this brother? It would add some amusement to our gathering. I seek your approval. Luo Yu smiled, saying, The vigor of youth is commendable. A friendly contest is permissible. However, Punger, do not cause undue harm to our guests. Do not worry. Father, I will exercise restraint, Luo Peng assured with a nod. What do you all think? Asked Luo Yu, turning to the esteemed members of the Xiangyang family. We perceive no issues. After all, the youth is vibrant and spirited. And without a bit of rivalry, one would hardly embody the vitality of youth. Xiangyang smiled faintly. Then go ahead, nodded the master of Luoyue Island. Luo Peng cast a glance at Xiangri Choufeng and coldly remarked, My brother, please. Humph. Xiangri Choufeng let out a soft snort before transforming into a fleeting shadow, swiftly ascending into the expansive hall. A confrontation was imminent. Choufeng, give it your all. Show him that Our Lady is not someone who can be pursued by just anyone. Encouraged the young members of the Xiangyang family in unison. Luo Peng spoke with an indifferent tone, Brother Xiangri Choufeng, please proceed. A golden light ignited in Xiangri Choufeng's eyes as a surge of azure golden true essence erupted from within, engulfed in blazing flames. With a single step, he surged forward like a cannonball, achieving supersonic speed. He then unleashed a devastating punch, his martial arts manifesting true essence patterns, resembling a miniature sun, exuding an alarming heat and fiery force. Qingyang Fist. Witnessing this, Luo Peng scoffed derisively and stepped forth, releasing a wave of azure-black true essence. His fingers transformed into talon-like claws, sharp and menacing. Lifeng Storm Claw. With a thunderous roar, he slashed forward, his claws extending over 10 meters, tearing through the air with a howling sound, and collided violently with Choufeng's punch. To his astonishment, the 5 claw-like energies tore through Choufeng's technique, advancing towards him. Choufeng's expression shifted slightly as he hastily summoned his spiritual weapon. A spiritual treasure, a long sword of azure gold, materialized in his grasp, deflecting the 5 fierce strikes with a series of explosive clashes. At that moment, Luo Peng smirked, extending his arms like the wings of a great rock, condensing his true essence. A flurry of true essence arrows, adorned with swirling patterns, whistled through the air with relentless force. Thousand feather arrow technique. Gasps of astonishment arose, as onlookers beheld over 100 arrows raining down. The thousand feather arrow technique was a formidable martial art of the Luo family, renowned at the 8th rank of the spiritual tier. Chou Feng swung his spiritual sword desperately to shield himself, but the sheer number of arrows was overwhelming. With a piercing sound, several arrows pierced his body, leaving him grievously wounded. At that moment, Luo Peng shot forward, delivering a powerful palm strike. A colossal palm imprint, several meters wide, crashed down upon Chou Feng. Blood gushed from Chou Feng's mouth as he was sent hurtling hundreds of meters away, tumbling to the ground. Excellent, cheered the members of the Luo family. Elated by the display, Luo Peng calmly withdrew his hand, stating, "Thank you for the lesson." Fuming, Xiangri Chou Feng's complexion turned pale. He realized he was indeed overpowered from the onset. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? Luo Peng arrogantly surveyed the crowd. I shall. Another member of the Xianyang family stood, his voice laced with fury. Xianyang Zhanya seeks to spar. The young man, slightly older than Luo Peng, declared coldly. Luo Peng narrowed his eyes, nodding slightly. Given his name, this individual must possess some bloodline of the divine bird associated with the Xianyang family. As Xianyang Zhanya stepped forward into the battlefield, a surge of bloodline power erupted within him, and the orange-yellow essence of true energy surged forth, igniting with fervor. Though he too stood at the pinnacle of the first level of the Soul Moon realm, his aura was far more terrifying than that of the previous adversary. Kill! Xianyang Zhanya bellowed, transforming into a streak of light that surged forth with unparalleled speed. In his hand, a battle spear emanated immense power as it pierced through the air, unleashing a beam of light that spanned 100 yards. With a cold snort, Luo Peng materialized a black battle knife in his grasp, and at that moment, a surge of spiritual power erupted from within him. A piercing cry resonated as a spectral image of a dark-feathered rock coalesced behind him. Kill! Empowered by his spiritual might, Luo Peng's strength surged dramatically, and his speed approached nearly double the speed of sound as he cleaved towards the incoming spear, shattering its assault with a ferocious strike. The two engaged in a fierce clash, yet within mere moments, Xianyang Zhanya was struck at his midsection by a single blow, followed by a kick that sent him flying, marking his defeat. Such astonishing speed and power. Indeed, young Master Luo Peng of the 8th tier heavenly spirit possesses extraordinary talent, a strong member of the Xianyang family remarked. I fear that among those of the same realm, there are few within our Xianyang lineage whose bloodline awakening exceeds 70% who could stand against young Master Luo. Xianyang Qing replied calmly, Hee, you all flatter him. Punger has endured considerable hardships to attain his current prowess. The island master, Luo Yu, smiled amiably. Among the young talents present, only Miss Kuei she has achieved an 80% bloodline awakening. Aside from her, none can contend with Luo Peng. I shall go. Another young warrior from the Xianyang family stepped forth, only to suffer a dismal defeat. A young prodigy of the 2nd level of the Soul Moon realm also attempted to challenge him, yet met the same fate. How infuriating. A bunch of useless fools. Must I take matters into my own hands? Xianyang Kuei she seethed through gritted teeth. It must be said that Luo Peng's strength was indeed formidable. At the 2nd level of the Soul Moon realm, he could likely contend with even those at the 4th level without spiritual prowess. An 8th tier heavenly spirit is a rare prodigy in this mundane world, excluding those exceptional individuals like Xiang Chun and his peers. Is there anyone else? Luo Peng, having defeated 4 opponents, wore a look of pride. The Xianyang family. Although the members of the Xianyang family are exceptionally gifted, I too can be considered a genius among them. The younger generation of the Xianyang family wore grim expressions. The true geniuses of their lineage had yet to arrive. Among them, the most talented and powerful was undoubtedly Xianyang Kuei Shi, but it was unlikely she would be called upon to fight. You all have brought shame upon yourselves. Must I step in to defend your honor? At that moment, a moon-devouring wolf, swollen from feasting on the leg of a notorious beast, chimed in. Little huh? Spare us your sarcastic remarks. You, who have yet to attain the Soul Moon realm, should stay quiet. Chapter 686. The Whip of Love. How dare you, Luo Peng? Do not become complacent. The true talents of the Xianyang family have yet to arrive, exclaimed a defeated young man from the Xianyang family, filled with indignation. If any among the esteemed young talents present are dissatisfied, they may step forward to challenge. Lo Peng cast a disdainful glance at the other young prodigies of the Xiangyang family present, his gaze flitting from one to another. They glared back at him with fury, yet none dared to step forward. At that moment, an object whizzed through the air with astonishing speed, striking the back of Lo Peng's head with a resounding thud. He let out a pained cry, clutching his head and grimacing. Who? Lo Peng roared, looking down to discover a gnawed bone lying on the ground. Ah, my apologies, I shouldn't carelessly litter, the moon-swallowing wolf said with a feigned look of regret, wagging its tail as it leaped down from a bench. Again, it's you. Lo Peng glared at the moon-swallowing wolf, his teeth clenched in anger. What do you intend to do, little pup? A disciple of the Xiangyang family inquired. Naturally, I am here to stand up for you. The moon-swallowing wolf replied nonchalantly. Boy, your esteemed wolf is not one to be trifled with. Do you dare to fight me? Lo Peng sneered. How amusing. They lack the courage to confront me, so they send a mere dog. You are but a small demon of the Yuanyang realm, unworthy of my attention. Sister Kuei-shi, do keep your pet in check. I fear for its safety. Xiangyang Kuei-shi admonished. Little pup, come back. You cannot defeat him. The moon-swallowing wolf shot a glance at Xiangyang Kuei-shi and said, Little demoness, let us make a wager. If I defeat him, you shall call me master. Xiangyang Kuei-shi was momentarily taken aback, then retorted angrily. You foul little pup. Go ahead. If you get beaten to death, don't blame me for not protecting you. What an intriguing little demon. The island master, Luo Yu, chuckled. Little pup, if you manage to defeat him, we shall treat you to a year's worth of meals. A disciple of the Xiangyang family jeered. Very well. Did you hear that, boy? Come and receive the wolf lord's affectionate encouragement. The moon-swallowing wolf grinned wickedly at Lo Peng. You sought your own demise, Kuei-shi. If I injure it, do not be angry, Lo Peng remarked, casting a cold glance at Xiangyang Kuei-shi before focusing his steely gaze on the moon-swallowing wolf. He still harbored resentment from being bitten by Xiang Ergo earlier, though he had refrained from expressing his anger. Strike swiftly, quit the prattle, the moon-swallowing wolf scoffed, scratching its ear dismissively. Seeking death, Lo Peng stomped his foot, and in an instant, he transformed into a blur, hurtling forward at a speed that shattered the sound barrier, nearly reaching twice the speed of sound. With terrifying force, he aimed a kick downward. Boom. However, the moon-swallowing wolf flashed with silver light, evading with an even more terrifying speed. Lo Peng's kick struck the ground, creating a massive crater and sending cracks radiating outward. Where is he? Lo Peng's expression shifted as he suddenly heard a whistling sound near his ear. Young master, beware. Before he could react, a gigantic wolf paw came crashing towards him from the left with terrifying speed. Bang! Ah! Lo Peng screamed in agony as he was sent flying dozens of meters away by a single blow. Yet, before he could land, the moon-swallowing wolf charged in with an even more ferocious speed, delivering another devastating strike. With a resounding crash, Lo Peng slammed into the ground, creating yet another large pit. The onlookers in the grand hall, who had been engaged in light-hearted conversation, were suddenly left dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they gazed at the unfolding scene. What incredible speed! The fellow, possessing the realm of Yuanyang, displays a speed so terrifying that it leaves the disciples of the Luo family in utter shock. The expression on the face of Master Luo Yu shifts slightly. Could it be that Xiao Ha is this formidable? The members of the Xiangyang family are equally astounded. The Tonghua heavenly wolf states coldly, too slow. Luo Peng rises from the ground, disheveled and filled with rage, exclaiming, You little brat, I will slay you. With each surge of true essence, Luo Peng channels his power, gathering symbols, 1, 2, 10, 100, until, in an instant, a multitude of arrows materializes. 1,000 feather arrow technique, attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a heartbeat, hundreds of feathered arrows transform into blinding bolts of light, more fearsome than sniper bullets, hurtling forth. Xiaoha, be careful! Xiangyang Kuei-shi cries out. The Tonghua heavenly wolf smirks, its silver-white wings coalescing with the essence of the Taiyin as it retaliates. Clang, clang, clang. Massive wings meet the arrows, which collide against them as if striking the hardest steel, ricocheting off with sparks flying. Impossible! Luo Peng exclaims in horror, yet he does not hesitate. With a mighty roar, he transforms into a beam of light, wielding a black battle knife that cleaves the air, unleashing a blade of azure-black energy capable of splitting a small mountain in two. The Tongyue heavenly wolf chuckles coldly, gathering its tiny essence to tear through the air. With a swift motion, 5 crescent blades of the heavenly moon wolf slash forth, striking fiercely against Luo Peng's blade. Amidst the cacophony of clashes, the knife's edge is ultimately shattered. In a thunderous explosion, the Tongyue heavenly wolf propels itself forward, landing a ferocious blow upon Luo Peng's face. Ufda! Luo Peng screams in agony, blood spewing forth, his teeth shattered. His body collides with a nearby artificial mountain, obliterating it. Master! The Luo family guards exclaim in shock, rushing to his aid. Everyone stands dumbfounded. The disciples of the Xianyang family gazing in disbelief at the Tongyue heavenly wolf. This is simply too powerful. Xiaoha is truly just a Yuanyang beast? They express their astonishment, their minds reeling at the spectacle. The younger generation from both the Xianyang and Luo families are rendered speechless. Even the elders watch in utter incredulity. Xianyang Koeishi's eyes widen in astonishment, her cherry lips parting slightly, soon transforming into an expression of excitement and elation. Xiaoha, you did it. So impressive, she exclaims. The Tongyue heavenly wolf, wagging its tail, trots over and leaps into Xianyang Koeishi's embrace. I underestimated you. You're incredible, she smiles. The Tongyue heavenly wolf nudges her proudly, saying, I have many strengths. You'll discover them in due time. At that moment, bloodied and battered, Luo Peng is helped over. His gaze filled with resentment and fury as he stares at the Tongyue heavenly wolf, his humiliation reaching its peak. To think that I have been defeated by a mere pet. TSK, TSK, TSK. If even Our Lady's pet can best you, what makes you think you can pursue her? Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror. Xiaoha, you were magnificent. Come here, I have a spiritual elixir for you. Well done. The young members of the Xianyang family were at this moment mocking and ridiculing, inciting Luo Peng's blood to surge uncontrollably, causing him to spit out blood. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted from rage. Chapter 687, The Shameless Second Dog. Although the Lord of Luoyue Island did not exhibit overt displeasure, his expression was far from pleasant, for his own son had been defeated by a wolf demon, a fact that was undeniably humiliating. Concurrently, his formidable spiritual force swept over the moon-eating sky wolf, revealing it to be merely a demon wolf at the great heaven position of the Yuanyang realm. How could it possess such formidable combat prowess? This little wolf cub possesses astonishing strength. Xianyang Qing was also taken aback. He had witnessed the remarkable speed of Xiang Ergo, but was unaware of his impressive fighting capabilities. It appears that the young lady has indeed stumbled upon a treasure. This wolf demon may have awakened the powerful bloodline of its ancestors, possibly belonging to a high-grade spirit beast bloodline, and thus merits careful cultivation, Xianyang Qing mused. The Xianyang family itself possessed traces of demon blood, and hence did not harbor disdain towards demonkind. In fact, they had powerful elder demons within their ranks. Take the young master down to recuperate, the Lord of Luoyue Island stated calmly. Yes. Several guards exchanged astonished glances at the silver wolf demon nestled in Xianyang Koeishi's arms as they escorted the unconscious Luo Peng away to heal. Hee. Koeishi's demon pet is truly remarkable. I wonder what its origins are. The Lord of Luoyue Island chuckled, gazing at the silver sky wolf resembling a husky, which was persistently nuzzling against Xianyang Koeishi. Unaware that Xiang Ergo was taking liberties, Xianyang Koeishi remarked, Little Ha is one I picked up on the road. I didn't mean to harm young Master Luo, so I hope Uncle Luo won't take offense. My son simply lacks the skill. It is no one's fault. Victory and defeat are commonplace in sparring. The Lord of Luoyue Island replied with a smile, indicating his indifference. All right, Little Ha, quickly apologize to Uncle Luo. Xianyang Koeishi pinched the ears of the moon-eating sky wolf. I am sorry, Lord of Luoyue. The moon-eating sky wolf replied nonchalantly. Young friend of the demon race. I wonder what lineage you hail from, for your appearance is quite peculiar. I have never seen such before, the Lord of Luoyue Island inquired with a smile. To be honest, I am the Saint Wolf, renowned across the realms for my great virtue and might. It is no surprise that your son fell to me. The moon-eating sky wolf declared with an air of arrogance, deliberately obfuscating the truth. Young friend of the demon race, you are indeed amusing. The Lord of Luoyue Island chuckled, clearly unconvinced. Koeishi, a room has been prepared for you. Stay on the island for a few days. And let Punger show you around tomorrow. Enjoy for a few days before returning to Tianyang Island, the Lord of Luoyue Island suggested. Then I shall respectfully comply. Xianyang Koishi nodded, for their purpose in coming here was to establish connections with the Luo family, as they were one of the strongest among the vassal forces of the Xianyang family. The banquet concluded late that evening, and the moon-eating sky wolf also made a small impression, intentionally showcasing itself to garner more favor from the Xianyang family, facilitating future endeavors. In the room, Xianyang Koishi sat in the bathing pool, while Xiang Ergo squatted beside her, gazing at her with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Xianyang Koishi subconsciously regarded him merely as a pet, completely oblivious to any other implications. Much like one would not mind if their small cat or dog were to peek while they bathed. Xianyang Koishi, please bring me my rose skincare oil, she instructed. Tun Yu Tianlang scampered over to retrieve a bottle resembling shower gel from the table and brought it back, placing it beside her. At that moment, Tun Yu Tianlang leapt down with a splash, drenching Xianyang Koishi's face. Ah, you little rascal, what are you doing? Little enchantress, I want to wash with you. Hurry, scrub my back. No way, you have lice on you. Get out, you're filthy. Regrettably, Ba Gu was absent, otherwise. Witnessing the current state of Xiang Ergo would surely have pleased him, for it was a testament to his teachings. Ultimately, Xianyang Koishi relented and groomed the wolf's fur. Fortunate that Tun Yu Tianlang did not suffer from shedding. Instead of sleeping, Xianyang Koishi engaged in cultivation within the secret chamber. Powerful energy swirling within her, a blend of solar energy pulsating through her. Meanwhile, Tun Yu Tianlang curled up in a corner, appearing to be asleep, but in reality, the dim-witted fish spirit was absorbing and refining the essence of the spiritual elixirs it had devoured. The next morning, Luo Peng knocked at the door, which was answered by Tun Yu Tianlang. Upon seeing the wolf, Luo Peng instinctively took 2 steps back, his face still marred by fading bruises. Where is your master? Luo Peng inquired. The little enchantress is still asleep. Just wait, Tun Yu Tianlang replied, turning its rear towards Luo Peng, raising its tail, and with a sudden release. A gust of wind struck Luo Peng's face. Ugh! Luo Peng's expression shifted dramatically as he staggered back, retching from the foul odor. You little demon, I will surely slay you. The only response he received was the resounding slam of the door. Luo Peng's face darkened. He had never loathed a wolf so intensely. Gritting his teeth, he turned to leave, the lingering scent still in the air. At noon, Xianyang Koishi finally awoke. After a night of cultivation, she had absorbed the first rays of morning's purple sun and subsequently slept until midday. Luo Peng returned, eager to take her on a tour of Xinglua Island. The only blemish on his day was the incessant presence of Xiang Ergo, the insufferable creature that interrupted his attempts at charming conversation with laughter and mockery. Not to mention, any hopes of furthering their relationship were dashed. One must admit, the scenery on Xinglua Island was breathtaking, adorned with the purple sea, where a vast expanse of purple seaweed flourished, painting the waters in brilliant hues. The island also boasted a plethora of local delicacies. Both Xiang Ergo and Xianyang Koishi reveled in the experience, while Luo Peng maintained a gloomy demeanor, struggling to muster a smile. As night fell, they visited the night market on Luo Xing Island, sampling local delicacies and enjoying dance performances. After a day of leisure, the wolf and its companion were thoroughly entertained. When evening came, Luo Peng escorted Xianyang Koishi home, hoping to enter her room for a conversation. However, Tun Yu Tianlang swiftly slammed the door shut. Luo Peng let out a pained grunt as his nose was caught in the door, tears welling in his eyes. Thank you for your company today, young Master Luo. It's getting late. You should rest, Xianyang Koishi stated, clearly maintaining a distance. Very well, Sister Koishi. I shall return to see you tomorrow. Luo Peng pinched his nose, striving to soften his voice. Do not send Lord Luo away. Tun Yu Tianlang interjected with a sardonic tone. Luo Peng's lips twitched, his fists clenched tightly, and with a dark expression, he departed. How dare you attempt to woo a woman before me? Dream on. I shall thwart your romantic endeavors, nurturing the plight of the single souls everywhere. Tun Yu Tianlang smirked disdainfully, then swayed his hips and flicked his tail as he sauntered back into the mansion. Little enchantress, it's time for your bath. I adore bathing. It makes my skin radiant. Chapter 688. Luring the wolf from its den, cursed wolf demon. I shall find a way to slay you, you abominable creature. I will skin you, extract your tendons, and feast upon your flesh. On his way home, Luo Peng growled under his breath, while strolling along the shaded path. "My lord, how goes it? What progress have you made with Miss Koishi?" A guard approached from behind, inquiring. "Progress? None whatsoever." Luo Peng's frustration flared at the mere mention of the matter, causing his liver to ache with indignation. "With that pet wolf demon of hers lurking nearby, I stand no chance of drawing closer to Xiangyang Koishi. That beast seems inexplicably intent on thwarting me." Luo Peng seethed. "Is it the very wolf demon that bested you yesterday?" The guard furrowed his brow, seeking clarification. "Indeed. Who else could it possibly be but that foul creature?" Luo Peng spat bitterly. The guard, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, suggested, "Since you harbor such disdain for it, why not devise a plan to lure it away, ensuring it can no longer disrupt your endeavors?" Luo Peng's eyes sparkled with intrigue at the suggestion. "I would very much like to be rid of it. What do you propose?" The guard chuckled slyly. "I have an idea, my lord. Listen closely." Upon hearing the plan, Luo Peng's expression brightened. "What a splendid notion. Quickly, summon my brothers Luo Guang and Luo Kuan. At once." The guard hurried off to gather them. Around midnight, Xiang Ergo was diligently practicing in Kuei Shi's cultivation chamber, while Xiangyang Kuei Shi herself was deep in meditation. Those of their caliber spent their days on serious matters and their nights cultivating, requiring only a few hours of sleep to remain invigorated. Of course, for an ordinary person, such a regimen would lead to dire consequences after just a month of sleepless nights. Hence, it is not advisable for the average individual to engage in prolonged nocturnal training. To all the esteemed cultivators who favor late-night practices, do remember to rest adequately. Outside the mansion, the moon hung high, its essence enveloping the mortal realm, while Tun Yu Tianlang absorbed the moonlight into his being. A faint luminescence emanated from his exterior. During his cultivation, he deliberately released a surge of lunar energy to envelop Xiangyang Kuei Shi, as the moonlight complemented the sun, aiding her in accelerating her training for a harmonious cultivation effect. Naturally, this effect paled in comparison to the direct communion of yin and yang through practice. At that moment, a shadow stealthily scaled the high wall, landing silently within the grounds of the estate. Without a sound, it concealed its presence, moving cautiously towards a particular room, gliding along the wall. Upon reaching the window, it gently pushed it open, preparing to enter. However, just then, a figure suddenly descended from above, revealing a menacing silver wolf face. The figure cloaked in black was taken aback, subsequently retreating in a flash, transforming into a streak of light as it fled. "Soul Moon 6th layer, you little thief. Still think you can escape?" The moon-devouring wolf scoffed, flapping its wings and swiftly pursuing. Although the opponent had deliberately suppressed their aura, the wolf discerned their cultivation level. This individual was audacious, daring to be pursued even at the Soul Moon 6th layer. The fleeing figure wielded a spiritual treasure, exhibiting astonishing speed, nearly reaching 3 times the speed of sound. The moon-devouring wolf flapped its wings, closing the distance rapidly. In mere breaths, they could traverse a kilometer. One pursuer and one fugitive, the chase intensified. The wolf demon's speed was formidable, reaching an alarming pace. Ahead, the cloaked figure was alarmed, realizing that the wolf's velocity surpassed its own by a fraction. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. They soared through the night sky for over 10 kilometers, the distance between them steadily diminishing. Ahead lay the resounding roar of the tide crashing against the shore. They vaulted over cliffs rising hundreds of meters, arriving at a rocky expanse over the sea, now merely 100 meters apart. Celestial moonlight wave. The moon-devouring wolf roared, unleashing a beam of light that surged forth. In an instant, a moonlit wave transformed into a radiant beam, piercing through 100 meters and hurtling towards the cloaked figure. The figure spun around, bellowing mightily as it struck out with a palm, unleashing a torrent of blue true essence that materialized into a colossal hand, slapping against the celestial moonlight wave. Astonishingly, the wave was deflected off course, crashing into the rocky outcrops below. The explosion resonated violently, shattering the surrounding 100 meters of reef into fragments and sending waves soaring 100 feet high. Meanwhile, the figure came to a halt. Just then, a blue sword light erupted from the sea, slicing toward the moon-devouring wolf's abdomen. The wolf smirked, its body flickering as it had anticipated the ambush. The sword light tore through the air, but the moon-devouring wolf evaded the strike. 2 figures cloaked in black, emanating the potent presence of the Soul Moon 6th layer, locked their powerful aura onto the moon-devouring wolf. Interesting. Are you attempting to lure me out for an ambush? On this island, the only one harboring animosity towards me must be Luo Pong. You are sent by him to eliminate me. The moon-devouring wolf, cunning and perceptive, swiftly deduced the situation. A clever wolf indeed. You dared to thwart our young master's plans. This is your own demise. One of the cloaked figures, Luo Guang, remarked coldly. Why waste words with him? Kill him, commanded another, Luo Kuan, raising his sword, which transformed into dozens of sword beams that enveloped the moon-devouring wolf. To kill me? I fear you lack the capability. The moon-devouring wolf laughed heartily, finally shedding its disguise. With a roar, the moon-devouring wolf, now the size of a massive beast, unleashed its bloodline power, its form expanding to over 10 meters, becoming a colossal wolf radiating overwhelming demonic energy. Boom! With a massive paw, the wolf struck out, unleashing the might of its bloodline, the power of the lunar essence, and the inner strength akin to a dragon. The colossal paw collided with the incoming sword lights, obliterating them effortlessly, scattering the sword energy into nothingness. What? The countenance of Luo Kuan shifted dramatically. The pressure exuded by this individual was utterly terrifying. Capable of withstanding his strike, Luo Guang was equally taken aback, yet his hands remained unfaltering as he infused his spiritual sword with true essence, unleashing its power. Buzz! The azure spiritual sword soared into the heavens, transforming into a colossal 30-meter beam of blue light, ruthlessly descending and cleaving the sea beneath into two halves. The moon-devouring celestial wolf roared, releasing a beam of lunar light to counter this assault. In the tumultuous clash of energy, the blue second-grade spiritual sword rampaged forth, tearing through the lunar beam that approached menacingly. Die! Another voice, that of Luo Kuan, bellowed as he commanded his spiritual sword to rise skyward. In an instant, dozens of sword lights cascaded from above, raining down like a shower of light upon the moon-devouring celestial wolf. Despite its remarkable bloodline and formidable physique, even this beast could not withstand the combined onslaught of two powerful beings at the pinnacle of the Soul Moon realm. The multitude of sword lights swiftly enveloped the body of the moon-devouring celestial wolf, intent on tearing it apart. Chapter 689, True Elixir. 5 mornings the whistling sword lights surged forth, each possessing the might to cleave mountains and shatter stones. Yet, from the body of the moon-devouring celestial wolf, a radiant aura emerged, transforming into a crystalline umbrella. The umbrella blossomed with spiritual light, enveloping the creature in a golden barrier. Clang, clang, clang. Each sword light struck the barrier of the celestial umbrella, rebounding in all directions, none managing to reach the moon-devouring celestial wolf. A protective treasure. Luo Kuan's expression shifted dramatically. A protective artifact capable of withstanding his assault was at least a third-grade spiritual treasure. With a thunderous crash, Luo Guang's attack was also shattered by the defensive barrier released from the celestial umbrella, forcing him back, his expression grim, utilizing the strength of the specter. At that moment, the moon-devouring celestial wolf howled. The peak of the Yuan Yang realm, the moon charm, infused its spirit power into the creature. Boom! The power within the moon-devouring celestial wolf surged instantaneously, reaching a level comparable to that of the Soul Moon realm. The bright moon ascended upon the sea. The wolf's claws erupted with true essence runes, coalescing into a circular light array that enveloped its body. Buzzing sounds filled the air as a moon-white orb of lunar power materialized, measuring over 10 meters in size and radiating an astounding force. Kill! The luminous moon then transformed into a shooting star, hurtling towards Luo Guang with devastating intent. Flash! Luo Guang roared, wielding his sword to unleash a 20-meter sword ray, adorned with intricate runes, descending fiercely. Boom! The lunar orb collided with the sword, unleashing a terrifying explosion that shattered the blade with a resounding bang. Subsequently, an even more fearsome chill of the moon's essence swept in, freezing the surrounding sea within a 100-meter radius, enveloping Luo Guang's very being. In an instant, his form became encased in a layer of frost from the chilling moon essence. Kill! The moon-devouring celestial wolf then unleashed a claw, tearing through the air, and 5 razor-sharp strikes swiftly sliced through the ice-encased Luo Guang. Splatter! Splatter! Luo Guang's body was cleaved into several pieces, falling onto the icebound surface of the sea. Brother! Upon witnessing this, Luo Kuan could not restrain a mournful roar, and he struck once more at the barrier of the celestial umbrella, but it remained unbroken. "You beast! I shall slay you." Ro Kuan roared, a mouthful of essence blood merging into his spiritual sword. With a resonant hum, the sword erupted with an intensified aura, its power nearly reaching the 8th level of the Soul Moon realm. "Kill!" he bellowed, wielding the sword downwards, the 30-meter-long sword light cleaving towards the celestial umbrella. The thunderous sound echoed as the defensive barrier of the celestial umbrella remained impervious, sending a backlash of energy that forced him to retreat. How could this be? A mere Yuan-Yang little demon could elevate a treasure's power to such heights. What level of artifact was this? Ro Kuan was struck with terror, his gaze drawn to the moon-eating wolf. The moon-eating wolf smirked, its claws suddenly radiating brilliance as a massive black bow materialized. The dragon-hunting bow? In an instant, a torrent of energy surged from within him into the bow, which grew to an immense size. As he drew the bowstring, a golden spiritual arrow of exorbitant value, purchased by the notorious second dog, was knocked onto the bow. Whoosh! With a piercing sound, the third-grade spiritual arrow, imbued with terrifying penetrative power, shot forth, transforming into a beam of light several meters wide, capable of obliterating a small mountain. "Defend!" Ro Kuan, stricken with dread, hastily unleashed the power of his spiritual sword, expanding it to several zhang to shield himself. However, the arrow circumvented the sword and struck from the left side in an instant. Boom! No! Ro Kuan screamed in agony as his body was blasted into 2 halves at the waist, blood splattering as his remains fell onto the icy surface. 2 formidable Soul Moon Realm experts, slain. The moon-eating wolf exhaled, aware that it had only 2 layers of power remaining. "Beasts, we shall haunt you even in death." At that moment, 2 orbs of azure light, akin to heads, surged forth, emitting a howl. The souls of the 2 men. "I apologize, but you shall not even become ghosts. Even if you do, you will be enslaved by me, Moon Charm, and devoured." The moon-eating wolf sneered as Moon Charm roared, enveloping the souls in a shroud of ghostly mist. The souls of the 2 men emitted wails of despair as they were consumed by Moon Charm. After the consumption, a torrent of ghostly mist surged forth, absorbing and refining their power, the spectral energy within her escalating wildly. The moon-eating wolf approached Ro Kuan's severed remains, its claws gathering runes, transforming into a blood-red vortex. The Shura blade technique. Ro Kuan's corpse ignited with blood essence, channeling into the blood-red vortex. Within the vortex, a crimson blade light absorbed and refined, its power escalating dramatically. The Shura blade chi. This individual possessed formidable cultivation and immense blood essence, compressing the Shura blade chi into a crimson blade light of 1 foot in size, harbored with terrifying might. Once unleashed, it would undoubtedly annihilate those of lower Soul Moon realms. After a period of absorption, the moon-eating wolf collected the opponent's storage artifact and spiritual sword, then moved to Ro Guang's shattered body. Its claws conjured a black spatial vortex, directly consuming Ro Guang's remains, devoured by the foolish fish goddess spirit. Within the divine storage space, the immense blood essence contained in the body was refined, transforming into energy that surged into the moon-eating wolf. The strength of its dragon-elephant physique surged exponentially. It landed upon the frozen surface of the sea, commencing the refinement and absorption of this substantial blood essence. Upon the cliffs by the coastline, the tumultuous sound of the crashing waves reverberates through the air, while the shores are enveloped by lush tropical rainforests. The nearest urban area lies several kilometers away, leaving this fierce battle unnoticed by any onlookers. The physical vitality of a 6th-level Soul Moon Realm warrior surged immensely. Under the influence of the foolish fish's divine spirit, the inner strength of the moon-eating wolf's physique ascended to a staggering level of power. 9 true energy whirlpools began to rotate and coalesce, frantically absorbing and refining the vital energy. These 9 true spirals resembled 9 formidable tornadoes, resonating with thunderous sounds, merging into a singular entity as they intertwined. The 9 streams of energy were compressed further by the moon-eating wolf, amalgamating into a colossal vortex of energy. True Dan, coalesce for me. The moon-eating wolf roared within, unleashing an explosive will and spiritual force. The colossal white energy vortex, akin to the eye of a typhoon, spun wildly, its liquid true essence growing denser, the vortex itself becoming increasingly compact. Ultimately, it shrank from dozens of meters in size to just a few. The divine storage space within its body was expansive. The released true energy caused the surrounding sea, stretching several hundred meters, to freeze into a solid ice surface. Finally, within the moon-eating wolf, the true Dan coalesced into an energy particle the size of a mung bean. This particle voraciously absorbed the surrounding dense energy, perpetually rotating, consuming, and expanding, reminiscent of a nuclear explosion, drawing forth infinite energy, as if birthing a new world. The true Dan was on the verge of complete formation. Chapter 690. The 3-9 Heavenly Tribulation. As moments ticked by on the sea, the wind howled, and suddenly dark clouds gathered in the sky, obscuring the bright moon above. A thunderous clap erupted, and a silver lightning bolt cascaded down, branching out into countless arcs. Soon, torrential rain the size of mung beans fell with a resounding crash, casting a dark and stormy night, an evening ripe for calamity. The weather over the sea was as capricious as a child's whims. One moment the moon shone brightly. The next it was engulfed by thick clouds and torrential rain. This downpour, falling within a few hundred meters of the moon-eating wolf, froze into icy shards, transforming into hail that pattered against the ice surface. Meanwhile, the true Dan within the moon-eating wolf, initially the size of a mung bean, absorbed the power of the true whirlpool, gradually growing to the size of a pigeon's egg. After 2 hours, the true Dan had further coalesced into a size comparable to that of a human fist. A crystal-clear, silvery true Dan formed, pulsating with an even more robust and potent energy. The moon-eating wolf opened its eyes and let out a mighty roar, its body swelling from 13 or 14 meters to an impressive 17 or 18 meters, exuding an aura of grandeur and dominance. It unleashed a radiant beam directed toward the ocean. With a thunderous explosion, the sea erupted, waves soaring dozens of meters high, the water roaring as the blast extended over hundreds of meters in radius. The moon-eating wolf retracted its energy, feeling a profound satisfaction as it sensed the true Dan within. It had reached the pinnacle of the yuan-yang realm. Now, it had truly attained the zenith of the yuan-yang realm. Indeed, although the power has not significantly increased, the quality has undergone a transformation, with the intensity of energy now more than doubled. The moon-devouring celestial wolf spoke with human words as he gazed upon Yume, whose ghostly mist had become increasingly solid, emanating an astonishing aura. The ghostly mist coalesced, transforming into a strikingly beautiful woman clad in white, her pallid visage somewhat unsettling, who stood respectfully before the moon-devouring celestial wolf. "I pay my respects to my master. I am grateful for your gracious bestowal," Yume said with utmost reverence. "Remarkable. You have indeed broken through to the 3rd level of the soul moon realm. The enhancement from those 2 individual soul moons has been immensely beneficial to you." The moon-devouring celestial wolf acknowledged with a nod of approval, his eyes gleaming with authority and dominance. In this moment, he was no longer the whimsical and shameless pet of another, but rather a nascent, unparalleled demon king yet to fully awaken. Those 2 are formidable beings at the heavenly tier of the soul moon realm. The vast soul energy contained within the soul moon has indeed been of great assistance, Yume remarked. Indeed, the moon-devouring celestial wolf nodded, poised to speak further when suddenly, the sky erupted with the emergence of intertwining lightning patterns, shrouding the vicinity for hundreds of meters. An overwhelming force of nature enveloped the area for several kilometers. "This is not good. It is the 9-9 Heavenly Tribulation." Yume's countenance shifted as she realized that with her breakthrough to the soul moon realm, the heavens were unleashing a tribulation. The moon-devouring celestial wolf gazed skyward, feeling the oppressive power of the thunderclouds woven from the might of heaven and earth. "Do not undergo the tribulation here. It is unsafe. Follow me," the moon-devouring celestial wolf commanded, for they were too close to the city. He transformed into a streak of silver light, darting towards the distant sea, with Yume hastily following suit. The gathering thunderclouds in the sky shifted in tandem with their movement. The wolf and the ghostly servant arrived at a colossal reef several dozen kilometers offshore. The silver thundercloud above had coalesced into a massive formation, brimming with terrifying thunderous energy. The moon-devouring celestial wolf retreated, knowing that getting too close would invite the wrath of the heavenly thunder, though he was not afraid. Suddenly, the The thunderclouds at an altitude of several thousand meters erupted with a resounding crack as a bolt of lightning, as thick as a thigh, descended like a roaring silver serpent, instantly bridging the vast expanse to strike at Yume. With a fierce roar, Yume expelled her Taiyin ghost essence, condensing it into a colossal black light shield that enveloped her above. The torrential onslaught of over 10,000 volts of lightning rained down, igniting explosions and showering sparks over a wide area. Fish in the sea were electrocuted, some even cooked. The lightning continued to bombard for several seconds. Yet Yume's Taiyin ghost shield managed to withstand the initial strike. However, a second, even more potent bolt of lightning followed, more formidable and domineering than the first. With a staggering force, Yume continuously summoned her ghostly essence to resist, her expression slightly strained, but she held firm against the onslaught. Thunder possessed an astonishingly restraining effect on ghost cultivators. The relentless cacophony of thunder persisted, and soon the third, fourth, up to the ninth bolt descended in unison. A simultaneous barrage of 7 strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The Taiyin ghost shield that Yume had forged began to shatter, explode, and thin under the relentless assault. Suddenly, the shadowy Yin ghost shield erupted with a deafening explosion, shattering as relentless thunder rained down upon Yume's form. A piercing scream escaped her lips as she trembled under the onslaught, dark, ghostly energy erupting from her being. Fortunately, this thunderous trial lasted but a fleeting moment before dissipating. The first round of 9 bolts of tribulation lightning had been weathered. "Yume, are you all right?" inquired the moon-swallowing wolf from afar. "Master, I am unharmed," Yume replied, shaking her head, though her body appeared somewhat dimmer as she gazed upward at the lingering tribulation lightning. 2 more rounds awaited her. Following the first round, the storm clouds continued to churn, absorbing the more potent forces of thunder from the heavens. The second round, it seemed, would be even more formidable. A practitioner at the pinnacle of the primordial Yang realm, upon attempting to break through to the Soul Moon stage, must surely prepare numerous artifacts to withstand the might of thunder, potions to heal from thunderous injuries, and elixirs to replenish their energy. Otherwise, they risk being obliterated amidst the tribulation. Indeed, as it is aptly named, a tribulation is no mere jest, it is a true test of mortality. For ordinary cultivators, should they approach the trial unprepared, they are likely to meet their demise. Many practitioners at the peak of the primordial Yang realm hesitate to advance due to insufficient preparation, either hoarding resources or frantically acquiring equipment, potions, and means to withstand the tribulation. Boom. At that moment, the first bolt of the second round thundered forth. A bolt as thick as a water barrel, resembling a silver dragon descending upon her. Yume roared, enveloped in ghostly mist. As a spirit sword manifested in her grasp, the recently acquired Lakuan spirit sword, a second-tier artifact. With a swift slash, a black sword radiance tore through the bolt of tribulation lightning. Bang, bang, bang. The lightning was violently shattered, exploding over 100 meters. Yet the remnants continued their relentless assault upon Yume's form. "Ah!" she howled, her face contorted as she was struck by the thunder, striving to unleash energy in resistance. The first bolt was endured, followed by the second and third in quick succession. By the time the second round concluded, Yume had grown exceedingly weak, her ghostly aura waning. Though her strength was formidable, the thunder's restraint upon her was overwhelming. In the third round, 9 bolts of thunder roared forth. In the sky, 9 bolts of tribulation lightning converged, vowing to annihilate this ghostly cultivator. Chapter 691. Stepping Stone. This was no realm of the ghost world or the underworld. Ghostly cultivators were unwelcome in this domain of heaven and earth. The simultaneous descent of 9 bolts of lightning was an exceptionally rare occurrence. It seemed the heavenly will sought to extinguish Yume, and rightfully so, for her path of cultivation was one that defied the natural order. Yume's complexion changed dramatically as her defensive shield, the Yin ghost shield, was instantaneously obliterated. "Ah!" she cried out, her form engulfed in radiant lightning, her body beginning to dissipate into black smoke. The Tianxian umbrella. The moon-swallowing wolf unleashed a beam of spiritual light. Whoosh! The Tianxian umbrella soared forth, transforming into a grand crystalline parasol that shielded her from above. As the thunder raged on, a protective barrier enveloped Yume, and this time, she was spared further harm. "Old man of the heavenly path, today I shall duel with you. For reasons unknown." Witnessing this scene stirred a flicker of competitive spirit within the moon-swallowing wolf. Within the depths of his soul, fragments of memories awaken. It seems that, in some distant time, the very essence of the heavens bowed before his recollections. Once, he was born to transcend all living beings and creatures. With a fierce roar, the moon-swallowing celestial wolf charged towards the tempest of lightning, confronting the relentless barrage of 9 thundering bolts. Boom, boom, boom. Each bolt of lightning rained down upon the moon-swallowing celestial wolf, causing waves of sharp pain to surge through its body, its fur standing on end. Amidst the electric fury, the celestial wolf surged upward, transforming into a celestial being, wielding the dragon-banishing demon blade. With a thunderous roar, the celestial being harnessed the surrounding power of the thunder tribulation, striking back with a devastating cleave. The air trembled as a blade of thunder, magnified several times in strength, tore upward, cleaving through the stormy clouds above. Yet, after ascending merely hundreds of meters, it was obliterated by the thunder. The lightning coursed into the celestial wolf's form, eliciting a cacophony of roars, a blend of agony, exhilaration, and indomitable spirit. Today, I shall borrow your power to master the third strike, the thunder-sundered heaven. The celestial wolf bellowed amidst the lightning, wielding the dragon-banishing demon blade, unleashing arcs of thunderous brilliance as it invoked the technique of thunder-sundered heaven. A demonic silhouette emerged, wielding the enormous blade, incessantly cleaving through the storm of lightning. Then, a figure named Xiang Chun appeared to disrupt the chaos, inciting the wrath of the tribulation clouds. Thunder rumbled ominously above, as a greater celestial realm attracted even more potent bolts of lightning. In an instant, the electric force surged to a staggering 100,000 volts. Thunderous roars echoed as 9 bolts, each over a meter in diameter, cascaded down, wreaking havoc in this vicinity, the tempest reaching its zenith. Xiang Chun let out a cry of anguish as scorched marks marred his skin, a searing pain radiating through his being. Boom. He was violently struck by the 9 bolts, crashing into the ocean below. The waters of this domain surged with electricity, as sharks and sea creatures at depths of hundreds of meters succumbed to the shock, surfacing charred and lifeless. Master, Moon Charm gasped in shock, unable to fathom that her master would confront the heavenly tribulation. I am unscathed. From below the surface, the celestial wolf incarnation of Xiang Chun burst forth with a resounding splash. At that moment, he was enveloped in a swirling aura of pale golden lightning runes, pulsating with immense energy. Frenzied, thunder-sundered heaven, Xiang Chun roared, brandishing his blade towards the heavens. With a single stroke, all the power of the lightning runes surged into the blade. The surrounding force of the tribulation also flowed into the weapon. Thunder rumbled ominously. This strike unleashed a deafening roar, a spectacle of terror. A rending flash erupted. A pale golden curtain of lightning, over 20 meters long, surged upward, crashing into the descending tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. This tribulation was utterly annihilated by the lightning curtain. Indeed, even a powerhouse of the third realm of the soul moon could be vanquished by this blow. The pale golden curtain cleaved into the sky, soaring 1,000 meters high. With a resounding crack, the thunderclouds were torn asunder, erupting in chaotic fury. This time, victory is mine. The celestial being stood triumphant, his silver hair billowing in the void, accompanied by the wrath of thunder, resembling an unparalleled demon of legend. The third technique that can be cultivated through the soul moon realm, known as the raging thunder, severing heaven, was forcibly attained by him through the power of the heavenly tribulation. Yume gazed at her master, her eyes sparkling with infinite wonder. If she were still in her past life, she would undoubtedly fall for such a man. Yume mused. Even the most talented individuals of that sect could not rival her master. He was destined to ascend to greatness and command all demons. This conviction firmly resided in Yume's heart. At that moment, the duration of the tribulation thunder reached its conclusion. The roaring thunder in the sky began to dissipate, the power of the lightning fading away. It was not that Xiang Chun had triumphed, but rather that the heavens had grown weary of the game. As the thunder vanished, the world fell into a serene silence. The torrential rain ceased, and the sea suddenly became tranquil. On the shore, a hint of dawn broke, and the crimson sunlight began to illuminate the horizon. Daylight was approaching. Transformed into the moon-eating heavenly wolf, Xiang Chun descended and looked upon the extremely weakened Yume, saying, Congratulations, Yume. You have successfully withstood the tribulation. I owe much of this to you, Master. Without your assistance, I surely would not have endured the final 9 strikes of thunder. The tribulation is exceedingly tyrannical for ghost cultivators, Yume replied with a graceful bow. There is no need for such formality between us, my servant. After enduring the tribulation, you remain quite feeble. Please enter my heavenly wolf divine soul. I shall nourish your spirit with the essence of the lunar energy, the moon-eating heavenly wolf instructed. Yes, Master, your Tianxian umbrella. You may return the magical artifact. Then transformed into a wisp of ghostly mist, enveloping the moon-eating heavenly wolf and merging into his being, flowing into the divine soul of the heavenly wolf. As the moon-eating heavenly wolf gazed at the gradually brightening sky, his dark golden eyes narrowed slightly. That scoundrel Luo Peng, since he has drawn me out, clearly has sinister intentions, likely plotting something against the little demon girl. Although the little demon girl was not his woman and could not yet be deemed his close confidant, he recognized the value of their chance acquaintance and intended to utilize her to approach the Xiong family. He could not allow her to come to harm. Humph, I shall see what you intend to do. He chuckled coldly, then returned to his normal size, retracting his divine wings, while the color of his fur transformed, his pointed ears becoming rounder. The fur on his forehead turned a shade of ashen gray, and the crescent moon at his brow morphed into a white heart, his face taking on a peach blossom shape. He truly resembled a legendary husky, often referred to as Air Ha, the captain of the demolition team in Tales. Having undergone significant changes, Air Ha Chun wagged his little tail and sped away, soon arriving at the shore, racing towards the city at an astonishing speed, heading in the direction of the Luo family. Little did Luo Peng know that the 2 6th-level soul moon powerhouses he had dispatched would become mere stepping stones for Xiong Air Dog's breakthrough. Chapter 692. Bah? Scoundrel little Ha, what time is it? In her room, Xiong Yang Kuei, she stirred from a deep midday slumber, instinctively reaching out to feel beside her. However, upon opening her eyes, she quickly rose, only to find that the moon-eating heavenly wolf was gone. Where has that rascal run off to now? Xiong Yang Kuei, she murmured, then called out, Xiaozhu. Coming, miss. A maid promptly entered the room. Have you seen little Ha? Xiong Yang Kuei, she inquired. Perhaps they have gone somewhere to enjoy themselves, the maid Xiaozhu remarked. Oh, then please fetch me some water for washing up, Xiong Yang Kuei, she said, not giving it much thought. With the beast-controlling thunder ring around the neck of Xiong Ergo, it was impossible for it to stray far from her, so she dismissed the idea of it having escaped. After Xiong Yang Kuei finished washing up, Luo Peng arrived. Kuei, today I shall take you to the Sea of Incense Flowers. It is currently in full bloom, and the scenery is absolutely stunning, Luo Peng said with a smile, glancing around the room for the moon-swallowing wolf, which was nowhere to be seen. All right, Xiaozhu, you shall accompany me. Xiong Yang Kuei nodded, determined to bring her maid along, deliberately denying Luo Peng the opportunity for solitary closeness. By the way, where is Xiao Ha? Luo Peng inquired. I don't know. Perhaps he has gone out to play and hasn't returned, Xiong Yang Kuei replied, shaking her head. Luo Peng smirked inwardly, realizing that Xiao Ha had always been inseparable from Xiong Yang Kuei, and it seemed that Luo Guang and the others had succeeded. Out to play? Surely he won't return? Luo Peng suggested. Let us depart now. The carriage awaits us outside. Very well. The 3 of them climbed aboard a carriage drawn by 3 dragon steeds of the Yuanyang realm. There was no need for a coachman. Once they boarded, the dragon steeds galloped away with astonishing speed, akin to the speed of sound. After traveling over 100 kilometers, the carriage arrived at a mountain range, where a vast expanse of purple incense flowers unfolded before their eyes, the fragrance wafting through the air, enchanting and refreshing. As the wind swept through the flowers, it created waves of purple, rendering the scenery breathtakingly beautiful. At that moment, there was no one else around, as if the area had been deliberately cleared. Wow, how beautiful! Xiong Yang Kuei exclaimed, racing along the path winding through the flower sea. Luo Peng wore a peculiar smile as he turned to Xiaozhu, saying, You stay here and do not follow us. Xiaozhu wanted to protest, but Luo Peng's icy gaze silenced her. Ha ha ha, how lovely, how fragrant! Xiong Yang Kuei laughed joyfully, chasing after the butterflies dancing amidst the flowers. Luo Peng followed closely behind, entering the flower sea as well. The expanse of flowers stretched for miles, and to their surprise, there were golden incense flowers among them, enhancing the beauty of the landscape. Here, Sister Kuei, for you, Luo Peng said, picking a bouquet of flowers to present to her. Thank you. I had no idea there was such a stunning sea of incense flowers here. Xiangyang Koishi marveled, her appreciation for beauty evident. There are many more beautiful places on Luoxing Island. I will take you to explore them all in the coming days, Luo Peng declared with a smile, hands clasped behind his back. At that moment, a palm-sized, vividly colored butterfly fluttered out from his sleeve, heading towards Xiangyang Koishi. Sister Koishi, look at that beautiful butterfly. Luo Peng pointed at the colorful creature. Xiangyang Koishi turned her gaze, her eyes sparkling with delight as she immediately chased after the butterfly, which gracefully landed on her hand. What a beautiful butterfly! It is so colorful! Xiangyang Koishi exclaimed in wonder. As the colorful butterfly flapped its wings, an invisible cloud of pollen enveloped Xiangyang Koishi, who inhaled it deeply. Subsequently, the butterfly perched atop her hair ornament, seemingly becoming one with it. Koishi, you are absolutely stunning. Even the butterflies are drawn to you, Luo Peng remarked with a smile. It was fortunate that the wolf demon was absent. Had he been present, he would have surely emerged to mock them. Women relish compliments, and Xiangyang Koishi was no exception. She continued to wander through the sea of flowers, seeking new experiences. At that moment, Luo Peng tapped her shoulder, prompting her to turn around, only to find Luo Peng's visage had transformed, revealing the face of the one she cherished most. Brother Zhaodian, what are you doing here? Xiangyang Koishi exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Peng's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhaodian, Xiangyang Zhaodian. How could it be him that Koishi favors? A flicker of discontent crossed Luo Peng's heart. Yet he felt helpless. Against Xiangyang Zhaodian, he knew he stood no chance. Xiangyang Zhaodian was renowned as the most exceptional genius of the Xiangyang clan in a millennium, having perfectly awakened the ancestral bloodline, achieving a complete tenfold. He was a top talent among the main branches of the Xiangyang family. Yet, what did it matter if she favored Xiangyang Zhaodian? Once I've made my advances, he shall have no opportunity, Luo Peng mused with a silent scoff. Brother Zhaodian, how did you come to Luoxing Island? Xiangyang Koishi inquired with delight. Hee, I could not rest easy knowing your safety, so I came, Luo Peng shamelessly replied. At his words, Xiangyang Koishi's cheeks flushed, and Luo Peng stepped closer, suddenly embracing her gently, murmuring, Koishi, I truly adore you. Her face turned an even deeper crimson, filled with shyness. Brother Zhaodian, do you not like me? Luo Peng pressed further. I also like Brother Zhaodian, Xiangyang Koishi confessed, her gaze cast downward in bashfulness. In that instant, Luo Peng leaned down and kissed her. Xiangyang Koishi's enchanting eyes locked onto Luo Peng's, momentarily believing him to be the one she adored. Her body tingled as if electrified, yet a wave of drowsiness suddenly washed over her, overwhelming her senses. Before she knew it, she had succumbed to unconsciousness in Luo Peng's embrace. Upon realizing she had fainted, Luo Peng felt a surge of triumph. The passionate illusion butterfly was indeed a rare spirit insect, its effects remarkably potent. Haha, Koishi, you are now mine, he declared. The butterfly, known as the passionate illusion butterfly, could ensnare individuals in a dreamlike state, allowing them to see their most beloved. And with that kiss, Luo Peng had further enchanted her. He laid her down amidst the flowers, kneeling before her as he hurried to untie her garments, gradually revealing her exquisite form clad in a snug outfit. Hey, what are you doing? Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed from behind him. Who? Luo Peng snapped, turning abruptly. He was met by the sight of a bipedal hound that had stealthily approached, brandishing a large iron club in its paw. Before Luo Peng could react, the hound swung its club with ferocity, striking him on the head. He barely had time to scream before a massive bruise erupted on his skull, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. Alas, indeed a scoundrel. Chapter 693, The Iron Egg Assassin. Xiang Ergu cursed vehemently, seemingly at odds with the rogue, yet oblivious to his own shortcomings. Still unsatisfied, he struck Luo Peng twice more with his stick. In a state of unconsciousness, Luo Peng instinctively let out two cries of anguish, his body convulsing. Xiang Ergu dared not kill him, for this was still the territory of the Luo family. After inflicting numerous bruises on Luo Peng's head, the latter, seemingly dissatisfied, produced a golden arrow bee. The bee buzzed towards Luo Peng and then burrowed beneath his pant leg. Luo Peng, jolted awake by the pain, sprang up to shield himself, only for Xiang Ergu to strike him down again, rendering him unconscious once more. When he awoke, he would surely be in for a surprise. How tragic. After dealing with Luo Peng, Xiang Ergu turned his attention to the half-unclothed and unconscious Xiangyang Kuaishi. Letting out a sigh, with malevolent energy swirling, Ha Dog transformed into a human form, and Xiang Chen assisted in dressing Xiangyang Kuaishi. Oh, little demoness, without me, you wouldn't know how to navigate this predicament, Xiang Chen mused softly as he helped her don her clothes. To his astonishment, this little enchantress had someone she adored, Xiangyang Xiaoping. Another of the Xiangyang clan? Xiang Chen pondered. At that moment, a colorful love illusion butterfly fluttered towards him, flapping its wings. Xiang Chen swiftly grasped the butterfly, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Ah, a rare spiritual insect indeed, perfect for concocting exquisite hallucinogenic potions. Yet with your meager skills, you cannot contend with me. A flash of light emanated from his hand as he captured the love illusion butterfly. Subsequently, he transformed into the heavenly wolf and summoned the swallowing sky evil vine, binding the little demoness Xiangyang Kuaishi to his back and soaring towards the carriage. As for Luo Peng, the swallowing moon heavenly wolf paid him no mind. Upon witnessing the swallowing moon heavenly wolf carrying Xiangyang Kuaishi, Xiao Zhu exclaimed, "Xiao Ha, where have you been? What happened to the young lady?" The little demoness has fallen prey to Luo Peng's aphrodisiac. We must leave this place. That Luo Peng is no good. The swallowing moon heavenly wolf entered the carriage with the little demoness. Ah, under the influence of an aphrodisiac? Yes, I suspected that young Master Luo had ill intentions. But I dared not follow, Xiao Zhu replied hastily as he drove the carriage back. Half an hour later, Luo Peng finally stirred awake, groaning in pain. Upon touching the large bump on his head, he grimaced. Damn it, which dog is responsible for this? He bellowed, feeling as if he had crossed the wolf dog clan in this lifetime. A wave of intense pain surged through his legs. Ripping open his pants, he was instantly struck dumb. No, it's gone. Ah, no. After Xiangyang Kuaishi was returned, the swallowing moon heavenly wolf infused her with a surge of restorative essence, effortlessly dispelling the aphrodisiac within her. After a brief slumber, she awoke in a tranquil manner. As Xiangyang Kuaishi opened her eyes, she was greeted by a wolf's visage. "Oh, Xiaoha!" she shrieked in terror, kicking the swallowing moon heavenly wolf off the bed, who let out a pitiful yelp. "Little demoness, you ungrateful wretch! How could you treat your savior in such a manner?" The moon swallowing wolf rubbed its belly, which had been kicked. "Where have you been, Xiaoha? Am I not with Brother Zhao Tian? How did I end up here?" The little enchantress, devoid of her previous gentleness towards the imagined Brother Zhao Tian, spoke fiercely. Brother Zhao Tian, what a joke. It's Brother Luo Peng who has drugged you." The moon-swallowing wolf mimicked the little enchantress's tone, adopting a sarcastic pitch. Xiangyang Kuaishi furrowed her brows and suddenly awoke, as if a realization struck her. Coldly, she inquired, "Xiaoha, what on earth happened?" The moon-swallowing wolf yawned and leaped onto the bed, curling up comfortably. "You, my dear, have fallen victim to the illusions and aphrodisiacs concocted by Luo Peng. Did you not see your beloved brother Zhao Tian amidst a sea of flowers? Illusions? Aphrodisiacs? Could it be that the figure I saw was not Brother Zhao Tian? Was it Luo Peng's trickery?" Xiangyang Kuaishi's expression darkened as comprehension dawned. "Not too dim-witted, I see. Fortunately, I was nearby to intervene, otherwise your reputation would have been tarnished by Luo Peng. I knocked him out and brought you back. I am now your benefactor," the moon-swallowing wolf remarked. "Luo Peng. How dare he employ such despicable tactics against me? Where is he? I shall slay him." Xiangyang Kuaishi seethed, her eyes glowing with golden light, a powerful aura emanating from her. "I have already avenged you and taught him a lesson. He won't be able to engage in wickedness for at least a year. This is Luo Xing Island, so temper your rage. Should you kill him, his father would undoubtedly be furious. What if he retaliates against you?" The moon-swallowing wolf recalled the explosion of emotions on that fellow's face and couldn't help but smirk. "Indeed, how do you propose to take revenge?" The little enchantress, upon hearing this, calmed down somewhat. Naturally, by destroying his tools of crime, the moon-swallowing wolf elaborated. "Haha, Xiaoha, well done. I adore you for this. Thank you immensely. Come here, let me give you a kiss." The little enchantress laughed heartily and embraced the moon-swallowing wolf, planting a kiss on its head. "Disgraceful. I am not your brother Zhao Tian." The moon-swallowing wolf spat in disgust. "Hee. This time, Xiaoha, for your valiant protection of your master, I reward you with a bottle of elixir." The little enchantress produced a vial of elixir for the moon-swallowing wolf. The moon-swallowing wolf promptly accepted it, but grumbled. This is not about protecting my master. I am not your pet. I am the embodiment of justice, a savior of beauty. I would rescue even an elderly woman from violation. If you truly wish to show gratitude, remove this wretched iron ring from my neck. That is out of the question. If I remove the beast control thunder ring, you are sure to escape. You are simply too adorable, too delightfully mischievous, and far too entertaining. I intend to keep you for a lifetime. The little enchantress chuckled, affectionately ruffling the moon-swallowing wolf's head. Delightfully mischievous. The moon-swallowing wolf felt an urge to bite the little enchantress on the neck, but restrained itself. For the sake of the golden crow, for evolution, for cultivation. I must endure, it silently reminded itself. Might as well consume the elixir. One gulp, and it was truly delightful. As for Luopeng, his fate was grim. He fled towards his family's apothecary, wailing and clutching his injured self. The family pharmacist can assist him in recovery. But upon being informed that it would take a year and a half to detoxify and then undergo a transplant, Luopeng's face turned a ghastly shade of green. That dog, Luopeng, shall find you and make a hot pot of your flesh. Enraged, Luopeng roared from his bed, and because of this incident, countless dogs on Luostar Island had fallen victim to this fiend, devoured one after another. Chapter 694, The Eastern Sea Pirates. Consequently, Luopeng ceased to bother Xianyang Koishi. The following day, Xianyang Koishi prepared her fleet to depart Luostar Island, ready to return to the Xianyang family, only symbolically collecting some offerings from Luostar Island. Koishi, do remember to visit often in the future, said Island Master Luo Yu and others as they came to the dock to bid farewell to Xianyang Koishi and her entourage. I shall return frequently, Uncle Luo. Farewell, Xianyang Koishi replied with a slight bow. Luopeng, that unfortunate child, was bitten by a dog and cannot see you off, Koishi. I hope you will consider this matter carefully, added Island Master Luo Yu. Xianyang Koishi caught a glimpse of the moon-swallowing wolf riding atop the sun warhorse and suppressed her amusement, saying, Let young Master Luo recover in peace. I shall visit you again. Farewell. With that, Xianyang Koishi and the members of the Xianyang family boarded the ship once more, and the entire fleet transformed into radiant arcs, slicing through the waves. Finally, they were bound for the Xianyang family. The moon-swallowing wolf, perched on the sun warhorse's neck, sighed inwardly. Golden Crow, I am coming. Little Ha, would you kindly dismount? Sun warhorse grumbled, now serving as the steed for the moon-swallowing wolf. Future king of all beasts rides upon your neck, young man. You should consider yourself honored, the moon-swallowing wolf quipped, giving him a light smack on the head. Island Master Luo Yu watched the fleet depart, his smile gradually fading into indifference. He commanded the 12 sub-island masters of Luostar Island to convene for a meeting. Yes, Luostar Island is not far from the Xianyang family's Tianyang Island, only a 6-hour journey. In the afternoon, the moon-swallowing wolf stood atop the flagpole, gazing far beyond the horizon, where a vast expanse of land emerged on the sea's surface. At the heart of the Tonggu Sea, Tianyang Island is within reach. Tianyang Island stretches over 5,000 kilometers from east to west, its area rivaling that of the wasteland, situated in the center of the Tonggu Sea, not smaller than the country of Xiangchun in a past life. The island's edge is lined with countless buildings, docks, and an uncountable number of vessels coming and going, many flying the skull and crossbones, belonging to pirates and marauders. Tianyang Island is the pirate capital of the Eastern Sea, where innumerable pirates and brigands hold the Xianyang family in high regard. It is an exceedingly chaotic place, where many fugitives and wanted criminals from the mainland hide to escape their crimes. On Tianyang Island, the Xianyang family reigns as the uncrowned king of Eastern Sea pirates. It is said that the Xianyang family's Blazing Sun pirate group commands 100,000 marauders, with numerous island masters among their ranks. And how powerful is the Xianyang family? The naval forces of Great Xia have never been able to contend with them. Xianyang Koishi is the current 4th-generation direct descendant of the Xianyang family. Her father and grandfather hold esteemed positions within the family. Ding ding. The tolling of the lighthouse bell reverberated across the sea, as the vessels at the dock graciously made way for the fleet to approach the shore. Towering over the coastline were magnificent city walls, reaching heights of over 1,000 meters, encircling the coast in a breathtaking display. The thick walls bore the marks of claws, with dried bloodstains that had long since withered. At last, they had returned. Xianyang Koishi stretched lazily, The moon-swallowing wolf stood nearby, absorbing the celestial energies of the realm, silently marveling at the rich infusion of spiritual essence and solar fire energy. This place surpassed even the desolation of the wasteland. However, the searing heat was palpable. With air temperatures hovering around 100 degrees, it was likely that those below the divine concealment realm would find survival here impossible, as the atmosphere itself seemed distorted. The scorching winds could easily prove fatal to an ordinary person. Yet, for Xiangchun, it was hardly a concern. The solar fire energy would aid in refining his true essence, and with such dense spiritual energy present, this indeed was a sacred ground for cultivation. Little Ha, come. Let us return home for a feast. Grandfather Qing, please take care of the offerings and register them. Xiangyang Kueishi instructed Xiangyang Qing. Very well, miss, you may return. We shall handle the unloading here. The old man Xiangyang Qing replied with a smile, then called out to the crew aboard the fleet. Tons of resources were unloaded onto the dock. A chariot emblazoned with the golden crow totem approached, drawn by several powerful dragon steeds. As Xiangyang Kueishi and Xiang Ergo climbed aboard, the carriage, escorted by a throng of people, soared over 10 meters into the air, racing towards Tianyang Island. The moon-swallowing wolf's eyes sparkled with a silvery light, as his moon-gazing eyes expanded their perceptive reach. Below, vast urban expanses thrived with vibrant energy. The streets were bustling with cultivators above the divine concealment realm, devoid of ordinary folk. The inhabitants donned scant, revealing attire, with many female cultivators clad in breastplates and short leather skirts, exposing their long legs. Men with tattoos and bare torsos were plentiful, and the streets were filled with stunning beauties in bikinis. The streets were often alive with skirmishes. Pirates would erupt into conflict, leaping into the air to settle disputes. A chaotic yet flourishing environment. Xiangqin also spotted numerous demon clans, unabashedly displaying their demonic aura in the streets. Here, the demon race was indeed not scorned. Xiangchun observed many formidable soul moon demons, his mouth watering at the sight, tempted by the thought of consuming them. Little Ha, have you never visited Tianyang Island before? Xiangyang Kueishi inquired, glancing at Xiang Ergo, who was wagging his tail and peering out of the carriage window. No, I am merely a demon from an ordinary small island, drawn here by reputation. Who would have known I would encounter you, this little demoness, and get caught by that old fool Xiangyang Qing? The moon-swallowing wolf replied without turning around. Now you see, it's splendid here, isn't it? This is one of the few places where humans and demons can coexist. By the way, where are your parents? They could come to Tianyang Island too. I could take care of your entire family, Xiangyang Kueishi suggested. Pa, you wish. The moon-swallowing wolf retorted with irritation as he turned back. After traveling over 1,000 kilometers, they finally arrived at a bustling locale. This was the inner city of the island, adorned with countless jade towers and palatial structures, soaring to heights of 1,000 zhang. Only members of the Xiangyang family and their branches were permitted entry. Tianyang City. At the city gate, formidable guards stood sentinel, their prowess astonishing, none below the pinnacle of the Yuanyang realm. Upon the arrival of the carriage, the sentinels, upon spotting the golden crow totem, immediately offered their respectful salutations, permitting the carriage to pass without hindrance or inquiry. The city walls towered 100 meters high, and as they entered, a throng of people approached. Sister, you have finally returned, exclaimed a tall, sunlit, handsome youth, accompanied by a group. Third brother, from within the carriage. Xiangyang Kueishi leaped out and bounded toward the youth, who embraced his sister with great affection. Tuanyuet Tianlang followed suit, slightly astonished by the youth's cultivation, for he was at the mid-tier of the Soul Moon realm. Xiangyang Haiba, the beloved third brother of Xiangyang Kueishi, was a scion of the Xiangyang family, recognized as a prodigy among them. Having ventured out for the first time to gather resources, I was genuinely worried about you. Later, I shall treat you to a grand feast at the Drunken Moon Tower. You've lost weight, Xiangyang Haiba said, setting down his little sister with a smile. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Tuanyuet Tianlang, and an intense gleam ignited in his eyes, as if he had uncovered something remarkable. Chapter 695. A few breeds. Xiangyang Haiba gazed at Tuanyuet Tianlang with fervor, causing Tuanyuet Tianlang to instinctively tuck his tail and retract his demeanor. Sister, where did you find such a stunning dog? Xiangyang Haiba's first remark unwittingly offended Xiang Ergo. I'll let you know, you old fool, Tuanyuet Tianlang retorted, exploding in anger, and with a resounding slap, struck Xiangyang Haiba across the face. Ah! Xiangyang Haiba cried out, his body spinning through the air in a dizzying arc. Propelled over 10 meters away by the force of the blow. I am a wolf, a wolf. Are you blind? Tuan Yue Tianlang seethed, exasperated. It was a struggle to be recognized as a man, with children mistaking him for a woman, and as a wolf, people mistaking him for a dog. Those around Xiangyang Haiba were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the event. As reality sank in, they rushed to assist their young master. Little Ha, do not bully my third brother. Xiangyang Koishi admonished. Who told him to call me a dog? Tuan Yue Tianlang scoffed. What incredible speed and astonishing strength. Xiangyang Haiba, rising from the ground and touching his swollen face, appeared unfazed, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Wolves are marvelous. Ha ha, I am even fonder of wolves. Sister, where did you find such a handsome wolf? Xiangyang Haiba approached with a grin. Indeed, you have aptly described him as handsome. Tuan Yue Tianlang nodded in satisfaction. Pleased with the compliment. I found him on the road. I call him Little Ha, and he is indeed remarkable, with formidable strength, having even saved me, Xiangyang Koishi explained. Sister, with such care you receive from third brother, would you consider giving him to me? I shall take good care of him, Xiangyang Haiba said, his eyes gleaming mischievously as he regarded Tuan Yue Tianlang. Absolutely not. Little Ha is my pet and my friend. Third brother, you must find your own, Xiangyang Koishi firmly declined. Where am I to find one? I have no interest in those from the slave market, Xiangyang Haiba replied with a rueful smile. My dear sister, please let him go to me. Ask Little Ha if he agrees, and you will see. She maintained her refusal. Xiangyang Haiba, upon hearing this, turned to Tuan Yue Tianlang with a cheeky grin. Little Ha, hey, I am Haiba. How about you come with me? I'll provide you with the finest spirit elixirs. Little Ha certainly would not agree, said Xiangyang Koishi. However, in the next moment, Xiang Ergo slapped her face and replied, Sure. As long as you remove this wretched iron ring from my neck and take me to see the golden crow, I will go with you. Little Ha, you heartless one. The little enchantress was incensed and tugged at the ears of the moon swallowing heavenly wolf. To see the golden crow? Xiangyang Haiba furrowed his brows, his eyes glinting with cunning. He thought to deceive her first, then smiled and said, All right, I will take you to see the golden crow. And the beast control thunder ring can be removed, but you must wear mine. Then you might as well forget it. The moon-swallowing heavenly wolf scoffed. The beast control thunder ring was quite formidable. He could not break free from it. Little White might be able to crush it, but the white tiger was currently in seclusion to evolve. Hee, Little Ha, you truly still love me. Xiangyang Koishi beamed upon hearing this, releasing her grip on the moon-swallowing heavenly wolf's ears. What a pity, such a handsome wolf, Xiangyang Haiba sighed. Then his eyes brightened. Little Ha, how about I find you a few little female dogs? No, little female wolves. Absolutely the most beautiful little female wolves. You could mate with several of them. Scram, was the response from Xiang Ergo, delivering another slap. Such humiliation. Xiangyang Haiba accompanied Xiangyang Koishi as they made their way to the estate. The sibling duo shared a playful rapport, with Xiangyang Haiba, ever the schemer, seemingly fond of wolf-like creatures. By the way, has Brother Zhao Tian returned? Xiangyang Koishi suddenly inquired. He returned a day earlier than you, sister. Can't you go a single day without mentioning Brother Zhao Tian? Xiangyang Haiba replied, a hint of jealousy in his tone. Hee, Brother Zhao Tian is the most handsome and strongest. I must bring him up. Does it irritate you? You ungrateful white-eyed wolf. I could strangle you. The siblings bantered as they continued on their way, their bond evident, with the moon swallowing heavenly wolf trailing behind them. By the way, there have been unusual movements from the sea monsters near the wasteland sea. Father predicts that a tide of sea beasts may soon erupt. Mother and father have warned us not to venture out to sea during this time, Xiangyang Haiba stated seriously. Oh, I still want to go out and play with Brother Zhao Tian. The little enchantress pouted. Sister, Xiangyang Haiba stopped in his tracks, irritated. Haha, all right. I won't mention Brother Zhao Tian anymore. By the way, since the tide of sea beasts is approaching, the divine bird must also be making an appearance, right? Xiangyang Koishi asked. Yes, after some time, the family will go to pay respects to the divine bird, and all the direct descendants will attend. We should go and see. Just remember to wear the fire-repelling pearl. The moon-swallowing heavenly wolf, overhearing the siblings' conversation, chimed in, Little enchantress, do you want to see the golden crow? Yes. But Little Ha, you cannot go. Your cultivation is too low. Even with the fire-repelling pearl, it cannot protect you, Xiangyang Koishi cautioned. No way, I want to go too. I am not afraid of the true fire of the sun, the moon-swallowing heavenly wolf insisted. Hee, little ha, if you come with me, I can arrange for Master Ling Xiao to protect you and accompany you inside, Xiangyang Haiba said, his scheming nature undeterred. I don't need protection, little enchantress. Just give me a fire-repelling pearl when the time comes, the moon-swallowing heavenly wolf replied. All right, I can take you along. But if you end up as a roasted wolf, don't blame me for not warning you, Xiangyang Koishi relented. Unable to refuse the moon-swallowing heavenly wolf's fervent desire to see the golden crow. Sister C, speaking of which, I recall that in order to bring a demon pet into the realm, one must first pass through the selection of the 100-demon battlefield. Xiangyang Haiba remarked. Given Xiaoha's cultivation, I fear he may not qualify. Indeed, I had forgotten about that aspect. Upon hearing this, Xiangyang Koishi furrowed her brows in concern and said, Xiaoha, if you wish to accompany me to the sacred valley of soup, you will need to strive for it yourself. How can I strive? The Tongyue Skywolf asked. Frowning. For the demon clan, only those who serve as elders in the Xiangyang family can enter. All other demons must be under 100 years old and complete the 100-demon battlefield assessment to gain entry, Xiangyang Koishi explained. What does the assessment entail? Tongyue Skywolf inquired further. It is quite simple. One must achieve a consecutive 10 victories in the ranking battles and secure a position within the top 10 to pass the assessment and obtain the qualification to enter the sacred valley for the purification of their demon body by the spring of soup. She elaborated. When does this assessment commence? Tongyue Skywolf asked. Typically, it begins 3 days prior to entering the sacred valley. There has yet to be any notification, so there is no need to rush, Xiangyang Koishi replied. Before it starts, I can purchase a set of fine spiritual armor for you to assist you in completing the assessment. All right, thank you, little demon girl. Rest assured, I will certainly pass the assessment, Tongyue Skywolf replied confidently with a smile. I believe in your strength as well. Just then, a mocking voice interrupted. Oh, isn't this the crybaby? What brings you back? Upon hearing the voice, Xiangyang Koishi's expression darkened. She knew immediately that her most detested rival had arrived. Before her stood a tall, stunning young woman, dressed in a daringly short leather skirt and a revealing crop top, exuding a fiery allure. Behind her followed 2 guards. And at her side was a golden-furred leopard, over 2 zhang long, radiating an imposing aura of demon energy, a beast of the soul moon realm. Xiangyang Yinran. Xiangyang Koishi uttered coldly. This woman was also a direct descendant of the Xiangyang family, a rival and adversary of Xiangyang Koishi. Oh, what a tantalizing beauty, Tongyue Skywolf remarked, his eyes gleaming. Compared to the innocent and willful Xiangyang Koishi, this woman was far more seductive. So, you've just returned, crybaby, Xiangyang Yinran sneered. What business is it of yours, you vixen? Xiangyang Koishi retorted, the tension between them palpable, as if they were 2 blades clashing. Hee, Yinran, you look even more beautiful. Xiangyang Haiba commented with a lecherous grin. Although they shared the same surname and were both from the main lineage, their blood ties had long since faded, having diverged over several generations. Xiangyang Yinran glanced at Xiangyang Haiba, then turned her gaze back to Xiangyang Koishi, saying nonchalantly, I heard you stayed at Luoxing Island for 2 days. Why? Didn't you spend more time entangled with your little love, Luopeng? You returned rather quickly. Xiangyang Koishi was incensed by this remark, retorting, You speak nonsense. Clean your mouth. I have no relation to Luopeng. Oh, then why have I heard that the island master personally sought your hand for his son? You 2 were gallivanting together. A woman as promiscuous as you has no right to approach Brother Zhao Tian, Xiangyang Yinran taunted. I did not. It was that fool who spoke nonsense. Xiangyang Yinran. Do not cast slurs upon me. Xiangyang Koishi retorted angrily. Xiangyang Yinran leaned closer, sneering. So many people in your fleet witnessed this. Do you think your excuses hold any weight? Xiangyang Koishi, Zhao Tian is not suited for you. I advise you to relinquish your affections sooner rather than later. Moreover, there is also Luopeng. After all, his father is the lord of a great island. Spare me your irrelevant arguments. Even if I were to abandon Zhao Tian, he could never harbor feelings for a scheming vixen like you. The 2 women exchanged cold words, their tongues clashing like swords. Xiangyang Haiba stood awkwardly to the side, amused yet torn between his affections for one and loyalty to his sister, uncertain whom to support. At that moment, Xiangyang Yinran turned her gaze toward the moon-eating sky wolf. Mocking, is this your demonic pet? You actually have a dog. I'll have you know, you little fool, that this is no mere dog. Can you not distinguish between a wolf and a dog? The moon-eating sky wolf retorted angrily. Xiangyang Yanran was taken aback, then filled with rage. You beast! How dare you insult me? With a swift motion, the moon-eating sky wolf transformed into a blur, striking Xiangyang Yanran across the face. She shrieked in pain, her head twisting as a mark from a paw appeared on her visage. You uncouth creature, I would dare to strike you again. The moon-eating sky wolf declared as it returned to Xiangyang Koishi's side. Ha ha ha, well done, little pup. Xiangyang Koishi laughed, regaining her composure. Xiangyang Yanran touched the scratch on her face and, with a piercing scream, glared furiously at the moon-eating sky wolf, roaring, You wretched beast, for daring to strike my face. You shall pay dearly. Jinyun leopard, devour it. Beside her, the enormous golden leopard, measuring 6 meters in length and standing 2 to 3 meters tall, roared in response, releasing a torrent of demonic energy as it advanced toward the moon-eating sky wolf. How dare you, a mere wolf demon, injure my master? You seek your own demise. Jinyun leopard bellowed, lunging forward at astonishing speed, reaching the sound barrier. The moon-eating sky wolf smirked, its form flickering like lightning as it deftly evaded the attack. Jinyun leopard's claw struck empty air, its demonic energy erupting in vain. Little kitten, I am above you, came the mocking voice of the moon-eating sky wolf from above. It then gathered a terrifying power, channeling the might of the celestial wolf, dragon elephant inner strength, and lunar true essence into a single strike. With a resounding crash, this powerful blow landed on Jinyun leopard's back, causing it to howl in agony, blood spilling forth as its massive body was sent flying several meters away. Jinyun leopard, what are you doing? How can you not even defeat a mere first-level demonic creature? Xiangyang Yanran shouted in anger. Jinyun leopard rose, its own fury erupting in a roar. The moon-eating sky wolf folded its wings, standing upright, and with a cold smile, beckoned, Little kitten, continue. Jinyun leopard howled with anger, its golden demonic energy surging, weaving intricate sigils around it, coalescing into several meters long golden blades. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, 100 golden blades whistled through the air, their power formidable enough to rend 10-meter thick steel. The moon-eating sky wolf stood tall, its 1-meter-high form, claws elongated into sharp, crescent-like weapons, 10 claws glistening like curved blades. Thunder slash. The moon-eating sky wolf unleashed its claws, each one surrounded by crackling lightning, tearing through the air with lethal intent. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, 10 thunderous blades sliced through the air with a shriek, mercilessly cleaving all in their path. The resounding clash of thunder echoed, and explosions reverberated as the adversary's golden brilliance was utterly shattered, engulfed by the roaring tempest. Several of these thunderous strikes transformed into bolts of lightning, crashing upon the golden cloud leopard, inflicting great discomfort upon the creature. What manner of monstrous being has this individual brought forth? It can contend with our golden cloud leopard. Xiangyang Yanran was astounded. Suddenly, a silver silhouette surged forth with terrifying speed, piercing through the explosive energy. The moon-swallowing wolf's paw instantaneously expanded to over 10 feet, delivering a crushing blow upon the golden cloud leopard's head. A piteous howl erupted from the golden cloud leopard, its skull nearly obliterated by the impact. Its massive form collapsing to the ground, its head driven into the stone tiles, creating vast fissures around it. The creature writhed in agony, lamenting its plight. Excellent. Xiangyang Haiba could not contain his exuberance, his expression alight with excitement. How could this be? Xiangyang Yanran exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her soul's realm was at the 2nd level, and yet her beast had been defeated. Well done, little huh? Xiangyang Koishi cheered, laughing heartily as she glanced at Xiangyang Yanran, teasingly remarking, Your golden cloud leopard is but a sickly cat. Take it home to heal, and spare us the embarrassment of its presence. What are you so proud of? Today my golden cloud leopard merely hasn't had its fill. Someone, assist the golden cloud leopard. Xiangyang Yanran retorted with indignation. Humph. Then it shall always be underfed when it encounters me. The moon-swallowing wolf sneered, turning to Xiangyang Koishi and adding, I shall grant you a favor. But you must provide me with a vial of spirit elixir shortly. Heh, a favor indeed. Such a grand favor that it must be rewarded. Xiangyang Koishi was in high spirits. Xiangyang Yanran shouted angrily, Xiangyang Koishi, and your wretched dog too. Just wait. Once we reach the 100 beasts battlefield, my golden shall surely rend it asunder. Just wait. I am terrified of you, Xiangyang Koishi replied defiantly, her countenance icy. Can one slay opponents in the 100 beasts battlefield? Inquired the moon-swallowing wolf. Of course. What of it? Beast? Are you frightened? Xiangyang Yinran mocked. Haha, splendid. I shall feast to my heart's content. The moon-swallowing wolf rejoiced, undeterred by fear. If it could kill, it could feast. Such arrogant words. I shall relish in witnessing your demise, Xiangyang Yinran scoffed. You chatter incessantly, girl. Hurry and leave. Your little golden pup has been defeated. And you still have the audacity to linger here. Beware, lest I take you for breeding, the moon-swallowing wolf retorted with a disdainful laugh. You wretched beast, and you too. Xiangyang Koishi, await your reckoning. Xiangyang Yinran's face flushed crimson with rage as she turned to depart, dragging the unconscious golden cloud leopard with her. Let us see. Xiangyang Koishi huffed. Little ha, we must be on our way. Yinran, do not be upset. We might all be family in the future, Xiangyang Haiba called out. Third brother. Stop staring. You will surely drive me mad. Xiangyang Koishi snapped. Soon, the group arrived at their residence, which was exceedingly opulent, a true manor with a grand hall. Over 20 guest chambers, and a private courtyard and garden, sprawling over 2,000 square feet, attended by a dozen servants to manage the myriad affairs. Little ha, what exactly is your attribute? Asked Xiangyang Koishi. It neither resembles ice nor water. Why do you ask? The moon-devouring wolf replied cautiously. He was of the Een attribute. The ideal feminine cultivation furnace, a nourishing essence. Of course, it is to prepare you a set of battle armor. In the 100-demon battlefield, it would greatly enhance your chances of victory, Xiangyang Koishi explained. Upon hearing this, Xiang Ergo felt a warmth in his heart. It seemed this woman had a conscience. He foolishly declared, I am of the moon attribute, here to rescue you, my noble wolf master. With the aim of alleviating the suffering of the world and seeking beautiful women to diversify our race. Such nonsense. There is no moon attribute. Wait, are you implying you are of the moon shadow attribute? Xiangyang Koishi's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Xiang Ergo. Well, one could say that, moon-devouring wolf nodded, then felt a chill as he met Xiangyang Koishi's intense gaze. What kind of look is that? The moon shadow attribute is the strongest supportive cultivation attribute in our family. Your flesh would surely be a substantial supplement for me, Xiangyang Koishi exclaimed, stepping towards the moon-devouring wolf, causing him to retreat in fright. Hey, little demoness, what do you intend to do? Xiangyang Koishi swallowed hard and said, Little ha, let the master have just one bite. I promise, just one. Get lost. No way. Don't act recklessly. The moon-devouring wolf was terrified and fled. Stop. I will only have one bite, hurry. Xiangyang Koishi drew a dining knife and chased after him. Little demoness, I am not human. You are truly a dog. How could one eat their own pet? Regardless, you refuse to acknowledge that you are my pet. We are friends, so I shall have just one bite. Who eats their friends? What kind of logic is that? Don't run. Supreme command, summon the thunder. Swiftly as the law commands, thunder. A bolt of fierce lightning erupted from the beast ring, and Xiang Ergo let out a wail as he was struck. Rendered a foolish dog, his body paralyzed and twitching. Ultimately, Xiang Ergo relented, forcibly extracting a drop of his Een attribute wolf essence for Xiangyang Koishi. Otherwise, this little demoness might truly carve a piece of flesh from him. What a powerful and pure moon shadow essence. Xiangyang Koishi marveled at the bowl of silver and gold, radiating astonishing lunar vitality, her eyes gleaming with desire. You wretched little demoness, do you realize you are abusing animals? The moon-devouring wolf fumed. All right. I want to take it for free. I will craft a good set of battle armor for you. Such a precious item cannot be consumed so casually. I must seek Grandpa Qing to refine it into a blood elixir, Xiangyang Koishi said with a smile. No, it cannot be refined into a blood elixir. Xiang Ergo's expression changed, and he hurriedly added, why not? Refining it into a blood elixir would allow it to yield better effects. Xiangyang Koishi was puzzled. Refining the blood elixir would expose the secrets of your bloodline. By then, the members of the Xiangyang family would likely want to devour him. I said it cannot be done. I can also refine blood elixirs. If you want to do it, I will help you. My blood. I do not permit anyone else to touch besides you, the moon-devouring wolf insisted. Xiangyang Koishi felt a flicker of delight at his words, but remained skeptical. You can refine elixirs? Of course, I am a certified third-grade spirit alchemist, Xiang Ergo boasted. A third-grade spirit alchemist? I find it hard to believe. Demonstrate your abilities for me. Here, I possess a pill chamber and an alchemical furnace, and I am also an alchemist, albeit of the 9th rank. Xianyang Koishi clearly harbored doubts. Among the demon clan, few excel in alchemical arts. Either they are exceptionally skilled or woefully inadequate. The professions of technical mastery, such as alchemy, weapon crafting, formations, and talismans, are predominantly dominated by humanity, which is one of the reasons why they hold sway over the demon race in this land. Just watch and see. The moon-eating wolf directly utilized its own blood essence as a medicinal catalyst, exhaling a spiritual cauldron. Within this cauldron lay a mysterious small cauldron, a mere facade for concealment. Blood elixirs, particularly those forged within ancient cauldrons, are the most potent. Xiang Ergo expelled 3 types of true fire and commenced the alchemical process. 3 types of true fire. This is indeed a rare alchemical flame. Even within the Xianyang family, only Grandfather Dan possesses such mastery. Xianyang Koishi's gaze was fervent. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. The moon-eating wolf, while expelling flames, spoke through ventriloquism. Is this something that can be taught? Is it not true that only those with the 3 elemental affinities of wood, fire, and water can wield such power? Xianyang Koishi inquired, astonished. Nonsense. The myriad laws of heaven and earth exist. Everything follows a principle. The symbols establish the rules of the cosmos. Master the law, and you can wield its techniques. By controlling the essence and elemental forces. Once you learn how to ignite a flame, having wood nearby will ensure you do not perish from the cold. Indeed, you common folk would not comprehend this. Mastery of the law allows for the application of its techniques, the essence, and the elements of the universe. Little Ha, how do you understand such profound concepts? Xianyang Koishi scrutinized the moon-eating wolf intently. Because I am destined to be the future king of all demons, naturally, I possess such knowledge, the moon-eating wolf boasted. More nonsense. The little demoness rolled her eyes at him. Hee. Primarily, I encountered a pig filled with knowledge and charisma, and all of this wisdom was imparted to me by him. Alas, I now realize how significant those eccentric teachings from my elder brother were during our years together. I find myself missing that peculiar pig. The moon-eating wolf sighed, reminiscing about his elder brother. Why are we back to talking about pigs? Hey, don't you need to add medicinal materials for your blood elixir? Not at all. There are no materials in this land worthy of complementing my blood. Little demoness, if you can consume my blood elixir, consider yourself incredibly fortunate. You must have accumulated immense karmic virtue. Humph. Xianyang Koishi scoffed dismissively, though she would eventually come to understand the significance of this opportunity. Chapter 698. Night Exploration of the Soup Valley. In truth, the little demoness also possessed a trace of the Golden Crow bloodline, albeit less than 1%. Perhaps Xiang Chun could extract some of her bloodline to refine a hint of Golden Crow essence, though it would undoubtedly cost her life. Having spent considerable time together, engaging in playful banter, the two had developed a bond, and Xiang Ergo regarded her as a friend. His true lunar blood could assist her in nourishing her yin and augmenting her Golden Crow bloodline. Soon after, a thumb-sized elixir was refined, radiating a potent lunar essence. Xianyang Koishi's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the tiny blood elixir. She could feel the power of her bloodline within her boiling, seemingly eager to devour the elixir. As Xianyang Koishi was about to consume the elixir, she was halted by Xiang Ergu, who advised, now is not the optimal moment for refinement. It is best to take it when your cultivation breaks through. Very well, I shall consume it now and store it within my divine realm, she replied. With that, the moon-devouring wolf released its grip, allowing Xianyang Koishi to ingest the elixir, storing it in her spiritual space to refine later during her breakthrough. Hurry, hand me the elixir. I've shed so much precious blood, she urged. All right, here's your share. You are quite stingy for a mere drop of blood. This is the last vial, and you still expect more? I won't be able to collect more until next month. She tossed a vial of elixir to the moon-devouring wolf, then rose and silently recited an incantation. The beast-taming thunder ring around the wolf's neck suddenly loosened, returning to Xianyang Koishi's hand. Why did you release me? Aren't you afraid I might flee? The moon-devouring wolf asked, astonished as it touched its own neck. With a playful smile, Xianyang Koishi replied, I believe you want to run away. There are elixirs to enjoy here, and with a beautiful master like me, only a fool would think of fleeing. Ha, how shameless. I might just take off soon. The wolf retorted with a cold smirk, though a warmth spread in its heart. Realizing that this girl trusted it, I shall go find someone to craft battle armor for you, of the lunar shadow attribute. I'm unsure if the materials for such armor can be procured, so stay at home and behave. If you wish for food, call for Xiaozhu. Do not wander outside. There are many formidable beasts in Tianyang City that would devour you. By the way, take this. If you encounter a great beast that wishes to feast on you, show them this, and they shall think twice before approaching. Xiangyang Kueishi chattered on. Then tossed the moon-devouring wolf a golden jade tablet engraved with the emblem of the Xiangyang family. Understood, off you go. I need to rest and replenish my blood. I feel quite drained, as though my essence has been siphoned away, the moon-devouring wolf replied, yawning as it accepted the jade tablet. Having given a drop of its life essence, it now felt somewhat weak and yearned for a hearty meal and rest. After Xiangyang Kueishi departed, the moon-devouring wolf burrowed into her meditation chamber, retrieving a frozen beast carcass and began feasting. Afterward, it consumed some attribute spirit fruits, such as earthine fruits, to refine and restore its depleted Taiyin true blood. Clearly, Xiangyang Kueishi was quite concerned about Xiang Ergu, as she had been gone for 2 days, tirelessly searching for materials around Tianyang City. After 2 days of rest, Xiang Ergu could not remain idle. To his astonishment, the Elder Yang's little yellow jade map revealed that upon arriving in Tianyang City, the location of the Soup Valley was also indicated. Paired with the guidance of the depraved system spirit, he could locate the Soup Valley. On the 3rd night of his arrival, the sky was heavily overcast. Yet rain did not fall. In the sweltering Tianyang Island, what rain could possibly descend? The flora thrived solely on the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, predominantly consisting of sun-loving plants. Under the dark moon and gusty winds, it was indeed the perfect time for covert activities. The moon-devouring wolf left Xiangyang Kueishi's residence and ventured outside, where Tianyang City remained vibrant and bustling. The Soup Valley was not located outside, but rather within the inner city of the Xiangyang family. In the corner, Xiang Ergo transformed into a human form, retrieving a translucent human skin mask, a gift from Zhang Ziwei and Zhang Sange, known as the 100 Illusions Mask. Upon donning the mask, a surge of true essence coursed through him, altering the muscles and bones of his face until it perfectly mirrored that of Xiang Yang Haiba. After assuming Xiang Yang Haiba's visage, Xiang Chun gazed into the mirror, finding himself flawless and indistinguishable. Even spiritual perception could not unveil the disguise. With a mischievous grin, he activated the starry spirit plate, simultaneously connecting his essence to the map of the little yellow jade and the 9 provinces treasure mirror. The deceitful system guided its master, indicating that traveling 130 kilometers east would lead to Tang Valley. The pointer spun, revealing the direction. With clarity of purpose, Xiang Chun condensed the true wings of the Taiyin, transforming into a silver streak that soared through the air. Haiba, where are you headed? Along the way, he encountered several disciples of the Xiangyang family who recognized Xiang Yang Haiba, exchanging casual greetings. Overindulged? A little exercise might do you good, they remarked. Not knowing them well, Xiang Chun could only respond politely. Hey, a fresh batch of newcomers has arrived at the Chun Yu building in the west of the city. Why not give it a try? One suggested lewdly. I was just about to go, he replied dismissively. Not interested. I've been feeling a bit off lately. Farewell. Without further entanglement, Xiang Chun vanished in a flash. That guy, refusing to go? Whatever, it's pointless to invite him. It only lasts a few minutes anyway. I still have to count down for him, he muttered, heading toward the city gate. Xiang Ergo had remarkably keen hearing, almost unable to restrain himself from retorting. I've been at it for hours. However, he reconsidered, realizing the comment was about Xiang Yang Haiba, who turned out to be a rather fleeting companion. Over 100 kilometers away, at his current speed, even in human form, the distance was negligible, and he arrived in merely 10 minutes. Along the way, he encountered several patrols, all formidable figures of the Soul Moon realm. Xiang Chun suppressed his aura, wary of revealing his peak dominance within the Yuan Yang realm, as Xiang Yang Haiba was at least a strong presence within the celestial ranks of the Soul Moon realm. Ahead, golden beams of light shot skyward, a breathtaking sight that illuminated much of the heavens in a golden hue. Utilizing the full power of his moon gaze, Xiang Chun beheld a vast golden valley below. Within the valley, fierce golden flames burned, exuding an astonishing power and releasing a terrifying solar heat. Indeed, the solar incineration was formidable. Those beneath the Lingxiao realm would be incinerated without the protections of the Sunshade Pearl or Fire Pearl, for the Jinwu was a divine bird of utmost sunlight. Xiang Chun marveled inwardly. The Jinwu, having fallen over 10,000 years ago, could still unleash such devastating incineration, a testament to its fearsome existence. Drawing closer to the center of the Golden Flame Valley, he discovered a vast expanse of surging golden magma, bubbling and boiling restlessly. At the heart of this magma was an altar spanning thousands of square meters, upon which stood a colossal statue of the Jinwu. It was surely a place of worship for the Xiangyang family. Chapter 699, The Malevolent Crows of Calamity, a friendly reminder. This chapter is brutal. Xiang Chun dared not approach any closer, for he sensed several formidable presences of the celestial realm surrounding the Hot Springs Valley, accompanied by numerous guards of the Soul Moon realm. Even if he managed to stealthily infiltrate, any actions would inevitably be discovered. He had yet to catch a glimpse of the Golden Crow. Could it be lurking beneath the golden magma? Xiang Chun pondered silently, having failed to detect the Golden Crow's presence. Subsequently, he transformed into a celestial wolf. With his senses heightened 100-fold, he unleashed his full potential. In that moment, the power of his moonlit eyes and his heightened sense of smell surged, amplifying 100 times. His vision pierced through the rolling golden magma, revealing depths below. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, down to 1,000 meters. Xiang Chun was astonished. How deep was this golden magma? Even at 1,000 meters below the surface, he had yet to see the bottom. This was, indeed, demonic energy. Yet, amidst the myriad of auras, his keen sense of smell detected a powerful demonic essence swirling within the magma, dense and unyielding, imbued with a trace of pure yang energy. Indeed, beneath the magma of this valley lay something extraordinary. Although the temperature of the magma was likely not less than 100,000 degrees, he wondered if his true essence could withstand such terrifying heat. Xiang Chun's vision continued its descent. Finally, at 2,000 meters beneath the magma, he uncovered a peculiar space. This space resembled a grand bubble, teeming with surging golden flames. Within this realm lay a colossal figure coiled within. As Xiang Chun gazed upon it, he was greeted by the sight of an awe-inspiring gold-red giant bird, stretching 400 to 500 meters in length. The overwhelming aura it emanated surpassed his imagination, infused with astonishing pure yang energy. Could this be the Golden Crow? Xiang Chun stared in shock, utterly incredulous at the sight of this terrifying avian creature. Suddenly, the giant bird opened its eyes, each the size of a room, revealing a hint of confusion within its crimson gaze. It sensed the intrusion of an observer. Who dares to spy on me? Boom. In an instant, a formidable wave of soul power erupted from its being, sweeping across the surroundings and enveloping the entire Hot Springs Valley. In that moment, its commanding voice resonated in the minds of all creatures within dozens of miles. Great divine bird. The guards outside the valley were taken aback, each receiving the impact of that powerful soul energy. Several beings radiating celestial realm energy abruptly ascended into the sky, peering toward the valley, their bodies slightly bowed in reverence. Great divine bird, is there something you require? I sense that someone is spying on this place. Are they from your clan? The voice of the golden giant bird echoed in the minds of these celestial realm warriors. We shall investigate at once, they responded, startled but prompt. Immediately, they soared in various directions, their formidable spiritual senses unfurling, sweeping through the area as they rapidly sought the source of the disturbance. The celestial wolf was taken aback, hastily darting toward a nearby grove of fiery maple trees, transforming into a creature the size of a cat, concealing all traces of his presence. Soon, a formidable presence enveloped it, yet nothing unusual was detected. Even if it had noticed Xiang Chun, it would merely perceive him as an ordinary little dog. The energy was overwhelming, reminiscent of the Golden Crow, though one could not ascertain with certainty whether it was indeed a Golden Crow. The perceptive ability was astonishing. Even my moon-viewing eye, which transcends spiritual awareness, was capable of this discovery. The moon-swallowing heavenly wolf was inwardly astonished. Subsequently, its form and fur shifted, transforming into an ordinary large yellow dog. Employing the turtle-breathing technique to conceal its immense vitality and demonic aura, striding boldly towards the distant urban area, Xiang Ergo felt a surge of joy within, confident that this soup valley harbored either a golden crow or a powerful creature closely related to its bloodline. However, the aura of that being was terrifying, and one could only speculate about the realm of its power. It might even be on the cusp of immortality. What means could one employ to acquire its bloodline? The large yellow dog Xiang Chun pondered as he ran through the woods. Discovering it was one matter. Obtaining its bloodline posed an entirely different challenge. The terrifying might of that golden-red giant bird could easily reduce him to ashes. How troublesome, he thought, if only Ba Ge were here. Indeed, he could assist me in acquiring that bloodline. But where on earth has that fellow disappeared to? The yellow dog Xiang Chun mumbled to himself. Suddenly, a sharp gust of energy surged above the forest, and a shadow descended rapidly towards the large yellow dog. The dog reacted swiftly, halting abruptly to dodge to the left. Boom! The ground was struck by the figure, creating a massive crater. Huh! The shadow exclaimed, flapping its wings as it gazed at the large yellow dog. Xiang Chun, transformed into the yellow dog, also looked on, revealing a hint of surprise. It was a large black crow, measuring 1 or 2 meters in size, entirely cloaked in ink-black feathers that shimmered ominously. On its head, a few peculiar tufts of grayish-green feathers fluttered in the wind. While one of its eyes glowed crimson with keen interest towards Xiang Chun, the other half pure white. How intriguing! This yellow dog managed to evade my attack. It must not be an ordinary canine. The great black crow spoke human words, mockingly sizing up the large yellow dog. At that moment, an astonishing perception surged from Xiang Chun's mysterious ancient cauldron. The Wan-Yi evil crow, a remnant of an ancient malevolent avian species. It bears the malevolent fortune of Wan-Yi, capable of sapping others' luck, and its appearance heralds calamity, drawing forth natural disasters and human misfortune, extremely perilous. By my word, an ancient remnant. Xiang Chun's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized the creature with evergreen plumage. The term ancient struck him with awe when counting epochs. One refers to them as recent ancient, middle ancient, distant ancient, ancient, and then the most ancient. Even the recent ancient label applies only after 10,000 years, while middle and distant ancient denote even more remote eras. The most ancient refers to the oldest of times, spanning billions of years. This creature is indeed a remnant from such a distant lineage. The Wan-Yi evil crow. With a snarl, the large yellow dog bared its teeth, lowly growling. Its eyes coldly fixated upon the Wan-Yi evil crow. Intriguingly, upon encountering me, you exhibit no fear. Very well, I shall refrain from consuming you. A few old fellows are probing around, and should you manage to escape my impending doom, consider yourself fortunate. The malevolent crow of 10,000 misfortunes let out a cold chuckle and took flight, flapping its wings. Xiang Chun exhaled in relief. This creature, though a ferocious bird and possessing only the cultivation of the soul moon realm, emanated an intense aura of danger. It is said that the legendary top-tier crow of 10,000 misfortunes can unleash cataclysmic disasters, bringing misfortune capable of slaying even celestial beings and sages. Whether this is true remains uncertain. The big yellow dog, Xiang Chun, pondered and decided to depart from the area. However, as he lifted his paw, a squelching sound erupted beneath it, and he immediately perceived that he had stepped onto something sticky, slimy, foul, and warm. Xiang Chun's gaze froze. Upon raising his paw, he discovered a yellowish mass, interspersed with undigested chili skins. How could such a repugnant pile appear out of nowhere? Chapter 700. The celestial wolf armor. Upon clarifying the situation, Xiang Chun's composure shattered instantaneously. The stench was unbearable. With his heightened sense of smell still active, an unimaginable foul odor invaded his nostrils, magnifying infinitely. This scent was unbearable. With a peculiar cry, Xiang Chun vomited, expelling the contents of his stomach. Frantically, he shook his paw, only to strike it against the trunk of a large tree, desperately wiping it clean. Suddenly, a cry of agony escaped him. Embedded in the tree trunk was a nail. Not just any nail, but a spiritual nail. This nail pierced his paw, causing it to bleed. How could there possibly be a nail in a tree? Cursed crow of 10,000 misfortunes, I curse you. Xiang Chun swiftly fled the scene. It was too sinister. He had stepped in excrement and been pierced by a nail. The streak of bad luck was overwhelmingly bizarre. After fleeing a considerable distance, the big yellow dog, Xiang Chun, finally relaxed, arriving at the banks of a great river where he frantically scrubbed his paws. Suddenly, the river erupted, and a massive fish, several meters long with vicious fangs, leaped from the water, snapping at Xiang Chun's head. However, with a crunch, the fearsome fish's teeth shattered against his body. As solid as steel. How dare you bully me? Xiang Chun shook his head vigorously, sending the 3 to 4 meter long fish flying onto the shore. This was utterly surreal. Not daring to linger any longer, Xiang Chun hastily made his way toward the city. Upon returning to the residence of Xiangyang Kuei Shi, dawn was approaching, and Xiangyang had yet to return. Transforming into his celestial wolf form, Xiang Chun gripped a piece of white paper, meticulously sketching a detailed map of Tang Valley, including the distribution of the formidable guardians. As he surveyed the map, a frown creased his brow, setting aside the strategies for dealing with these powerful beings. The might of that colossal bird posed a significant challenge. His current strength was undoubtedly insufficient. It seemed he would have to resort to elixirs. Xiang Chen's eyes glimmered as he contemplated his predicament. In his normal state, he could not possibly contend with such a foe. He would need to devise a method to concoct several potent elixirs from the heavenly scriptures beneath the immortal realm, which could potentially allow him to hunt for the bloodline of that golden giant bird. To concoct a potion capable of countering such formidable adversaries, one would require at least a 9th-tier spiritual herb, accompanied by the refinement at an exalted temperature exceeding 100,000 degrees. My current cultivation level is insufficient to wield such intense flames, hence I must devise a means to utilize treasures. A top-tier fire spirit crystal or a powerful sunfire crystal would be indispensable. As for the ingredients, a narcotic would be most suitable, preferably a 9th-tier spiritual herb, specifically a mandrake with over 3,000 years of age. Xiang Chen secretly plotted his scheme. On the 4th day, Xiangyang Kuei Shi finally returned. Little huh? Before the figure even arrived, the voice had already echoed. The moon-eating celestial wolf, in the training chamber, promptly ceased his cultivation upon hearing the sound and opened the stone door. I've finally gathered all the materials for you. I exerted considerable effort and traversed several islands markets to find a few pieces of Star Moon meteorite. The materials have already been delivered to Grandpa Jean, and in a few days, he will forge the most suitable battle armor for you. Xiangyang Kuei Shi approached with a smile, playfully rubbing the moon-eating celestial wolf's face. Thank you, little demoness. Xiang Ergo gazed at Xiangyang Kuei Shi, his eyes still bearing traces of fatigue, and a warm current surged within his heart, touched by her kindness. No need for thanks, you are my loyal companion. I am utterly exhausted and must take a bath and rest now. These past few days have drained me completely. Xiangyang Kuei Shi yawned and entered the room to bathe. By the way, the 100 Demons battlefield is in half a month, and the armor will surely be completed by then. With that, she closed the bathroom door with a resounding thud. Xiang Ergo gazed at her hazy silhouette behind the glazed door, letting out a soft sigh. Alas, I am ultimately not your companion, little demoness. Thank you. It seems I shall spare your divine bird's life on account of you, refraining from draining it dry. Shaking his head, Xiang Chen chose not to dwell further and returned to the training chamber to replenish the essence he had previously expended. In between his cultivation sessions, Xiang Ergo wandered aimlessly around Tianyang Island, familiarizing himself with its vast landscape. The island was indeed immense, rendering it impossible to fully comprehend in a short span. However, he managed to identify notable locations, discerning which were accessible and which were not, and pinpointing areas suitable for escape. He even encountered several formidable beastly creatures intent on devouring him, yet they were all deterred by the insignia of the Xiang clan he displayed. Time passed swiftly, and 12 days elapsed. On this particular day, a suit of armor was delivered to the residence of the little demoness, Xiangyang Kuei Shi, specifically crafted for the moon-eating celestial wolf. The large crate contained the armor, divided into several components. The armor gleamed in silvery white, with concealed runes, featuring sharp claw coverings and a helmet and chest plate that radiated waves of spiritual energy. It was unmistakably a 3rd-tier spiritual armor, exquisite in value, and the most practical and powerful battle armor available beneath the Lingxiao realm. Little huh? Put it on and let me see. Xiangyang Kuei Shi eagerly handed the spiritual armor to the moon-eating celestial wolf. He exhaled a surge of demonic essence, enveloping the armor. Upon absorbing his essence, the armor transformed into streams of spiritual light that penetrated his body, settling within his divine repository. Subsequently, his vital blood was summoned forth, transforming into an overwhelming force of bloodline energy that surged into the armor, leaving an imprint of allegiance. As his true essence flowed into the spiritual armor, it absorbed the demonic essence, nurturing it. The celestial wolf battle armor fused with him. The moon-devouring wolf recalled a flamboyant slogan and, with a light exclamation, summoned the demonic energy. Crack! In an instant, radiant light enveloped him, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds. The silver chest plate encased his form. The leg armor enveloped all four of his canine limbs, and a majestic wolf-shaped helmet adorned his head. Only his wings remained external, and his eyes were shielded by a layer of indestructible energy. His claws were likewise encased in resplendent claw armor. In that moment, the moon-devouring wolf exuded an even more formidable presence, akin to a gallant wolf king clad in armor, possessing a mechanized aura. Raising his paw, he gazed upon the sharp claws encased in steel, a glimmer of delight flickering in his eyes. He could sense that this suit of armor would enhance his strength by 40%, significantly bolstering his defenses. How splendid! Xianyang Koishi's eyes sparkled with admiration. With the armor adorning him, the moon-devouring wolf appeared even more gallant and commanding. Indeed, the appearance was striking, haha. The moon-devouring wolf took immense pleasure in this armor. With this formidable attire, he felt assured that the battle in 3 days at the 100 Demons Arena would be foolproof. At that time, you must help me gain prestige and seize the first place, tearing apart that wretched Xianyang Yinran's demonic pet. Chapter 701. Ancient Relic Species. 3 days later, in Tianyang City, within a vast circular beast-fighting arena. On this day, throngs of cultivators and pirates flocked to the arena, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. The arena itself was a colossal circle, reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum, featuring numerous seating tiers capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands. The central combat zone spanned several kilometers in both length and width, offering ample space. This venue typically hosted beast fights, life-and-death battles among pirates, and fierce confrontations between warrior beasts, with tickets priced at hundreds of spirit coins. The Xianyang family cultivated warriors and beasts, alongside numerous factions that thrived by training beasts and fighters here, generating substantial daily revenue. Today, however, it had transformed into the 100 Demons Arena. The Tang Valley Sacred Ground had been opened, a revered sanctuary on Tianyang Island that all aspired to, especially among the demon race. It was said to be home to legendary divine birds, and if one were favored by these divine beings and accepted as a disciple, their status would soar like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Today, this place would serve as the battleground for the 100 demons. Roar! Within the arena, a pitch-black demon tiger roared, unleashing terrifying power as it viciously tore apart its opponent, a formidable demon wolf at the 4th level of the Soul Moon realm, shredding it to pieces and consuming it in a gruesome display. The crowd erupted in excitement, chanting the name of the feral tiger. This black tiger transformed into a towering youth, standing 3 meters tall, surveying the beast fighters on the battle platforms, and let out a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the arena. Congratulations to our wild tiger for achieving 10 consecutive victories and successfully advancing to the 100 Demons battlefield. The host, a middle-aged man clad in battle armor, sits atop the back of a black avian demon that hovers in midair, narrating the unfolding battles. Approaching the forefront is a young girl accompanied by a silver-maned celestial wolf, Miss Aki Shur. As ever, Miss Aki Shur is breathtakingly beautiful. Many young disciples seated along the passage gaze at her with awe and admiration. Aki Shur, a prodigious talent within the Xianyang family, is renowned for her prowess. Her grandfather is one of the 3 most formidable patriarchs still living in the family. Miss Aki Shur occupies a separate platform where she takes her seat, her celestial wolf, Moon Swallowing, crouching beside her, both gazing down upon the expansive battlefield. Below, 2 figures are locked in a fierce skirmish, their demonic energy surging. The 2 demon cultivators are locked in combat. Is this truly the 100 Demons battlefield? Moon Swallowing inquires with a hint of confusion. Indeed, to enter the 100 Demons battlefield for competition, one must first secure 10 consecutive victories in battles of the same realm, thus qualifying to engage in combat with others who have also achieved this feat, eliminating their opponents. Ultimately, the 10 demon beasts that endure will accompany our Xianyang family's direct line into the sacred Valley of the Sun, where they will have the opportunity to refine their physical forms with the essence of solar fire and witness the divine avian lord. Moon Swallowing, observing the 2 demon cultivators of the Soul Moon realm engaged in battle, squints slightly. The rules are straightforward and ruthless. Simply fight to the end. No need for excessive concern. The demon cultivators eligible for participation are all under a century old, and their cultivation typically does not exceed the mid-tier of the Soul Moon realm. Akishur gently massages Moon Swallowing's neck. Ah, you little crybaby, you dare bring your little wolf demon here to seek death. At that moment, another young girl arrives at a nearby seat, accompanied by a golden giant leopard, Xiangyang Yanran. The giant leopard beside her is evidently not the same as before. Its cultivation has reached the 5th level of the Soul Moon realm, exuding a terrifying aura. You're the one who injured my brother, aren't you, little wolf cub? The golden cloud leopard speaks coldly. Moon Swallowing regards it calmly and replies, indeed. The golden cloud leopard grins menacingly, stating, soon, I shall tear you into 8 pieces and devour each one. Moon Swallowing lets out a chilling laugh, scrutinizing the leopard from head to toe. What are you staring at? The golden cloud leopard retorts icily. I'm contemplating the taste of your flesh, Moon Swallowing replies, licking its lips. The golden cloud leopard is taken aback, then mocks. Arrogant and ignorant little demon. Jin E. Tear him apart later. Leave no bones behind, Xiangyang Yanran commands coldly. Rest assured, the golden cloud leopard responds confidently. Little huh? During the 100 Demons battlefield, try to avoid direct confrontation with him. Your speed surpasses his, and by not engaging head-on, he cannot touch you. Aki sure advises telepathically. Moon Swallowing nods and states, ensure that I am matched against a first-level Soul Moon realm opponent later. Aki sure, puzzled, asks why? Aren't you at the Yuanyang realm? Securing 10 consecutive victories at that level should be effortless for you. My prowess is unparalleled. If I merely declare myself at the Yuanyang realm, the spectacle of me vanquishing their Soul Moon realm beasts would surely be astonishing. Thus, I shall proclaim my standing at the Soul Moon realm instead, which is less extravagant, declared the Swallowing Moon Sky Wolf with pride. Uft, do not be overly confident, retorted Xiangyang Koishi, rolling her eyes. Look, it's young Master Zhao Tian. Brother Zhao Tian has arrived. At that moment, a wave of gasps erupted from the audience, with countless young maidens shrieking in excitement. Brother Zhao Tian is here. Xiangyang Koishi's eyes sparkled as she looked up. Xiang Ergo followed her gaze and beheld a colossal avian creature, enveloped in crimson light, soaring through the sky. This magnificent beast boasted a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, adorned with resplendent red feathers that shimmered like a flowing aurora, emanating an overwhelming aura of ferocity, its cultivation having reached the 8th tier of the Soul Moon realm. Upon the back of this giant bird stood a tall youth clad in golden armor, his flowing light golden hair framing a striking visage, with sharp brows and starry eyes, a nose as regal as a gallant warrior, and defined cheekbones that accentuated his handsomeness. He bore a captivating smile. A heavy sword rested on his back, rendering him both radiant and formidable. Ah, Brother Zhao Tian, look over here. So handsome, Brother Zhao Tian. Countless women erupted into a chorus of adoration, their expressions filled with infatuation. Even Xiangyang Koishi was no exception, her face awash with admiration. Remarkably, this was an elite spiritual beast, the fire cloud sparrow, possessing a trace of the ancient divine beast, the vermilion bird's bloodline, which was beginning to awaken. Xiang Chun felt a flicker of surprise. His interest piqued not by the young man, but rather by his steed. Elite spiritual beast bloodlines were already rare on this continent, and the fact that this individual had awakened a fragment of the ancient holy beast's bloodline was extraordinary. The vermilion bird, a pinnacle divine creature of the fire element, possessed strength rivaling that of sacred beasts. Enough now, little enchantress, your eyes are about to fall out, the Swallowing Moon Sky Wolf smirked. I'm even more handsome than him, and soon I shall dazzle you all.